Xiao Chen, under the orders of his master, arrived in Hancheng with a marriage certificate in hand to fulfill his engagement. By a twist of fate, he unexpectedly encountered a pair of stunning twin sisters, leaving him in a state of confusion as he struggled to discern one from the other. Chapter 1. After a night of intoxication, this is 100,000 considered compensation for last night. Xiao Chen lay on the pristine white bed of the hotel when a stack of crisp banknotes landed on his face, bringing him to a stark realization. He had been taken advantage of. Beautiful miss, this doesn't seem appropriate, does it? He gazed at the enchanting woman by the bedside, her cascading waves of hair framing her exquisite features, his emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and disbelief. At that moment, the woman's white shirt was only half buttoned, revealing a glimpse of her black lace undergarment and her alluring curves that were barely contained. The crimson stain on the white sheets bore witness to her innocence. This is your reward for your hard work. What's inappropriate about it? Her tone was frigid, yet the flicker of panic in her eyes betrayed her composure. Reward for labor? Xiao Chen was astounded. Was money in the city so easily earned? His elder had claimed that making money after descending from the mountain was a daunting task. Yet last night, despite the fatigue, had been pleasurable. 10,000 a day, 300,000 a month, over 30 million a year, he drew in a sharp breath. His elder had stated that once he accumulated a fortune of 100 million, he would descend to enjoy life with him. At this rate of earning, he could achieve that goal in less than 3 years. What if he worked a bit harder each night? Wouldn't next year at this time see him bringing his elder down from the mountain? Excitement surged within him, and his gaze towards the woman grew fervent. I warn you, now that you've accepted the money, keep today's events to yourself. If you dare to speak out, I will not let you off easily. Having dressed, the woman shot him a fierce glare. Yes, I understand the rules. Xiao Chen nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking for grain. If it weren't for my family compelling me to substitute for my sister to accompany that scoundrel, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures with you. Noticing Xiao Chen's agreeable demeanor, her expression softened, albeit still tinged with indignation. With that, she grabbed her bag and limped out of the room. Miss, wait a moment. Just as she was about to leave, Xiao Chen called out to her. What is it? Well, we could go another round this time. They'll give you a 50% discount, only charging you 50,000, he spoke earnestly. Get lost. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, the woman's cheeks flushed as she slammed the door behind her. Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, bemused that she wouldn't even accept a discount. What kind of person was she? Muttering to himself, he sprang from the bed, for he had important matters awaiting his attention. After freshening up, he retrieved a page from a bag that detailed the marriage certificate, with the address inscribed as Bihu Bay No. 67, Chiao Family Villa. The groom was Xiao Chen, while the bride was the esteemed young lady of the Chiao family, Chiao Xuening, reputed to be a breathtaking beauty. Xiao Chen had descended the mountain to fulfill his engagement with the Chiao family. It's getting late. I can't keep my wife waiting. Having noted the address, he tucked the marriage certificate into his bag and exited the hotel, hailing a taxi. One impressive sight, the wealthy truly live differently. After a 40-minute journey, Xiao Chen stood before the opulent gates of the Bihu Bay Villa community, unable to suppress his awe. Hey, Scram, this isn't a place for scavengers like you. As Xiao Chen prepared to borrow a phone to contact the Chiao family, a security guard with a crooked hat emerged from the security booth, gesturing dismissively at him. Scavenger, Xiao Chen's expression darkened, yet he managed to force a smile. I'm here to see someone. Could you please let me use your phone? Get lost. I've heard all sorts of excuses like yours. If you had someone in here, you wouldn't be dressed like a country bumpkin. The guard retorted rudely before retreating into the booth, leaving Xiao Chen bemused. He had no intention of arguing with the security guard. At that moment, a sleek black BMW X5 glided into view. As it approached the gate, the driver rolled down the window, revealing a stunning profile. What a surprise! It's her. Xiao Chen was taken aback upon recognizing the face. It was the Tinthasaniu and affluent lady from that morning. What a coincidence! He could inquire about the location of Bihu Bay No. 67. Hey, beautiful, what a coincidence to see you again. Xiao Chen quickly approached her, flashing a radiant smile. However, the woman inside the car removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing him with a frown before coldly replying, Go flirt with someone else otherwise. They'll report you for harassment. Xiao Chen was left dumbfounded. Women could be so heartless, forgetting him the moment the pants were pulled up. Her demeanor was as frosty as her previous pleas had been humble. What a stark contrast. Let go. As the gate lifted, the woman in the car tossed him a disdainful remark before gradually pressing the accelerator, driving away. Wait, you may not recognize me, but at least tell me where Bihu Bay no. 67 is. Xiao Chen jogged a few steps forward, urgently calling after her. He couldn't afford to miss this chance. Encountering someone familiar in this place was indeed rare. Brother, do you even realize where you are? What's your status compared to hers? Do you think you can successfully flirt with her? A toad wishing to eat swan? Me give it up. The nearby security guard mocked him through the window. This time, the BMW X5 pulled up right in front of him, and the driver once again rolled down the window, frowning as she asked, "What's your name?" Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen realized that although this beautiful woman bore a striking resemblance to the Tinthu Sandiu and affluent lady, she was indeed not the same person. The affluent lady had wavy hair, while this woman's locks were straight and flowing. Not to mention her the affluent lady seemed more difficult to handle in that regard. But the resemblance was uncanny. Get in. Upon hearing his name, the woman in the car sighed, and once Xiao Chen climbed in, she pressed the gas pedal, speeding off. Watching the BMW X5 vanish into the distance, the security guard rushed out of the booth, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Is that even possible? Damn it, I don't want to work hard anymore. At the Qiao family villa, in the living room, the elderly Qiao Wenxing, over 70 years old, sat on the sofa, smiling as he regarded Xiao Chen, who sat opposite him. Beside Xiao Wenxing was the aloof beauty who had just driven the BMW X5. Xiao Chen was utterly astonished. The high-cold beauty he had encountered at the entrance was none other than Xiao Xuanning, the young lady of the Qiao family with whom he was betrothed. Next to Xiao Xuanning sat another middle-aged couple, her parents, Xiao Zhenhai and Bai Liping. Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Zhenhai's face. Ah, Xiao Chen, I hope your journey was not too exhausting. How is your master faring? Xiao Wenxing, noticing Xiao Chen's demeanor, assumed he was a bit nervous being a newcomer and kindly initiated the conversation. My master is well and can live for another 50 or 60 years without issue. But Xiao Chen hesitated, noting the dark hue around Xiao Zhenhai's brow, resembling a birthmark. A darkened brow foreshadows an imminent demise. This was a sign of impending death. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Chen's expression turned serious as he stated, "Uncle, I fear you may not last 3 days." Chapter 2. Expulsion from the Qiao family. As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. "What nonsense are you speaking?" By LPNG's face fell first. As the mother of Kaio Soong, she was already skeptical about this marriage. Now, hearing Xiao Chen's reckless words, her dissatisfaction grew even more. Although Kaio, he remained silent. His countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. Xiao Chen, you had better clarify your statements. To be honest, my father just underwent a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital yesterday and did not find any issues. Kaio Soong frowned. Yet being a rational person, she did not display excessive emotion. Kaio, WNXNG, looked over with a puzzled expression. Uncle Kaio's condition is likely not an illness, which is why the hospital's instruments cannot detect it. Fortunately, I am here. Xiao, sitting, glanced at Kaio's expression, paused for a moment, and continued. Kaio's complexion was healthy and rosy, which indeed did not suggest a severe illness. However, the shadow beneath his brow resembled the dark technique often employed by practitioners to intercept life force. The so-called interception of life force refers to the method by which practitioners, during interactions with ordinary people, silently inject their internal true energy into the ordinary person's heart meridians. In this way, it is akin to planting a time bomb. The person infused with true energy would feel no discomfort in their daily life, and even the hospital's precise instruments would fail to detect any problems. Yet, once the time arrives, this true energy would be detonated, causing the affected individual to exhibit signs of sudden death. Even an autopsy would ultimately conclude it as sudden cardiac arrest. This is the wickedness of it. Xiao Chen found himself puzzled as to how Kaio could have offended a practitioner. Not an illness? Huh. Are you implying that no one can treat my condition except for you? Kaio, and he scoffed, a mixture of anger and amusement in his tone as he addressed Xiao Chen. I cannot speak for others, but I can indeed treat it. As long as Uncle cooperates with me, I can eliminate this hidden danger within half an hour, Xiao Chen asserted, though in truth, it would only take about 10 minutes for the actual treatment. Then Xiao Chen, please take a look at your Uncle Kaio. Upon hearing this, Kaio WNXNG breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Xiao Chen's master had once saved his life, so he naturally trusted Xiao Chen. Father, do you genuinely believe him? There are many frauds like him nowadays. In a moment, he will feign treatment for me, and when I feel perfectly fine in a few days, he will take all the credit. Kaio, and he snorted disdainfully. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, expressing helplessness. Uncle, I have a marriage contract with Seung. How could I possibly deceive you? Marriage contract? I had almost forgotten about that. Kaio, his face turned ashen, and he pulled out a bank card from his wallet, tossing it in front of Xiao Chen with a cold laugh. Isn't it just about money? This card contains 2 million. Take it and roll out of the Kaio family. My daughter Kaio Seung will never marry a country bumpkin who speaks such nonsense. Silence. Before Kaio's knee could finish, he was halted by the elder, Kaio, WNXNG. This marriage was arranged by me. No one is allowed to force Xiao Chen out today. Kaio, WNXNG, slammed the table, visibly angered. As the head of the family, Kaio, WNXNG, held considerable authority, and upon his words, Kaio, immediately lost his temper. Then, Kaio, WNXNG, softened his expression, looking at Xiao Chen with a hint of apology. Xiao Chen, rest assured, with grandfather here, this marriage is not up for discussion. You shall stay here tonight. I appreciate your kindness, grandfather. Hearing Kaio, WNXNG's words warmed Xiao Chen's heart. He then turned to Kaio's and since Uncle believes I am a fraud, let us make a wager. If you are still well in 3 days, this marriage contract shall be void, and I, Xiao Chen, will never set foot in the Kaio family again. What do you say? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kaio soon looked at him in surprise. She had initially thought Xiao Chen would cling to her grandfather's words and stubbornly affirm the marriage. However, Xiao Chen did not do so. Kaio's knee was equally taken aback, feeling a flicker of doubt within him. This lad spoke with such confidence. Could it be that what he said earlier was true? Would he really not survive 3 days? Yet, upon catching sight of his wife, by LPNG, Kaio's knee cast this thought aside. Last night, he had managed to endure for 40 minutes. If someone with his remarkable resilience could not last 3 days, wouldn't half the people in the world be dead? With this thought, Kaio's knee pointed a finger at Xiao Chen, coldly stating, "Very well. I hope you keep your word. I'm a man of my word. However, what if something happens to Uncle in 3 days?" Xiao Chen stood up, suddenly posing the question. Kaio's knee was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "If it's true, do as you wish. Regardless, by then, I will no longer be here, and ignorance will be bliss." "Uncle, you are a straightforward man." Xiao Chen chuckled, giving Kaio a thumbs up. He then stood to take his leave. "In that case, I shall take my leave. I hope that when I return in 3 days, my first task is not to visit Uncle's grave." Uffed. Beside him, Kaio soon burst into laughter, only to quickly realize the impropriety, as her father was still present. "I'll see you off." Yet she could not contain herself, standing up with a flushed face, awkwardly trying to cover up. Kaio's face darkened considerably. At the entrance of the Kaio family villa community, "My father is just straightforward. Please do not take offense. He is not a bad person. He simply does not want to see me marry someone I do not like." Kaio soon resumed her cold demeanor. Xiao Chen inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Kaio soon halted abruptly, gazing intently at Xiao Chen. "Do you believe I like you?" "What nonsense! Of course not." Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. "Then that settles it. However, this marriage contract was arranged by my grandfather, and I do not wish to embarrass him. Furthermore," Kaio Seung's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Noticing her hesitance, Xiao Chen wisely chose to remain silent. "In fact, my father's temper is also due to other reasons. The CH family from the capital arrived in HNCHNG last month, intending to develop a commercial district here. At a banquet, The second young master of the CH family, CH Qinjuan, saw me and approached my father, claiming that if I were willing to accompany him for a night, the Kaio family would ascend to greater heights. Otherwise, my Kaio family might face catastrophic consequences. Such repercussions are unbearable for my Kaio family. As she spoke, a bitter smile crept on a Kaio Sung's lips. Moreover, that CH Qinjuan is no good person, it is said. He has harmed many virtuous young women in the capital. Hence, my father is currently in a difficult position. In a way, his refusal to allow you to marry me is for your own good. Otherwise, given CH Qinjuan's character, he would surely seek revenge. Understood. Xiao Chen grasped the situation. He glanced at Kaio Sung and continued. In truth, if you truly do not wish for this marriage, I will not force it upon you. The primary reason I am here is that my master mentioned your Kaio family possesses a QLN jade pendant, which is related to my origins. Thus, I came to investigate. Although Kaio Sung had been mentally prepared, she still felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. In her view, his statement was clearly an attempt to distance himself from the situation out of fear. However, she could understand, as the CH family, being a powerful force from the capital, was not someone an ordinary person could provoke. It was laughable that she had harbored a glimmer of hope for Xiao just moments ago. With this thought, Kaio Sung suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. You may leave. I will find an opportunity to give you that jade pendant. Consider it a repayment for your master's rescue of my grandfather. At that moment, Xiao Chen abruptly called out to her, producing a thumb-sized white porcelain vial and placing it into her hand. 3 days hence, when Uncle Xiao falls ill, administer this pill to him. It will ensure 10 hours of vitality. Subsequently, seek me at the Central Hospital, Director Wu's office. As for the Chu family, at this juncture, a fierce glint suddenly flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he coldly remarked, our engagement has yet to be dissolved, yet that scoundrel from the Chu family dares to covet my woman? It seems he is weary of life. Chapter 3. The Divine Needle List. After dropping a sentence, Xiao Chen departed from the community, leaving Xiao Xuen Ning standing in a daze. Still trying to process what he had just said. Xiao Chen, you have no idea how terrifying the power behind the Chu family is. Meanwhile, in a taxi, Xiao Chen instructed the driver to head towards the city center hospital. Although Wu Daho's talent was not particularly remarkable, his earnest attitude towards learning compelled his master to teach him the first 7 techniques of the Xian Yuan 13 needles, ranked 10th on the Divine Needle list, with a promise to return in 15 years to impart the remaining 6 techniques. However, his master had recently been preoccupied with massaging the body of the widow Qin down the mountain and could not spare the time. Since you're going to Han City to marry, run this errand for me, were the exact words of the old man when Xiao Chen descended the mountain. What surprised Xiao Chen was that with merely those first 7 techniques, Wu Daho had become the director of the city center hospital at the age of over 40. If he could achieve such a position with just 7 techniques, then mastering all 10 of the Divine Needle list techniques must render me even more formidable. Never mind, I must first locate my junior brother. Xiao Chen murmured to himself while seated in the taxi. According to the hierarchy of our sect, the one who enters first is the elder. Wu Daho began learning from the old man only 15 years ago, while Xiao Chen had been by his side since childhood. Thus, it was not inappropriate for Xiao Chen to address him as junior brother, even though they had yet to meet. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the city center hospital's main entrance. Xiao Chen shouldered his bag and walked directly towards the outpatient building. The first step in seeking medical attention was to queue for registration. Young man, which department are you looking for? As soon as he entered, an elderly nurse at the reception desk called out to him. Auntie, I'm not here to seek treatment. I'm looking for Wu Daho. Xiao Chen gazed at the towering building filled with consultation rooms, feeling somewhat troubled about where to find someone. Wu Daho. The nurse was momentarily taken aback. He is your director. I consider myself his senior brother. Upon seeing that the nurse did not respond, Xiao Chen kindly offered a reminder. What? You're looking for Director Wu? The nurse's voice rose significantly, and she scrutinized Xiao Chen's attire with a hint of impatience, scoffing. Did I hear you correctly? Do you think Director Wu is just anyone you can meet? Ridiculous, go away. Xiao Chen wished to inquire further, but the elderly nurse had already turned cold, clearly unwilling to engage with him. Left with no choice, Xiao Chen took a turn and, upon spotting the director's office on the top floor, decided to head up to the 5th floor to search for him. Just as Xiao Chen turned around, a sudden waft of fragrance rushed toward him, and he collided directly with a woman, feeling the warmth of her figure against his chest. "Excuse me, oh, it's you?" The woman in his arms looked up, hurriedly apologizing. But as her gaze met Xiao Chen's face, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. "What on earth? The 10,000 rich woman. What are you doing here?" Staring at the woman before him, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. This was indeed the same little rich woman he had encountered the previous night. It was too uncanny. Seeing her again, he could hardly believe his eyes. Had he not just parted ways with Xiao Xuanning, he might have thought she was merely wearing a different outfit to tease him. However, the little rich woman's eyes were red, giving the impression that she had recently wept. "Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" Xiao Chen asked with concern. "It has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for someone. What do you want?" Xiao Chen was baffled. "Come with me. I need you to do me a favor." With that, Lu Ling Xin pulled Xiao Chen into the elevator. Upon reaching the 7th floor of the intensive care unit, Xiao Chen followed the woman out of the elevator. "A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace. Little rich woman, helping you is a trivial matter. But you must tell me what I am supposed to do." Xiao Chen inquired, still perplexed. "Get lost. Who said we are married?" Lu Ling Xin retorted, her frustration evident. But then a shadow of sadness crossed her face as she spoke in a nasal tone. "My name is Lu Ling Xin. My grandfather is critically ill and has been given a notice of imminent death. He wants to see me married, so please help me by pretending to be my boyfriend and meet him one last time to fulfill his wish. Just a small task. My name is Xiao Chen." Hearing Lu Ling Xin's words, Xiao Chen readily agreed, though he felt a twinge of confusion. One was surnamed Xiao, the other Lu, clearly not twins. "Thank you. My grandfather is in room 703. Let's go." Seeing Xiao Chen's agreement, Lu Ling Xin's expression brightened with gratitude. Soon, they arrived at the 703 intensive care unit. The room was somewhat crowded, but each person's expression was grim. After pushing open the door, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon the elderly man in poor condition on the bed. Likely Lu Ling Xin's grandfather, Lu Bingyan. After observing him for a moment, Xiao Chen could not help but find the situation rather peculiar. He had expected a rare and strange ailment, yet it appeared to be quite ordinary. This is a condition that could be cured with just a couple of needles. How could they claim the old man has little time left? Ling Xin, it seems the doctors at the city center hospital are not as capable as they claim. Chapter 4. Xian Yuan 13 needles. Who dares to question the standards of our hospital? As the attention of the people in the ward was focused on old man Lu, they initially did not notice Xiao Chen and Lu Ling Xin's entrance. It was only after hearing Xiao Chen's remarks that their expressions changed drastically. Especially the doctors gathered by the bedside of old man Lu, their faces darkened upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. "Kid, did you just say that?" The leading doctor, a young man around 30 named Qin Wei, was not only the head of the department, but also a direct disciple of Director Wu Deho. Seeing Xiao Chen, who appeared to be in his early 20s, Qin Wei's expression soured as he coldly questioned, "Did you say that?" "Indeed. Did I say something incorrect?" Xiao Chen remained unfazed, meeting Qin Wei's gaze without fear. "Xiao Chen, don't be foolish. Director Qin is the only disciple of Director Wu, and the reputation of Wu Deho's Xian Yuan 13 needles is renowned throughout Han City. Even my grandfather knows this. Director Wu himself came early this morning to perform the treatment. Although he couldn't cure my grandfather, he did manage to extend his life by a few days. Don't make things worse. Lu Lin Xin et Glim An Sioli. I'm not making things worse." Xiao Chen chuckled, then turned to Qin Wei with a peculiar expression. "You are Wu Deho's disciple?" "Indeed, my master is the illustrious Ghost Hand King Wu Deho, and he is also the director of this hospital." Qin Wei proudly lifted his chin, reveling in the prestige that came with being Wu Deho's disciple. When he attended a medical conference in the capital, the 4 great doctors there would treat him with deference upon learning he was the disciple of the Ghost Hand King. Who was this young man before him to dare question their expertise? Oh, that explains it. No wonder the level of skill is so poor, considering Wu Deho himself is only half-baked. Xiao Chen remarked with a look of enlightenment. "What? Kid, do you realize what you're saying? You dare to insult my master's reputation?" Qin Wei nearly choked on his own words, his face turning a deep shade of anger. He then turned to a nearby nurse, his voice cold. "Go, summon my master, and tell him someone from the Lu family is causing a ruckus in the hospital." Upon hearing this, the nurse dared not disobey, nodding her head as she hurriedly left the ward to find Wu Deho. The words of Qin Wei caused the expressions of everyone from the Liu family in the ward to change dramatically. Ling Xin, who is this young man? Hurry up and expel him from here. If you provoke Dean Wu, no one will be able to suppress your grandfather's condition. Do you truly wish for your grandfather to depart this world prematurely? At this moment, beside the hospital bed, Lu Lingxin's uncle, Lu Tianli, scolded with great fury. Uncle, this is Xiao Chen. He is my boyfriend, and I brought him to visit Grandpa. After being rebuked by Lu Tianli, Lu Lingxin appeared noticeably less confident. Boyfriend? Our Lu family does not welcome such arrogant individuals. Young man, swiftly take your leave. You are not welcome here. Lu Tianli's face turned ashen as he reprimanded Xiao Chen. My grandfather once expressed a desire to see me bring a boyfriend home. Once he awakens, I shall ensure that he sees Xiao Chen before we depart. Lu Lingxin clenched her fists, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and with a defiant expression, she spoke. Hee, sister, it's not that I am criticizing you. You are well aware of how exceptional the men our father has introduced you are. Yet, you stubbornly refuse to accept them, and in the end, you bring home someone like this? One might mistakenly presume it to be a beggar, truly a source of great embarrassment and disgrace. Behind Lu Tianli, a young man of 18 or 19, adorned with bleached hair and earrings, spoke with a sarcastic tone. Lu Hai, I have warned you. If anyone brings this matter up again, I shall not hesitate to confront them. Do not blame me for becoming unrecognizable. Upon hearing the words of the young man with yellow hair, Lu Lingxin trembled slightly, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Once my grandfather passes away, I shall see who will be able to protect you. You shameless wretch. Lu Hai let out a disdainful snort, yet before his words could fully escape his lips, a shadow suddenly darted forward, and he found a hand rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. Accompanied by a sharp crack, Lu Hai felt a surge of stars before him, as his entire being was forcefully propelled to the ground. My teeth, how dare you strike me? Lu Hai lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, with several bloody teeth scattered nearby. In a fit of rage, he lifted his head, only to be met by the icy gaze of Xiao Chen. As the younger brother, one must possess the awareness befitting the role. Should there be a next time? It shall not be merely a matter of losing a few teeth. Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh as he patted Lu Hai on the shoulder. He could easily discern that Lu Lingxin did not share a harmonious relationship with this so-called uncle's family. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Witnessing his son being struck to the ground, Lu Tianli appeared like a rabid dog, his expression twisted with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen. What is wrong with hitting your son? I am Lu Lingxin's boyfriend, and I am certainly not your son's partner. Given your son's disgraceful demeanor, it is evident that you, as his father, are not much better. What is this? Are you still unconvinced? If you continue to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate against you. Do you believe me? Xiao Chen stood up and walked towards Lu Tianli, raising his hand as if to strike. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Lu Tianli instinctively took 2 steps back, evidently filled with trepidation. At this moment, the others in the ward finally snapped out of their astonishment. Lu Lingxin felt a whirlwind of emotions surging within her, a sentiment she had never experienced before. In her memories, ever since the demise of her parents, no one had ever shown her such unguarded affection aside from her grandfather. Meanwhile, Dr. Qin and his fellow physicians instinctively shrank back, with Dr. Qin remarking, "Do we perhaps raise our voices a tad too much when addressing this young man?" A timid intern cautiously leaned towards Qin Hai's ear and expressed his concern. Qin Wei's expression shifted dramatically, and he coldly scoffed, "The director will arrive shortly. Does this young man truly dare to act against us? Greetings, Xiao Qin. Believe it or not, it is not only you. Even if your esteemed teacher, Wu Dihao, were to arrive, I would still remain unfazed. Do you trust this assertion?" The conversation between Qin Wei and the intern doctor did not escape the keen ears of Xiao Chen. He took a wet wipe to clean his hands, and then, with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, addressed the two of them, saying, where did this audacious individual come from? I shall indeed observe how you dare to slap my face while I stand before you." At that moment, a cacophony of hurried footsteps abruptly resonated from outside the ward. Accompanied by a voice laced with indignation, the door to the ward was forcefully thrust open. Entering was a group of medical personnel, surrounding a bespectacled middle-aged man with short hair, likely in his 40s. Following closely behind this assembly of caregivers were a dozen security guards wielding electric batons. Upon seeing the bespectacled man, Qin Wei felt as though he had discovered a pillar of support and hurriedly approached, pointing at Xiao Chen and exclaiming, "Teacher, it is this impudent fellow who not only questions your medical expertise, but audaciously claims he would dare to slap you." Wu Dihao had long harbored a bellyful of indignation, ever since he ascended to the position of Yu Nzheng, who among those he encountered did not treat him with the utmost respect, not even daring to breathe loudly, let alone strike him. However, now an insolent young man, whose origins are unknown, not only questions his medical expertise, but also boldly threatens to strike him, leaving the dignity of his position as the director in jeopardy. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen, Wu Dihao, consumed with a tempest of rage, approached with a countenance ashen and grim, and coldly declared, "You, young man, I have arrived at this moment. Now, let us see if you possess the audacity to confront me today." Before Wu Dihao could complete his sentence, Xiao Chen delivered a resounding slap to his face, causing his golden-rimmed spectacles to precariously perch upon his nose. "Scoundrel, I shall smack." As Wu Dihao was about to speak, he received another resounding slap, causing his golden-rimmed glasses to be knocked off and shatter upon hitting the ground. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. You wretched boy. You shall pay dearly for your actions today." Wu Dihao was seething with rage, yet before he could finish his words, Xiao Chen delivered a sharp slap across his face. In that fleeting moment, the ward descended into an eerie silence, broken only by the resounding crack of the slap. Wu Dihao was sent sprawling to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "How dare you strike me? On what grounds do you presume to do so?" He sat there dazed, staring at Xiao Chen, his face a canvas of disbelief intermingled with fury. Soon after, Wu Dihao's eyes, bloodshot and wild, blazed as he bellowed towards the hallway, "Security! Why are you standing there like fools? Seize this wretched scoundrel and beat him mercilessly." "Wu Dihao, it seems you truly intend to forsake the latter 6 techniques of the Xian Yuan 13 needles, do you not?" At that moment, Xiao Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he narrowed his eyes, casually uttering a statement to Wu Dihao. Before descending the mountain, the old man had cautioned that if Wu Dihao had forgotten the original intent of practicing medicine and the essence of being a healer over the years, there would be of no consequence to withhold the latter 7 techniques of the Xian Yuan 13 needles from him. The so-called latter 6 techniques of the Xian Yuan 13 needles were of no significance. Even if the heavenly king himself were to arrive today, Wu Dihao would still be thoroughly enraged. In that instant, caught off guard, Wu Dihao erupted into a torrent of curses directed at Xiao Chen. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, a sudden buzz resonated in his mind. Almost instantaneously, the fury on Wu Dihao's face vanished, replaced by a pallor as he pointed shakily at Xiao Chen's remarkably youthful visage, his voice trembling. "You, do you recognize this?" Upon observing the expression on Wu Dihao's face at this moment, Xiao Chen instantly realized that the old fellow had already caught on. Subsequently, he extended his hand before Wu Dihao, revealing a ring of smooth, jade-green hue adorning his middle finger. The Master's jade ring. The moment Wu Dihao cast his gaze upon the ring, his entire being shuddered as if struck by an electric current. Simultaneously, the security personnel outside surged in, brandishing their electric batons, and aimed them at Xiao Chen. Under Wu Dihao's orders, these guards, accustomed to their mundane duties within the hospital, seized this opportunity to make a show of their presence before the director. Thus, when they chose to act, they exhibited no mercy whatsoever. While it was unlikely they would kill an ordinary person, the prospect of broken limbs was all but certain. Yes, let them strike him down. Give this arrogant young lad a proper lesson. As he gazed at the scene before him, Qin Wei, standing beside him, wore a face full of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when this arrogant young man would be brought to his knees. "Stop! For heaven's sake, stop!" Wu Dihao had realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly attempted to intervene. However, by the time he reacted, it was too late. He watched helplessly as the electric batons wielded by several security guards struck Xiao Chen's head, leaving Wu Dihao's face ashen with despair. It was over. He had made a grave mistake. The latter 6 techniques of the Xian Yuan 13 needles were something he had long desired. 15 years ago, although his master had promised to teach him these techniques in due time, Wu Dihao knew well that his mediocre talent made him unworthy in his master's eyes. Over the years, he had even come to believe that his master had forgotten about him, losing hope in the possibility of ever learning those techniques. Yet now, His master had indeed sent someone to teach him. Alas, he had allowed security guards to assault the very person his master had dispatched to instruct him. With a heavy heart, Wu Dihao sighed in regret and painfully closed his eyes. Thud! A few muffled groans reached his ears, followed by a chorus of pained moans filling the hospital room. Listening to the agonized sounds, Wu Dihao felt a chill of dread. The guards had struck so brutally that his junior disciple would never forgive him. Just then, Xiao Chen's voice rang out again. Wu Dihao was startled, instinctively opening his eyes, only to witness several security guards writhing on the ground, clutching their arms and legs in anguish, while Xiao Chen regarded him with a cold stare. You have harmed the hospital staff. I will call the police. Just wait. Recovering from his shock, Qin Wei quickly retrieved his phone, not forgetting to boast to Wu Dihao. Rest assured, Director Wang of the Police Bureau is well acquainted with you. He will certainly deal with this young man appropriately. Shut your mouth. Wu Dihao snapped, his temper flaring as he sprang to his feet like a startled rabbit, rushing over to slap Qin Wei across the face. Qin Wei was left dazed, staring at Wu Dihao in confusion. Why did you hit me, old teacher? At that moment, Wu Dihao had no time to entertain Qin Wei's bewilderment. After delivering the slap, he knelt before Xiao Chen, exclaiming, I pay my respect to the esteemed young master. Please accept this bow from Wu Dihao. This act of submission left Qin Wei utterly flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? Covering his face, he realized the atmosphere had shifted drastically, prompting him to seek an opportunity to slip away. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects to your junior uncle. Wu Dihao admonished Qin Wei, who remained in a daze. Junior uncle? Qin Wei, checking his ears to confirm he had not misheard, could not contain his expletive. What the hell did you just say? Wu Dihao glared, continuing with a grim expression. If you do not bow, do not dare to claim you are my student. I do not have a disciple who disrespects his teachers. Enough, Wu Shidi. Do not force him. Our lineage is not something one can casually enter, Xiao Chen remarked, glancing at Qin Wei with a knowing smile. Qin Wei was not inherently a bad person. He merely sought to defend the hospital. Yes, what you say is true, young master. Wu Dihao quickly agreed, his tone conciliatory. Seeing that he would not be required to kneel, Qin Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Wu Dihao had previously stated that whether the latter 6 techniques of the Xian Yuan 13 needles would be passed on depended on one's medical ethics over the years. Judging by today's events, Wu Shidi, I fear the old man may be quite disappointed in you. Xiao Chen's expression grew solemn as he regarded Wu Dihao. Wu Dihao's face flushed crimson as he stood up in a fit of anger, delivering another slap to Qin Wei. This is all your fault. Qin Wei, feeling wrong, thought. How is this my fault? I merely pointed out that someone was causing a disturbance. Is that wrong? Besides, this guy clearly came to stir trouble. Yet now, with the situation at hand, Qin Wei had to swallow his grievances, knowing he could not provoke either of them. Why are you all still standing around? Get out of my sight. Wu Dihao barked at the guards sprawled on the floor, and the nurses gathered at the door, eager to witness the commotion. The guards exchanged glances, disheartened. They had intended to gain favor with Wu Dihao, but instead, they found themselves on the receiving end of punishment and displeasure from the director. It was a thankless endeavor. Naturally, they could only grumble silently, not daring to voice their complaints openly. Once everyone had departed, only Wu Dihao, Qin Wei, and a few interns remained in the room. Wu Dihao hastily poured tea for Xiao Chen, his face flushed with embarrassment. Young master, today's events were all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xiao Chen chuckled softly, regarding him with cold eyes and refusing to take the cup of tea Wu Dihao offered. Wu Xiaochun, Director Wu's medical reputation is generally quite good, though his temper can be fierce. In the past, wealthy heirs have attempted to use connections with the Drug Regulatory Agency to threaten Director Wu for preferential treatment. Instead of succumbing, he exposed them, which even made the news. Beside them, Lu Lingxin was utterly astonished. She was no fool. Wu Dihao's reaction had made it clear that Xiao Chen's identity was far from ordinary. Moreover, since her grandfather and Wu Dihao shared a tenuous acquaintance, she had received some preferential treatment during her visit to the hospital. Thus, she instinctively defended Wu Dihao. Yes, Miss Lu is correct. Young master, I have a terrible temper. I will certainly improve, or I fear I shall meet a dire fate. Upon hearing Lu Lingxin's words, Wu Dihao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, casting a grateful glance her way before earnestly promising Xiao Chen. Really? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. a playful smile crossing his face as he looked at Lu Lingxin. If you don't believe me, you can check on your phone. As Xiao Chen's piercing gaze bore into her, Lu Lingxin suddenly recalled the previous night's escapade, her cheeks flushing crimson. Moreover, if it weren't for Director Wu, my grandfather might not be alive today. As she mentioned her grandfather's illness, her expression dimmed once more. After pondering Lu Lingxin's words, Xiao Chen finally spoke. Very well. Wu Shidi, in consideration of my girlfriend, I shall grant you another opportunity. If you perform well in the future, I will consider passing on the latter 6 techniques of a Xian Yuan 13 needles to you. It would indeed be somewhat hasty to judge Wu Dihao based on a single incident, especially since he would be staying in Han City for quite some time, allowing for further observation. Thank you, young master. Wu Dihao was overjoyed, and with a beaming face, he turned to Lu Lingxin. Sister-in-law, I was wrong to have allowed Elder Lu to stay in this ordinary ward. I will have a special care room prepared immediately. Sister-in-law, Lu Lingxin was momentarily taken aback, a strange sensation washing over her at Wu Dihao's words. Qin Wei in the room was equally stunned, feeling that everything happening today was utterly absurd, beyond belief. According to his teacher, Wu Dihao's terminology, did that mean he would have to address Lu Lingxin as Annie? Looking at the young and beautiful Lu Lingxin, Qin Wei felt as though he had swallowed something foul. Meanwhile, Lu Tianli and Lu Hai, father and son, dared not even breathe. The intensive care unit is not merely a privilege afforded by wealth. It requires a distinguished status in Hancheng. Is this young man truly as formidable as he seems? The thought of the threats made by the duo earlier sent a shiver down the spines of Lu Tianli and his father. Chapter 6. Tianqing Jiuzhen, there is no need to transfer to the intensive care unit. After all, old Master Lu will not remain in the hospital much longer. Xiao Chen had no time to concern himself with Lu Tianli and his father. Instead, he intervened to prevent Wu Dihao from preparing the intensive care unit for old Master Lu. However, as soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room turned heavy. It is indeed true. Old Master Lu has little time left, and most half a day to live, making the transfer unnecessary. Wu Dihao sighed and shook his head in response. Beside him, Lu Lingxin's eyes reddened, and she began to wipe away her tears. Why the long faces? What is the matter? Wu Dihao's mouth fell agape, thinking he had misheard. Meanwhile, a flicker of panic flashed in the eyes of Lu Tianli and his father. Xiao Chen, are you not deceiving me? Lu Lingxin, like a drowning person clutching at a final lifeline, gazed at Xiao Chen with hope in her reddened eyes. Fear not, I would never deceive you. Xiao Chen reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. Yet, before he could finish, Qin Wei could not suppress his derisive laughter. 20 years? Huh, teacher. This young man is clearly a fraud, boasting without even a draft. The equipment worth millions in our hospital clearly indicates that old Master Lu's vital signs are nearly non-existent. For him to claim he can live for another 20 years is utterly laughable, after holding his tongue for so long. Qin Wei finally relished the chance to vent his frustration. Could it be that the hospital's equipment is malfunctioning? This time, Wu Dihao surprisingly did not get angry, as his thoughts aligned with Qin Wei's. The hospital's equipment is functioning correctly. Old Master Lu indeed shows no vital signs. Xiao Chen chuckled softly and continued, stating that under normal circumstances, if old Master Lu were to linger for another half-day, it would be troublesome. However, since he was present, old Master Lu would not encounter any issues today, and those who wish to harm him would see their plans thwarted. As he spoke, Xiao Chen cast a meaningful glance at Lu Tianli and his father, who broke into a cold sweat under his gaze. Qin Wei sneered, while Lu Lingxin clenched her fists, resolutely addressing Xiao Chen. You are certain of this? Xiao Chen grinned, revealing 9 golden needles with dragon heads that shimmered in his palm. Go! With a light command, the 9 dragon-headed golden needles transformed into streaks of light, penetrating old Master Lu's body. The onlookers watched in astonishment as the needles danced like ethereal dragons along the veins beneath his exposed skin. Is this the complete Tianqing Jiuzhen? Wu Dihao's expression shifted dramatically as he realized something, and excitement coursed through him as he gestured animatedly. Teacher, what is Tianqing Jiuzhen? Qin Wei, feeling a sudden jolt of fear, hurriedly inquired about his confusion. This is the 6th technique on the Divine Needle ranking, surpassing even my learned Xian Yuan 13 needles. The higher the ranking, the more profound the technique. Do you not find my Xian Yuan 13 needles impressive? Wu Dihao scoffed, as he addressed Qin Wei. Certainly, they are impressive. Although Qin Wei sensed something was amiss in Wu Dihao's words, he could not deny the truth. For Wu Dihao's reputation as a divine physician was built upon the merits of the Xian Yuan 13 needles. However, my Xian Yuan 13 needles barely ranked 10th on the divine needle ranking. Even the 10th ranked technique took me 7 years to master the first 7 forms. Here, Wu Dihao could not help but reflect. Alas, when my master taught me Tianqing Jiuzhen, I spent 3 years mastering merely 2 needles, and no matter how I tried, I could not grasp the 3rd form. In the end, I reluctantly turned to the 10th ranked technique. I never anticipated that my junior brother, so young, could effortlessly wield all 9 needles. This is a testament to the mastery of Tianqing Jiuzhen. Is it truly so miraculous? Qin Wei was left dumbfounded, while Lu Lingxin's eyes shimmered with burgeoning hope. Just then, old Master Lu on the bed began to cough violently. It is working. Goodness, is it truly effective? Wu Dihao exclaimed with fervent excitement, while Qin Wei stared wide-eyed, unable to suppress an expletive. Grandfather, witnessing this scene, Lu Lingxin felt an unprecedented surge of hope welling within her. Everyone stepped back, just as they believed old Master Lu was on the verge of awakening. Xiao Chen suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. What is happening? Xiao Chen, what is going on? The group instinctively retreated, and Lu Lingxin, with a worried expression, inquired. No worries. The culprit behind old Master Lu's affliction will soon reveal itself. This entity is malevolent and sinister. Do not allow it to affect you. Xiao Chen spoke softly. Ha 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 boy. Treat illness as you will, but do not indulge in theatrics. Though aware of Xiao Chen's abilities, Qin Wei could not resist taunting him. Is that so? Xiao Chen retorted, looking at Qin Wei with a cold smile, then raised 2 fingers. Come forth. Suddenly, following the 9 dragon-headed golden needles, 9 streams of dark energy erupted from old Master Lu's mouth. In an instant, the entire ward was engulfed in darkness. The 9 streams coalesced into a massive skull, emanating a sinister aura. Seeing the darkened room, the skull let out several chilling laughs before lunging towards the group. The faces of the onlookers turned pale with terror. Begone! At that moment, Xiao Chen shouted, striking the skull with a forceful palm, sending it spiraling towards Qin Wei. What the heck? This is intentional. That young man is definitely doing this on purpose. Qin Wei cursed Xiao Chen's ancestors in his mind, yet fear overwhelmed him, causing his legs to buckle, and he collapsed onto the floor. Slice! With the purpose of terrifying Qin Wei achieved, Xiao Chen bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall, transforming into a radiant sword light that pierced through the skull. With a wail, the skull disintegrated, and the ward was restored to light. What on earth was that? Wu Dihao was still shaken. If I am not mistaken, some malevolent sorcery from South Asia must have been involved. Before old Master Lu fell ill, he likely wore some so-called protective talisman or amulet. Xiao Chen turned to Lu Lingxin. At that moment, Lu Lingxin's eyes blazed with fury as she turned to Lu Tianli and his father, demanding an explanation. Lu Hai's face drained of color. Panic-stricken, he stammered. It was my father who insisted I present this as a longevity gift to grandfather. Silence. Recovering from his shock, Lu Tianli slapped Lu Hai across the face, his expression fluctuating between anger and remorse as he forced a grim smile. Ha, Lingxin, I heard from a friend that this bone tablet would protect old master from illness and disaster. I never anticipated it would lead to this. We were only acting out of filial piety. Cough, cough. What a display of filial piety. Cough, cough. Just then, old Master Lu on the bed coughed a few more times before slowly opening his eyes, fixing a stern gaze upon Lu Tianli. Father, Lu Tianli's complexion changed as he attempted to justify himself. Get out. However, old Master Lu did not allow Lu Tianli to finish speaking before he scolded again, only to be met with a violent fit of coughing due to his exertion. Lu Lingxin hurriedly stepped forward to offer him water. Witnessing this, Lu Tianli's expression darkened, and he silently exited the ward. You should leave too, you heartless wretch. After drinking, old Master Lu's complexion improved significantly, and he turned his gaze towards Lu Hai. Lu Hai did not resist, covering his face and scurrying after his father. Once both Lu Tianli and his son had left, old Master Lu's demeanor softened, and he struggled to express his gratitude to Xiao Chen. Young friend, although I was unconscious earlier, I could still hear everything that transpired here. The life-saving grace you have shown me will not go unrewarded by the Liu family. There's no need for such formality. It was but a small effort. You have just recovered from serious illness. It would be best for you to rest in bed for a while longer, eat something, and you should be able to leave the hospital by evening. Observing old Master Lu's grateful expression, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of amusement, thinking to himself that there was no need for gratitude, as his granddaughter had already repaid him the previous night. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Old Master Lu nodded repeatedly, gazing at Xiao Chen with admiration, before suddenly pointing at Lu Lingxin and asking, I vaguely heard before I fainted that you and Lingxin are in a romantic relationship. Xiao Chen felt a pang of guilt. He had intentionally avoided mentioning this matter earlier to sidestep potential complications. After all, it was merely a performance to fulfill the old man's last wishes. Now that old Master Lu had recovered, there seemed to be no need to continue the pretense. His eyelids flickered as he thought, could this young heiress be serious about me? I'm already bound by a marriage contract and have a fiancé awaiting my arrival. Chapter 7 Encountering a Divine Doctor. Yes, indeed, old master, I am Lingxin's boyfriend, and we have only recently established our relationship, although Xiao Chen initially intended to clarify matters. Upon witnessing the pleading look in Lu Lingxin's eyes, he ultimately sighed and admitted to it. Old master, please rest well. I will take Lingxin out to get you something to eat. Without waiting for old Master Lu to respond, Xiao Chen quickly devised an excuse to call Lu Lingxin outside. You need not go out to buy anything. I will have the nurse bring it. Wu Dihao hastily offered, but before he could finish, he caught sight of Xiao Chen's fierce glare and immediately changed his tune. Oh, the food in the hospital is hardly palatable. There's a place nearby that sells excellent chicken soup. Junior brother and sister-in-law can go check it out while I keep the old master company. Chicken soup sounds great. Lingxin, let us go. The old master is lying in bed. Surely he must be starving. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. All right. Lu Lingxin understood Xiao Chen's intentions and obediently nodded, preparing to leave with him. Just as they were about to exit, a sudden thud sounded behind them. Qin Wei pays his respects to the little master uncle. I apologize for my earlier rudeness and bow an apology. With that, Qin Wei truly bowed several times. Huh. Your attitude in admitting fault is commendable, but as for the title of master uncle, let's skip that. As he watched them leave the ward, Qin Wei remained perplexed, not grasping Xiao Chen's meaning. Teacher, what does this mean? Qin Wei looked at Wu Dihao with confusion. You think that bowing your head a couple of times will earn you the favor of junior brother? How naive, Wu Dihao said with a haughty demeanor. I, for one, served my master diligently for 6 years before earning his favor. 6 years of service? Qin Wei was left speechless, then clenched his teeth. Now I understand. Wu Dihao was bewildered. What do you understand? Observing the scene before him, old Master Lu could not help but feel astonished, his brows slightly furrowing. At his age, he had witnessed countless storms, and it was evident that there was something amiss between his granddaughter and Xiao Chen. However, such a commendable choice for a grandson-in-law was not one he could easily dismiss. Wu Dihao and Qin Wei held respectable positions, one as the dean and the other as a young director. Yet they treated Xiao Chen with such deference. This could only indicate that he was no ordinary individual. Alas, I shall set aside my pride today and solidify this connection with my granddaughter. With that thought, old Master Lu sighed, internally resolving to act. At the same time, at the hospital entrance, Xiao Chen remarked, My dear, we agreed this was merely a pretense. Why are you taking it so seriously? Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu Lingxin lowered her head and bit her lip in silence. What are you doing? You are not trying to extort me over last night's events, are you? Xiao Chen chuckled in exasperation. Extort you? You arrogant fool, stop being so conceited. I'm only acting this way because my grandfather has just awakened, and I fear he will become upset if he learns the truth. Do you think I have genuinely taken a liking to you? Dream on. Seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Lu Lingxin became irate and huffed angrily at him. However, by the end of her retort, she sighed and looked forlornly at Xiao Chen, saying, My grandfather is my only remaining family in this world. I genuinely fear he may fall ill again if he discovers the truth. Once he regains his health, I will find an opportunity to clarify our relationship. All right? Please help me. Very well. Observing the earnest look on Lu Lingxin's face, Xiao Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, but it cannot extend beyond the end of the month. You must clarify our relationship before the next month arrives. By then, even if you still wish to pretend to be my boyfriend, I may not be so inclined. Seeing Xiao Chen hastily distancing himself from her, Lu Lingxin felt displeased and scoffed. Now that you say that, I feel reassured. Let us go get chicken soup for the old master. At his words, Xiao Chen sighed in relief, gesturing toward the chicken soup restaurant across the street. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Lingxin's phone suddenly rang. I'll take this call. Lu Lingxin pulled out her phone and addressed Xiao Chen. All right, I will go buy the soup. You can wait here. Xiao Chen nodded and walked toward the soup shop. After Xiao Chen left, Lu Lingxin finally answered her phone. The caller ID displayed her cousin. Hello, sis. Lingxin, how is your grandfather? My grandfather should be fine now. I encountered a divine doctor today. That's a relief. I'm sorry, Lingxin. It's my fault you've been caught up in this. The voice on the other end suddenly took on an apologetic tone. Don't say that, sis. It's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that scoundrel from the Chu family. I will never let them succeed. With that, Lu Lingxin sighed. Upon hearing this news, her uncle Lu Tianli and his son began to formulate devious plans. Given that she and her cousin bore a striking resemblance, they intended to substitute her for her cousin and send her to Chu Qingyun's bed in hopes of winning his favor. Naturally, Lu Lingxin would not comply. But with no parents to support her and the entire Lu family silent after her grandfather fell ill, she felt powerless to resist her uncle's decisions. In a fit of rage, she resolved to give her first time to a stranger as revenge against Lu Tianli and his son, which led to her encounter with Xiao Chen the previous night. Lingxin, your uncle and his son want to do anything to you, right? If things get difficult, you can come stay at my place. The voice on the phone expressed concern. No need to trouble yourself, sis. My grandfather has awakened, and I must stay to care for him. Besides, with him here, they wouldn't dare to act against me. By the way, how is your fiancé? Have you seen him? Lu Lingxin suddenly became curious. Let's not get into that. It's a long story. I'll explain when we meet. The tone on the other end was complex. All right then, I want to keep you. I'll hang up now. We'll chat later. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Lingxin hurriedly ended her phone call and approached with curiosity, inquiring, why did you buy 2 portions? This one is for you. You've been toiling in the hospital all morning and likely haven't eaten much, Xiao Chen remarked, playfully handing the chicken soup to Lu Lingxin. As she held the soup, warmth unexpectedly enveloped Lu Lingxin's heart. Despite his irksome words, this man was quite attentive. Meanwhile, at the Qiao family's villa, Xiao Shue's brows furrowed slightly as she stared at the now-ended call, a flicker of confusion crossing her icy features. The last voice she heard on the phone seemed strangely familiar. Shue, what's the matter? In that moment, the elderly Qiao patriarch, who had stepped outside to tend to the flowers, noticed her expression and casually inquired. Grandfather, it's nothing. I was just calling Lingxin to check on her grandfather's condition. And I've heard he has awakened. Xiao Shui replied. Old Lu has woken up? That's splendid. I must find time to visit him. Thankfully, the city center hospital has Dr. Wu overseeing things. Otherwise, old Lu might have faced dire consequences. Xiao Wenxing sighed. City center hospital? Xiao Shui was taken aback. Could be such a coincidence? In the hospital, within the ward, grandfather, let me feed you some soup. Lu Lingxin exclaimed. This woman was indeed quite filial. Observing her bustling about, Xiao Chen silently mused. Before long, after consuming half a bowl of chicken soup, old Lu's complexion had noticeably improved. He turned to Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, are you from Hansheng? What do you do for a living? No. I'm here to take care of some matters and have just arrived a few days ago. I haven't had the chance to look for a job yet. Xiao Chen felt somewhat awkward, sensing that the old man was beginning to interrogate him. I see. After hearing Xiao Chen's response, old Lu's conviction deepened. He was likely trying to deceive him. With this realization, a glimmer of cunning flashed in old Lu's eyes as he chuckled. Where are you renting? If it's far, I'll have Lingxin arrange transportation for you. No need. Grandfather, I'm staying at a hotel and haven't found a place yet. Xiao Chen hurriedly declined. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxin, sipping her soup, did not think much of the scene, but rather felt that her grandfather genuinely believed in her relationship with Xiao Chen. As old Lu spoke, he coughed a few times, clutching his chest. At that moment, Lu Lingxin, caught off guard, sprayed her soup and hastily exclaimed, Grandfather, this is too soon. Xiao Chen was equally startled. Marriage? What ist? However, Lu Lingxin was indeed a filial daughter and quite beautiful. If not for his prior engagement, marrying her would not be a loss. Yet something felt off. Hadn't he healed the old man's ailments? Why was he still coughing, showing no signs of discomfort? There's no rush. You two are clearly in love. I am quite pleased with Xiao Chen as my granddaughter's partner. It's settled. The 15th of next month is an auspicious day. We shall hold your engagement banquet then, and I'll take care of the arrangements. Old Lu took a breath and continued. What? This old man is not playing by the rules. Xiao Chen was stunned. Lu Lingxin, on the other hand, was sweating profusely, anxiously unsure of how to respond, casting a pleading glance at Xiao Chen. He could only shake his head in a wry smile, indicating he was equally perplexed. Grandfather, I and Xiao Chen actually. Lu Lingxin was on the verge of tears, but realizing the situation could not be salvaged, she decided to confess their charade, fearing otherwise things would spiral out of control. However, before she could finish her sentence, old Lu suddenly coughed violently, turning red in the face. I and Xiao Chen actually intended to get our marriage certificate long ago. Seeing the old man's distress, Lu Lingxin panicked and quickly altered her words. Xiao Chen was left dumbfounded, wide-eyed at Lu Lingxin's bold statement. What nonsense is she spouting? He thought. Splendid. Is what Lingxin said true? You two aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Old Lu's words left Xiao Chen cornered. Should he deny it? Lu Lingxin would surely lash out at him. If he had no connection to Lu Lingxin, he'd simply walk away, but last night he had taken her innocence. What a tangled situation. Ha ha ha, grandfather, how could that be? Lingxin's words are, entirely true. Seeing Lu Lingxin's pitiful demeanor, Xiao Chen's heart softened, and he could only force a laugh, nodding stiffly. Excellent, excellent. With that, old Lu yanked out the 4-needle from his hand, sprang out of bed with surprising agility, and grasped both their arms, pulling them toward the door. Witnessing the old man's sudden vigor, Xiao Chen's mouth fell open. Just moments ago, he claimed he had little time left, yet now he moved with such agility? Xiao Chen was no fool. He quickly realized he had fallen into the old man's trap. Dad, what do we do now? The old codger has woken up, and it won't be easy to manipulate Lu Lingxin anymore. Meanwhile, at a club, Lu Tianli and his son Lu Hai were indulging in a massage service. Lu Hai, rubbing his swollen cheek, wore a look of resentment. I don't believe the old man can keep watch over her 24 hours a day. As long as we find an opportunity, we can deliver her to young Master Chu's bed, and he will surely be grateful. Lu Tianli, on the other hand, appeared grim, his gaze icy. Indeed, as long as we fulfill young Master Chu's demands, our Lu family will soar to great heights with his assistance. What a splendid opportunity. That foolish woman, Lu Lingxin, fails to appreciate it. What is wrong with spending a night with young Master Chu? Due to his missing teeth. Lu Hai's speech was somewhat muffled, but he seemed to recall something, grinning as he looked at Lu Tianli. Dad, young Master Chu initially desired Xiao Shui. If we deliver both sisters to him, how do you think he will reward us? Upon hearing his son's suggestion, Lu Tianli paused momentarily before his face flushed, breathing heavily as he clenched his fists and declared, Good idea, as expected of my son. If we can indeed send both Xiao Shui and Lu Lingxin to young Master Chu, we shall not worry about prosperity. Lu Hai, with a serious expression, voiced his concerns. What is there to worry about? Once we succeed, we will have the Chu family backing us. In front of the Chu family, the Qiao family is nothing. I doubt that old Coot Qiao Wenxing will dare to retaliate against us with the Chu family as protection. A glint of malice flickered in Lu Tianli's eyes. Indeed, the old fox is still cunning. You truly think ahead, Dad. Lu Hai, realizing the wisdom in his father's words, showered him with praise. Hearing his son's flattery, Lu Tianli's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he coldly unveiled his plan. Now we simply need to wait. When the sisters are together, we will seize the opportunity to deliver them to young Master Chu. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin, the plans of Lu Tianli and Lu Hai were set in motion. In the afternoon, under old Lu's strong insistence, Xiao Chen accompanied Lu Lingxin to the Lu family villa in the southern suburbs. Though the Lu family's villa was also a standalone house with a garden, its environment was evidently inferior compared to the villa district where the Qiao family resided. Lingxin, please help Xiao Chen familiarize himself with the room and place his luggage in your quarters. As soon as they arrived home, old Master Lu, fearing that Xiao Chen might flee, hurriedly instructed, Grandpa, isn't this inappropriate? Although we are in a romantic relationship, we are not formally wed yet. Sharing a living space seems rather improper, doesn't it? Ling Xin felt a surge of anxiety. Was she truly expected to cohabitate with this individual? The thought of last night's fervor and a lingering soreness in her thighs filled her with trepidation. This rogue was as reckless as a bull, showing no regard for her delicacy. If they were to live together for a few days, she feared she would be utterly exhausted. Moreover, judging by her grandfather's demeanor, even if this scoundrel were to overstep his boundaries, old Master Lu would likely only rejoice. Who would she turn to for justice then? In desperation, Ling Xian glanced at Xiao Chen for assistance. Ahem, old master. Ling Xian makes a valid point. Isn't this a bit hasty? Xiao Chen awkwardly coughed. Hasty? Not at all. In today's open society, isn't it common for young people to date like this? Besides, you can live together for now. And when the time comes, you can simply obtain a marriage certificate. Ideally, you should conceive this month. Old Master Lu chuckled, already envisioning the joy of holding his great-grandchild. Grandpa, what are you saying? That is absolutely unacceptable. I 1T agree. Ling Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. What? Xiao Chen was taken aback. It seemed old Master Lu was determined to solidify their relationship. Was it really necessary? Xiao Chen was perplexed. Despite having some talents, he was merely a country bumpkin. Why was old Master Lu so resolute in his affection for him? Not agree. Ling Xian, do you wish to give your grandfather a heart attack? Hearing Ling Xian's words, old Master Lu's expression darkened, and he began clutching his chest and calling out. Xiao Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this display, watching the farce unfold with amusement. Such poor acting could only fool Ling Xian. Ah, Grandpa, what's wrong? Ling Xian immediately panicked, then stomped her foot in frustration and directed her anger at Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen agrees, then I have no objections. Is that all right? With that, she shot Xiao Chen a warning glance, clearly indicating she wanted him to refuse, thus providing her an excuse to back down. Xiao Chen, if even Ling Xian is not bothered, you certainly shouldn't be, right? Old Master Lu turned to Xiao Chen. Damn, Xiao Chen cursed inwardly. This old man was quite cunning. Rationality told him he shouldn't agree, as it would only complicate matters between him and Ling Xian. Yet, seeing the warning look in Ling Xian's eyes ignited his stubbornness. What's this? I came to help, not to take the blame. And as the saying goes, one can only take the blame once or many times. I cannot indulge this young lady. Grandpa, I have no objections. I was merely concerned about how it might reflect on Ling Xian's reputation. Since she is fine with it, I have no reservations. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, then spoke. Ling Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her fierce gaze seemingly ready to devour him. All right, as long as you're fine with it. I'm tired now, I'll rest. You and Ling Xian should get acquainted with the surroundings. Rest assured, our house has excellent sound insulation. This time, old Master Lu was genuinely fatigued from his prolonged illness. Once he left, only Xiao Chen and Ling Xian remained in the living room. Xiao Chen felt a bit sheepish under Ling Xian's fiery glare. You rogue, come upstairs with me. Ling Xian clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she huffed, then turned and ascended the stairs. Oh, Xiao Chen had no choice but to follow. Ling Xian's bedroom was on the third floor, in the brightest spot of the house. The room was adorned in soft shades of light blue, pale pink, and warm white, exuding an air of elegance and freshness. The wardrobe beside the bed had sliding doors, which Ling Xian must have forgotten to close after changing, revealing neatly arranged intimate garments. Xiao Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Pervert, don't look. Ling Xian's face turned as red as an apple as she rushed to shut the wardrobe door. Don't be so stingy. Xiao Chen sighed, feeling unsatisfied. You shameless. Ling Xian gritted her teeth, her frustration evident. Why didn't you refuse, Grandpa? If you had, I could have found an excuse to get another room. Grandpa was agitated. If I had refused, what if he had a relapse? We're merely acting to please him, right? Or should I go clarify things with Grandpa now? Xiao Chen opened his mouth, knowing Ling Xian lacked medical knowledge. Forget it. I've already lost my dignity to you, you scoundrel. Ling Xian pouted, feeling unjustly treated. Ahem. In that case, do I have another chance to work hard tonight? This morning's arrangement still stands. Xiao Chen tentatively inquired. What arrangement? Ling Xian's large, watery eyes reflected confusion. Xiao Chen held up 5 fingers, 5 times. You're incorrigible. Get lost. Ling Xian's already flushed cheeks deepened in color as she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Xiao Chen. Hey, if we're to discuss it strictly, I was the victim in yesterday's events. I could accuse you of assault. Xiao Chen dodged the pillow, exasperated. Ling Xian felt wronged. Struggling to find a retort, her eyes misting over as she crouched down, burying her face in her arms and quietly sobbing. Chapter 10. You must learn to cherish tenderness. What's wrong? Please don't cry. Xiao Chen, fearless in many respects, was particularly sensitive to a woman's tears. He felt a wave of panic upon seeing Ling Xian in such distress. Xiao Chen, please, let us not speak of last night again. Ling Xian looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls, her red-rimmed eyes filled with pleading. Witnessing her plight, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow in silence. I didn't want this either. I feel so tainted now. I want to be able to marry anyone. Xiao Chen, you're a scoundrel. Ling Xian sobbed, wiping her tears, her breath hitching. Observing her, coupled with Ling Xian's previous awkwardness, Xiao Chen began to understand. Last night's actions likely stemmed from her own struggles. After all, what girl would willingly surrender her purity to a stranger unless compelled? The indifferent facade she had put on afterward was merely a last vestige of her stubbornness. Previously, due to her grandfather's illness, Ling Xian had focused solely on his health. Now that he had recovered, the tension within her had transformed into a torrent of grievances and pain that erupted uncontrollably. All right, stop crying. Xiao Chen sighed, glancing around before wrapping a blanket from Ling Xian's bed and placing it on the balcony. What are you planning to do? Ling, with tears in her eyes, lifted her head. Although she felt wronged, she could not help but feel curious about Xiao Chen's actions. I will sleep on the balcony, don't worry. We will each sleep separately at night, and I won't touch a single hair on you. Yidanast, ha, and smiled faintly. Huh, how can you sleep on the balcony? Lingx expressed her concern. Why don't you sleep on the floor? And I'll go fetch a couple more blankets? It's nothing. When I was on the mountain, during the coldest winter, my master would hang me from a tree to spend the night. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Hung from a tree? Won't you freeze to death? Were you practicing some sort of skill? Lingx's curiosity was completely piqued. Practice? That old man was peeping at a widow while she bathed. And when I caught him, he sought revenge on me. Xiao Chen said resentfully. Lingx could not help but laugh out loud. You laughed? Xiao Chen chuckled, then adopted a serious expression. Actually, if you're willing, I can help you fix that thing of yours. Although I cannot guarantee it will be exactly the same as the original, your future husband will definitely not notice. Huh? Lingx was initially bewildered, but upon realization, her pretty face turned crimson to the roots of her neck, and she retorted, Humph, you pervert. Cough. Haven't you already beaten him? Lingx rolled her eyes and continued. Don't worry, the two of them have their own house outside, and won't come here often. Oh, that's good. If I were to go too hard and incapacitate them, wouldn't your elf family be left without heirs? Xiao sighed in relief and teased. That wouldn't happen. After all, my uncle isn't actually my grandfather's biological son. My grandfather's comrade in arms is my uncle's real father. He sacrificed his life during a mission. My uncle's biological mother was unwell and passed away shortly after giving birth. Since they had no relatives, the only option for my uncle was an orphanage. My grandfather couldn't bear it and adopted him. At this point, Lingx sighed and continued, my uncle wasn't like this before. It was only after he learned about his background that he felt my grandfather didn't truly care for him, which is why his temperament gradually changed. No wonder. Xiao Chen understood, realizing that every family has its share of troubles. However, he had no intention of getting involved in such matters. He had already accepted the idea of living in the L family's villa. Just then, Lingx wiped her reddened eyes and said, let us go down. If we stay in the room too long, Grandpa will definitely misunderstand. All right, but you'd better wash your face, otherwise. The old man will think I did something to you. Seeing Lingx like this, Xiao Chen kindly reminded her. Lingx nodded and went to the bathroom. Xiao Chen then opened the door and stepped out first. Upon exiting, he was stunned. What the heck? Old man, didn't you go to rest? What are you doing here? Lao's face flushed, and he hurriedly took out a wooden box from behind him. I came to get the chess pieces. I'll be down shortly. You two don't need to mind me. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Lingx felt a bit guilty, fearing that he had overheard her conversation with Xiao Chen. I came to get the chess pieces. Lingx, go ask Lu M to prepare dinner. Xiao Chen, care to play a couple of games with me? Lao's cast a meaningful glance at Lingx slightly reddened eyes, then spoke to Xiao Chen. Sure, no problem. Xiao Chen thought little of it. When he was on the mountain, his master would often take him to play chess to relieve boredom. It was a good way to pass the time. All right, Grandpa, I'll head down now. LLNGX nodded and went downstairs. Xiao Chen followed L. Lao's to the study on the second floor, where L. Lao's cheerfully poured Xiao in a cup of tea and said, Xiao Chen, you're in good health. Take care of my precious granddaughter, don't wear her out. Puffed. The tea that Xiao Chen had just sipped shot out of his mouth. Oh no, this is a serious misunderstanding. The old man can't possibly think that LLNGXN was crying because of me. Old man, don't misunderstand. I was just chatting with LNGXN. Yedenast Oha and Horidi explained. Hey, there is no need to be embarrassed, young man. At my age, I understand everything. I heard you two chatting so intensely that you could hardly catch your breath. Now let's get to the chess. LBNGN chuckled lightly as he began to set up the chessboard. Xiao was speechless but didn't bother to clarify further. Let the old man think what he wanted. The two played chess until evening. And it was only when LLNGXN came to call them for dinner that L. Lao sighed and shook his head. I'm getting old. My chess skills have declined significantly. LLNGXN was somewhat surprised, as she was well aware of her grandfather's chess prowess. As for Xiao, he merely smiled and said nothing. Had it not been for his deliberate leniency during the game with L. Lao's skills, it would be impossible for an average person to win against him. By this time, Xiao was also feeling hungry, and at the dinner table, he ate heartily without hesitation. Watching Xiao's appetite, L. Lao's nodded repeatedly, increasingly fond of him, and asked Xiao, since you just arrived in HNCHing, do you have any plans for work? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll see first. Xiao pondered briefly before replying. If you don't find anything suitable, you could help LNGX and manage her stores. She has several chain cosmetic shops in the city and can't handle it all by herself. L. Lao said with a smile. Several stores? That's impressive. Xiao looked at LLNGXN, realizing why she had initially given him 100,000. All the goods are supplied by my cousin S company. Without her help, I wouldn't have been able to start. LLNGXN explained, then turned to L. Lao's. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about Xiao. You know his medical skills. Right. I'm getting forgetful. How could I overlook that? LBNGN slapped his forehead, having indeed forgotten about Xiao's medical knowledge. Xiao thought for a moment, but did not pay much attention to LLNGX's mention of her cousin. That works too. I won't delay you any longer. Get some rest early tonight. As he spoke, L. Lao shot Xiao in a knowing glance. All right, Grandpa. If you feel unwell tonight, be sure to tell me, and LLNGXN, unaware of any oddity, obediently nodded. The next morning, Xiao slowly opened his eyes on the balcony. The latter half of the night to early morning was when the spiritual energy in the world was most abundant, the best time for cultivation. However, the spiritual energy in the city was still far inferior compared to that in the mountains. Feeling the state of his internal meridians, Xiao frowned. There are 6 major realms in cultivation: body refinement, chi training, foundation establishment, spirit transformation, void return, and harmony with the Tao, with 3 minor realms within each major realm. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, breaking through even a minor realm is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Many cultivators spend their entire lives stuck at the foundational body refinement stage, unable to reach the threshold of chi training. Only upon achieving chi training can one be considered to have truly entered the path of cultivation. Since Xiao became the disciple of the old man, his cultivation speed astonished even him. According to the old man's estimations, Xiao was very likely to enter the foundation establishment realm before the age of 20. True to expectations, he reached the peak of chi training 3 years ago, yet since then his cultivation had made no further progress. After examining him thoroughly, the old man solemnly stated that his meridians were incomplete, which was the reason he could not break through to the next realm. As for the specific reasons behind the incomplete meridians, even the old man himself could not articulate them clearly. He could only speculate that it might be related to Xiao's background. Did you really spend the entire night on the balcony? Inside the room, LLNGXN gazed curiously at Xiao, who was meditating on the balcony. What do you think? Could there be any deception in that? After having breakfast, LNGX and handed a mobile phone to Xiao Chen. This is one I used before, but it is still functional. I bought it last year and have used it for less than a year. The SIM card is from another phone I seldom use. You can make do with this for now. Otherwise, it will be difficult to find you when you go out. All right, as long as it can make and receive calls. Xiao Chen had modest expectations for the phone, and given the inconvenience of not having a mobile device in the city, he accepted it without hesitation. Where are you planning to go today? I can give you a ride. Thank you. Just drop me off at the nearest herbal market. I need to purchase some herbs to help the old man with his health. Xiao Chen replied after pondering. Great. The herbal trading market in the southern suburbs of HNCH is over 30 kilometers away from the L family villa, although it is referred to as a market. It is merely a street a few hundred meters long lined with herb shops. In addition to the herbal stores, there are many herbal gatherers selling their wares by the roadside, creating a somewhat crowded and chaotic scene. However, Xiao Chen did not expect to find any exceptional herbs in such a place. After all, it was merely for health management. And as long as the herbs were effective for an ordinary person, that would suffice. After dropping Xiao Chen off at the entrance of the herbal market, LNGX and drove to her store. Handsome, are you here to buy herbs? Come and take a look at what I have. They're all good quality. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a vendor selling herbs noticed Xiao Chen and eagerly beckoned him over. Xiao Chen took a look at the herbs, which were standard but overpriced. After glancing around, he shook his head and walked away. He then approached another larger stall, where an elderly man in a Tang suit was carefully selecting herbs. Boss, I want all the Angelica and processed Wu. The old man said, a satisfied expression on his face after making his selections. Wait, Yedenast, Oha, and suddenly interjected. Young man, I've already chosen these two herbs. Perhaps you should check out other stalls. The elderly man, believing Xiao Chen was trying to snatch his herbs, remained calm and simply smiled at him. His every gesture displayed good manners, making Xiao Chen feel quite comfortable. Xiao Chen did not conceal his suspicions and directly voiced them. What? Are you suggesting that the herbs my grandfather selected are counterfeit? That is impossible. Do you know who my grandfather is? Before the elderly man could respond, a girl in a short skirt with a ponytail stepped forward and huffed. Judging by her age, she appeared to be merely 17 or 18, exuding an aura of youthfulness. Do not be rude. The elderly man admonished the girl before turning to Xiao Chen and continuing. I have practiced medicine for many years. I can discern the authenticity of herbs. You claim that the herbs I selected are fake. Do you have any evidence to support that? Exactly, boy. On what grounds do you assert that the herbs I sell are counterfeit? If you cannot provide evidence, do you dare to face a defamation charge? The middle-aged vendor said darkly to Xiao Chen. With the vendor's outburst, a crowd quickly gathered to watch the spectacle. This old gentleman looks remarkably familiar, doesn't he? Oh, indeed. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but he does seem somewhat recognizable. Wait, I remember now. He is Li Yingming, one of the 4 great doctors of HNCH. I often see him on the Health Channel on television. Wow, it really is Dr. Li. He is indeed one of the genuine 4 great doctors. Brother, are the 4 great doctors really that impressive? I don't understand. Could you enlighten me, so I can show off on social media later? You don't know the 4 great doctors? You must know WDHU, the director of the city center hospital, known as the King of Ghost Hands, right? Impressive, isn't it? But compared to this gentleman, he is on an entirely different level. I don't know about the King of Ghost Hands, but if you say this old man is even more formidable than the hospital director, then I understand just how exceptional he is. Wow, truly remarkable. I must post about this. Listening to the crowd's chatter, the vendor's expression suddenly changed, revealing a hint of panic. He seemingly had not anticipated that the elderly gentleman before him was one of the 4 great doctors of HNCH. The change in the middle-aged vendor's demeanor did not escape Xiao Chen's eye. He cast a knowing glance at the vendor and coldly remarked, if you are not guilty of defamation, then empty these 2 bags of herbs, and we shall see. Chapter 12. A minor error leads to major consequences. Boy, these 2 bags of herbs each weigh over 100 gene. If I empty them out, the medicinal properties will be lost. Are you going to compensate me for that? The middle-aged vendor spat at Xiao Chen, though his tone lacked conviction. Then, as if struck by an idea, the vendor's eyes glinted with cunning as he flattered Li Yingming, saying, Master Li, You are a renowned physician. Surely you can tell whether these basic herbs are genuine or not. Do not heed this boy's words. It would be a laughingstock if there were an issue with the herbs and it tarnished your esteemed reputation as a doctor. Upon hearing this, Li Yngm Ng's expression darkened. He was well aware of the vendor's ulterior motives. The implication was clear. If the herbs were indeed problematic, it would suggest that he, as one of the four great doctors, lacked even the most fundamental ability to discern the quality of herbs. Such a revelation would severely tarnish his reputation. Xiao Chen had also grasped this point, and his expression turned playful as he observed Li Yngm. Curious to see whether this so-called doctor would prioritize his reputation in the face of fame and fortune or adhere to his medical principles and risk being silent. If he cannot even admit to this minor error, then it seems that Li Yngm has nearly lost sight of his original intent in practicing medicine. His skills will likely stagnate for the rest of his life without any significant improvement. The onlookers were not naive. They widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. LNLN, pour out these 2 bags of herbs. After a moment's hesitation, Li Yngm finally spoke, and at that moment, the middle-aged vendor's face turned ashen. Seeing the vendor's pallor shift, Li Yngm felt a heavy weight in his heart. If the herbs are fine, I will compensate you double. However, if there is an issue, Li Yngm snorted coldly, already realizing that there was a high probability that these herbs were indeed problematic. The vendor's reaction had revealed everything. The old man is quite an upright individual. I admire him. Observing Li Yngm's decision, a hint of appreciation crept into Xiao Chen's voice. When he witnessed the girl named LNL and effortlessly lift the bag of herbs and pour over 100 gene of them onto the ground, he could not help but feel astonished. This vibrant young girl was indeed a martial artist. Moreover, she was at least a practitioner of the Ningjin stage. The 3 minor realms of the body refinement stage include bone forging, Ningjin, and postnatal. At 17 or 18 years of age, reaching the Ningjin stage is already considered quite impressive in the mundane world, and she even holds the potential to achieve the postnatal realm before turning 30. It is worth noting that postnatal martial artists are already quite rare in the secular world. Should she manage to break through to the prenatal stage, she would enter the first minor realm of the qi cultivation stage, the Xiantian realm. The difference between postnatal and Xiantian may seem trivial, but there exists a fundamental distinction between the two. Upon reaching the Xiantian realm, one truly touches the threshold of cultivation, generating true qi within their body, thereby overpowering postnatal martial artists with ease. However, those who can transcend from the realm of Hotian to the realm of Xiantian are indeed a rarity, akin to a needle in a haystack. This not only demands an exceptionally high level of talent, but also requires substantial resources for cultivation. Some modest families in the secular world exhaust their entire lineage of strength, yet still fail to nurture a single Xiantian realm warrior. Even when surveying the entirety of Han Cheng, it is unlikely to find even 10 warriors who have achieved the Xiantian realm. Therefore, within the secular world, those who have reached the Ningjin stage are already considered the backbone of society. The young girl before me, possessing such cultivation at such a tender age, clearly hails from an extraordinary background. As Xiao Chen contemplated these thoughts, the girl named Lan Lan had already spilled 2 bags of medicinal herbs onto the ground. The elder known as Lu Yongming began to furrow his brow, searching for the root of the problem with the herbs. As a few minutes passed, Lu Yongming's expression suddenly darkened. After all, the 2 bags of herbs weighed over 200 gene, and being dried, they resembled a small mountain when spilled on the ground. Attempting to identify the problematic herbs within was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yongming had grabbed several handfuls of herbs without discovering any issues, leaving him in a state of quandary. Yet, the middle-aged vendor's earlier reaction clearly indicated that these herbs were problematic. Luciani, what do you say? I warned you not to trust this dubious fellow. My herbs are undoubtedly fine, and you just mentioned a double compensation. Upon seeing Lu Yongming unable to pinpoint any problems, the vendor's initial panic noticeably faded, replaced by a smug gleam in his eyes as he spoke sarcastically to Lu Yongming. If there truly are no issues, I will naturally keep my word and compensate you double. Faced with the vendor's insufferable demeanor, even Lu Yongming, with his vast tolerance, felt his patience wearing thin. Grandfather, could it be that this scoundrel is intentionally toying with us? Should I teach him a lesson? The girl named Lan Lan huffed in dissatisfaction. cracking her knuckles as she looked at Xiao Chen. "Little beauty, you are no match for me. Be careful lest I strike you." Xiao Chen chuckled at her words, playfully waving his hand beneath her short skirt, implying he would indeed strike her. You vile scoundrel, do you dare provoke me?" The girl, unable to endure such provocation, clenched her teeth and was ready to act, but was halted by Lu Yongming. Lan, mind your words. What kind of behavior is this for a young lady?" Lu Yongming admonished, then turned to Xiao Chen and clasped his hands, saying, "Upon examining these herbs, I find no issues with their properties or moisture levels. I wonder if you could enlighten me on the basis for your previous claims of adulteration? Indeed, if you cannot identify any problems, not only will you owe for the herbs, but I shall also ensure you receive a thorough lesson," the girl declared angrily. "Indeed, I intend to accuse this lad of defamation. If my modest business suffers damage to its reputation, no one will dare to trade with me." The middle-aged vendor chimed in, fanning the flames of the situation with a sneer. "Very well, I shall shatter your hopes." Xiao Chen mockingly glanced at the middle-aged vendor, then approached the mound of dangue and plunged his hand deep into the pile, retrieving a handful and presenting it to Lu Yongming. "Pray do not keep me in suspense. This appears indistinguishable." Lu Yongming responded with a wry smile, beginning to doubt whether the young man before him was merely playing a trick. "Old sir, these dangue are dried and sliced, and given the large quantity, it is only natural that you might not discern the difference immediately. After all, the vendor is quite clever, and the adulteration is minimal." As he spoke, Xiao Chen flicked his wrist, pinching out a few slices of herbs that were slightly darker in color and placing them in Lu Yongming's palm, smiling gently. "Old sir, do take a whiff." "Very well." Lu Yongming examined the herbs, tearing them in half, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Is this du hua?" Du hua is also a type of traditional Chinese medicinal herb, which, when sliced and dried, closely resembles dangue, yet is priced significantly lower. Hence, many herb vendors mix du hua into dangue and sell it at inflated prices. "Indeed, old sir, your discerning eye is commendable," Xiao Chen replied with a soft chuckle, then spoke nonchalantly. "Though the proportion of du hua mixed within these dangue is not high. Consider this. If one day, while practicing your craft, you unknowingly utilized du hua instead of dangue, what fate would await you? In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, a minor error can lead to grave consequences. At that moment, your decades of reputation could be irreparably tarnished." Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Lu Yongming's face turned grim, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged vendor turned ashen and collapsed onto the ground in despair. Chapter 13. Unrecognizable gold inlaid with jade. Lu Yongming's expression was so grim it could wring water. He approached the bag of Zhisho Wu, grabbed a few handfuls, and brought them to his nose for a sniff, ultimately selecting a piece to chew. "Is this sweet potato cubes?" After tasting it, Lu Yongming furiously hurled the piece of Zhisho Wu at the vendor's face, exclaiming, "Having practiced medicine for many years, I never expected to be deceived by such a lowly trick. Adulterating medicinal herbs is tantamount to indirectly endangering lives. For the sake of a few paltry coins, how could you commit such a morally reprehensible act? Utterly despicable. I was wrong. I had no idea you were Lu Shini. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, I would not dare to deceive you." The middle-aged vendor, now pallid, pleaded for mercy with a mournful expression. "So your implication is that you could freely deceive others?" Lu Yongming's face turned ashen as he coldly retorted, "The thing I detest most is those who sell counterfeit medicinal herbs. I shall call the Drug Administration office immediately. The market for herbs in Hansheng shall not harbor such morally bankrupt traders." With that, Lu Yongming took out his phone and made a call. The middle-aged vendor hung his head, unable to utter a word. Soon, several individuals in uniforms arrived in a vehicle, briefly assessed the situation, and took the vendor along with the adulterated herbs. The surrounding vendors fell silent at the sight, with several guilty ones hastily packing up their stalls and leaving in disgrace. "I thank you greatly, young friend. It was my carelessness that nearly led to grave error." Lu Yongming sighed, expressing heartfelt gratitude as he clasped his hands toward Xiao Chen. The girl named Lan was somewhat unconvinced. "The little beauty speaks truly. I believe with Lu Shini's medical skills, he would surely identify any issues with the herbs. What worries me is if the one dispensing the herbs is not Lu Shini. some young apprentices may not be able to discern the authenticity of the herbs. Xiao Chen, unperturbed, saw the girl's discontent and merely smiled gently, explaining, "Indeed, you possess a valid point. Even the most meticulous can occasionally overlook something." Lu Yongming nodded in agreement. "Oomph. You speak so grandly. I see you are merely an apprentice." The girl huffed lightly. "I did serve as an apprentice in my youth, but I can now barely be considered a healer." "Oh, you too walk the path of medicine. May I inquire who your mentor is?" Lu Yongming's interest was piqued at this revelation, and he could not suppress his desire to nurture talent. A mere mountain village rustic, best left unmentioned, Xiao Chen chuckled, remembering the elder's warning not to reveal his name, lest he attract endless peril. "Since you are reluctant to share, I shall not pry. Here is my contact information. Should you have time in the future, feel free to visit my Jishir Hall for discussions on medical arts." With that, Lu Yongming produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chen, clearly indicating his intention to mentor the younger generation. Lu Yongming believed that upon receiving his card, the young man would be overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of appreciation in his eyes. However, Xiao Chen's expression remained largely unchanged. "I have matters to attend to. I shall not trouble you further. Farewell." After completing all these proceedings, Xiao Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. "Grandfather, that insufferable fellow, how arrogant he is. Countless individuals within the medical realm of Huaxia have been queuing up for the chance to engage with you. Yet he dismisses it with merely a thank you. Such a lack of appreciation." The young girl exclaimed indignantly. Life has its own arrangements. If this young man truly lacks discernment, it can only be said that he is devoid of such fortune. Lu Yongming chuckled lightly, unfazed. After all, handing a business card to Xiao Chen was merely a spontaneous act of kindness, a gesture to support a budding talent. Of course, if Xiao Chen fails to cherish this opportunity, he stands to lose nothing. Little did Lu Yongming know that at that very moment, Xiao Chen harbored similar thoughts. The prospect of exchanging medical knowledge with him was a stroke of luck for Lu Yongming. After bidding farewell to Lu Yongming, Xiao Chen ventured into the herbal market. He meandered through the stalls, carefully selecting and purchasing a variety of medicinal herbs deemed beneficial for bodily regulation. By the time he completed his round, it was nearing noon. Just as he prepared to exit in search of a meal, a commotion erupted from the entrance of a nearby pharmacy. "You filthy bumpkin, demanding 30,000 for a worthless herb? Have you lost your mind? Get out." A sharp, scornful voice rang out, followed by a resounding thud. "Ouch! Why are you hitting me?" Xiao Chen turned towards the sound, spotting a plainly dressed rural man being shoved out of the pharmacy. The man, frail in stature, fell to the ground upon being thrust out, yet clutched a wooden box tightly in his arms. "Hit me? Do you dare to smash my herbs and feed them to the chickens?" With a scowl, the pharmacy owner, sporting a pointed mustache and a face full of disdain, stepped out and approached the fallen man, kicking the wooden box from his grasp. "My herbs! My herbs!" The rural man protested, feeling aggrieved. "You don't want to buy my herbs, but why bully me so? What's wrong with bullying you? I'm targeting deceitful scoundrels like you." The pharmacy owner shouted, turning to the onlookers. "Everyone, take a good look. This wretched root is demanding 30,000. Shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Do you think we run a charity here? Our money doesn't come from thin air. What kind of herb is this? After years in the business, I can't even tell what it is. Could be ginseng? Ha, a root the size of a daikon? My heavens, even dried Korean ginseng isn't that big." A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd, with many mocking and jeering at the rural man. Hearing the crowd's derision, the rural man felt lost and his face flushed red, for he did not truly understand the worth of the herb. He had only heard his late father mention its potential value. The remarks from those in the herbal business began to shake his confidence. Could it be that his father had deceived him? "Uncle, where did you obtain this herb?" "I'll buy it for 30,000. At that moment, a voice cut through the noise, and the crowd fell silent. "What? Did I hear correctly? Someone actually wants to buy it?" After a brief pause, the crowd erupted once more, turning to see who would be foolish enough to spend 30,000 on such a thing. Upon realizing it was Xiao Chen, the crowd reveled in schadenfreude. "Uncle, is your herb still for sale?" Amidst the reactions around him, Xiao Chen paid no mind, walking directly to the rural man and helping him to his feet. Young man, are you truly interested in buying? They all say it's worthless. Wouldn't you be a loss?" The rural man hesitated, torn between joy at the prospect of selling his herb and concern that it might indeed be worthless, thus deceiving Xiao Chen. The young man's attire and demeanor did not suggest wealth. and the rural man felt reluctant to take advantage of him. Huh, did you see that, everyone? Even he doesn't know what it is, yet dares to ask 30,000? Truly desperate for money. The pharmacy owner mocked, inciting laughter from the crowd. Rest assured, uncle, I genuinely wish to purchase your herb. However, could you share its origin with me? Xiao Chen inquired, casting a displeased glance at the pharmacy owner. Zhao Ligui began to explain, feeling wronged. Hearing his words, the expressions of the onlookers and the pharmacy owner shifted. Could this truly be a treasure? I remember now. This young man was the one who helped physician Liu identify counterfeit herbs, wasn't he? A voice from the crowd recognized Xiao Chen. Indeed, it seems so. Others chimed in, recalling the incident. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as realization dawned upon the crowd. If this young man possessed the acumen to assist physician Liu, it indicated he was not ignorant. Yet now, he was willing to pay 30,000 for this herb. The crowd, seasoned in business, began to ponder the implications. According to Zhao Ligui, this herb could fetch 30,000 decades ago, a considerable sum at that time. If it were genuinely valuable, what might it be worth today? Perhaps even 300,000. This herb is mine. Do you wish to contest that? Xiao Chen shot a cold glance at the pharmacy owner. Have you paid? If you haven't, then there is no transaction. Besides, this rural man approached me first. What business do you have here? The pharmacy owner retorted, his expression darkening. Money, you say? That is easily arranged. Xiao Chen unzipped his bag, revealing a substantial bundle of cash, precisely the 100,000 previously given by Lu Lingxin. Uncle, this is 100,000. It's all I possess. To be candid, this herb is called Lingshu Amu and is over 350 years old. Its true value far exceeds 100,000. Thus, the decision to sell rests with you. As a gesture of goodwill, I can promise to help your daughter avert a calamity in the future, considering that Zhao Ligui was selling the herb to cover his daughter's tuition. Xiao Chen felt a twinge of compassion and decided to present all his available funds. As for the promise of averting calamity, Xiao Chen was not speaking without reason. He had noticed a faint, blood-like mark beneath Zhao Ligui's tear trough, indicating potential misfortune for his children. Ah, young brother, don't frighten me regarding my daughter. Zhao Ligui panicked, momentarily disregarding the 100,000, focusing instead on his daughter's safety. Indeed, it appears so, but rest assured with me around, averting this calamity is not a problem. Xiao Chen affirmed, nodding. Greetings, I only trust this young brother. As long as he can assist my daughter in overcoming her tribulations, I would gladly part with this medicinal herb without seeking any monetary compensation, Zhao Ligui declared through gritted teeth. That is not feasible. 10,000 yuan must be accepted, uncle. As you still need to cover your daughter's tuition fees, Xiao Chen smiled, placing the money into Zhao Ligui's embrace. The proprietor of the apothecary sneered, then loudly addressed the surrounding crowd. Fellow practitioners, do not be deceived by these two individuals. This lad, judging by his attire, is undoubtedly from the countryside, and he may very well be in cahoots with that Zhao bumpkin, aiming to ensnare us and sell this worthless tree root at an exorbitant price. You are spouting nonsense. I do not even know this young brother. Zhao Ligui retorted anxiously. I don't believe they are in league together either. The onlookers expressed their skepticism towards the apothecary's claims. Indeed, it cannot be true. This lad had previously assisted physician Liu in identifying the counterfeit medicinal materials. Others echoed their disbelief. How can we ascertain that this young man is not colluding with the purveyor of fake herbs, aiming to gain our trust and entice us into purchasing his wares at inflated prices? If you do not believe me, consider this. What era are we living in? Who carries around 100,000 yuan in cash anymore? The apothecary asserted confidently. Yes, that makes sense in this day and age. Who would carry such a large sum in cash? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted, casting doubtful glances at Xiao Chen and Zhao Ligui. As the crowd began to believe the apothecary's words, his confidence surged, and he mockingly asked Xiao Chen, "How do you explain yourself now?" "I shall explain nothing to you. You fool, your envy shines as brightly as your green hair." Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy as he shot a disdainful look at the apothecary. "How dare you insult me?" The apothecary's face darkened, then he sneered, "Young man, angering me is futile. You can only engage in verbal sparring, though your scheme is well-crafted. Do you think any seasoned businessperson among us would fall for your tricks?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, fixing his serious gaze upon Xiao Chen. "Young man, I shall offer 500,000 for that Lingshu Amu." Chapter 15. The choice of humanity, 500,000? The onlookers collectively gasped, doubting their own hearing. Once they realized they had heard correctly, they turned their envious eyes upon Xiao Chen, each one tinged with jealousy. Did he truly earn 40,000 in an instant? This money is too easy to acquire. It is almost akin to picking it off the ground. As they envied Xiao Chen, their gazes shifted back to the mustachioed apothecary, now filled with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. At that moment, it became abundantly clear to all that the likelihood of a con had diminished significantly. Feeling the glee and ridicule emanating from the crowd, the apothecary's sharp and caustic visage flushed a deep crimson. This person must also be a plant brought forth by this young man and that country bumpkin. Worth 500,000? How absurd. A mere 30,000 yuan item. And within 10 minutes someone is willing to pay 500,000? What era are we in? Such an opportunity cannot possibly exist. If this medicinal herb truly is a treasure, then I would be utterly humiliated today. Realizing this, the apothecary clung desperately to the notion that Zhao Ligui was a fraud, the only chance he had to turn the tables. The crowd erupted in excitement. My goodness, Director Yang? It truly is him. This time, that old coot with the surname Du is finished. If Director Yang is willing to bid 500,000, it must be genuine. Good grief, what incredible fortune this lad possesses. In the blink of an eye, he has earned tens of thousands. More than I earn in a year. Listening to the crowd's chatter, the apothecary's face turned pale, and he looked at the bidder, Yang Tenfeng, with terror, stammering, Director Yang. I apologize, I did not realize you were here. Please forgive my rudeness. As he spoke, the apothecary was nearly in tears. For this man could truly determine his fate with a single word. A fool who cannot recognize a gem. Yang Tianfeng scoffed, and, given his status, he would not stoop to quarreling with an apothecary. Thus, after a reprimand, he turned to an elderly man in Tang's suit and a young girl behind him, namely Lu Yongming and the previous young lady, Lan Lan. Physician Lu, is this indeed Ling Xuemu? Yang Tianfeng inquired. There is no doubt, it is Ling Xuemu. Lu Yongming nodded gravely, astonished. In this world, only a select few can recognize Ling Xuemu. Even he himself had only encountered references in an exceptionally rare Chinese medicinal text, which is how he was able to identify it. But how did Xiao Chen discern it? Contemplating this, Lu Yongming's admiration for Xiao Chen intensified. If he had merely intended to provide a casual suggestion before, he now found himself contemplating the idea of taking Xiao Chen as his apprentice to inherit his legacy. For years, Lu Yongming had sought a suitable disciple, but had yet to find one. Now, Xiao Chen was infinitely closer to his ideal candidate. Well then, thank you, Elder Lu. In Yang Tianfeng's eyes, his bid of 500,000 was undoubtedly generous, considering the other party had only spent 100,000 to acquire it. Observing Xiao Chen, he appeared rather unassuming. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 400,000, quintupled his worth. Anyone not foolish would surely seize the opportunity. Therefore, when Yang Tianfeng spoke, he had not even contemplated that Xiao Chen might refuse. However, he soon found himself bewildered. Xiao Chen completely disregarded him, merely casting a knowing smile at Lu Yongming and softly remarked, Since Physician Lu is indeed an astute individual, perhaps you could enlighten Director Yang regarding the true value of this Ling Xuemu. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming's face flushed, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. If this Ling Xuemu were to go to auction, it would undoubtedly fetch no less than 2 million, perhaps even surpassing 10 million. What? 2 million? Over 10 million? How outrageous! What incredible luck has this lad experienced? The apothecary's heart trembled at the news, his insides churning with regret. Yet it was too late to lament. The fortune that rightfully belonged to him had slipped through his fingers. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Yongming's words, Yang Tianfeng's expression darkened slightly. While he could easily part with 500,000, 2 million was a sum that even someone of his stature hesitated to commit to. Yet, considering his daughter's affliction, Yang Tianfeng gritted his teeth and declared, Very well, I will offer 2 million. Apologies, but it is not for sale. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, stating, With those words, every face in the crowd changed. This lad actually refuses to sell? Not even for 2 million? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, refusing 2 million. Does he perhaps aspire to sell it for 20 million? How greedy! The murmurs of the crowd turned Yang Tianfeng's face a shade of iron. And even Lu Yongming could not help but furrow his brow, as Xiao Chen's actions were indeed rather excessive. Young man, are you toying with me? Yang Tianfeng is going to darkened, and the authority he had long held erupted suddenly, leaving those of lesser stature speechless. However, Xiao Chen remained unfazed. This item is mine. Whether I choose to sell it is entirely at my discretion. Is it considered toying with someone if I am unwilling to part with my own belongings? There is no such reasoning in this world. With a single statement, he left Yang Tianfeng and the gathered crowd momentarily speechless. Very well, very well. Listening to Yang Tianfeng's words, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a glance at Zhao Ligui. Yang Tianfeng was indeed correct. If Zhao Ligui were to retract his decision at this moment, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. 220,000? For a simple farmer like Xiao Ligui, who had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime, it was an astronomical amount. In the context of rural living expenses, that amount would suffice for a worry-free existence for the latter half of his life. Thus, Zhao Ligui found himself ensnared in a formidable dilemma. Observing Zhao Ligui's demeanor, Yang Tianfeng's lips curled into a confident smile, fully aware of the allure that 220,000 held for an ordinary person. I do not regret it. This young brother has already given me 100,000. The item is his, and whether to sell it is entirely up to him. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, he is also helping my daughter avert disaster. One must not forget kindness. After a long moment of hesitation, Zhao Ligui suddenly gritted his teeth and made a choice. Chapter 16. Teach me to act? Do you even qualify? Upon Zhao Ligui's declaration, astonishment swept over all those present. To abandon over 200,000 just like that? The onlookers were baffled. Yang Tianfeng was particularly incredulous. Yet, Xiao Chen chuckled, genuinely surprised by Zhao Ligui's decision. In the face of such temptation, few could maintain their integrity. Although Zhao Ligui's choice seemed foolish, Xiao Chen understood that one day he would be grateful for the decision he made today. Should Zhao Ligui retract his words, Xiao Chen would categorically not intervene on his daughter's behalf. He was no saint. Though capable, he only assisted those fated to cross paths with him. Brother, do you truly believe this boy's nonsense about your daughter's impending doom? Yang Tianfeng was both amused and enraged. I do, because this young brother is a good person, Zhao Ligui affirmed without hesitation. Ha ha, in my opinion, he merely seeks to swindle that blood spirit wood from you at a low price, waiting for a suitable opportunity to sell it at a higher price. He is not satisfied with 200,000. Be careful. Greed may bring you trouble. Yang Tianfeng's eyes smoldered with fury, yet he felt powerless. There's no need for Director Yang to worry about this, Xiao Chen remarked nonchalantly. Xiao Chen, do me a favor. While the blood spirit would can indeed fetch 10 million at the right opportunity, such chances are rare. 200,000 is already a considerable sum. Why not simply transfer it to Director Yang? Lu Yangming interjected, attempting to mediate the tension between Xiao Chen and Yang Tianfeng. Yang Tianfeng snorted, eager to observe Xiao Chen's response. Apologies, old man, but while 200,000 is indeed not a trivial amount, my reluctance to proceed is not driven by money. This item holds significant importance for me, and I hope you can understand. Xiao Chen shook his head, politely declining Lu Yangming's suggestion. Xiao Chen spoke the truth. The blood spirit wood was of immense value to him. Its properties were incredibly potent and essential for mending the severed meridians within his body. Thus, he would never part with it, not for 200,000, nor even for 200 million. Lu Yangming, however, was unaware of this, perceiving Xiao Chen as ungrateful and insatiable for wealth despite his youth. In an instant, all previous goodwill towards Xiao Chen evaporated. How unfortunate! I initially regarded your talent in medicine with admiration and even considered taking you as my disciple. Alas, Xiao Chen, I never imagined that at such a young age. You will be so fixated on monetary gain. A person like you, regardless of talent, will find it difficult to achieve greatness. Lu Yangming's words left everyone astonished. How could this young man have earned the recognition of Master Lu? What use is it now that Master Lu has turned against him? Such a golden opportunity has slipped away. Indeed, countless individuals vie for the chance to be near Master Lu. Regrettably, this young man is too greedy, throwing away a sesame seed to lose a watermelon. Hearing the murmurs around him, Xiao Chen found amusement in the situation and retorted to Lu Yangming, Old man, I only call you Master Lu out of respect for your age. Do you truly think of yourself as a divine physician? Your self-importance is quite unbecoming. Do you believe I covet your decrepit clinic? To speak frankly, You are not worthy to take me as a disciple, let alone teach me how to act. Having lost all admiration for Xiao Chen, Lu Yongming likewise felt disdain for the young man, believing him to be ignorant despite his years. Thus, Xiao Chen spoke with no restraint. You arrogant bastard, an unteachable child. Lu Yongming was incensed, his face turning crimson as he shook his head in disappointment toward Xiao Chen. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak of my grandfather in such a manner? I will teach you a lesson. A girl named Lan Lan, unable to contain her anger, had long harbored ill feelings toward Xiao Chen. If not for her grandfather's intervention earlier, she would have gladly given Xiao Chen a severe reprimand. Seizing the opportunity, she angrily exclaimed and leapt toward Xiao Chen, aiming a kick at him. Lan Lan, be careful not to hurt anyone. This time, Lu Yongming did not intervene, but cautioned the girl to be mindful of her strength. Don't worry, grandfather. I will only break his legs. Lan Lan replied, though her intent was far from gentle, envisioning Xiao Chen wailing in pain after a strike. Even among her peers in the family, few could withstand her full strength. However, in the next moment, she only heard Xiao Chen chuckle. Little beauty, why don't you heed my advice? With a light laugh, Xiao Chen made no visible movement, merely shifting his body slightly, causing the girl's kick to miss entirely. He then effortlessly seized her ankle with a casual flick of his wrist. The entire exchange appeared remarkably effortless, as if he had exerted no energy at all. You. The girl was momentarily stunned, unable to process what had just occurred. I warned you that you were not my match, yet you did not believe me. I did offer my counsel. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, and then released his grip, causing the girl to lose her balance and tumble into his arms, their bodies pressed closely together. Startled, both Xiao Chen and Lan Lan froze. Pervert, you scoundrel, I will fight you. Lan Lan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she furiously swung her small fists at Xiao Chen. Cough, cough, I didn't mean to. Xiao Chen's expression turned awkward. The girl quickly extricated herself, retreating a few steps to regain her composure, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Lecher, I will kill you. Lu Yongming furrowed his brow and called out to the girl. In her rage, Lan Lan failed to grasp the deeper implications. But Lu Yongming was fully aware. He understood the capabilities of his granddaughter, but it was evident that she was no match for Xiao Chen. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Lu Yongming. This young man, Xiao Chen, was likely a martial artist, at least at the condensation stage, and had likely achieved it long before his granddaughter. Moreover, this young man might even have reached the postnatal stage. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Yongming could not help but draw a sharp breath. The martial arts hierarchy was vast, with each stage representing a significant leap in power. The postnatal stage was worlds apart from the condensation stage. What kind of family or power could cultivate such a young martial artist? No wonder he confidently declared that Lu Yongming was not fit to teach him. If he were to provoke the forces behind this young man, it could lead to serious complications. In an instant, Lu Yongming's heart sank to the depths of despair, which compelled him to call out to the young girl. Grandfather! The girl clearly was reluctant to cease her actions. Lu Yongming scolded her again. Ah, you pesky old man, how annoying. Ah, Luciany, forget it. It seems that the Ling Xiu is indeed not destined for me. What Lu Yongming could think of, Yang Tianfeng could naturally also conceive. He forced a bitter smile, sighed, and shook his head as he spoke. Director Yang, do not lose heart. Although we lack the Ling Xiu, these medicinal herbs can still suppress the affliction of your precious daughter, albeit with lesser efficacy. Lu Yongming nodded and patted the medicinal pouch at his waist, comforting Yang Tianfeng. It must be this way. Yang Tianfeng sighed helplessly. After the commotion with the girl, Xiao Chen's anger had nearly dissipated in the face of the unexpected turn of events. If old Lu intends to use that century-old fire ginseng to suppress the extreme cold poison within Director Yang's daughter, I advise you to abandon that notion. Such an approach will only lead to a living death for the patient, enduring torment for 7 days before succumbing. Upon hearing the conversation between Lu Yongming and Yang Tianfeng, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before speaking, then paused to add, moreover, to be frank, even if I were to relinquish the Ling Xiu to Director Yang, it would be futile. Not only would it waste 2 million, but it would ultimately result in even greater suffering for your daughter. However, if Director Yang is willing to gift me that century-old fire ginseng, I could overlook past grievances and completely eradicate the cold poison within both your daughter and you. Chapter 17. Spitting blood within a medicinal pouch at Lu Yangming's waist, Xiao Chen also sensed a potent and fiery medicinal aura. How could he possibly remain indifferent? However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yang Tianfeng's expression changed dramatically. How do you know that my daughter harbors the extreme cold poison? Yang Tianfeng could not help but ask, astonished. As he gazed at Xiao Chen, this minor ailment is easily discernible. Is it truly so difficult? Not only do I know that your daughter is afflicted by the extreme cold poison, but I also know that it originates from your late wife, who, I believe, has passed away not long ago. Such a pity. Had you encountered me earlier, I could have saved your wife. Xiao Chen sighed softly. Is what you say true? Can you cure this peculiar illness? Yang Tianfeng's voice trembled, for as Xiao Chen had mentioned, his wife had recently passed away due to the uncontrollable extreme cold poison, which ultimately invaded her organs and led to her demise. Why jest with you? This minor ailment is an effortless task. Xiao Chen replied, exasperated. Minor ailment? Ha ha. I never expected someone so young to be so arrogant. I must have been blind to think you possess some talent, leading me to consider taking you as my apprentice. Lu Yangming, initially surprised that Xiao Chen could discern the cold condition within Yang Tianfeng's daughter, could not help but laugh with anger upon hearing Xiao Chen's subsequent remarks. Using the potent and fiery properties of the herbs to suppress Yang Tianfeng's daughter's extreme cold poison was precisely the treatment plan that Lu Yangming had proposed. He had pondered this unique method for a considerable time, while he had no means to cure it entirely. Not only did he lack a cure, but even if he summoned the other 3 divine doctors in Hansheng, they too could merely suppress it without the assurance of a complete cure. Yet this young man had the audacity to label Yang Tianfeng's daughter's cold poison as a minor ailment? That was undoubtedly a slap in the face to him. As one of the 4 divine doctors of Hansheng, Lu Yangming had always prided himself on his medical expertise. Being so publicly humiliated was intolerable. Old man, why are you so obstinate? Did I ever say I wanted to be your apprentice? What gives you such a sense of superiority? Just because someone praises you as a divine doctor, you truly believe yourself to be the most exceptional healer under heaven? There are countless skilled physicians in this world, and yet you live to such an age and remain a frog in a well. What a waste. And you still wish to be my master? Take a good look at yourself and see if you are worthy. Xiao Chen had completely lost his patience with Lu Yangming, wondering why this old man was so enamored with his own delusions. You insolent brat, Lu Yangming exclaimed, spewing a mouthful of blood. This startled Xiao Chen and the others, who were shocked that he had been so enraged as to vomit blood. All right, I concede, fearing that the argument might cause Lu Yangming serious harm. Xiao Chen did not wish to continue the debate. However, Lu Yangming interpreted his attitude as a provocation, which only fueled his anger further. Fine, old man. I will no longer engage you in conversation. Seeing Lu Yangming's demeanor, Xiao Chen relented and turned to Yang Tianfeng. Director Yang, I have said what I needed to say. It is up to you to believe it or not. Director Yang, in my view, this young man is merely trying to deceive you into obtaining that century-old fire ginseng. If you choose to believe his words, then I will consider myself unacquainted with you and will not be available for your medical needs in the future. Lu Yangming, consumed by anger, presented Yang Tianfeng with an ultimatum. Caught between conflicting sentiments, Yang Tianfeng hesitated for a long while before finally responding with a light chuckle. I naturally trust Lu Shini. In my opinion, this young man is also a fraud. Me a fraud? Xiao Chen was bewildered, astonished at Yang Tianfeng's remarks. Young man, I will admit that I was momentarily tempted and nearly fell for your trick. But unfortunately for you, you inadvertently let something slip. Yang Tianfeng retorted coldly. Let something slip? I have no idea what you mean. Xiao Chen found it laughable. You just said that you could completely expel the cold poison from both me and my daughter, correct? Yang Tianfeng inquired. Indeed, that is what I said. Xiao Chen nodded. However, the one afflicted with the cold poison is my daughter. I am completely healthy and have no issues whatsoever. You claiming that I also possess cold poison is nothing but absurdity. Yang Tianfeng gazed at Xiao Chen with a mocking expression. I truly wonder how you became a director with such reasoning. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to explain, he lost interest and muttered, Forget it. It is futile to reason with the stubborn. As previously mentioned, Xiao Chen was not overly benevolent. If it were not for that century-old fire ginseng, he would not bother with such discussions. Since the other party refused to believe him, so be it. While he desired that fire ginseng, he did not need it desperately, and he was already content with obtaining the Lingshu Amu. 3 years had passed. He was not in a rush. However, Xiao Chen's reaction was interpreted differently by Yang Tianfeng. What? Have you been exposed, and now you cannot counter or explain? Yang Tianfeng sneered. Young man, I advise you to reconsider your misguided path. Otherwise, once I gather conclusive evidence of your medical fraud, the Drug Administration will ensure you pay a heavy price. Yang Tianfeng scoffed. Director Yang, why should we continue discussing matters with such a deceitful individual? One day, he will reap the consequences of his actions. Lu Yongming gradually calmed himself and spoke to Yang Tianfeng. Indeed, with this fraud stirring up trouble, I almost forgot the most important matter. I appreciate your assistance, Lu Shini. Yang Tianfeng replied, his expression serious. You are too kind, Director Yang. Lu Yongming replied with a bow, then huffed in frustration at Xiao Chen before the three turned to leave. What is there to huff about? A trio of imbeciles. Xiao Chen was infuriated. The three figures preparing to depart stumbled momentarily at his words, yet ultimately chose not to engage in further banter, instead leaving with grim expressions. As attending to Director Yang's daughter's ailment was of utmost importance. Nevertheless, despite this, Xiao Chen's image had already deteriorated to the lowest point in their minds. The enmity between them had been firmly established. Chapter 18 The Secrets Within the Album. Alas, having offended both Lu Shini and Director Yang, this young man is likely to find it impossible to navigate his way through Hansheng any longer. Indeed, he is still too young and impulsive in his actions. As the crowd, witnessing the lack of entertainment, began to disperse, they murmured among themselves, for they still had business to attend to. Ding ling ling. Just as the crowd started to scatter, Xiao Chen's phone suddenly rang, the caller ID displaying Kawaii menu. Who could this be? Such narcissism. Should I answer? After all, this is the phone that Lu Lingxin used previously, and if it is someone looking for her, it would be quite awkward. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen swiped the screen to answer the call. Xiao Chen, where are you? Lu Lingxin's voice came through once the call connected. Cough, cough. I'm still at the herbal market. What's up? Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that it was indeed the little rich girl, who was quite adorable. However, this seemingly fierce young lady had a rather tender side. Otherwise, she would not have saved her contact under such a nickname. Perhaps Lu Lingxin had forgotten to change it when she gave him her phone. I've replaced some wooden display racks for cosmetics in my store, but I can't manage it alone. Could you come and help me? As a reward, I'll treat you to lunch. Lu Lingxin sounded a bit distressed. She had ordered a batch of display racks, but did not anticipate their weight, rendering her unable to set them up herself. Initially, she considered hiring workers at a high price, but the soonest they could arrive was around 3 in the afternoon. With the items piled up, her store would be unable to conduct business in the meantime. Reluctantly, she turned to Xiao Chen for assistance. Sure, just send me your location, and I'll take a taxi over, but you must reimburse my fare. Xiao Chen readily agreed, having already spent most of his money after purchasing herbs. Oof. You stingy miser. Lu Lingxin retorted angrily before hanging up. This fiery young woman, with her temper, would surely be in for a reckoning if he had the chance. Xiao Chen, somewhat perplexed by the insult, mumbled to himself. He then glanced at Zhao Ligui and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed the nearby mustachioed owner of the pharmacy who seemed to revel in his misfortune. Boss, do you have a spare sheet I could borrow? No, and even if I did, I wouldn't lend it to you. The pharmacy owner bore a scowl toward Xiao Chen, who had not only disrupted his fortunes but also insulted him. However, before he could finish his sentence, he watched as Xiao Chen walked up to the counter and casually snatched a piece of yellow paper used for packaging herbs. You dare to take something from my pharmacy? You are breaking the law. Do you believe I will report you? The mustachioed owner, now invigorated, leapt forward with a sneer, but before he could finish his words, the sight before him rendered him speechless. Xiao Chen folded the yellow paper and tore it into 5-centimeter wide strips. He then bit his finger, using the blood from his fingertip to inscribe a peculiar rune upon the paper. As he completed the final stroke, a golden light flickered across the yellow paper. What the hell? Are you a ghost? The pharmacy owner was astounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, unable to articulate his shock. A ghost? Huh. With this rune, I fear no spirits. Xiao Chen declared, jotting down his phone number and handing it to Zhao Ligui. All right. I will ensure that Yuru carries it with her at all times. Young man, I cannot thank you enough. Zhao Ligui expressed his gratitude, realizing that without Xiao Chen's help, he might not have been able to secure even 30,000 yuan. He had come to understand that the owners in the herbal market were quite unscrupulous. Had they recognized the value of his herbs from the outset, they would have attempted to drive the price down. Therefore, selling for 100,000 yuan today left him genuinely thankful toward Xiao Chen. Don't mention it. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Xiao Chen bid farewell to Zhao Ligui and then turned to the pharmacy owner, still reeling from shock, and said with a sympathetic tone, "Thank you for the paper. A word of advice. You may want to visit the hospital for a thorough examination regarding your congenital infertility. With today's medical advancements, there may still be hope for treatment. Shut your mouth. I have children." The pharmacy owner, named Du Yuanji, erupted in anger upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. No man could tolerate such an insult. However, midway through his outburst, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Chen's smirk and abruptly fell silent, realization dawning upon him. "Just wait. If I discover you have deceived me, I shall make you pay." Du Yuanji spat venomously before pulling out his phone to call his wife. The phone rang for an eternity, but no one answered. Du Yuanji's expression darkened, and he dialed again. After a lengthy ring, the call finally connected. "Honey, is something the matter?" Du Yuanji coldly uttered a single phrase before hanging up. In the past, he had encountered similar situations when calling, as his wife regularly engaged in yoga and running to maintain her figure. Therefore, he had never given it much thought. However, after Xiao Chen's comments today, his suspicions had been thoroughly aroused. "Young man, you had better wait. If you are toying with me, you will regret it." After ending the call, Du Yuanji shot Xiao Chen a resentful glare and grabbed his car keys to lock up the store. Watching Du Yuanji's black Audi roar out of the herbal market, Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim, "How thrilling." Subsequently, bidding farewell to Zhao Ligui, Xiao Chen exited the herbal market and hailed a taxi, heading towards the address Lu Lingxin had sent him. Her store was located in the city center, and upon checking the distance, he realized it would take over 40 minutes to arrive. Bored during the taxi ride, Xiao Chen fiddled with the phone. Although he had interacted with mobile devices while on the mountain, none compared to the smartphone Lu Lingxin had given him. By a strange twist of fate, he clicked on the photo album, which showcased various meals, gatherings, and scenic views. Yet at the very bottom of the album, there lay a password-protected section. Without much thought, he attempted to enter the lock screen password, and to his surprise, he gained access. "Why are there so many videos?" Xiao Chen muttered, glancing through the hundreds of videos before randomly selecting one to open. Chapter 19, The Pursuer. "Young man, what have you stumbled upon? You look so astonished. I thought you might drool." The taxi driver inquired with concern. "Nothing. Could you pass me some tissue, please?" Xiao Chen replied, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Here is a whole pack for you. Young man, just be mindful of your health." The driver chuckled, while Xiao Chen shifted to a short video platform, where a heavily made-up woman in black was dancing. "Now, what is the big deal? I've seen it all before." The driver remarked, disappointment etched on his face, mixed with a tinge of envy. For young men, such sights could spark excitement. Unlike himself, who faced nightly ridicule from his wife, the struggles of a middle-aged man, who could understand them? After wiping his mouth, Xiao Chen tucked away his phone, feeling he dared not look further. Goodness, this woman Lu Lingxin is truly something else. What on earth compels her to film such things? 40 minutes later, the taxi halted in front of a cosmetic store named Ling Mei. Through the glass door, he spotted Lu Lingxin sitting at the counter, idly playing with her phone. "Little rich girl, come out and pay the fare," Xiao Chen called out as he exited the vehicle. Lu Lingxin emerged with an exasperated expression, replying, "Didn't I give you 100,000 yuan a day before yesterday? Have you spent it all so quickly? Indeed, that amount barely covers the cost of herbs." The driver beside them was utterly astonished, exclaiming, 10,000? Such passion is truly commendable. Young man, you are remarkable. You can thrive on the soft life, yet maintain such a robust physique. After receiving his payment, the taxi driver, filled with envy and admiration, gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing the taxi driver's comment, Lu Lingxin immediately became displeased and interrogated him fiercely. "Who are you calling a tigress? You better clarify." The taxi driver, sensing the tension, shot Xiao Chen a sympathetic glance before hastily stepping on the gas and speeding away. "Who are you calling a tigress? Explain yourself." Lu Lingxin was on the verge of exploding with anger. Forget it, little wealthy lady, don't stoop to his level." Xiao Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Oomph, you're not innocent either." Seeing the drool mark at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, Lu Lingxin assumed he had caused trouble outside and huffed disdainfully. "What does that have to do with me?" Xiao Chen was bewildered, then glanced around and said, "Weren't you asking me for help with moving? Are we still doing it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Let us move. Come with me." Lu Lingxin huffed angrily as she turned and headed into the store. Once inside, Xiao Chen realized that Lu Lingxin's shop was quite spacious, nearly 200 square meters. Besides Lu Lingxin, there were several relatively young female staff members who, while decent-looking, paled in comparison to her. At that moment, the female employees, witnessing the banter between Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin, could not help but stifle their laughter. It was evident that Lu Lingxin treated them well, allowing them to jest with her. Just these. Assemble them all. Soon, Lu Lingxin pointed to the unassembled shelves scattered on the floor. All right, leave it to me. Xiao Chen smiled wryly, thinking that this was the first time a woman had tasked him with such labor. As he effortlessly lifted the heavy elm boards, weighing over 100 pounds, the female employees were left in awe, whispering among themselves. Wow, this man is incredibly strong. He is quite handsome. No wonder the boss has her eye on him. Being with such a man must feel secure. Lu Lingxin, unable to tolerate their chatter any longer, scolded them. Stop your nonsensical chattering and go eat. You can take the afternoon off. Thank you, boss. The female employees cheered happily upon hearing her words. Boss. Both Lu Lingxin and Xiao Chen were taken aback, taking a moment to process. Such eloquence. Xiao Chen mused, while Lu Lingxin's expression darkened, though she chose not to clarify, as they were indeed in a nominal relationship. After the female staff left, Xiao Chen spent nearly 2 hours assembling all the shelves. As promised, Lu Lingxin invited him to dinner afterward. Upon seeing the Porsche, Lu Lingxin's expression suddenly soured. What's wrong? Xiao Chen inquired, puzzled. Nothing, just see someone I dislike. Lu Lingxin replied angrily, turning towards her car. Someone you dislike? Xiao Chen was taken aback, pondering if she referred to him. Just then, a well-dressed young man in a suit stepped out of the Porsche, holding a large bouquet of roses. Lingxin, why do you walk away when you see me? Do you really dislike me that much? The young man, Zhou Hong, flashed a self-satisfied smile while jogging over to block Lu Lingxin's path, presenting the roses to her. A flicker of disgust crossed Lu Lingxin's eyes, but she forced herself to maintain a calm demeanor, as Zhou Hong was the second young master of the Zhou family, one of the top 3 families in Han City. Given the status of the Lu family, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon, worlds apart. Thus, despite her immense disdain for Zhou Hong, she refrained from tearing their masks off and speaking too harshly. Lingxin, whether or not we are suited for each other can only be determined through interaction, right? If you're unwilling to spend time with me, how can you be so certain? Zhou Hong continued, as long as you agree to be with me, I swear to treat you well, and with the resources of the Zhou family, we can elevate the Lu family even further. After being rejected yet again, Zhou Hong maintained a facade of politeness, but inwardly he cursed. Damn it, once I have you, I'll show you how to enjoy life. He gazed at Lu Lingxin with longing, but knew he had to suppress his emotions, striving to appear gentlemanly. He understood that a woman like Lu Lingxin, who wasn't swayed by power, required a slow and steady approach. I'm sorry, I don't need it. The Lu family is doing just fine. Lu Lingxin replied, her displeasure evident, attempting to use a gentle tone before trying to bypass Zhou Hong. Lingxin, I truly like you. Please give me a chance. Zhou Hong insisted earnestly. I haven't slept well these past few days. I think of you late into the night. I swear, I will only treat you well in this lifetime. With a serious expression, Zhou Hong appeared lovesick, but Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had no intention of interjecting, as he hoped Lu Lingxin would find a suitable partner, allowing him to escape this pretense of a relationship. However, Zhou Hong's words were intolerable. One had to be incredibly shameless to utter such nonsense. You filthy laborer, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Hong was attempting to portray a deep affection towards Lu Lingxin when he was abruptly interrupted, causing his irritation to flare. Upon turning to see Xiao Chen, his expression darkened. Earlier, from the Porsche, Zhou Hong had noticed Xiao Chen beside Lu Lingxin. But due to Xiao Chen's humble attire and the dust from assembling wooden shelves, he had initially dismissed him as a mere laborer. However, now he sensed something was amiss, for this so-called laborer not only mocked him, but also addressed Lu Lingxin intimately by name. If he were just a hired hand, he wouldn't exhibit such familiarity with Lu Lingxin. Suddenly, a wave of jealousy surged within Zhou Hong. Where did you find this laborer, Lingxin? He has no manners. Is your name something a mere worker can call out? Do you need me to teach him a lesson? After scolding Xiao Chen, Zhou Hong turned back to Lu Lingxin, puffing out his chest and speaking solicitously. You, Zhou Hong, want to teach me a lesson? Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Lu Lingxin narrowed her eyes, a glint of cunning flashing within. Xiao Chen, sensing the shift in atmosphere, felt a foreboding sense of unease. Indeed, Lingxin, do not forget that I have trained in Sanzhou, Zhou Hong proclaimed with a sense of pride. Despite feeling somewhat weak, he had a foundation in martial arts, having practiced before ultimately succumbing to hardship and giving up. Nevertheless, he believed it would be more than sufficient to deal with a mere migrant worker. All right, young Master Zhou, as long as you can teach this migrant worker a lesson, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Lu Lingxin mischievously winked at Xiao Chen, followed by a playful grin. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly causing him to leap from his spot. Indeed, Lu Lingxin nodded affirmatively. Well then, Lingxin, watch closely. After receiving Lu Lingxin's confirmation, Zhou Hong was overjoyed. He placed the flowers on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and coldly addressed Xiao Chen. Kid, blame your misfortune. Don't worry. After I finish with you, I will provide you with a medical fee. With that, Zhou Heng's fist swung towards Xiao Chen's cheek. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxin widened her eyes in anticipation of the spectacle. Having witnessed Xiao Chen's prowess in the hospital, she had no doubt he would easily overcome Zhou Hong. This was precisely why she felt confident in making her declaration earlier. However, Xiao Chen was not pleased. So this troublesome woman intended to use me for her amusement? Is that it? Fine. After casting an angry glare at Lu Lingxin and feeling Zhou Heng's weak punch, Xiao Chen did not evade. As the fist neared his face, he feigned falling to the ground, clutching his forehead and crying out in exaggerated pain. Oh no, my head! He groaned, moaning as if he had sustained significant injuries. Seeing this unfold, both Lu Lingxin and Zhou Hong were left dumbfounded. Zhou Hong stared at his fist in disbelief, questioning his own existence. Am I really that formidable? How could he fall before I even hit him? This is strange. I aim for his face, yet he is clutching his forehead. Zhou Hong was not foolish and quickly grasped the situation. Looking at Xiao Chen on the ground, he suddenly found him much more agreeable. Damn, I have encountered flatterers before, but none have done it so silently and so comfortably. Instinctively, Zhou Hong assumed that Xiao Chen was deliberately putting on this act to curry favor with him in front of Lu Lingxin. With this thought, Zhou Hong couldn't help but squat down and slap Xiao Chen's shoulder enthusiastically, discreetly slipping a bank card into Xiao Chen's pocket, and with a grateful expression, whispered, "Wow, good brother, I acknowledge you as a friend. There are 300,000 in that card, and once this is accomplished, I will give you another 200,000. Now it was Xiao Chen's turn to be bewildered. What on earth? He had only acted to provoke Lu Lingxin, but had Zhou Hong lost his mind? 300,000? What a fool with more money than sense. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxin's eyes nearly bulged with fury as she realized Xiao Chen was deliberately staging this to retaliate against her. What should I do now? I had promised Zhou Hong that I would agree to be his girlfriend if he taught Xiao Chen a lesson. Observing Lu Lingxin's flustered state, Zhou Hong was elated. He picked up the roses and eagerly presented them to Lu Lingxin once again. Lingxin, can we now be together? Aye. Lu Lingxin stood there, caught in a bind. Lingxin, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Zhou Heng's expression turned cold. If Lu Lingxin was toying with him, he had 100 reasons to trouble the Lu family. He would not fear her refusal. Faced with Zhou Heng's inquiry, Lu Lingxin dared not provide him with any verbal ammunition. Thinking quickly, she feigned a shy demeanor and hurried to assist Xiao Chen, leaving Zhou Hong perplexed. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, twitched his mouth in frustration. He had intended to argue, but, upon meeting Lu Lingxin's murderous glare, could only remain silent. What transpired next left Zhou Hong utterly bewildered as he glanced between Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin. You two. Apologies, young Master Zhou. I forgot to mention that Xiao Chen is my boyfriend, and we are currently living together. My grandfather has already tacitly approved of our cohabitation. Lu Lingxin offered an apologetic smile, her slightly flushed cheeks adding an alluring flavor. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong felt as if struck by lightning. The woman he had ardently pursued had already found another, and even worse, she was cohabiting with a mere migrant worker. Were they conspiring against him? Recalling the earlier playful exchange between Xiao Chen and Lu Lingxin, Zhou Heng's expression turned bitter, his mind spiraling into madness. How could the woman he yearned for be with this migrant worker? A wave of humiliation surged through him. Chapter 21. Lu Lingxin's regret for her mistake. Zhou Hong could accept that there were women he could not win over. To him, the more unattainable a woman was, the more it ignited his fervent desire to conquer. However, he could not endure the thought of the woman he pursued conspiring with another man against him. Han Sheng. The consequences for crossing him were singular, death. Young Master Zhou, please do not say such things. When have I ever toyed with you? Lu Lingxin hastily defended herself. Initially, she had merely wanted to annoy Xiao Chen. Her feelings toward the man who had inadvertently taken her first time were complex. She felt it was too easy for Xiao Chen, which left her with a lingering frustration. Thus, seizing the opportunity, she aimed to make Xiao Chen suffer a bit, only to find that he was incredibly stubborn, leading to the current unresolvable situation. At this moment, Lu Lingxin secretly regretted her earlier impulsiveness. How will you explain what just happened? Zhou Heng sneered. I did not lie, young Master Zhou, although Xiao Chen is my boyfriend. If you can defeat him and teach him a harsh lesson, I will certainly keep my promise. Lu Lingxin spoke deliberately, then added, however, it cannot be like before. You clearly did not even touch him, yet he fell to the ground. Did you think I wouldn't notice? How can I fulfill my agreement? It seems to me that you are the one playing tricks. Zhou Heng's expression shifted between various emotions, but he could not retort, as he indeed had not laid a finger on Xiao Chen. Fine, this time I will genuinely teach this kid a lesson. If you still disagree afterward, let us see how you handle it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Heng sneered and turned to Xiao Chen, declaring, Kid, I'll give you a chance. Let me hit you once, and in addition to that 30,000, I will give you an extra 1 million. Young Master Zhou, you are cheating. Lu Lingxin exclaimed in alarm upon hearing Zhou Heng's words, a sense of panic rising within her. Had Xiao Chen already accepted Zhou Heng's 30,000? How could she have been unaware? Did Xiao Chen deliberately cooperate with Zhou Heng to fall down due to that 30,000? If so, today she might truly be digging her own grave. Cheating? Lingxin, you only said to let me genuinely hit this kid without specifying how. Zhou Heng's eyes were filled with coldness, evidently losing his patience. In his view, Xiao Chen's attire indicated he was undoubtedly a poor loser, likely with Lu Lingxin merely for her wealth. Besides, this kid had already accepted 30,000 from him, so he would undoubtedly be tempted by the allure of 1 million. Zhou Heng thought this way, and Lu Lingxin naturally feared the same. She had only known Xiao Chen for 2 days. Could she really expect a man who would disregard his chastity for a mere 100,000 to uphold any principles? 1 million. Lu Lingxin anxiously glanced at Xiao Chen, her eyes revealing her inner turmoil. Kid, make a decision quickly. Are you not with Lu Lingxin just for the money? With her family's meager resources, how much could they offer you? I provided you with 300,000 and an additional 1 million afterwards. A mere beating could summon a total of 130,000. What are you hesitating for? Zhou Heng glanced at Xiao Chen, his words dripping with disdain and impatience. In his eyes, Xiao Chen's reluctance was merely a facade of false nobility. He would eventually acquiesce. Xiao Chen forced a radiant smile. What? Have you agreed? Zhou Heng's impatience grew. Since you've consented, stop dawdling and stand still for me to give you a beating. Seeing the smile on Xiao Chen's face, Zhou Heng snorted in annoyance. Agree? To what? And when did you give me 300,000? You mustn't speak carelessly. I don't even have $30 to my name, let alone 300,000. Don't make baseless claims, or I'll report you. Xiao Chen replied, feigning innocence. Damn it. Are you deliberately toying with me? It's right in your jacket pocket. Zhou Heng, suspecting he had misheard, was immediately enraged. Look for yourself. Where is it? Xiao Chen shrugged off his jacket and rummaged through the pockets, finding them empty. How dare you play with me? I'll make you pay. Zhou Heng finally realized he had been thoroughly mocked by the labor before him. Enraged, he drew a folding knife from his waist and lunged at Xiao Chen. With a knife in hand and a background in martial arts, Zhou Heng felt assured that this labor would not dare to resist. However, the next moment, Zhou Heng only saw a blur flash past him, and before he knew it, his wrist holding the knife was seized by Xiao Chen. With a sharp crack, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and Zhou Heng let out a shriek, the folding knife clattering to the ground. Such foul language deserves a lesson. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and slapped Zhou Heng across the face before delivering a kick that sent him flying. Why you regret this? Zhou Heng, bloodied and missing teeth, stumbled out of the scene, leaving behind a fierce threat before losing consciousness. Wow, he is out cold already? How boring. He can't even take a beating like Lu Hai. Xiao Chen shook his head in disappointment. Lu Lingxin remarked, little rich girl, let us go. Don't joke around like that with me next time. Xiao Chen gently said, all right. Lu Lingxin nodded in a daze. And after getting into the car and starting the engine, she turned to Xiao Chen with a guilty expression. Sorry, Xiao Chen. I should have acted impulsively. You hit Zhou Hong, and the Zhou family will surely seek revenge. I apologize for putting you in danger. Enough, this isn't your fault. Even if you hadn't instigated it, the outcome would be the same. As long as our relationship remains, Zhou Hong has pursued you for so long. He would eventually find a way to target me. With my temperament, do you think I could endure it? The result would be unchanged. Xiao Chen bore no grudge against Lu Lingxin, knowing that Zhou Hong was truly a vile character. Whether he was beaten or not mattered little. As for the Zhou family's retaliation, he dismissed it entirely, thinking it would be foolish for them to come after him. I want to do this again. Lu Lingxin raised her head, her eyes reddened with remorse. Looking at the beautiful face of the little rich girl, Xiao Chen sighed, thinking, damn it, beauty brings trouble. Though she could be willful at times, her genuine remorse made it hard to be angry with her. With reddened eyes and a pout, Lu Lingxin asked, what about this? Xiao Chen flipped his hand, revealing a bank card that Zhou Hong had just given him. He proceeded to explain the situation to Lu Lingxin. Upon hearing that Zhou Hong thought Xiao Chen was pretending to collapse to flatter him, Lu Lingxin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Chen, you're so bad. Well then, what should we do with this card? Xiao Chen chuckled. Just throw it away. Zhou Hong isn't truly foolish enough to give you money for free. Once he wakes up, he'll likely freeze the card. Even if you spend it before he does, he'll trace the transaction back to you. If he accuses you of stealing it, with the Zhou family's influence, you'd be in serious trouble. There would be no way to clear your name. Lu Lingxin rolled down the car window, snatched the bank card, and tossed it out. The gentle breeze flowed through the window, causing her hair to dance and accentuating her already exquisite features. Concerned that her action might displease Xiao Chen, Lu Lingxin gently bit her lip and said earnestly, Xiao Chen, I know you just arrived in Han City and might be short on money, but as a man, you must earn money through your own abilities. Otherwise, I might lose respect for you. As she finished her sentence, her cheeks flushed, a wave of indescribable emotion washing over her. Hearing Lu Lingxin's words warmed Xiao Chen's heart, and a smile crept onto his lips. This woman was not entirely foolish. Chapter 22. Worsening condition, I'm so cold. On the second floor of the Yang family home, a girl of merely 13 or 14 lay pale and unconscious on the bed, her face contorted in pain as she murmured incessantly. It was summer, yet she was covered with 3 thick blankets, and the air conditioning was set to warm. Yet, her body continued to shiver, and she repeatedly cried out that she was cold. The girl was Yang Tianfeng's daughter, Yang Jingyi. Dr. Lu, please, you must save my daughter. She has been unconscious for 2 full days. Watching his daughter in agony, Yang Tianfeng felt as though his heart were being torn apart. Rest assured, Director Yang, with a century-old fire ginseng in the medicine, we can surely suppress the cold toxin in Miss Yang's body. It should remain dormant for at least 3 years. Dr. Lu Yangming examined Yang Jingyi's pulse and felt a sense of reassurance as it aligned with his expectations. Thank you, Dr. Lu. As long as you can suppress the cold toxin within my daughter, the Yang family will surely reward you handsomely. Yang Tianfeng sighed in relief, his face filled with gratitude. Director Yang, we've known each other for many years. There's no need for such formalities. Dr. Lu waved his hand and called downstairs, Lon Lon. The medicinal soup is almost ready. Bring it up. Coming. Soon, a young girl named Lon Lon ascended the stairs with a bowl of slightly reddish medicinal soup. Director Yang, please feed this to Miss Yang. Dr. Lu instructed. Yang Tianfeng dared not delay, quickly taking the soup, checking its temperature before carefully feeding it to his daughter with a small spoon. Before long, the entire bowl of soup was consumed by Yang Jingyi. It's working. After administering the medicine, Yang Tianfeng exclaimed excitedly, for he noticed his daughter's formerly pallid face had regained some color, and she no longer complained of being cold. Grandpa, how amazing! Lon Lon, witnessing this, exclaimed with excitement. Ha ha! After I use the needle once more, Miss Yang should awaken. Dr. Lu Yangming stroked his beard, feeling a heavy stone lift from his heart. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I'm so grateful I didn't heed that scammer-ass words at the herbal market. Otherwise, my daughter would have been in real danger. Yang Tianfeng felt a shudder of fear alongside his gratitude. That Xiao Chen may have some family background. But in the realm of medicine, he's merely a clown seeking attention. It was a grave mistake to consider taking him as a disciple. Dr. Lu Yangming snorted coldly. still harboring anger over previous events. Ah, grandfather, why are Miss Yang's lips a bit purple? Just as Lu Yongming and Yang Tianfeng were vehemently chastising Xiao Chen, the young girl online suddenly noticed something amiss and exclaimed, "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming and Yang Tianfeng were taken aback. They turned around and indeed found Yang Jingyi on the bed with her lips faintly tinged with purple. "Ah, it hurts, Dad, I feel so much pain." Woo woo woo. Almost simultaneously, Yang Jingyi abruptly regained consciousness, her eyes wide open, but the blood vessels in her eyes were starkly visible, creating a terrifying sight. Yang Tianfeng panicked, his entire body going weak. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. Director Yang, please remain calm. Allow me to administer acupuncture. Lu Yongming's expression darkened as he hurriedly retrieved silver needles from his pocket, piercing them one by one. However, after a few moments of silence, Yang Jingyi began to cry out in pain, "Dad, I feel awful, woo-wah." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This frightened everyone. "Lu Yongming, what have you done to my daughter?" Yang Tianfeng shot at Liu Yongming, utterly distraught. "This is impossible. Why did Miss Yang's consumption of the century-old fire ginseng lead to the eruption of cold poison within her? How could such a critical condition develop in such a short time?" Lu Yongming was equally alarmed, his hands trembling as he continued to needle her, his complexion ashen. When he checked Yang Jingyi's pulse, his back turned cold. According to the pulse reading, if this continued, she would undoubtedly perish within 7 days. "What should we do now? You said you could suppress the cold poison within Jingyi, didn't you?" "Lu Yongming, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for disregarding our years of friendship. Even if you have the Su family backing you, I will exhaust all the resources of the Yang family to seek justice." Yang Tianfeng was almost driven to madness, yelling at Lu Yongming without restraint. "Director Yang, please mind your words. Although the Yang family is powerful, the Su family will not fear you." The young girl beside them, Su Lanlan, was instantly outraged. "Su Lanlan, be quiet. This matter has nothing to do with the Su family. Miss Yang's incident is entirely due to my lack of medical expertise. If something happens to Miss Yang, Brother Yang, I will take my own life to atone." Lu Yongming's face was ashen. "Lu Yongming, what use is your life to me? I only have this one daughter." At this moment, Yang Tianfeng had calmed down slightly, collapsing onto the ground as he pointed at Lu Yongming and wept inconsolably. Witnessing Yang Tianfeng's reaction, Lu Yongming felt a pang of guilt, but he was utterly at a loss with Yang Jingyi's symptoms. Just then, a figure flashed through Lu Yongming's mind. If old Master Lu intends to use the century-old fire ginseng to suppress the extreme cold poison within Director Yang's daughter, I advise against it. Doing so will only cause the patient to suffer in agony for 7 days before succumbing. Xiao Chen's words echoed in Lu Yongming's mind like thunder. He's right. He is absolutely right. "What? Grandfather, are you going to call that rascal?" Su Lanlan asked, perplexed, while Yang Tianfeng stood in stunned silence. Indeed, Xiao Chen had already stated that the century-old fire ginseng would not suppress the cold poison within Miss Yang. He also mentioned that once she consumed it, she would endure torment for 7 days before dying. Now it seems, everything Xiao Chen predicted has come true. Lu Yongming's expression was fervent as he continued. Since Xiao Chen could predict these symptoms in advance, he must possess a remedy. "Brother Yang, my medical skills are lacking, and I have harmed Miss Yang. I will seek your forgiveness later. Our immediate priority is to preserve Miss Yang's life, and the only one capable of doing that in Han City is Xiao Chen." Chapter 23, Number 13, Pingy Road. "But didn't you say that rascal is a fraud?" Su Lanlan expressed her doubts. "Alas, we have no choice but to take a gamble. This is Miss Yang's only hope," Lu Yongming stated bitterly. Yang Tianfeng gritted his teeth, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. After 2 rings, the phone was answered, and a languid voice came through. "Hello, old Lu. That century-old fire ginseng isn't working, is it?" Since Xiao Chen had saved Lu Yongming's contact with a nickname, he directly identified himself. This statement caused the expressions of everyone in the room to shift simultaneously, followed by great delight. Given Xiao Chen's tone, he was likely to have a solution. "Yes, Xiao Chen, Miss Yang's condition has worsened. Do you have a treatment?" Yang Tianfeng leaned in closer, holding his breath. Soon, Xiao Chen spoke again from the other end of the line. "Yes, you want me to treat her?" "Sorry, I'm too busy." After saying this, the call was abruptly terminated. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, in a BMW on the outskirts of the city, Xiao Chen scoffed. Do they think I'm a bodhisattva, summoned at their beck and call? After hanging up on Lu Yongming, he tossed the phone aside. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Who called you? Lu Lingxin inquired curiously. A bunch of ungrateful people. They have a patient at home, but used the wrong medicine. I tried to advise them all morning, but they wouldn't listen and even accused me of being a fraud. They even threatened to come after me. If it weren't for my skills, I wouldn't be here with you today. Xiao Chen scowled, harboring no good feelings toward Lu Yongming and the others. How despicable. Why are they now seeking your help? Lu Lingxin exclaimed indignantly. They failed to grasp the opportunity one gave them this morning, so they can't blame me for being heartless. That is just who I am. If someone makes me unhappy, no one gets to have it easy. Xiao Chen responded with a light snort, but before he could finish, his phone rang again. How annoying. He picked up the phone, didn't even answer, and simply hung up. But mere seconds later, it rang again. Xiao Chen. Why not answer and see what is going on? Just as Xiao Chen was about to turn off his phone, Lu Lingxin couldn't help but speak up, recalling the despair she felt when her grandfather fell ill. Fine. Xiao Chen sighed, answered the call again, and switched to speaker mode. Xiao Chen, I am Yang Tianfeng. I apologize for today's events. Please, save my daughter. She is only 13 years old, and I just lost my wife last year. She's all I have left. Xiao Chen, I beg you. You rascal. If you can cure Miss Yang's illness, I will let go of the incident where you slapped my backside today. Is that all right? Xiao Chen quickly covered the phone and hung up, but it was too late. Lu Lingxin slammed on the brakes, glaring angrily at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, is this the person you said hit you? Lu Lingxin asked through gritted teeth. Little rich girl, are you jealous? Don't forget our relationship. You wouldn't be developing feelings for me, would you? Xiao Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose, then teased Lu Lingxin. You're just being delusional. I simply cannot stand your demeanor. Lu Lingxin's face turned crimson, her heart in turmoil. Damn it, Lu Lingxin. Why do you care if he flirts with other girls? Why are you so angry? Xiao Chen, don't misunderstand. I'm upset because that girl is only 13. Can you bear to watch a life being ravaged by illness? Lu Lingxin angrily redirected the topic. Little rich girl, there are too many people in this world to save. I'm not a bad person, but I'm certainly not a good one. I hope you understand that. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his tone suddenly turning cold. In that instant, Lu Lingxin felt a sense of unfamiliarity wash over her, a feeling of distance she had never experienced before. She was eager to inquire of Xiao Chen whether his actions, which included saving her grandfather and pretending to be her boyfriend, were merely a consequence of having taken her innocence that fateful night. That evening had ultimately been a case of unfortunate miscommunication. If that were indeed the case, she suddenly found Xiao Chen to be rather formidable. While she could comprehend and even support his reluctance to play the role of a do-gooder, the patient on the other end of the line was merely a 13-year-old girl, wholly innocent throughout. In such circumstances, failing to render aid transcended mere medical ethics. It became a matter of character. As Lu Lingxin hesitated internally about whether to distance herself from Xiao Chen, he unexpectedly retrieved his phone and brusquely dialed a number from his call history. Old Lu, I'm utterly exasperated with you all. Whether or not you possess reason, suffice it to say that I have treated this illness. So send the address swiftly. You have silver needles, correct? Use them to pierce the patient's Chu acupoint, 3 fingers deep. Before I arrive, make sure not to touch the patient again, for even the mightiest cannot save her if you do. Watching Xiao Chen furiously end the call left Lu Lingxin momentarily stunned, but she soon smirked, unable to suppress a smile. Sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Before long, the address was sent. Upon glancing at it, Lu Lingxin's heart raced. Number 13, Hepping Road? Those residing on Hepping Road typically hailed from families with official backgrounds. They were either retired dignitaries from the political realm or individuals with influential connections still within the system. It was inconceivable that anyone without such credentials could dwell there. Who, then, was the person Xiao Chen had just lambasted on the phone? Though astonished, Lu Lingxin wisely refrained from probing further. Instead, she turned the car around and sped toward the address on Xiao Chen's phone. Chapter 24. Lu Lingxin shocked at the second-floor bedroom of the Yang residence in number 13 Hepping Road. Su Lanlan asked curiously, Grandpa, is that scoundrel really coming over? Yang Tianfeng, equally anxious, Gazette at Liu Yangming. Xiao Chen has agreed to treat Miss Yang and is en route. Liu Yangming sighed in relief. Yang Tianfeng exclaimed with excitement. Grandpa, Director Yang, don't get too ahead of yourselves. What if that scoundrel is merely a braggart? It's a gamble. If Xiao Chen is coming, It indicates he possesses genuine skill. Otherwise, he would not have agreed. No one would be foolish enough to come here without the ability to back it up. Lu Yongming lamented. Indeed, we were at fault. Even if Xiao Chen fails to cure Jingyi, I owe him an apology for his generous spirit. Yang Tianfeng recalled the earlier incident at the herbal market with a tinge of guilt. However, Lu Yongming hesitated. Xiao Chen mentioned something during the call that I am uncertain about. Yang Xiaodi, you should decide. What matter? Yang Tianfeng asked, perplexed. Xiao Chen instructed me to use silver needles on Miss Yang's J. Chu acupoint, 3 fingers deep. Yet, given her current condition, this point is akin to a death trap. If we avoid this point, she could survive at least another week. However, should we proceed, I cannot predict how long she will last. Lu Yongming sighed, his expression troubled. As one of the 4 great physicians of Han City, he was baffled by Xiao Chen's proposed method. Dr. Lu, let us follow Xiao Chen's advice. I am prepared for the worst. Yang Tianfeng resolved, looking at his daughter, whose lips were turning purple and who was in visible agony. Very well. With Yang Tianfeng's consent, Lu Yongming gently lifted the hem of Yang Jingyi's shirt and deftly inserted the silver needle into the J. Chu acupoint above her navel. After the insertion, all 3 of them held their breath in anticipation. Yang Tianfeng dared not look at his daughter, terrified that one wrong move could lead to her demise. It's working. Lu Yongming suddenly exclaimed with delight. How curious. Grandpa, didn't you say that point was a death trap? Why is it that, after the silver needle insertion, the pallor on Sister Yang's face is receding, and she no longer cries out in pain? I am perplexed as well. Perhaps it is as Xiao Chen said. After all these years in medicine, I find myself a mere frog at the bottom of the well. Lu Yongming chuckled bitterly, unable to explain Su Lamlin's confusion, as he himself was equally bewildered. Yang Tianfeng, hearing this, glanced over and was astonished to see his daughter's complexion returning to normal. And the girl who had been in agony was now peacefully asleep. I will wait at the door for Xiao Chen. Unable to contain himself, Yang Tianfeng dashed out, eager to meet him. Half an hour later, a red sedan slowly approached and came to a stop at the entrance of number 13 Hepping Road. Lu Lingxin gazed at what appeared to be an ordinary gate, her heart racing once more. Was this truly number 13 Hepping Road? On her way there, she had entertained a notion that perhaps the address was merely coincidentally similar. However, upon seeing the 2 uniformed guards at the gate, she could no longer harbor doubts. The so-called number 13 compound was not merely one of many estates on Hepping Road. It was the only one, aptly named the number 13 compound. Within the compound, various residential districts existed, seemingly ordinary, yet those privy to the truth understood the caliber of individuals residing therein. As Lu Lingxin parked her car, the 2 guards hurried over to halt her vehicle. Just then, Yang Tianfeng rushed over, and upon seeing Xiao Chen in the passenger seat, his expression shifted dramatically. He spoke urgently to the guards, who then allowed them to pass. This place is no ordinary locale. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that the 2 guards possessed formidable strength. The older guard, marked by a scar on his cheek, emanated a particularly overwhelming aura, suggesting he was at least at the late stage of cultivation and likely to reach the postnatal stage within a few years. Moreover, the bloodlust radiating from them indicated they had undoubtedly seen combat. Xiao Chen, this morning's incident was my fault. Please, I implore you to save my daughter. The Yang family will be eternally grateful. After parking, Yang Tianfeng could no longer contain his emotions, his eyes reddening. Director Yang, let us not rush. I must first assess Miss Yang's condition. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Of course, please follow me. Yang Tianfeng nodded eagerly, wiping away his tears as he led the way. Lu Lingxin was taken aback. The director? The esteemed director was pleading with Xiao Chen in such a humble manner. Furthermore, considering his age, it was improbable that he had attained his position without significant familial influence, for merely holding the title of director would not suffice to reside in No. 13 compound. It was said that those living here were often retired elders from Han City or even the provincial capital. Lu Lingxin's mind was tumultuous, yet she refrained from asking further questions at that moment, quietly trailing behind Xiao Chen, her demeanor tense and her palms sweating. In contrast, Xiao Chen ambled along, casually observing his surroundings with a curious air. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the Yang residence, he chuckled lightly. Lu Yongming, appearing somewhat awkward, opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Upon entering, Lu Lingxin was immediately captivated by Lu Yongming, studying him with great curiosity. She felt an uncanny familiarity with this elderly gentleman clad in tang attire, as if she had encountered him before. However, she could not recall where that might have been. "Hey, you arrogant scoundrel, what are you so pleased about? If you cannot cure Sister Yang's ailment, just wait and see how I deal with you." Seeing Xiao Chen's smug demeanor, Su Lanlan furiously shook her little fists. "Ah, lovely young lady, if you wish to teach me a lesson, be my guest. But should you find yourself unable to prevail, do not call me a rogue again." Xiao Chen arched an eyebrow, and just as he finished speaking, Lu Lingxin, pouting, pinched him sharply on the waist from behind, causing him to grimace in pain, though he refrained from retaliating. On the other side, Su Lanlan erupted in fury. "I'm going to kill you. LNLN, cease this rudeness," Lu Yongming quickly admonished. Gritting her teeth, Su Lanlan exclaimed, "What, 23 cousins?" Xiao Chen was taken aback, pondering who would still dare to marry such a woman. Nonsense. Chapter 25. Bowing to apologize, old Lu, I told you it wouldn't work. Yet you refused to believe me. Do you now? Xiao Chen scoffed lightly. Observing Lu Yongming's embarrassed expression, he did not dwell on the matter. Instead, glancing at the bed where Yang Jingyi lay, and continued, Miss Yang carries the cold poison within her from birth. By all logic, she should not have survived past the age of 8. The fact that she lived to 13 before the outbreak suggests that a formidable expert must have used their true essence to suppress it during this time. As he spoke, Xiao Chen cast a questioning glance at Yang Tianfeng. Mr. Xiao can discern even this? Yang Tianfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and his address for Xiao Chen had changed to Mr. Xiao. Brother Lu, is what Xiao Chen said true? Liu Yangming and Tianfeng incredulously, as he had known him for years and was unaware of such details, which Xiao Chen had merely glanced at and stated outright. Indeed, when Jingyi was 5, my father went to great lengths to invite a martial arts expert from the capital to impart a trace of true essence to Jingyi, believing it would help her survive the perilous age of 8. Yang Tianfeng nodded, sighing as he continued. Later, Jingyi indeed passed through that age safely, but recently, the cold poison finally erupted. To treat her, my father left for the capital half a month ago, hoping to see that expert again. Yet there has been no news, and the phone remains unanswered. Is there not a similar martial arts expert in Hansheng? Our Su family is also a martial arts lineage. Surely someone could assist. Why must we seek someone in the capital? Su Lanlan inquired, puzzled. Lu Yongming shared her confusion as he looked at Yang Tianfeng. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Su, but martial arts masters? Su Lanlan exclaimed in surprise. LNLN, what level is your grandfather at now? Lu Yongming was not particularly knowledgeable about martial arts ranks. To him, Su Lanlan's grandfather, Su Qingzhou, was the most formidable martial artist he had ever encountered. Grandfather is currently at the 9th rank of the innate realm, just one step away from mastery. However, he has lingered at this step for 15 years. Su Lanlan reflected before stating, And the Zhao family? Lu Yongming inquired, frowning. The Zhao family was another martial arts lineage in Hansheng, comparable in strength to the Su family. Yet they harbored long-standing animosity towards each other. Old Zhao of the Zhao family, Zhao Nangong, is also at the 9th rank of the innate realm, having entered it 2 years after my grandfather. If a fight were to occur, given the strength of both families, it would be challenging to determine a victor in a short time. Thus, while there have been minor skirmishes, neither family has fully severed ties. Su Lanlan explained. Miss Su is correct. Currently, neither the Su nor Zhao families can produce a master. Hence my father had no choice but to seek an expert in the capital. Yang Tianfeng lamented, nodding in resignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen pondered, are the martial arts families of the mundane world so weak? Can a 9th rank innate master dominate Hansheng? If so, couldn't he easily topple these martial arts families with a mere flick of his finger? The term innate refers to the first minor realm a martial artist enters after surpassing the foundational body refinement phase, stepping into the chi training phase. The refinement phase consists of 3 minor realms: bone forging, energy condensation, and postnatal. The chi training phase further divides into 3 minor realms: innate, master, and grandmaster. Unlike the refinement phase, entering the chi training phase signifies a formal commitment to the path of cultivation, with each major realm thereafter divided into 9 ranks. Only by breaking through the 9th rank can one ascend to the next minor realm, the difficulty of which is beyond imagination. This scarcity of martial artists above the innate level is thus explained. Hey, what are you muttering about over there? Su Lanlan, noticing Xiao Chen's side comments, voiced her discontent. Ah, merely expressing my thoughts, Xiao Chen replied casually. Huh, a mere master? How audacious. Su Lanlan rolled her eyes. Yang Tianfeng smiled awkwardly, though he too found Xiao Chen's remarks somewhat presumptuous. Nevertheless, he dismissed them, recognizing the need to focus on having Xiao Chen treat his daughter. Little beauty, in due time, you shall see whether I am indeed audacious. The 100-year-old fire ginseng I used has a property that, once absorbed by Miss Yang, exacerbated the cold poison, disrupting the balance and causing the sudden outbreak of the ailment, correct? Lu Yangming's face flushed, suddenly expressing excitement. Very astute, old Lu. You have not wasted your years in medicine. Xiao Chen nodded in approval, adopting the demeanor of a mentor praising a junior. Strangely, Lu Yangming could not muster anger at that moment. Instead, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction akin to having gained enlightenment. Given the severity of Miss Yang's condition, can you truly alleviate it, Xiao Chen? Alas, it is my fault. Were it not for me, her condition would not have worsened. Lu Yangming spoke with a tone of guilt. Indeed, Mr. Xiao, do you truly possess a method to alleviate my daughter's condition? Yang Tianfeng inquired again, curiosity evident in his voice. Alleviate? Xiao Chen looked at the two men in confusion. Is there a problem? Indeed, Xiao Chen, is there no solution? Did you not say over the phone? Yang Tianfeng and Lu Yangming felt their hearts leap into their throats at Xiao Chen's response. I never mentioned alleviation over the phone. What? Director Yang, do you not wish to eradicate the cold poison entirely from your daughter? Xiao Chen replied with a puzzled expression. Eradicate? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's initial words, Yang Tianfeng and Lu Yangming felt their hearts sink, yet upon hearing the latter part, they both gasped in disbelief. They thought their ears might be deceiving them. Once they comprehended what had been said, Yang Tianfeng was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found it difficult to articulate his words, dropping to his knees. Mr. Xiao, I implore you to completely eradicate my daughter's ailment. I, Yang Tianfeng, am willing to bow an apology for my earlier offenses. As he spoke, Yang Tianfeng genuinely prepared to prostrate himself before Xiao Chen. Chapter 26. Are you a martial artist of the innate realm? Enough with the bowing and apologies. Saving her is the priority. Why, you could discern the acupuncture technique I practiced? Lu Yangming's expression shifted dramatically, astonished as he looked at Xiao Chen. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chen would recognize the technique he employed so effortlessly. Although the returning life needle was ranked 15th on the divine needle list, Lu Yangming had completely comprehended all 32 forms of this technique. In contrast, Wu Dihao's Xian Yuan 13 needles, ranked 10th on the divine needle list, were only partially learned, which is why Lu Yangming had secured a position among Hanqing's 4 great doctors, while Wu Dihao had yet to earn such recognition. Is it truly so difficult? As the acupuncture technique was executed, it became apparent that there was a noticeable clumsiness, with some silver needles failing to penetrate the acupoints to the required depth. What efficacy could such a technique possibly yield? As all the silver needles were removed from Yang Jingyi, her countenance once again twisted in agony, her lips turning a shade of bluish purple. Observing this, Lu Yangming refrained from further words and promptly retrieved a pack of pristine silver needles from his satchel. These needles were disposable, eliminating the need for sterilization, thus proving to be quite convenient. However, the subsequent scene left Lu Yangming utterly astonished. Manipulating needles with qi? Xiao Chen, are you a practitioner of the Xiantian realm? What? The Xiantian realm? Both Yang Tianfeng and Su Lanlan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in disbelief. A faint, translucent sphere of energy enveloped the silver needle in Xiao Chen's hand, a clear indication of the true qi characteristic of the Xiantian realm. How could this scoundrel possibly be? If anyone was most taken aback, it was undoubtedly Su Lanlan. At her age, reaching was already considered extraordinary among the youth of Han City, and she had always held a sense of pride in her martial pursuits, never having bowed to anyone. Yet, this individual before her, only a few years her senior, was already a practitioner of the Xiantian realm. How could Su Lanlan possibly reconcile this? The very thought of her previously declaring intentions to teach Xiao Chen a lesson made her wish for a hole to hide in. It must be noted that her grandfather, Su Qingzhou, though a peak practitioner of the Xiantian 9th rank, was still merely Xiantian. This scoundrel stands on equal footing with her grandfather? Such an anomaly. Mr. Xiao is truly remarkable. Achieving the Xiantian realm at such a tender age is unprecedented in all of Han City. We were so foolish this morning to suspect Mr. Xiao of being a fraud. How laughably ignorant we were. While Yang Tianfeng was filled with astonishment, a wave of regret surged within him, accompanied by excitement for the greater Xiao Chen's prowess. The higher the likelihood of healing his daughter. If he had previously harbored doubts about Xiao Chen's ability to cure her, now his confidence had soared to over 80%. Alas, I truly have been blind, resting on the laurels of the 4 great divine healers. My arrogance was unwarranted. As Xiao Chen had said, what difference is there between me and a frog at the bottom of a well? Lu Yongming chuckled bitterly at Yang Tianfeng's words. The 4 great divine healers? Lu? Are you Dr. Lu Yongming? Lu Lingxin, who was entirely unversed in martial arts, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Lu Yongming's reputation. Who exactly is this Xiao Chen? First, he garnered the attention of the director of the Central Hospital, Wu Dihao, and now he is associated with Director Yang and Divine Healer Lu. Each of these individuals is someone the Lu family aspires to befriend. Yet before Xiao Chen, they appeared so humble. As her astonishment grew, Lu Lingxin glanced at Su Lanlan, who possessed a youthful radiance and looked no older than 17 or 18, yet was undeniably striking. Moreover, this girl called Lu Yongming grandfather, indicating her formidable lineage. In that moment, Su Lanlan's sparkling eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, and Lu Lingxin felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy and anxiety. Do not say anything reckless. I am certainly not a practitioner of the Xiantian realm, Xiao Chen stated ambiguously. Xiantian realm? That is a matter of years past. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao. We shall keep this confidential. Yang Tianfeng and Lu Yongming responded, misinterpreting Xiao Chen's intent as a desire to conceal his true abilities. Meanwhile, Su Lanlan's perspective of Xiao Chen had shifted subtly. Upon learning of his status as a practitioner of the Xiantian realm, her attitude towards him transformed. It is human nature that when individuals occupy similar levels of strength and status, jealousy and rivalry can ensue. However, when one person surpasses another by several tiers of power and status, jealousy turns into admiration and reverence. Recalling the slap she had received earlier, an odd sensation washed over Su Lanlan, causing her cheeks to flush. Observing this, Lu Lingxin sensed something amiss. All right, pay close attention. I shall commence the acupuncture now. Old Lu, take notes. I will only demonstrate once, and how much you grasp depends on your own skill. Xiao Chen did not refute their assumptions, allowing them to believe he was indeed of the Xiantian realm. With that, he flicked his fingers, and 3 silver needles swiftly pierced the acupoints on Yang Jingyi's body. Lu Yongming was left in a state of disbelief. Could acupuncture truly be performed in such a manner? He had spent over half an hour executing his technique, with each needle requiring more than a minute. Yet, Xiao Chen had completed the insertion of 3 needles in mere moments, and not a single one was misplaced. In a matter of mere breaths, 32 silver needles had been expertly positioned on Yang Jingyi. The further one delves into the art of acupuncture, the more intricate the technique becomes, with exceedingly stringent requirements for the acupoint and the depth of needle insertion. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen's movements remained fluid and uninterrupted, executed in one continuous flow. Lu Yongming paced anxiously around the bed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he scrutinized the placement of each needle. With every observation, his amazement deepened until he was utterly entranced, nearly deranged. Unlike the worsening condition Yang Jingyi experienced after Lu Yongming's treatment, her complexion began to regain a healthy hue, indicating that the cold poison had been suppressed within her body. Lu Yongming regarded Xiao Chen with an expression of profound complexity, and after a lengthy silence, he finally exclaimed, "In my decades of practice, today I have witnessed what a true divine healer is. The youth is indeed formidable." Chapter 27, Jade Marrow Divine Healer Lu. To what extent has Mr. Zhao's medical prowess reached? Yang Tianfeng inquired, was led by Liu Yangming's rapt observation. Mr. Zhao's medical skills are beyond my comprehension, but I can assure you, he is worthy of my mentorship. How laughable it is that I once sought to take him as my disciple. What a disgrace I have brought upon myself. Lu Yongming chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon hearing his words, Yang Tianfeng and the others were once again astounded. What a remarkable individual. Su Lanlan murmured, biting her lip, her curiosity about Xiao Chen intensifying. Director Yang, please fetch a basin of hot water. The cold poison within Miss Yang has been subdued, and I shall now expel entirely. Xiao Chen addressed Yang Tianfeng, disregarding the discussions around him. Understood. I will retrieve the water immediately. Young Tianfeng, filled with excitement at the prospect of expelling the poison from his daughter, hurriedly descended the stairs. Xiao Chen and the others waited in the room. Soon, Yang Tianfeng returned, carrying a basin of hot water. Director Yang, be careful not to place it on the floor, or this house will be uninhabitable, Xiao Chen instructed, gently lifting Yang Jingyi's wrist and pricking it with the silver needle, causing crimson droplets of blood to surface. Is this the cold poison? The others questioned, their expressions revealing their uncertainty. Certainly not. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, then swiftly pressed his fingers against the acupoints corresponding to Yang Jingyi's internal organs, his speed astonishing. Finally, he channeled a stream of true qi into Yang Jingyi's body, and almost instantaneously, the color of the blood droplets seeping from her wrist altered to a pale blue, emanating a chilling aura. Miss Yang has been plagued by cold poison for many years, thus it cannot be expelled all at once. Otherwise, it may severely harm her vital essence and shorten her lifespan. Xiao Chen explained, then turned to Su Lanlan. Little beauty, could you kindly fetch some hot water and alternate with Director Yang? Huh, isn't there hot water already? Su Lanlan pouted, her previous arrogance completely vanished, and she asked in confusion. After Yang Tianfeng's remark, everyone suddenly realized something was amiss. As the pale blue blood droplet from Yang Jingyi's wrist fell into the basin of water, the previously steaming hot water instantly turned cold. When another droplet fell into the basin, ice shards visibly formed in the water. Is this the cold poison? How ferocious it is! It is hard to imagine the suffering Miss Yang has endured all these years. Lu Yangming lamented, his words bringing a flush of emotion to Yang Tianfeng's eyes. As a father, such things are most unbearable. Little beauty, if you do not wish for Director Yang's hands to suffer frostbite, you should stay right here. Xiao Chen teased. Why should I care if he gets frostbite? He was just saying he would settle scores with us. Sulanlan affed, indiscontent. Mr. Xiao, I am fine, and I can endure it, so there's no need to trouble Miss Su. Yang Tianfeng awkwardly chucklet. I hope you can be as stubborn later. Xiao Chen laughed. Lanlan, hurry up. Do you want me to go instead? Or shall I send Mr. Zhao's girlfriend? Lu Yangming's expression darkened as he scolded. All right, I will go. There's no need to be so fierce, you old man. How do you know this beautiful sister is that scoundrel's girlfriend? Su Lanlan shot a glance at Lu Lingxin, huffing in indignation. What a sight. One sentence revealed a woman's hidden thoughts. Thank you, sister. Please keep an eye on this scoundrel. These filthy men are most fond of young girls. Lu Lingxin was nearly livid. Being only 20 herself, she felt mocked by Su Lanlan's veiled jibe, and she could not retort, given that the latter was merely 17 or 18. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Lu Yangming were utterly bewildered. A few minutes later, when Su Lanlan returned with a basin of hot water, Yang Tianfeng was on the verge of collapse, shivering uncontrollably. While the water in the basin had formed a thick layer of ice, and with each drop of cold poison, the ice continued to thicken. Upon seeing Su Lanlan, Yang Tianfeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Mr. Xiao, what should we do with this basin of water? He asked, recalling Xiao Chen's earlier instruction not to place it on the ground, feeling quite at a loss. Hand it to me. Xiao Chen took it, then retrieved a piece of commonly found transparent jade, which he had specifically purchased with Lu Lingxin on their way here. Such items are not expensive. After taking the basin, Xiao Chen infused his true energy into the jade, and everyone witnessed as the jade absorbed the pale blue cold energy from the ice like a sponge. What is this? Lu Yangming asked in confusion. This cold poison is highly invasive, if left on the ground. The cold energy could seep into the floor and then through the walls into the ground, causing this place to remain like an ice cellar year-round. Thus, the best approach is to contain it within the jade. When worn, it possesses the ability to clear heat, cool the blood, and extend one's life, making it a rare treasure for those with heated blood. Xiao Chen smiled lightly. Then why not directly use the jade to absorb this cold poison? Why dissolve it in water first? Lu Yangming inquired again. The cold poison is fierce. Direct absorption would damage the structure of the jade, causing it to shatter. Diluting it in water first allows the jade to absorb it without such issues. Xiao Chen explained. Marvelous. Today I have truly gained insight. Lu Yangming stroked his beard in admiration, his gaze turning fervent as he looked at the jade in Xiao Chen's hand. Old man, do not get any ideas about my jade. If you truly desire it, then it will cost you 100,000 for a piece. Xiao Chen snorted, having discerned Lu Yangming's intentions. All right, I will buy it. Surprisingly, Lu Yangming did not blink. directly agreeing to the purchase. What? Did I sell it too cheaply? Seeing Lu Yongming's unwavering resolve, Xiao Chen immediately regretted his price. Indeed, after witnessing Xiao Chen's capabilities, Lu Yongming no longer doubted his words. The mere longevity benefit alone justified the cost. Who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Fine, old Lu, you certainly know how to seize an opportunity. Not only does it extend life, but for martial artists, wearing it long-term can greatly reduce the risk of going astray in their practice, aiding in maintaining a tranquil mind during cultivation. Xiao Chen chuckled, glancing at Su Lanlan beside him. You scoundrel, I want some too. I want 5 pieces. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan was evidently tempted. Sorry, I do not have that many, and if I sell them to you, the price doubles, 200,000 each. Xiao Chen held up 2 fingers. What? You scoundrel, you are bullying me. Why do you sell to me for 200,000 each? Su Lanlan was suddenly infuriated. All right, if you call me a scoundrel, the price doubles again. Now it's 400,000 each. Xiao Chen smirked, extending 4 fingers. Ah, you wait for me. Su Lanlan clenched her small fists, but she was helpless against him. Threatening me? 500,000. Xiao Chen retorted, causing Lu Lingxin beside them to burst into laughter. Su Lanlan was nearly fuming, but seeing Lu Lingxin's reaction, she suddenly felt displeased. Then her eyes twinkled as she approached Xiao Chen, shaking his arm insistently. No. Xiao Chen Gij. All right, I concede. 5 pieces it is. Xiao Chen could no longer withstand her persistence, especially feeling Lu Lingxin's piercing gaze. Thank you. Chingij. But what's the price? Su Lanlan grinned slyly. 20,000. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. Oh dear brother, please stop. Can it be 10,000 instead? Feeling the pain from Lu Lingxin's grip on his waist, Xiao Chen was nearly at his wit's end. Thank you, Chingij. Su Lanlan, however, was relentless, planting a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek. In an instant, the air in the room fell into an eerie silence. A pin drop could be heard. Lu Yongming and Yang Tianfeng wore expressions of immense awkwardness. Lu Lingxin's mouth slightly opened, tears welling in her eyes. Su Lanlan's face flushed crimson. Realizing her previous action had been rather impulsive, Xiao Chen touched his cheek, savoring the moment, and could not help but look at Su Lanlan, inadvertently saying, 10,000 each. And I will give you an extra piece. Xiao Chen, you are going too far. What a mess. Xiao Chen was startled, perplexed by this little rich girl's sudden whimsy. Her performance was too convincing. Lanlan, stand aside. If you continue causing trouble, believe me, I will have your grandfather confine you at home. Lu Yongming scolded angrily. It was unintentional. Su Lanlan stuck out her tongue. Cough. Treating the illness is our priority. Let us proceed quickly, and I will comfort her later. Xiao Chen nervously suggested. After Lu Lingxin left, Su Lanlan refrained from any further outrageous actions. Approximately 40 minutes later, after changing the water several times, the blood droplets on Yang Jingyi's wrist finally ceased to be pale blue, returning to a normal crimson hue, and eventually, no more blood droplets emerged. This meant that the cold poison within Yang Jingyi had been entirely expelled. Observing his daughter's gradually reddening cheeks, Yang Tianfeng was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could hardly speak. All right, the cold poison has been completely eradicated. Miss Yang should awaken shortly. Xiao Chen carefully stowed away the jadeite in his possession, having absorbed a total of 18 pieces. After setting aside the one from Lu Yongming and the 5-for-1 deal from Su Lanlan, he was left with 11 pieces, thereby securing a profit of 600,000. Almost as if to validate Xiao Chen's words, as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Jingyi, lying on the bed, stirred her eyelids and slowly opened her eyes. Daddy, I had a dream. In my dream, I felt so uncomfortable. Who is this brother? The awakened Yang Jingyi still appeared somewhat weak, her voice barely above a whisper. This brother has cured your illness, and you will no longer suffer. Jingyi, quickly tell Daddy how you feel now, Yang Tianfeng said, his eyes reddening as he leaned over the bed, grasping Yang Jingyi's hand with concern. Really? Thank you, brother. Yang Jingyi smiled sweetly, expressing her gratitude to Xiao Chen. Then, turning to Yang Tianfeng, she cheerfully stated, Daddy, I don't feel cold anymore. My palms and soles have never been this warm. Good. Yang Tianfeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. The scene moved both Lu Yongming and Su Lanlan, who were watching nearby. Daddy, I'm hungry. Yang Jingyi spoke again. All right, being hungry is good. Daddy will go have someone prepare your favorite taro ball porridge. Yang Tianfeng tucked the blanket around his daughter. Subsequently, The group discreetly made their way downstairs to the living room. Upon reaching the living room, Yang Tianfeng bowed deeply to Xiao Chen, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Zhao's kindness to the Yang family is as if we have been reborn. From this day forth, your matters will be our matters. Should you require anything from the Yang family, please do not hesitate to command us. His words astonished both Lu Yongming and Su Lanlan, who were well aware of the true power of the Yang family. Yang Tianfeng's promise was worth far more than mere financial compensation. Director Yang is too polite. However, I do need you to assist me with a small favor. Xiao Chen pondered before speaking. Please, Mr. Xiao, go ahead. Yang Tianfeng responded eagerly. The century-old fire ginseng should still be available, correct? How about selling it to me? But I don't have much money, Xiao Chen said with a light chuckle. Mr. Xiao, you flatter me. How can I accept your money? Please wait a moment. I will retrieve it right away. Yang Tianfeng waved his hands and hurried off to fetch the century-old fire ginseng. When he returned with it, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. The piece had only been used about 1/5 and still retained a size comparable to a palm, more than sufficient for his needs. Yang Tianfeng contemplated for a moment, then sincerely stated, "All right, old Lu has my number. You can call me when the time comes." Xiao Chen readily agreed. Yang Tianfeng, overjoyed, then turned to Lu Yongming. Please also invite physician Lu and Miss Su to join us. Hearing this, Lu Yongming and Su Lanlan did not decline. Lu Yongming agreed because he had many medical inquiries he wished to discuss with Xiao Chen. Having observed Xiao Chen's acupuncture techniques earlier, he felt he had gained considerable insight. He believed that further exchanges with Xiao Chen would undoubtedly enhance his medical skills. As for Su Lanlan, she simply wished to partake in the excitement. In that case, Director Yang, we shall treat your cold poison during mealtime. For now, I must address other matters. Xiao Chen gestured towards the parking lot outside, indicating Lu Lingxin, who was sulking. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongming still appeared somewhat awkward, while Su Lanlan playfully stuck out her tongue. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. However, why do I have cold poison in my body? Isn't this poison hereditary and not contagious? Besides, I haven't felt unwell over the years. Yang Tianfeng expressed his gratitude, then spoke with a puzzled expression. Indeed, it is not contagious. If I am not mistaken, this cold poison should be a familial ailment passed down from your wife, correct? May I inquire about her family background? Xiao Chen asked curiously. You are correct, Mr. Xiao. It indeed comes from my wife. Yang Tianfeng nodded, then sighed, saying, however, even I am not entirely clear about her family background. You don't know? Xiao Chen and Lu Yongming exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Indeed, my wife and I met during a mountain trip in our youth. She was quite peculiar, dressed in ancient robes, seemingly oblivious to the modern world. We developed feelings for each other during our time together and eventually married. Yang Tianfeng sighed again and continued. I have asked her about her origins before, but she has always been reluctant to share. After all these years, all I know is that she comes from the Jiang family. Beyond that, I am unaware. Jiang family? I have not heard of any notable family by that surname. Lu Yongming pondered inwardly. Xiao Chen hesitated briefly, harboring a vague suspicion. While cold poison is not contagious over the years, as Director Yang engaged in intimate relations with his esteemed wife, the poison within her could have infiltrated his body, accumulating over time. Although the amount of cold poison in his body may be minimal, it has nonetheless impacted his health. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Yang Tianfeng. Ha, you rogue. Upon broaching such an obscure topic, Su Lanlan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing uncontrollably as she lightly huffed in annoyance. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, disregarding the girl's reactions, and continued to inquire of Yang Tianfeng over the years. Have you occasionally experienced cold extremities, weakness throughout your body, especially at night? Yang Tianfeng's face reddened. Director Yang, you are overthinking it. Your health is actually quite good. Given your frequency of intimacy, it should not have reached a point of bodily depletion. The current symptoms are merely a consequence of the cold poison at play. Although it does not have a significant impact on you now, in a few years, it could become problematic. I will expel the cold poison from your body at a later date. For today, I must take my leave. Xiao Chen concluded, waving his hand in farewell. Though the young heiress's tantrum was rather inexplicable, he was currently residing in the Lu family's home and felt it necessary to appease her. Well then, thank you, Mr. Xiao. Yang Tianfeng expressed his immense gratitude, and Lu Yongming naturally offered his respects, while Su Lanlan slyly noted down Xiao Chen's phone number in her mobile device. Chapter 29. The Black Dragon Society. Meanwhile, at a dental clinic. Young master, I have investigated, and there are no transaction records for your card. It appears we cannot charge that brat with any crime. In the observation room, Zhou Heng sat with a sullen expression after just receiving dental work. Beside him, a well-dressed bodyguard spoke respectfully. That little brat is rather clever. This means I cannot proceed through normal legal channels to put him behind bars. What a pity. Zhou Heng replied bitterly. Young master, shall I teach him a lesson? The bodyguard offered eagerly. No need. If you take action, won't everyone know that I was beaten by this brat? If such an embarrassing incident becomes public, how can I maintain my standing in the circles of Han City? Zhou Heng shook his head, then seemed to recall something and looked at his bodyguard, Jia Peng. I heard you were with the Black Dragon Society before coming to my Zhou family? Young master is astute. I was indeed a hall master in the Black Dragon Society. Eventually, I was moved by the might of the Zhou family head and decided to serve the Zhou family. With the head's assistance, I successfully entered the condensing strength stage 6 months ago, Jia Peng said with a hint of pride. Condensing strength stage, what a joke. To put it plainly, you are just a dog of the Zhou family. Besides, you joined my family because you were greedy for a sum of money from the Black Dragon Society. Then were hunted down by the 4 great kings of your society and had no choice but to seek refuge with my family. You are not moved by my father's might. Stop pretending. Zhou Heng scoffed derisively. Upon hearing this, Jia Peng's face turned awkward and uncomfortable, feeling displeased at having his disgraceful past exposed by Zhou Heng. However, he dared not retort and could only smile ingratiatingly. Nothing can escape the young master's notice. Humph. Enough flattery. I have a serious task for you. Zhou Heng let out a cold snort, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Young master, please proceed. Jia Peng perked up, eager to listen. Do you still have contact with the He Longhui? Speak honestly. Do not hide anything. Zhou Heng inquired. Well, I haven't been in touch much over the years, but I know where their base is. Do you want me to facilitate a connection with them? Jia Peng was not foolish and quickly deduced Zhou Heng's intentions. Indeed, does the He Longhui not take on any job? Why not approach their leader or the 4 great kings and discuss how much it would cost to eliminate that country bumpkin named Xiao Chen? By the way, that bumpkin possesses some skill, but he's not particularly strong. After years of not practicing Taekwondo, I could still exchange a few moves with him. Zhou Heng pondered for a moment before responding. Young master, this can be arranged, but I cannot guarantee the price. The leader of the He Longhui, Feng Tianlong, has been a martial artist at the postnatal stage for several years now, far stronger than I can imagine. The 4 great kings under him were already at the late stage of the period back then, and they must have grown even stronger over the years. If you want them to handle this matter personally, the cost will undoubtedly be substantial. Jia Peng hesitated briefly before summarizing the situation. Humph, strength is essential. I wouldn't seek them out if they were weak. Tell them I am willing to offer 2 million for that brat's life. Also, make sure to record a video of his demise. Make it as brutal as possible. If I'm satisfied with it, I will add another 1 million later. But it must be assured that I won't be implicated afterward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. 2 million? Jia Peng was startled. What? Is that too little? Zhou Heng expressed his displeasure. No, young master. 2 million can buy the life of a martial artist at the... That brat is merely an ordinary person. That amount is more than sufficient. Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you. Jia Peng pounded his chest confidently. Despite his conflicts with the He Longhui, they would not refuse a lucrative job, and he could also make a profit from this 2 million. All right, go now. I will transfer 2 million to your card shortly. Zhou Heng nodded in satisfaction, although he felt a twinge of pain. 2 million was a significant portion of his pocket money for several months. This time, he was truly investing heavily for revenge against that country bumpkin, Xiao Chen. Understood. Young master, await my good news. Jia Peng replied before turning and leaving. In the heart of Han City, an old street awaited demolition. Unlike the bustling activity in other parts of the city center, this street saw significantly fewer people. After receiving the money, Jia Peng took a taxi to this location, stopping in front of a shop named Tianlong Labor Services. Although the He Longhui owned numerous casinos and entertainment venues, its headquarters was situated on this dilapidated street. 5 years ago, upon learning through special channels that this street was slated for demolition, Feng Tianlong acquired all the shops at an exceptionally low price. The owners, pressured by Feng Tianlong's ruthless tactics, had no choice but to concede. Now, 5 years later, the demolition project had been officially included in the relevant department's agenda, and construction would commence at the latest by next year. Once the project began, Feng Tianlong would receive a substantial compensation payout. It could be said that this old street was Feng Tianlong's most valued asset, making the choice of headquarters here quite reasonable. However, this also meant that business on the street had dwindled, gradually becoming desolate. Jia Peng stepped out of the taxi, reflecting on the scene before him, recalling that he had once been involved in overseeing activities in this area. Who are you? What brings you here? A few tattooed men were playing cards inside Tianlong Labor Services, and one of them glared fiercely at Jia Peng, demanding an answer. I am here to discuss a business deal with Boss Feng. Is he around? Despite having the Zhou family backing him, Jia Peng tried to maintain a low profile, fully aware that these individuals were ruthless and unyielding. Just as Jia Peng finished speaking, a young man with dyed red hair emerged from a bedroom on the first floor, holding up his pants. Behind him, a voluptuous woman with tattoos was adjusting her clothes on the bed. Oh, look who it is, it's old Jia. What? Do you still have the guts to come looking for Brother Long? Aren't you afraid he'll cripple you on the spot? The red-haired youth sneered upon spotting Jia Peng. Diaokuan. Jia Peng's expression changed, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Zhao Kuan, though seemingly young, was formidable. One of the 4 great kings of the Heilong Hui, known as Bloodstab, and was notoriously vicious and lecherous. Years ago, after Jia Peng embezzled funds from the Heilong Hui, he had nearly lost his life to this man. Rumor had it that Zhao Kuan was a member of the Zhao family, a martial arts lineage in Han City, who had been cast out for an affair with his cousin. Using his strength, he had joined the Heilong Hui and risen to become one of the 4 great kings. There was another narrative suggesting that Zhao Kuan had not merely been expelled, but that the Zhao family sought to infiltrate the Heilong Hui through him, aiming to gain influence over the underground forces of Han City. In Jia Peng's view, the latter theory seemed more credible. He had received information while with the Zhou family indicating that Zhao Kuan was not only a descendant of the Zhao family, but also the illegitimate son of Zhao Nangong, the head of the family and a prominent hostess from a club. It was unlikely that such a man would be cast out for a mere affair. Thus, even with the Zhou family's support and his own advancement to the period, Jia Peng felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation before Zhao Kuan. Jia Peng, who do you think you're to call my name so casually? You must be seeking death. Zhao Kuan's expression turned cold as he glared at Jia Peng, unsheathing a dagger from behind him and swiftly lunging forward, aiming for Jia Peng's neck with ruthless intent. Zhao Kuan, you dare? Jia Peng exclaimed, his nerves on edge as he instinctively retreated, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Even so, a crimson mark appeared on his neck. To evade my casual strike, huh? Interesting. It seems you've made some progress since the days you were like a dog in my hands. Diao Kun remarked mockingly. But don't think that just because you're serving the Zhou family, the Heilong Hui dares not act against you. If I truly wanted you dead, the Zhou family wouldn't dare utter a word. Surprised by Jia Peng's ability to evade his attack, Zhao Kuan's eyes glinted with amusement as he continued to taunt him. I am here to discuss business with Boss Feng, Zhao Kuan. It's best if you don't interfere. Jia Peng felt a chill run down his spine, fully aware that if a fight broke out, he would not survive Zhao Kuan's onslaught. Discuss business? You think you're worthy? You're merely a dog of the Zhou family. Even if you've reached the period, you're still just a dog of that level. His expression dripping with scorn. Jia Peng's anger flared, yet he dared not retaliate. Years ago, Zhao Kuan was already at the period, and now, although Jia Peng had also reached that level, he had barely survived Zhao Kuan's casual strike. It was highly likely that Zhao Kuan had advanced to the postnatal stage. After all, Zhao Kuan was backed by one of the 2 great martial arts families in Han City. Even so, Jia Peng felt a wave of dread wash over him. A postnatal martial artist in their 20s. Initially, Jia Peng had felt a sense of pride upon reaching the period, but at this moment, he felt only a burning shame. Yes, even at the period, he was merely a dog of that level. No matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? The disparity between individuals is sometimes beyond the reach of mere effort. Brother Kuan's words ring true. I am indeed a mere dog. However, I happen to possess a lucrative contract worth 1,500,000. It merely involves eliminating a person, and a commoner at that. The Heilong Hui could easily accomplish this with a mere flick of their fingers. I believe that Boss Feng will be quite interested. With this thought, Jia Peng felt a tumult of indignation within, yet was compelled to muster a feigned smile of flattery. He approached and discreetly slipped a 20,000 yuan card into Zhao Kuen's hands, smilingly saying, "I kindly ask Brother Kuen to relay this to Boss Feng. Consider this 20,000 as your reward for your efforts." Although Jia Peng harbored a deep-seated desire for Zhao Kuen to meet an unfortunate end, he recognized that without Zhao Kuen's approval, he would likely never meet Feng Tianlong, thus jeopardizing the task assigned to him by Zhou Hong. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. After accepting the money, Zhao Kuen's previously sinister countenance softened considerably, yet he still sneered. This trifling sum is merely enough to appease a beggar. Just as Jia Peng began to doubt whether he had offered an insufficient amount, Zhao Kuen unexpectedly patted his shoulder and spoke again. "Forget it. Although your past actions were somewhat disgraceful, we are old acquaintances. Out of respect for that, I will take you to meet Boss Feng. However, I cannot guarantee his attitude." Zhao Kuen brazenly tucked the card into his pocket. Despite being the illegitimate son of Zhao Nangong, he received a fair amount of resources from the Zhao family each month. Yet, the cost of martial arts training was exorbitant, leaving him with little to spare after expenses. Coupled with his lascivious nature, the meager remainder was hardly sufficient for his pursuits. Thus, he found himself resorting to the services of the Hei Long Hui's exclusive transportation for his indulgences. Jia Peng's 20,000 alleviated his immediate financial strain. Consequently, regardless of Zhao Kuen's disdain for Jia Peng, upon seeing the 20,000, he feigned amiability and acquiesced to Jia Peng's request. The other burly men, upon witnessing the card in Zhao Kuen's possession, could only express envy, refraining from further comment. "Very well, I will speak to Boss Feng." "Thank you, Brother Kuen." Jia Peng sighed in relief upon Zhao Kuen's concession and immediately returned a grin. "Let us go. Come on up." Zhao Kuen then led the way to the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the second floor was exquisitely decorated, and due to the open layout of all the shops, the corridor appeared elongated, with internet CAFs, bars, and various entertainment facilities lining either side. Jia Peng followed Zhao Kuen to the central living area. At that moment, 4 men sat on genuine leather sofas, playing mahjong, each accompanied by a woman providing massages. "Old 3, are you even capable? How could you finish so quickly?" Upon Zhao Kuen's arrival, one of the men at the mahjong table, a bald man with a scarred face, jested. "Boss Feng, I brought a familiar face." Zhao Kuen chuckled, gesturing to Jia Peng behind him. Upon seeing Jia Peng, the bald man grinned menacingly. "Speak up. What is your purpose here? If you fail to satisfy me, you might just leave a leg behind today." The bald man was none other than Feng Tianlong, the leader of the Hei Long Hui. Recently, due to the impending demolition of the street, Feng Tianlong's spirits were notably high. Once the compensation for the demolition came through, their territory would at least double in size. "Boss Feng, let us not dwell on past grievances. I'm here to inquire if you might be interested in a business opportunity." Jia Peng understood that one must tread carefully on the Hei Long Hui's territory. They were capable of anything. "Oh, is it a debt collection or an assassination? Do tell." Feng Tianlong's interest was piqued, as the primary sources of income for the Hei Long Hui, aside from their establishments, revolved around these activities. "Murder." Seeing Feng Tianlong's reaction, Jia Peng felt a weight lift from his chest and proceeded to relay Zhou Heng's instructions. 1,500,000? And he just a provincial bumpkin? Are you certain this Xiao Chen is merely an ordinary person? After hearing Jia Peng's words, Feng Tianlong and his companions were incredulous. Indeed, he is undoubtedly an ordinary person. He may possess some skills, but he is certainly not a martial artist. Jia Peng reflected and stated with utmost certainty. That makes sense. If even Zhou Xiao could handle a few exchanges with him, how could he be a martial artist? Very well, the Hei Long Hui will take this job. Feng Tianlong appeared intrigued. Eliminating an ordinary person, especially one from the countryside, would not only be effortless, but also free of complications. 1,500,000 was practically a windfall. Here is a 1 million deposit. The remaining 500,000 will be paid later. Furthermore, Zhou Xiao mentioned that if you can record a video of the torture and killing of Xiao Chen, he will add an additional 800,000 as a reward. However, the only stipulation is that this must not trace back to him. Jia Peng produced another card and placed it on the table in front of Feng Tianlong. Zhou Xiao is generous. You know how the Hei Long Hui operates. In light of this business, let's put aside the matter of your embezzlement of the goods from years ago. Feng Tianlong snorted coldly, tossing the bank card into a drawer, then looked at Zhao Kuen and the others. You all find someone to handle this. Distribute the remaining payment according to the usual rules. Boss, I'll go myself. I've been idle lately and could use a little excitement. Before Feng Tianlong could finish, a burly man beside the mahjong table chimed in. Old Four, I see you're eager to take this opportunity to seek out women. Very well, if you wish to go, then go ahead. Just be discerning when choosing. Feel free to select any ordinary housewife, but avoid touching those who should not be touched, lest you bring trouble to the Hei Long Hui. Feng Tianlong half-warned, half-teased. Meanwhile, Jia Peng felt a surge of joy, for this burly man was none other than the fourth of the Hei Long Hui's four pillars, Peng Li, nicknamed Jin Gang Yuan. He was robust and equally formidable. With one of the four pillars from the Hei Long Hui stepping in, this matter was surely secured. Therefore, would it be too much to ask for a higher price? Chapter 31. Su Lanlin's subtle thoughts at this moment. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the fact that the Hei Long Hui had set their sights on him. Hey, little rich girl, why did you come out here all alone? What has got you so upset? After leaving Yang Tianfeng's residence, Xiao Chen took a stroll and finally found the teary-eyed Lu Lingxin in the parking lot. You actually came looking for me? I thought you were off to enjoy a honeymoon with your Su family sister. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Lu Lingxin huffed angrily. Are you jealous? Let me remind you once again, we are merely pretending to be a couple. Your private matters are none of my concern, even though I have nothing to do with that girl from the Su family. Xiao Chen rubbed his nose, then suddenly turned serious, gazing at Lu Lingxin and asking, Little rich girl, you wouldn't have actually developed feelings for me, would you? Me? Like you? Xiao Chen, you're far too conceited. Even in the next life, I could never like you. Lu Lingxin exploded, glaring at him with indignation. That's a relief. Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, yet remained puzzled. If that is the case, then why were you angry just now? Was I angry at you? I was furious with that little vixen from the Su family. Clearly, she was trying to provoke me, and although we're only pretending, I'm still your girlfriend in name. Yet you didn't stand up for me. Do I not have any dignity? Just look at her smug expression. The more Lu Lingxin spoke, the angrier she became. Then she turned and got into her car, starting the engine. Xiao Chen stood there, bewildered. Lu Lingxin, fuming, tossed out one last remark and sped away, leaving Xiao Chen standing in the parking lot with a face full of confusion. However, at the same time, he also felt a sense of relief. He was genuinely concerned that Lu Lingxin might develop feelings for him, which would undoubtedly complicate matters. It seemed he had no choice but to hail a taxi. As he watched Lu Lingxin's car vanish from his sight, Xiao Chen sighed and offered a wry smile. He then exited the gates of a No. 13 residential complex and stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi to pass by. Yet, perhaps due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding number 13, there were hardly any people on this road, let alone taxis. Initially, Xiao Chen paid little mind to it. After all, the affluent individuals who could emerge from No. 13 were mostly unfamiliar to him. Unexpectedly, a red Ferrari screeched to a halt right in front of him, and a youthful, radiant face leaned out. Xiao Chenji? Su Lanlan beamed at him. No, I mean Miss Su, you may as well call me a scoundrel. I'm not accustomed to this. Upon recognizing Su Lanlan, Xiao Chen felt a sudden headache. Why should I? I insist on calling you that. Xiao Chenji, what are you doing standing here? Where's that sister? Su Lanlan glanced around, puzzled. I can't believe you're doing this, especially after she laughed at me. Xiao Chen retorted, exasperated. It's not my fault. She was teasing me. If that is the case, I shan't hold back. Where's your grandfather? Not seeing Lu Yangming, Xiao Chen inquired with curiosity. I have a few friends who invited me out. Su Lanlan replied, while driving. In the evening? No, why? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Not only did he have no plans for the evening, but he was also the most unoccupied person in Han City at that moment. That's wonderful. Come along with me. Su Lanlan exclaimed joyfully. Why? I'm not going. Xiao Chen responded without hesitation. Come on, there will be many beautiful women. They are all my good friends, and I can introduce one to you. Besides, what if I get drunk and encounter trouble? There are many bad people in bars. Aren't you worried about me? Su Lanlan insisted, enticing Xiao Chen. I think I should be more concerned about those bad people. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at Su Lanlan. With her skills, there were hardly any people in Han City who could pose a threat to her. Huffed. Su Lanlan couldn't help but laugh, then suddenly turned her head to wink at Xiao Chen. I have a 300-year-old ice mountain snow lotus from my grandfather. Would you like it? A 300-year-old ice mountain snow lotus? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in surprise. What a treasure! The century-old fire ginseng and spirit blood wood were already potent herbs. Combined with the ice mountain snow lotus, It would perfectly balance the fiery properties of both. Deal. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan immediately nodded enthusiastically. Then you must tell me where we are going. Xiao Chen asked curiously, wondering what kind of place could make this spirited young girl wary. You will know when we arrive. Su Lanlan thought for a moment and gave Xiao Chen a sly glance before accelerating. Over an hour later, Su Lanlan drove Xiao Chen around a large part of Han City before finally pulling into an underground plaza, stopping at a place called Longhu Fighting Bar. A fighting bar? After getting out of the car and seeing the enormous bar sign, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a sense of being led into a trap. Come on, let us go. It's so much fun inside. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to ask further, Su Lanlan eagerly called for him to enter the bar. Upon entering, Su Lanlan whispered something to a clerk at the entrance, after which a staff member respectfully handed Xiao Chen a number tag. The tag bore the number 7. Xiao Chen, thinking it was a table number, accepted it without hesitation. Xiao Chen ji, let me take you to find my friends. Su Lanlan flashed takaningismai, then took Xiao Chen's hand and led him deeper into the bar. Once inside, Xiao Chen realized that the overall decor and atmosphere were quite similar to a typical bar, filled with revelers, particularly women clad in scant fabric that barely covered their sensitive areas, posing provocatively atop tables. If there was one distinguishing feature, it was the expansive space of the bar, which almost occupied the entire plaza, with upper and lower levels encircling cozy booths. In the center, there was a ring enclosed by ropes, suggesting its intended use. Soon, Su Lanlan led Xiao Chen to a booth where a few people were already seated. Observing the group, Xiao Chen mused that Su Lanlan had indeed not deceived him. Aside from 3 girls, only a solemn young man with long hair sat among them. Judging by the young man's aura, he was undoubtedly a martial arts practitioner. Oh, Lanlan, who is this? You seem quite close. A round-faced girl at the booth teased upon seeing Su Lanlan holding Xiao Chen's hand. Dressed so poorly, like a country bumpkin. Lanlan, you truly have no taste. Another voluptuous girl with a rose tattoo on her chest scoffed at Xiao Chen's attire. Xiao Chen chuckled. It seemed Su Lanlan's claim that these were all her friends was rather questionable. Xiao Chen, mind your words. If you dare speak out of turn again, I'll tear your mouth apart. He retorted. You chose such a tasteless fellow. That's a fact. If it's the truth, can't I say a word or two? Xiao Chen, the voluptuous girl, retorted with a sardonic grin. Unable to resist, Xiao Chen cast a discerning glance at Xiao Chen before sneering. Even if I lack taste, I wouldn't lay eyes on you, a worthless wretch. TSK. It's rare to see a girl of 18 or 19 who is as debauched as you. Chapter 32. Merely rubbish with Xiao Chen's words. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Who do you call a worthless wretch? Xiao Chen's slightly immature face turned ashen, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Lanlan, quickly control your Xiao Chunji. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. The round-faced girl urgently signaled to Su Lanlan, unable to restrain herself from whispering a warning. Xiao Chunji. Su Lanlan had not anticipated Xiao Chen to be so bold in confronting Xiao Qian, leaving her momentarily speechless. It wasn't until the round-faced girl's reminder that Su Lanlan recognized the gravity of the situation. She knew Xiao Chen possessed formidable strength, perhaps even being an innate warrior, but the Zhao family was deeply entrenched in the martial arts of Han City. Publicly, it was known that the Zhao family had 7 innate warriors, one more than her own Su family. Provoking the Zhao family would undoubtedly lead to retaliation, potentially endangering their lives. Realizing the predicament, Su Lanlan hurriedly attempted to deflect the blame onto herself, but was interrupted by Xiao Chen. After cutting off Su Lanlan's words, Xiao Chen once again regarded Zhao Qian with a mocking expression. What? Is it wrong to call you worthless? Since it's a fact, what is wrong with me saying a few words? Zhao Qian's complexion darkened, her gaze filled with venomous fury as she fixed her glare on Xiao Chen. You filthy lowlife, if you dare speak again, I'll flay your skin and feed you to the dogs. Haha, not only debauched, but also so malicious. It seems you are truly beyond redemption. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold, his words merciless. Xiao Chenji, please don't say anything reckless. I know you're standing up for me, and I appreciate it, but Zhao Qian is from the Zhao family. Please don't bring trouble upon yourself. At that moment, Su Lanlan genuinely felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Chen. Lanlan, I'm not speaking recklessly. Xiao Chen smiled. It seemed this girl still had a bit of conscience. Subsequently, Xiao Chen pointed at Zhao Qian and remarked, Within her body, I could distinctly sense the essence of at least 3 different men. Judging by the intensity of this essence, it is evident that Xiao Chen has only been entangled with these men for no longer than 24 hours, and during their encounters, no protective measures were taken. Although Xiao Chen's words were veiled, the individuals present were not oblivious and quickly grasped the implication of his statement. In an instant, Su Lanlan and the round-faced girl cast astonished glances at Xiao Chen. Another girl, short-haired and bespectacled, frowned at Xiao Chen but remained silent. The round-faced girl, appearing more vivacious, blushed and stammered. Chen, you surely cannot be serious. This country bumpkin is spouting nonsense. I shall have his head. Infuriated, Xiao Chen raised her hand to slap Xiao Chen. Yet before she could make contact, Su Lanlan seized her wrist and pushed her forward, causing Xiao Chen to fall onto the sofa. Su Lanlan, what do you intend? This matter does not concern you. This country bumpkin has tarnished my reputation, and I must teach him a lesson. Xiao Chen glared at Su Lanlan, filled with animosity. She yearned to discipline Su Lanlan, but being merely in the bone-tempering stage. She was no match for Su Lanlan, who was in the condensing energy stage. How does this not concern me? Xiao Chen is the one I brought. Moreover, he is not speaking nonsense. Even my grandfather acknowledges his medical prowess. What? Lanlan, are you suggesting his medical skills surpass those of Master Lu? The round-faced girl gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Xiao Chen scoffed coldly. Meanwhile, the bespectacled girl could not help but cast a shocked glance at Xiao Chen. How can it be impossible? Just this afternoon, Xiao Chen cured the cold poison within the Yang family's younger sister. You should be aware of how difficult it is to treat such cold poison. Su Lanlan, seemingly anxious that they might not believe her, cheerfully added, if you doubt it, feel free to make a phone call and verify. Xiao Chen, I have long heard tales of your Zhao family's chaotic private lives, and it seems they are indeed true. The round-faced girl and the bespectacled girl fell silent. Su Lanlan's confidence suggested she had solid grounds for her assertions. However, they pondered when Han Cheng had acquired such a miraculous doctor, and more astonishingly, one so youthful. Although they could not fathom this, they comprehended one truth. Xiao Chen's previous remarks about Xiao Qian were likely true. With this realization, though they did not outwardly express it, an instinctive distance from Xiao Qian grew within them. Su Lanlan, be quiet. Feeling the peculiar gazes from those around her, Xiao Qian had completely lost her rationality. She glared at Su Lanlan and said, if you do not let me teach this country bumpkin a lesson, then today's incident will merely concern him and me. However, should you persist in obstructing me, this will escalate into a feud between the Zhao and Su families. Am I to be afraid of you? Your Zhao family has schemed against our Su family in secret more than once. Who is afraid of whom? Xiao Chen regarded Su Lanlan with admiration. At that moment, her impression had significantly improved in his eyes. This girl was remarkably righteous. Even without taking action, Xiao Qian was no match for someone of her caliber. Su Lanlan was undoubtedly aware of this. Yet, she still chose to protect her, even elevating their personal grievances to a familial level. Although this girl had a wild streak, her character was commendable. Enough, Xiao Qian. Have you forgotten why we are here today? If you truly wish to confront Xiao Chen, there will be ample opportunity in the arena later. What is all this commotion for now? If you are not embarrassed, I certainly am. At that moment, the bespectacled girl with short hair unexpectedly spoke up, her voice crisp. Although she appeared to be a high school student, her serious demeanor, coupled with her mature tone, felt oddly out of place. Xiao Chen could not help but glance at her with curiosity. However, she seemed displeased with his gaze, furrowing her brows and stating, your eyes are wandering everywhere, showing no decorum. What have your elders taught you? And you, Su Lanlan, if you bring such a person again, remember to ask us for permission first. What the heck? Xiao Chen was taken aback, wondering how he had ended up being reprimanded. Han King Mu, I have warned you countless times not to speak to us in that condescending tone. We are even a year older than you. This time, Xiao Qian and Su Lanlan aligned in their rebuttal, speaking almost in unison. The round-faced girl beside them stifled her laughter behind her hand. What does age matter? Always getting physical like this, it is utterly unbecoming for a young lady. Unfazed by Xiao Qian and Su Lanlan's discontent, the girl named Han Qingma continued to speak in that patronizing tone. All right, there is no arguing with you. Su Lanlan sat down, a hint of annoyance in her expression. Your Han family is a bunch of old fogies, and it seems you have inherited that trait. Xiao Qian huffed in displeasure. clearly at a loss against the bespectacled girl. Old-fashioned? Xiao Chen could not suppress a mischievous grin as he boldly moved to sit directly across from the bespectacled girl, leaning in closer until his face was less than 10 centimeters from hers, staring intently without uttering a word. Rude. Disrespectful. Initially, Han Qingmao managed to maintain her composure, even attempting to scold Xiao Chen a couple of times in a feigned authoritative manner. However, after Xiao Chen held his gaze for over 10 seconds, her facade began to falter. She adjusted her glasses, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. What do you want? Xiao Chen chuckled, leaning in again, nodding slightly and whispering, I want. Huh? Han Qingmao was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, her glasses sliding down to the tip of her nose as she stared blankly at Xiao Chen. Yet, it did not take long for her to comprehend, and her cheeks flushed like a boiled crab, turning as red as if they might bleed. Xiao Chen found her reaction delightful, as she appeared utterly flustered. Chapter 33. You speak of rules? As Xiao Chen's voice was low, Su Lanlan and the others did not catch what he had said to Han Qingmao. Oh my goodness. Lanlan, am I seeing things? Qingmao is actually blushing? Xiao Chen is truly something else. The round-faced girl beside Su Lanlan tugged at her arm in astonishment. It has seemed like her face is red. Su Lanlan was equally astonished, taking a moment to process the scene before her. Having known Han Qingmao for so long, this was the first time she had witnessed her blush. Han Qingmao's face was burning, especially after hearing Su Lanlan and the others' comments, which only intensified the fiery sensation. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. I need to use the restroom. Having never experienced such a moment in her life, Han Qingmao felt utterly flustered. In a state of confusion, she adjusted her glasses and stood up from the booth, leaving behind a hasty remark before stumbling off toward the restroom. Xiao Chen watched her retreating figure and could not help but glance at Su Lanlan, curiously asking, TSK? I wonder how you two became friends. This girl is as pure as a blank slate. His words pierced Xiao Chen's ears sharply. You lowly brat. I wonder how long you can gloat. In the arena later, I will have someone break your limbs and chain you up like a dog for my Zhao family. And let's see if you can still speak so boldly while guarding the door. Xiao Chen's expression was dark enough to squeeze water from it. The Zhao family. Is it? Very well. I shall await your arrival. Xiao Chen, upon hearing the words, narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flickering within them. Initially, he had refrained from holding Xiao Chen accountable, considering her youth. However, her remarks made him acutely aware for the first time that malice is not bound by age. If Xiao Chen were to refrain from troubling him, he would let matters lie. But should she persist in her folly, he would not hesitate to erase the Zhao family from Hancheng. Huh, I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant. She was confident that Xiao Chen would be left in tears before her, for behind her stood the Zhao family. Xiao Qian, do you truly believe I am inconsequential? Su Lanlan remained steadfast and unwavering in her defense of Xiao Chen. Oh dear, all right, Lanlan. Qian, let us cease this bickering. Do we not agree to resolve our issues in the arena today? The round-faced, adorable girl interjected, playing the peacemaker. As she spoke, she poured a drink for Xiao Chen from a cup on the table and cheerfully handed it to him, saying, Since Lanlan calls you Brother Xiao Chen, I shall not hold back either. Brother Xiao Chen, have a drink to ease your temper. It is our first meeting. Let us not make it so tense. Very well. Faced with such an endearing girl, Xiao Chen was more than willing to indulge her, accepting the cup with a broad smile and consuming its contents in one gulp. Brother Xiao Chen, you are quite forthright. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Yayun, a member of the Zhou family from Hancheng. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen down the drink, Zhou Yayun's south eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her cherubic face beaming with delight. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events left Zhou Yayun momentarily stunned. Su Lanlan was equally taken aback, bewildered by how Xiao Chen's previously warm demeanor had shifted so drastically. A member of the Zhou family? What is your relation to Zhou Hong? Xiao Chen inquired, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Zhou Yayun. Brother Xiao Chen, you know my cousin? Zhou Yayun replied, her confusion palpable. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian observed the scene with a hidden glee, pondering whether Xiao Chen had a conflict with the Zhou family. How splendid, offending both the Zhou and Zhao families. I am eager to see how the Su family will protect this imbecile. Su Lanlan felt a pang of anxiety. If Xiao Chen had indeed antagonized both the Zhao and Zhou families, the situation was dire. Xiao Chen's subsequent words only confirmed their suspicions. We are not acquainted. He merely gave me a beating. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, then turned to Zhou Yiyun with a nonchalant tone. Sister, you would do well not to call me brother. If your Zhou family were to cause me trouble, it would be inconvenient for me to retaliate. Zhou Yiyun's eyes welled with tears, her expression one of distress as she sat helplessly on the verge of tears. All right, it seems I am not suited to remain here tonight. Lan Lan, I shall wait for you outside. Observing her pitiable state, Xiao Chen clapped his hands. With 3 out of 4 sisters offended, what was the point of staying? He rose, disregarding Su Lan Lan, and began to make his exit. Just as he took a few steps, a waiter approached, blocking his path with a courteous inquiry. Sir, where are you headed? Out. What is the matter? Xiao Chen recognized this was the same waiter who had previously delivered his number. Although puzzled by the interruption, he maintained a polite tone in his response. However, the waiter smirked with a hint of derision, retorting, I am afraid, sir, you cannot leave until the arena matches are concluded. Arena? What arena? What does it have to do with me? Xiao Chen was taken aback, a vague realization dawning upon him. Sir, the number in your hand denotes your match. Since you have accepted your number, it implies your consent to participate in the arena's free combat. At that moment, the waiter's gaze shifted, regarding Xiao Chen as nothing more than a plaything lured in by a wealthy young lady. Such individuals often succumb to fright upon entering the arena, some even soiling themselves. The more humiliated these downtrodden souls became, the more amusement the wealthy ladies derived, as it ultimately resulted in a financial compensation regardless of the outcome. The unassuming Xiao Chen standing before him was clearly destined for such a fate. Is it valid if I receive the number without knowledge of its implications? Xiao Chen queried, puzzled. Naturally, it is valid. The waiter regarded Xiao Chen with the disdain reserved for a clown. Huh. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle with indignation. Initially perplexed by the mention of the arena, he now fully grasped the situation. No wonder Su Lan Lan had gone to such lengths to entice him. In that instant, the fondness he had just felt for Su Lan Lan evaporated, replaced by a growing aversion and anger. Brother Xiao Chen, please let me explain. Seeing the look in Xiao Chen's eyes, Su Lan Lan, already feeling guilty, panicked. No need. I am but a humble villager, unworthy of Lady Su's explanations. Xiao Chen replied icily, then turned back to the waiter, asking once more, what if I insist on leaving? That is permissible, but according to our rules, to leave early, you must either pay a penalty of 500,000 or forfeit a hand. Which do you choose? The waiter said with a mocking expression, his words laden with threats. He then gestured, and a dozen burly men emerged from the corners of the bar, surrounding Xiao Chen. So, you wish to talk about rules? Very well. Let me show you what true rules entail. Casting a glance at the approaching men, Xiao Chen smiled and delivered a swift kick to the waiter's chest. Ah! With a cry of anguish, the waiter was sent sprawling, crashing into 2 burly men before collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from his mouth as he stared at Xiao Chen in terror, unable to utter a word. The onlookers gasped in shock. What immense strength! Damn it! How dare he strike one of us? Seize him, break a leg. The remaining burly men shouted and charged forward. At the booth, Xiao Qian was elated. Though surprised by Xiao Chen's prowess, she doubted he could withstand the collective assault. It should be noted that the bouncers in this bar were all adept fighters at the bone refinement stage, although she could not personally teach Xiao Chen a lesson. Witnessing him suffer would suffice for her anticipation. However, with a series of thuds and cries of pain, within mere seconds, the burly men lay moaning on the ground. The patrons of the bar collectively gasped, astonished that they had not even seen how Xiao Chen struck before the bouncers fell. The long-haired youth who had been silent at the booth raised his head during Xiao Chen's assault, watching him with caution. From Xiao Chen, he sensed a hint of danger. Lan Lan, is Xiao Chen really that formidable? Zhou Yeyun exclaimed in astonishment. She suddenly regretted not clarifying matters with Xiao Chen beforehand. At that moment, Xiao Chen was oblivious to Su Lan Lan's thoughts. He casually picked up a cigarette from a table, lit it, and approached the bloodied waiter, lifting him effortlessly and smashing him against the bar. With a thunderous crash, the shelves beside the bar collapsed, spilling liquor and shattering glasses onto the floor. The already bloodied waiter convulsed a few times before losing consciousness. With such meager abilities, how dare you speak to me about rules? Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen finally revealed a satisfied smile, then stepped on the chest of one of the thugs. Glancing around, he coldly admonished, Is there anyone else who wishes to discuss rules with me? The bar fell into a profound silence. Cousin, you're here. It's him, that despicable loser. Calling me a piece of trash, sob sob. At that moment, a young man with a scarred face entered the bar. Upon seeing him, Xiao Chen suddenly sprang up in excitement, rushing to his side and pointing at Xiao Chen to report the incident. Cousin, wait. I'll teach him a good lesson for you. The scar-faced youth chuckled. Thank you, cousin. Xiao Chen replied joyfully, then provocatively glared at Xiao Chen, saying with malice, You despicable loser. My cousin Wang Hui is a peak-level warrior. Even among the younger generation of the Zhao family, he is quite formidable. If you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, I might consider asking my cousin to spare you a leg. However, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. His gaze fixed on the man named Wang Hui, lost in thought. LNLN, it's over. Wang Hui has arrived. Although he is only 25 this year, his strength is at the peak of the stage, even surpassing you. Why not let Xiao Chen apologize? Zhou Yayun expressed her concern. Yayun, I lack the ability to make brother Xiao Chen apologize. Don't worry, Wang Hui is not a match for him. Su LNL sighed, then contemplated, saying, It's just as well. Let them fight it out to save the trouble of going to the arena. Xiao Chen is that powerful? Zhou Yayun clearly did not believe it. At that moment, Xiao Chen, who had been deep in thought, finally raised his head and said to Wang Hui, No wonder your aura feels so familiar. You are related to Zhao Qian. Why you shut your mouth? Zhao Qian's expression changed dramatically. Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to speak again, I'll smash your mouth. Wang Hui's face darkened. He was taken in by the Zhao family due to his decent talent among the younger generation, thus becoming a key figure of their cultivation. At 25, he had achieved peak strength in the stage. Consequently, his status within the Zhao family rose sharply, and he was adopted as a son by Zhao Qian's aunt, who was unable to bear children. Thus, they became cousins. Zhao Qian, being a collateral branch of the Zhao family, along with her lack of martial talent and being a girl, was not particularly valued within the family. However, her arrogant demeanor often landed her in trouble, leading her to rely on Wang Hui for assistance. Given Zhao Qian's youth and good looks, Wang Hui naturally sought to win her favor. A few days ago, Zhao Qian, Su LNLN, and Han Qingma convened to compete for a rejuvenation pill at an auction. They had agreed that each would find a helper for the arena, and the one with the strongest helper would win the pill, with the stipulation that their helper could not be over 25. Zhao Qian immediately thought of Wang Hui, and to secure his assistance, she spent the night in his room. She believed such a private matter would remain undisclosed, yet Xiao Chen revealed it before others. Both were understandably infuriated. Cousin, don't hold back. Beat this despicable loser to a pulp. Break his hands and feet, then make him stand at the entrance for us. Zhao Qian commanded viciously. Rest assured, this little brat has already provoked me beyond measure. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have made him suffer. Wang Hui's gaze darkened as he reached out to grab Zhao Qian's ample figure, then charged at Xiao Chen with a sneer. Kid, perish! Just as Wang Hui neared Xiao Chen, he suddenly leaped into the air, his bronze fist aimed at Xiao Chen, moving at a speed exponentially faster than the previous thugs. Cousin, so impressive! Zhao Qian exclaimed excitedly, as Wang Hui's skin glimmered bronze, a hallmark of peak strength in the stage. Such power was formidable even within the Zhao family. Let me die. What audacity do you possess? If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to utter such words, fearing disgrace. Xiao Chen scoffed, flicking away his cigarette, and just as Wang Hui's fist was mere centimeters from him, he swiftly seized Wang Hui's fist in his grasp. What? How is this possible? Wang Hui gasped, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could this guy so effortlessly withstand his full-force strike at the peak of the stage? Could he be a postnatal warrior? Wang Hui suddenly considered a possibility, a wave of fear washing over him as he exclaimed in horror. You are a postnatal warrior? A postnatal warrior at around 20 years old? Impossible. Guess, Xiao Chen replied enigmatically, then without granting Wang Hui the chance to ponder further. He smiled faintly and then forcefully slammed Wang Hui to the ground. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, Wang Hui's wrist bent at a 90-degree angle. A wretched scream escaped his lips. My hand. Since you wish to break my limbs, I shall return the favor. Xiao Chen smiled gently at Wang Hui. Dare you? I am of the Zhao family. Wang Hui's spirit faltered upon seeing Xiao Chen smile, threateningly uttering the family name. The Zhao family? Merely a bunch of rabble. If you seek revenge, feel free to come. Chapter 30. Zhuqingui na. As the sound of bones breaking echoed, Wang Hui's face contorted in agony, releasing a piercing scream. The onlookers in the bar changed their expressions, falling silent in shock. Xiao Qian's face turned ashen. Now it's your right leg. However, Xiao Chen remained unmoved by Wang Hui's cries, coldly stating, Xiao Chen, I was wrong. Please let me go, I beg you. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wang Hui was genuinely frightened, disregarding his pride as he cried out for mercy. Wang Hui's right leg snapped in response. This time, he could not endure it, rolling his eyes back and collapsing. He fainted just like that? What about his arms? Xiao Chen had no intention of sparing Wang Hui, raising his foot to crush Wang Hui's arms, then kicking him like a discarded dog to Xiao Qian's feet, coldly sneering. Is there anyone else? Xiao Qian, both astonished and furious, glared at Xiao Chen. You are doomed. Daring to break my cousin's limbs. The Xiao family will not let you off. Enough noise. Xiao Chen slapped Xiao Qian, sending her tumbling to the ground. I already said, if your Xiao family seeks revenge, let them come. Do you have to keep babbling on? Casting a glance at Xiao Qian, Xiao Chen impatiently remarked. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yin couldn't help but shrink back, grasping Su Lnln's hand, timidly saying, Lnln, Xiao Chen is terrifying. Su Lnln smiled wryly, realizing that Xiao Chen was genuinely angry. By slapping Xiao Qian, he was also sending her a warning. At that moment, Su Lnln felt a wave of childishness wash over her. Previously, she had relied on her identity as a member of the Su family, treating Xiao Chen with a sense of superiority, even asking him to assist her in the arena without considering the consequences. In her mind, Xiao Chen, despite his medical skills and some abilities, would always look up to and flatter the Su family. Yet, just moments ago, that slap to Xiao Qian's face had served to awaken her. Since Xiao Chen disregarded the Zhao family, what right did the Su family have to demand his respect? In the illustrious families of Han, Cheng, the Zhao family hold a slightly more prominent position compared to the Su family. At this moment, Su Lanlin's emotions are quite complex. A flush of heat spreads across her face, making her reluctant to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. Meanwhile, in a well-soundproofed and secretive private room on the second floor of the bar, the proprietor, Chen Yuhu, is entertaining guests. Seated before him is a fair-skinned, exquisitely handsome young man, reclining languidly on the sofa, his hands carelessly exploring the neckline of a beautiful woman. Behind the young man stands an elderly man with closed eyes, exuding a serene presence. Upon noticing the elder, Chen Yuhu's expression tightens, and he forces a smile, saying, Young Master Chu, it is not that I, Chen Yuhu, lack appreciation, but this bar is my most profitable enterprise. If young Master Chu demands its relinquishment, it feels as though you are seizing my very lifeblood. I humbly request your magnanimity, and in the future, I shall express my gratitude in abundance. Chen Yuhu cannot afford to be careless, for seated before him is none other than Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family from the capital. Gratitude? What do you possess to express gratitude to me? Chu Qingyun's demeanor suddenly turns icy as he continues with a mocking tone. It is your honor that the Chu family has taken an interest in your establishment, Chen Yuhu. Do not be ungrateful. If you willingly hand over the bar, the Chu family may still show you favor, allowing you to thrive in Hancheng. However, should you insist on courting your own demise, failing to recognize your own limitations, do not blame me for not offering you a chance. Young Master Chu, I can yield other assets, but this bar is something I cannot concede. Chen Yuhu's face is grim as he asserts, if young Master Chu insists on being ruthless, I, Chen Yuhu, have been in Hancheng for years and am not easily trifled with. Hearing this, Chen Yuhu's expression darkens further. He has built his status from the ground up in Hancheng, and among the underground forces, he is honored with the title of Tiger Master. In fact, if given more time to consolidate his strength, he is confident in his ability to contend with the most formidable underground force, the Black Dragon Society. Now, just as he stands on the brink of greater power, he is confronted by the unexpected arrival of Chu Qingyun, who demands his most lucrative venue. How could he possibly acquiesce? Yet, the Chu family from the capital is not someone he can afford to offend. Thus, he finds himself continuously lowering his stance, pleading for the other party to spare him. However, it appears that the other party shows no inclination to relent. Resolutely, Chen Yuhu decides to unleash his martial aura. A martial artist? Second grade of the innate realm? Tiger Master has indeed shown remarkable talent. In response to Chen Yuhu's display of aura, Chu Qingyun merely raises an eyebrow in mild surprise. The fact that a man in his 40s like Chun Yuhu has reached the second grade of the innate realm is commendable, especially when considering that the most powerful individuals from the Zhao and Su families only reach the ninth grade at most. Thank you for your compliment, young Master Chu. Chun Yuhu bows slightly, a hint of pride lifting his chin. Do not rejoice too soon. Li Lao, let these country bumpkins witness what true heritage entails. Chu Qingyun sneers, glancing at the elder standing behind him. Yes, young master. The elder, addressed as Li Lao, slightly opens his eyes and nods, then turns to Chun Yuhu. A mere second grade of the innate realm? Do you truly consider yourself something remarkable, you worthless creature? Take a good look. After his words, Li Lao releases his own aura. In an instant, an invisible pressure fills the room, causing Chun Yuhu's complexion to pale. In terror, he gazes at the elder before him. Ninth grade of the innate realm? Full circle? Chun Yuhu had suspected that the elder might possess considerable strength, but he had estimated it to be around the fifth grade of the innate realm. However, the aura now emanating from him clearly suggests otherwise. What terrifies Chun Yuhu most is the faint layer of energy that seems to envelop the elder, indicating that he is on the verge of transcending into a master level. You see, Tiger Master, Li Lao is merely an ordinary guest elder of our Chu family. We have over 100 such guest elders. Chu Qingyun smiles faintly, speaking nonchalantly. What? Chun Yuhu's face shifts in shock as he stands up in disbelief. It is no wonder. As the head of the highest martial family in Han, Chung only reaches the ninth grade of the innate realm. Yet in the capital, such a figure is just an ordinary guest elder? Is this the disparity between small and large families? In this moment, Chun Yuhu truly grasps the vast chasm that separates suburban cities from the powerful clans of the capital. He had previously speculated about the differences, but he could never have imagined they would be so immense. Tiger Master, I now offer you one final opportunity. Will you voluntarily relinquish ownership of this bar, or shall I personally take it from you? Chu Qingyun's tone is calm but firm, clearly satisfied with Chun Yuhu's reaction. In that instant, cold sweat rolls down Chun Yuhu's forehead as he finds himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. Chapter 36, What If Not? Just as Chun Yuhu finds himself in this predicament, a knock resounds at the door of the private room. Upon opening it, a subordinate rushes in, panic etched across his face. What has happened? Why the commotion? Do you not see I am entertaining esteemed guests? Chun Yuhu scolds, though inwardly he breathes a sigh of relief, already planning to reward the subordinate once Chu Qingyun departs. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to find a way out. Tiger Master, I beg your forgiveness. Someone is causing a ruckus at the bar. They not only assaulted our people, but also vandalized our establishment. The subordinate stammers. What? Where are the guards? Are they all useless? Where's Lin Hao? Chun Yuhu's expression shifts with alarm as he queries. Lin Hao is Chun Yuhu's strongest subordinate, merely 23 years old, already at the mid-stage of the postnatal realm. 2 years ago, he was gravely injured and saved by Chun Yuhu, thereafter pledging his loyalty. Chun Yuhu attaches great importance to Lin Hao. 4 talents like him are rare even among the 2 martial families in Hancheng. Therefore, Chun Yuhu has always regarded Lin Hao as his right-hand man. However, Lin Hao's demeanor is somewhat aloof. Chun Yuhu entrusted him with the bar's management, granting him unrestricted access to women and drinks. Normally, one would expect such a person to indulge extravagantly, yet Lin Hao merely occupies a corner booth, remaining unnoticed unless trouble arises. Reporting to Tiger Master, that troublemaker was causing a scene, while Lin Jishur was merely observing. The subordinate explains. What? Why did he not intervene? Chun Yuhu erupts in anger. He has placed immense trust in Lin Hao, yet the latter stands idly by as outsiders wreak havoc in his own bar. How can he endure such a slight? Tiger Master, Lin Jishur said that the troublemaker is quite skilled, stronger than him, so he refrained from seeking unnecessary trouble. The subordinate quakes in fear at Chun Yuhu's rising fury. Lin Hao is no match for him. Chun Yuhu furrows his brow, realizing that the situation is more complicated than he initially thought. Given Lin Hao's character, he would never deceive him regarding such matters. I must go down and see for myself who dares to disturb my territory. As Chun Yuhu contemplated, he seized the opportunity to glance at Chu Qingyun and the elderly man surnamed Li, with an expression full of regret. Chu Xiao, I must attend to some family matters. Regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, I kindly ask for a few days to consider it. With that, Chun Yu-hu clasped his hands and took the lead in exiting the private room, descending the stairs. Young master, this Chun Yu-hu is clearly trying to evade responsibility. In my opinion, it would be better to simply dispose of him. Elder, liaf the dissatisfaction. Chu Qingyun smiled faintly, then playfully patted the woman in his embrace, who promptly stood up, understanding his intent. Young master is indeed wise. Elderly chuckled, offering his praise. Appreciating the flattery, Chu Qingyun rose from the sofa, uttering a single phrase before leaving the private room, with the elderly man, surnamed Li, following suit. Moments later, downstairs, upon Chun Yu-hu's arrival, he was met with a chaotic scene in the bar. Who dares to cause trouble in my establishment? Chun Yu-hu bellowed. The crowd stirred at the sight of him. It's Lord Tiger. He's come down. Indeed, Lord Tiger has arrived. This should be entertaining. With Lord Tiger involved, this brat won't be leaving the bar today. The patrons murmured amongst themselves. Chun Yu-hu strode directly to the table where Su Lanlan and her companions were seated, directing his gaze towards the long-haired youth in the corner who had remained silent. Lord Tiger, I am not your match. Lin Hao pointed towards Xiao Chen, shrugging nonchalantly. What strength does he possess? Although he had anticipated this, hearing Lin Hao's acknowledgement still took Chun Yu-hu aback. I don't know, Lin Hao shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Chun Yu-hu did not press him, having grown accustomed to such behavior. Turning his cold gaze toward Xiao Chen, he demanded, Is it you who is causing trouble on my turf? Causing trouble? Xiao Chen paused, then chuckled lightly. Is that so? Are you the boss here? Indeed. Chun Yu-hu nodded. Curiosity piqued about what this young man intended to do. 1 million, and today's incident will be forgotten. What do you say? Xiao Chen proposed after a moment of contemplation. 1 million? Chun Yu-hu was taken aback, then burst into a hearty laugh. Young man, you've destroyed my establishment and harmed my men. And you think 1 million will settle this? You must be jesting. Oh, you're right. It seems 1 million is insufficient. How about 5 million instead? Xiao Chen countered, contemplating the situation. 10 million, and you will sever your own hands. Chun Yu-hu replied coldly. 10 million, plus a pair of hands? TSK, Lord Tiger truly is fearsome. The crowd murmured, impressed. Indeed, in Han City, apart from Feng Tianlong of the Black Dragon Society, no one else could extract such a prize from Lord Tiger's territory. At their table, Su Lanlan and Zhou Yeyun looked visibly anxious. Lanlan, what should we do? We have angered Lord Tiger. Xiao Chen surely cannot afford 10 million. Zhou Yeyun expressed her concern. Su Lanlan remained silent, intrigued by how Xiao Chen would navigate this predicament. After all, she had heard tales of Chun Yu-hu's prowess, which was said to be at the second tier of the innate realm. Meanwhile, although Xiao Chen might also be at the innate level, given his youth, he likely had only recently achieved this breakthrough, making him no match for Chun Yu-hu. 10 million? And severing one's own hands? As Su Lanlan pondered, Xiao Chen finally spoke, confirming to Chun Yu-hu indeed. Very well, it's a deal. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen kicked a fruit knife on the ground towards Chun Yu-hu's feet, indicating, go ahead. The money can be transferred directly to my bank account afterward. The crowd in the bar erupted in shock, with Su Lanlan and Zhou Yeyun gaping in disbelief. Chun Yu-hu was equally stunned. After a lengthy pause, he realized what Xiao Chen was implying, and, as if hearing an absurd joke, he pointed at Xiao Chen, laughing in anger. You mean for me to sever my own hands and then compensate you with 10 million? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, meeting Chun Yu-hu's gaze with a cold smile. What else could it be? Chapter 37. Can you hurt me? Goodness, did I hear that correctly? This young man dares to demand that Lord Tiger sever his own hands and then pay him 10 million? Brother, you heard right. This lad truly means it. Insanity. This young man seems to have no desire to live. As Xiao Chen's words echoed, the bar erupted in a frenzy. Up the stairs, Chu Qingyun and the elderly man, surnamed Li, had just descended from the second floor and happened to witness this scene unfold. Quite interesting. Chu Qingyun observed with intrigue directed at Xiao Chen. Young master, do you find this young man intriguing? Elderly inquired, having noticed the change in Chu Qingyun's demeanor. Indeed, at such a young age, finding someone in Han City who can confront Chun Yu-hu without flinching is a rare occurrence. Chu Qingyun nodded, then continued, elderly, does this young man belong to one of the prominent families in Han City? Before arriving in Han City, Elderly had familiarized himself with the major family powers. Hence Chu Qingyun often sought his insights. After a moment's reflection, Elderly replied, a crossing dragon? Does he even qualify? Chu Qingyun expressed his dissatisfaction with Elder Li's characterization, huffing, "You misspoke, Elder. No one in Han City has the right to be called a crossing dragon in front of me. My apologies, young master. I misspoke. In your presence. No one in Han City holds such a qualification." Elder Li quickly acquiesced. "That is more like it. However, if this young man can withstand 3 moves from Chen Yuhu, I would need your assistance to rescue him." Chu Qingyun remarked with a light snort. Elder Li appeared somewhat surprised at this statement. Does young master wish to recruit this individual? Indeed. If he can endure 3 moves from Chen Yuhu, he must possess at least the perfected postnatal realm. Such talent deserves some favor. Once he matures, he could become my loyal servant. Chu Qingyun raised his chin, a proud expression gracing his features. "You are indeed wise, young master," Elder Li quickly commended. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhu's countenance had darkened significantly, but then he suddenly broke into a relaxed smile. To be fair, he felt grateful to Xiao Chen. Without this disruption, he would have struggled to find an excuse to evade Chu Qingyun's demands. Moreover, Chen Yuhu felt a budding admiration for talent. Over the years, he believed his cultivation was not much inferior to that of Feng Tianlong from the Black Dragon Society. However, it was precisely because Feng Tianlong had 4 formidable aides that the overall strength of the Black Dragon Society surpassed his own. Now, looking at this young man before him, who was only a few years younger than Lin Hao yet could make the prideful Lin Hao admit defeat, he recognized the potential in him. It would be a waste not to draw him closer. Of course, it was evident from their earlier exchange that this young man still had some rough edges that needed smoothing out. He required a lesson to temper his sharpness, making him more manageable. Thus, I return your words to you. I give you a chance as well. Sever your own hands and present me with 10 million. Otherwise, the consequences will be far more severe. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen showed no hesitation, playfully tossing the same phrase back at Chen Yuhu. "Very well. You have some guts, young man." Chen Yuhu found himself increasingly impressed by this fearless youth. If Xiao Chen had immediately knelt and begged for mercy in the face of a threat, it would have been utterly contemptible. Now, Chen Yuhu has made up his mind to first deliver a beating to this brat. Then, when the boy contemplates severing his own hands, he will grant him a path of mercy. In doing so, this young man will undoubtedly be filled with gratitude and submit to him. With that in mind, let not be said that Chen Yuhu is taking advantage of the weak. As he spoke, Chen Yuhu clenched his fists, resembling sandbags, and unleashed his full power, his body darting forward with a sound that sliced through the air. Such incredible speed. Is this the strength of a practitioner in the Xiantian realm? At the booth, Su Lanlin's expression changed in shock, and she cast a worried glance at Xiao Chen. Although there were practitioners of the Xiantian realm among Su Lanlin's elders, she had never actually witnessed one in combat. Now, seeing Chen Yuhu in action, she couldn't help but feel astonished, for she could scarcely discern his movements. To her eyes, Chen Yuhu's figure blurred, and in the next moment, he had already appeared before Xiao Chen. "Lanlan, what should we do? Lord Tiger will surely not spare Xiao Chen," Zhou Yeyun exclaimed, her round face betraying her anxiety. "It's fine. Lord Tiger should not resort to lethal force. I will step in to mediate later. After all, Xiao Chen is with me, and I believe Lord Tiger will show some respect to the Su family." After considering, Su Lanlan replied. The reason she hesitated to speak was that, deep down, she also wished to see Xiao Chen suffer, for that rogue had looked at her so fiercely just moments ago. With such thoughts, Su Lanlan redirected her gaze to the center of the venue. As expected, Chen Yuhu's fist struck Xiao Chen's chest in the blink of an eye. "Boy, are you not going to dodge?" Chen Yuhu bellowed, thinking Xiao Chen was too frightened to move. Immediately, he saw a faint smile appear at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. "Do you really think you can harm me?" Arrogant. With a resounding thud, Chen Yuhu's fist slammed into Xiao Chen's chest, producing a sound as heavy as a drum. Following that dull impact, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What tremendous force! That punch from Lord Tiger could likely crush a cow. Indeed, with such a commotion, that boy's chest must surely be shattered. "Ha, this lad has kicked a solid wall." The patrons in the bar clamored. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. Unlike the general crowd, Lin Hao, the long-haired youth at the booth, stood up in shock, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Su Lanlin's eyelids twitched as well. The elder surnamed Li, beside Chu Qingyun, revealed an astonished expression. TSK, this boy's physique is remarkably resilient. Could it be that he practices external martial arts? To outsiders, Chen Yuhu's punch against Xiao Chen produced such a loud noise that it seemed impossible for Xiao Chen to survive, let alone emerge unscathed. However, individuals like Lin Hao, Su Lanlan, and the elder surnamed Li understood that the sound of Chen Yuhu's fist striking Xiao Chen's body did not indicate greater strength on Chen Yuhu's part, but rather highlighted the remarkable toughness of Xiao Chen's physique. When absorbing the force, only a body of such muscular resonance could produce such a sound. It was akin to beating a drum. When a person's strength is insufficient to break the drumhead, striking it will yield a deep sound. Conversely, if the force is strong enough to rupture the drumhead, it would only produce a deflating sound. At this moment, Xiao Chen embodied that very principle. Are you unscathed? Chen Yuhu, maintaining his attacking stance, was nearly convinced he was seeing things as he observed Xiao Chen's calm demeanor. Do you think I should be? Xiao Chen gazed mockingly at Chen Yuhu, then coldly declared, "Now, it is my turn to strike." With that, Xiao Chen pivoted and executed a side kick, so swiftly that Chen Yuhu hardly had time to react, landing a powerful blow on Chen Yuhu's shoulder. Chapter 38. The Scapegoat with a Resounding Puff. Chen Yuhu turned pale as a sheet, flying through the air like a kite with its string cut, spitting out blood mid-flight before crashing into several tables. Finally rolling to the ground. Lord Tiger! Lord Tiger! You dog! Dare to strike Lord Tiger! Everyone attack him! Witnessing Chen Yuhu's pitiful state, his subordinates in the bar lost their senses, howling as they rushed toward Xiao Chen. Still holding on to some loyalty? Xiao Chen scoffed, having already laid Chen Yuhu flat. Yet these small fries showed no signs of retreating. This only indicated that Chen Yuhu treated his subordinates quite well. Stop! Everyone, cease your advance. On the ground, Chen Yuhu, suppressing the turmoil within him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, clutching his shoulder in pain, gritted his teeth to stand. I never anticipated that this young brother, at such a tender age, would also be a practitioner of the Xiantian realm. I, Chen, have been blind to the mountain before me, and today I concede defeat. Chen Yuhu gritted his teeth, his gaze toward Xiao Chen now laced with fear. A practitioner of the Xiantian realm at around 20 years of age. What kind of background could nurture such a prodigy? Such an individual is certainly not someone I, Chen Yuhu, can afford to offend. As soon as Chen Yuhu's words left his lips, the entire bar fell silent, everyone regarding Xiao Chen as if he were a monster. Among them were Su Lanlan and Zhou Yayan. Indeed, he is of the Xiantian realm, and not merely at the initial stage. Although Su Lanlan had suspected this possibility while at Yang Tianfeng's residence, now that she saw it with her own eyes, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Despite being only a few years apart, Xiao Chen had become a figure she needed to look up to. On the other side, Lin Hao regarded Xiao Chen with a surge of competitive spirit. A practitioner of the Xiantian realm, within 2 years, he too would surely achieve a breakthrough. Li, what is this boy's strength? Can you discern it? Chu Qingyun, still in shock, finally snapped back to reality, realizing that a practitioner of the Xiantian realm at around 20 years of age would be exceptional even among the elite families of the capital. Suddenly, a wave of jealousy washed over Chu Qingyun. If he were also a practitioner of the Xiantian realm at 20, he would not need to vie for power within the Chu family. Those old fogies would likely be clamoring to hand over authority to him. In a place as desolate as Hansheng, how could there be such a genius? Young master, from the power exhibited in that kick. This individual is at least a 4th-grade practitioner of the Xiantian realm. I even suspect he may be concealing his strength, potentially reaching 5th grade. But he cannot exceed 6th grade. Otherwise, after taking that kick, Chen Yuhu would not be able to stand. The elder surnamed Li's expression shifted dramatically, his astonishment reaching new heights. 5th grade of the Xiantian realm. Heavens. Elderly, what was your level at your age? Chu Qingyun's face darkened. Upon being questioned by Chu Qingyun, the elder surnamed Li appeared somewhat embarrassed, responding, I believe it was around 40. No, it was 39 years old. The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable he became, realizing that his once prided martial talent had been utterly eclipsed by this young man. Now I understand. Elder Li, if we cannot win him over, we should eliminate him while he is still growing. Chu Qingyun's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Chen, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He understood, young master. Upon hearing this, the elder surnamed Li was instantly elated, no matter how great the talent. If he cannot grow, it is all for naught. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, sensing something, glanced towards the staircase and saw Chu Qingyun and his elder. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing he did not recognize them, and felt perplexed. Why did he sense animosity? However, Xiao Chen paid it no mind, thinking that whoever they were, if they dared to cause trouble, they would be dealt with directly. With that thought, Xiao Chen turned his attention back to the pale-faced Chen Yuhu and said, "What is the matter, Lord Tiger? Are you still standing there in a daze? The knife has been handed to you. Will you take it yourself, or shall I assist you? Or do you, the esteemed Lord Tiger, simply lack the fortitude to accept defeat?" As he spoke, a tone of disdain crept into Xiao Chen's voice. In an instant, the pallor of Chen Yuhu's face transformed into a deep crimson hue. "Tiger Master, this cannot be." His subordinates, witnessing the scene, were thrown into a panic. For a martial artist to sever his own hands was tantamount to rendering oneself nearly useless. "I shall bear the punishment of severed hands for you, Tiger Master." Just as they attempted to dissuade him, the long-haired youth, Lin Hao, who had remained silent, let out a sigh. He stepped forward from behind Chen Yuhu and gazed at Xiao Chen. "Oh, may I ask for a reason?" Xiao Chen inquired with a smirk, glancing at Lin Hao. "Tiger Master saved my life," Lin Hao declared without hesitation, making a move to retrieve the knife from the ground. However, before he could grasp it, Chen Yuhu rushed over, shoving him aside, and seized the knife first. "Get lost. When have I ever said you could shield me from harm?" Chen Yuhu scolded Lin Hao, his face contorted with anger. "Tiger Master," Lin Hao's eyes reddened. "Haozi, in the path of martial arts, you have journeyed further than I. Do not let me down." Chen Yuhu patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, then, gripping the knife, turned to Xiao Chen and respectfully stated, "Young brother, before I make a move, I have one last question. Can you enlighten me?" "Speak." Xiao Chen nodded, indicating for Chen Yuhu to continue. "I am perplexed as to where I, Chen, have offended you, or what I have done wrong to incite your displeasure, leading you to disrupt my affairs." Chen Yuhu was baffled. At around 20 years of age and possessing innate strength, someone so formidable should not have any quarrel with him. Why would such a person choose to cause a ruckus in his establishment? Upon hearing Chen Yuhu's words, laughter erupted from the patrons in the bar, as they thought how unjust it was for Tiger Master today. "You ask me?" Xiao Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. Pointing at the bar's patrons, "Ask them." At that moment, a subordinate timidly pointed to the half-conscious waiter on the floor, recounting the series of events. After hearing the subordinate's explanation, Chen Yuhu's face shifted to a shade of dark purple. At this moment, he felt as though he could weep without tears. It turned out his own subordinate had provoked the trouble. "Haozi, how are you managing this establishment? Did I not instruct you that anyone wishing to challenge must be fully aware of the situation? Is this how you have been running things for the past 6 months?" Chen Yuhu's frustration nearly boiled over as he contemplated throttling Lin Hao. Lin Hao scratched his head. "I mentioned I didn't want to oversee the establishment. It was you, Tiger Master, who insisted. Besides, how could I manage all this chaos? As long as someone comes to fight, everything should be fine. Moreover, I had actually promised the eldest daughter of the Han family that I would assist her in a competition, but who knew he would be so formidable? Now, there's no need for a competition." As he spoke, Lin Hao cast an awkward glance at Xiao Chen. "Enough. Just shut up, or you'll drive me to madness." Chen Yuhu's composure was on the verge of collapse, realizing that in the end, he was merely a scapegoat. In a fit of rage, Chen Yuhu slapped Lin Hao on the head, then sighed dramatically. "It is truly absurd that I, Chen Yuhu, have adhered to my principles for so many years, only to fall victim to these fools under my command. It would be laughable to tell anyone." Soon after, Chen Yuhu turned his cold gaze toward the half-unconscious waiter on the ground, stating icily, "Hang this heartless wretch up and beat him, break his limbs, and toss him into the river to feed the fish. Additionally, investigate who else has committed such misdeeds. Let not a single one escape, and ensure they are all crippled and left to fend for themselves." Chapter 39. Are you Chu Qingyun? "Yes, Tiger Master." Upon concluding his orders, Chen Yuhu's subordinates complied and began dragging the waiter out like a dog. "And you?" Chen Yuhu looked at Lin Hao, sighing. "After today, you may as well resign from your position as the steward of this bar." "Oh, fine." Lin Hao nodded. Once all orders were given, Chen Yuhu turned to Xiao Chen. Forcing a smile, "The 10 million will be delivered to you shortly, young brother. Today's events are the consequences I, Chen, must endure, and I hold no grievances." With that, Chen Yuhu raised the dagger, preparing to strike his own wrist. However, before he could make the cut, Xiao Chen suddenly flicked his finger, sending a bottle cap flying to knock the knife from Chen Yuhu's grasp. Brother, what is your intention? Chen Yuhu questioned, bewildered. How much do you think your hands are worth? Xiao Chen pondered before asking. He had no intention of letting Chen Yuhu off the hook. Yet he realized that the act of Chen Yuhu severing his own hands held little significance for him. What he truly needed were rare medicinal herbs aged for centuries, which would cost a fortune to procure. Rather than allowing Chen Yuhu to mutilate himself, it would be more pragmatic to use this as leverage to acquire some funds. Are you suggesting that my hands can be purchased with money? In an instant, Chen Yuhu understood Xiao Chen's meaning, and his breath quickened with excitement. Name your price. 5 million. Xiao Chen hesitated, extending 5 fingers. 5 million? Chen Yuhu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning. What? Do you believe your hands are worth less than 5 million? Xiao Chen frowned, reflecting on whether his request was excessive. They are worth. I will add another 3 million. Chen Yuhu, nearly jumping with enthusiasm, nodded fervently in response to Xiao Chen's offer. Someone, prepare 18 million for this young brother. Chen Yuhu acted without a moment's hesitation. In his eyes, whether Xiao Chen demanded 5 million or 5 billion, he would find a way to gather it. For a martial artist, losing the ability to use one's hands or suffering lasting repercussions was akin to having one's very lifeblood taken away. Under Chen Yuhu's command, within mere minutes, a subordinate approached, presenting a bank card to Xiao Chen. Naturally, Xiao Chen accepted it without hesitation, tucking it away before addressing Chen Yuhu. All right, Tiger Master, since the funds have been transferred, our accounts are settled, yes? Of course, should you wish to seek revenge, feel free to come at any time. By the way, my name is Xiao Chen. No. Chen Yuhu, swear to the heavens that I harbor no thoughts of revenge. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Yuhu's expression shifted, and he shook his head vigorously. What a joke, revenge. He could hardly withstand a single blow, let alone retaliate. Having risen from humble beginnings to achieve this status in Han City, Chen Yuhu was far from foolish. He not only had no intention of seeking revenge, but was already contemplating how to establish a good rapport. If there is no revenge, then I shall take my leave. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction, prepared to exit. Wait, brother Xiao Chen. Chen Yuhu suddenly called out, halting Xiao Chen in his tracks. What is it? Have you changed your mind? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Brother Xiao Chen, please do not misunderstand. I, Chen, am a man of my word and will not go back on it. Furthermore, given your strength, how could I possibly have the audacity to renege? Chen Yuhu replied with a wry smile. Then what is it? Xiao Chen asked impatiently. Brother Xiao Chen, you have spared my hands today, and I am immensely grateful. This is my business card. Chen Yuhu respectfully handed a card to Xiao Chen, having intended to use both hands as a show of sincerity, but regrettably, one arm was incapacitated. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance from me, simply make a call. I, Chen Yuhu, will do my utmost to repay the favor of your mercy today. Chen Yuhu stated earnestly. Very well, I shall accept this offer. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, and given Chen Yuhu's sincere demeanor, Xiao Chen graciously accepted the card. Certainly, the most significant matter is that Xiao Chen, in the future, will inevitably delve into his lineage, which will require him to interact with various factions. In a place like Han City, having someone like Chen Yuhu as an ally will undoubtedly ease his endeavors. After accepting Chen Yuhu's business card, Xiao Chen turned to leave, only to find that the elderly man and the young boy from the staircase had suddenly blocked his path. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun and the elderly man with the surname Li obstructing Xiao Chen, Chen Yuhu's expression shifted, but he wisely refrained from speaking. For him, both Xiao Chen and Chu Qingyun were individuals he dared not provoke. Contemplating this, Chen Yuhu felt a bitter pang in his heart, realizing that even a formidable figure like himself could find such days of humiliation. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Seeing the two blocking the doorway, Xiao Chen cast a glance and spoke with indifference. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to my young master in that manner? The elderly man with the surname Li's expression darkened, and he scolded back. My mouth is my own. Do you think you can dictate what I say? You are the ones who wish to act like roadblocks, yet I cannot utter a word. From the very beginning, Xiao Chen had no intention of being courteous to these two, especially since he had sensed a faint aura of menace emanating from them. This provided him with an opportunity to probe their true intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Yuhu's heart raced, feeling the thrill of the situation. If Xiao Chen were to confront that dog from a Chu family, it would be exhilarating. Chen Yuhu harbored deep resentment towards Chu Qingyun, but lacking the strength. He had to endure it. In contrast to Chu Qingyun, Xiao Chen was pragmatic and more reasonable. He was no fool and naturally leaned towards Xiao Chen's side. However, upon recalling the formidable innate ninth-grade mastery of the elderly man with the surname Li, Chen Yuhu could not help but swallow hard, striving to conceal his apprehensions. "Kid, I see you are courting death. Do not let your little talent and abilities lead you to arrogance." The elderly man with the surname Li's gaze turned ominous. "I'm not arrogant, but what can I do when faced with merely 2 roadblocks? I cannot help but be dismissive," Xiao Chen retorted boldly. Chen Yuhu listened with glee, nearly bursting with excitement. Courting death. The elderly man's eyes narrowed, clearly enraged by Xiao Chen's words. "Li Lao, do not be angry. I have become acquainted with this brother Xiao. Our obstruction was uncalled for. Please do not hold it against him." Though Chu Qingyun was equally furious, he forced a smile, suppressing his anger for the sake of future prospects. "Brother Xiao, I see you possess great talent. Would you be willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" Xiao Chen, scratching his ear, initially thought he had misheard. Upon confirming that he had not, he laughed in disbelief, regarding Chu Qingyun as if he were a fool. "Pledge loyalty to you?" Chen Yuhu felt a pang of anxiety. If Xiao Chen were to ally with Chu Qingyun, he would be in grave danger, like fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. "Indeed, pledge loyalty to me, and in the future, you shall be one of my elite warriors. Rest assured, I will offer you generous rewards and a bright future," Chu Qingyun proclaimed with an air of condescension. "Pledge loyalty to you? Elite warrior?" Xiao Chen laughed, just then receiving a call from Lu Lingxin. Losing patience with the conversation, he snapped at the two. "Who the hell are you? I have no time to waste." With that, he pushed past them to take the call outside. "My identity? Huh. Li Lao, please enlighten him." Hearing Xiao Chen inquire about his identity, Chu Qingyun scoffed, turning to the elderly man with the surname Li. The elderly man nodded and chuckled lightly. "Listen well, young man. My young master is the second young master of the Chu family from Kyoto, Chu Qingyun." "Who am I?" "I am Chu Qingyun, the second young master of the Chu family." Observing Xiao Chen's reaction, Chu Qingyun proudly raised his chin, reveling in his sense of superiority. "So, are you intimidated? Are you shocked by my identity? You are Chu Qingyun?" Chapter 40. Han Qingma attacks Slap. Slap. 2 resounding slaps echoed as Chu Qingyun's molars flew out, mingled with blood. After the elderly man with the surname Li announced Chu Qingyun's identity, the bar erupted with excitement. Recently, the Chu family from Kyoto had made headlines for planning to invest in Han City, creating a commercial hub, stirring much anticipation. Thus, the appearance of Chu Qingyun, a representative of the family, naturally thrilled the crowd. Some eager individuals began contemplating how to ingratiate themselves with Chu Qingyun. Simultaneously, they cast envious glances at Xiao Chen for gaining the Chu family's favor-promised meteoric ascension in Han City. However, just as everyone expected Xiao Chen to gratefully accept Chu Qingyun's overtures, he delivered 2 sharp slaps that left them utterly dumbfounded. In an instant, the bar fell silent, as if time itself had paused. Did I just witness that? What did this young man just do? Is he truly seeking his doom? Impressive. He dared to strike the young master of the Chu family. Who exactly is this young man? Hush, such talent at such a young age, capable of besting Hu Yi in one move. And he even dares to slap the young master of the Chu family. He must be extraordinary. We should refrain from speaking hastily. Indeed, wise words. The crowd murmured, their gazes toward Xiao Chen tinged with awe. Meanwhile, Su Lanlan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, finally grasping that Xiao Chen had never regarded the Su family with any respect, despite her previous airs of superiority due to her noble lineage. She now realized she was merely a fool. Compared to the Chu family from Kyoto, what was the Su family? In stark contrast to Su Lanlan's embarrassment, Zhao Qian was overjoyed. How exhilarating it was to strike the Chu family's eldest son. Now she need not worry about how to deal with Xiao Chen. Chen Yuhu, too, was elated. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he prided himself on his discernment. To reach innate mastery at such a young age, Xiao Chen's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just moments ago, he had worried Xiao Chen might ally with Chu Qingyun, but now, Xiao Chen had not only rejected Chu Qingyun's olive branch, but had instead delivered 2 resounding slaps. What did this signify? It made for an intriguing scenario. If the two clashed, Chen Yuhu would emerge unscathed. Suddenly, a thought took root in Chen Yuhu's mind. You dare strike me? Equally stunned by Xiao Chen's actions was Chu Qingyun. He had anticipated that Xiao Chen would be flustered and attempt to curry favor, or perhaps engage in a back and forth to elevate his status. Even a few flattering words, followed by a polite refusal, would not have surprised him. But instead, this fellow had the audacity to slap him twice? In all his life, not even his father had dared to strike him. As realization dawned, a surge of unbridled rage and humiliation clouded Chu Qingyun's judgment. He screamed, directing his fury at the elderly man Li Lao. "Kill him. I want him dead." "Yes, young master." Responding to Chu Qingyun's command, Li Qi's face darkened like storm clouds. As a guest elder of the Chu family, accompanying Chu Qingyun to Han City, he bore the duty of protecting him. However, the audacity of this reckless youth to slap his young master right before his eyes was akin to a slap in his own face. Naturally, Li Qi believed that his failure to intervene was due to his own oversight. As a martial artist at the pinnacle of innate mastery, on the verge of becoming a master, he could conceive no other explanation. Unless this young man in his 20s possesses an innate mastery of the 9th rank or has reached the realm of a grandmaster, which is utterly implausible. Even when surveying the prominent families of the capital, one would not find a martial arts grandmaster at such a tender age. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise is excruciating. With this thought, Li Qi sneered coldly and raised his palm to strike at Xiao Chen. "Huh? So it was you." Sensing the surge of true energy emanating from Li Qi's palm, Xiao Chen felt a strange familiarity. Soon realizing that the essence of this true energy bore an almost identical aura to that which had once coursed through Qiao Zhenhai, the energy that stifled vitality. "In that case, you shall meet your end." Xiao Chen chuckled softly, observing Li Qi's advancing palm without a flicker of emotion in his gaze. "Arrogant," Li Qi snorted. But at that moment, Chu Qingyun suddenly called out to him in a muddled voice, "Li Lao, wait. Could it be that the young master forbids me from slaying this arrogant lad?" "No, that cannot be. My young master is not so magnanimous." Confusion swirled in Li Qi's heart. He had been by the young master's side for so long and understood his character well. "Hold on. Now is not the time." Chu Qingyun's face was filled with resentment, his voice slightly wavering. He glanced toward the bar's entrance, where a multitude of police cars had suddenly appeared, sirens blaring. "Young master, does the Chu family fear these patrolling officers?" Li Qi retorted scornfully. "You understand nothing." Chu Qingyun's mood darkened, and after a deep breath, he forced down his anger. Speaking coldly, "My purpose in Han City is to cultivate connections and establish a foundation. The Chu family is under the watchful eyes of countless observers. A life may be taken, but it must not be made public. Otherwise, how will those in the capital perceive me? Do you believe those old geezers would entrust power to a mere Chu family scion who knows only how to kill? You speak wisely." Li Qi's countenance shifted in shock. The young master had only just arrived in Han City, his foundation not yet established, and yet he was considering murder in front of the police. Although the Chu family could manage the aftermath, the elders in the capital would surely use this as a pretext to undermine the young master. Regardless, this lad cannot escape Han City. Find an opportunity to capture him. I wish to torment him thoroughly. Chu Qingyun's gaze was filled with cold malice. "Understood, young master." Li Qi nodded, then turned to Xiao Chen, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "You are fortunate to have a few more days to live. May you seek your own blessings. Who truly holds the fate of life and death remains uncertain." Xiao Chen also noted the flashing police cars at the bar's entrance. Recognizing that now was not the time for confrontation, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble over a life taken so openly. Moreover, Lu Lingxin had been incessantly calling him, prompting Xiao Chen to suppress his desire to eliminate Li Qi for the time being. Having made his decision, Xiao Chen prepared to leave the bar while holding his phone. At that moment, Su Lanlan received a message on her phone, her expression changing dramatically as she hurried to grasp Xiao Chen's arm, her tone frantic. "Brother Xiao Chen, something terrible has happened. Qing Mo has been kidnapped." "Qing Mo has been kidnapped?" Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing why that young lady had taken so long in the restroom. "Yes, the Han family has already reported it, which is why so many police cars are outside." Su Lanlan exclaimed anxiously. "And then? What does the plight of your young lady have to do with me, a mere country bumpkin?" Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. After saying this, he cast a cold glance at Su Lanlan and callously shook off her hand. "Leave." Chapter 41. Desperate fugitive brother Xiao Chen, you're being so harsh. Su Lanlan felt an overwhelming sense of injustice wash over her, tears brimming in her eyes. Although her martial training had rendered her somewhat carefree, at heart, she was still merely a girl of 17 or 18. Moreover, she had never been treated in such a manner, especially not by a man. Typically, it was the boys who circled around her. Thus, overwhelmed by the contrast and injustice, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Enough, stop crying. I shall not be harsh with you anymore, all right? Seeing the girl weep, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. He sighed and continued. However, our relationship ends here. Furthermore, the matter concerning the Han family girl is of no concern to me. Even if you seek me out, I will not intervene. With that, Xiao Chen turned and left, leaving Su Lanlan standing there, feeling wronged, as she watched his departing figure. She clenched her fists in silence. Humph, just because you say it ends here, does it? Outside the bar on the road, Xiao Chen gazed at the multitude of police cars, inwardly marveling at the Han family's connections. How remarkable that so much police power was mobilized so swiftly after the incident. Xiao Chen reached a relatively less crowded intersection and checked his phone, noting 3 missed calls from Lu Lingxin. For some reason, a sudden wave of guilt washed over him. Ultimately, he decided to let it be. At that moment, a taxi sped past, prompting Xiao Chen to wave frantically. Whether the driver failed to see him or for some other reason, the taxi continued on its way. Driver, to the Nanjiao Villa Bay, please. Once inside, Xiao Chen took a seat in the back and relayed the address of the Lu family villa to the driver. However, the driver ignored him entirely, shifting gears and accelerating away. Quite aloof, aren't we? Xiao Chen found himself perplexed, but then suddenly furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. A faint scent of blood filled the taxi. This odor was subtle, undetectable by ordinary people, yet did not escape Xiao Chen's keen senses. Moreover, this scent did not originate from the vehicle itself. Leaning forward, he quickly identified the source. The taxi driver, a desperate fugitive. Xiao Chen's brow arched. The driver, though neatly dressed, exuded a faint odor of blood, indicating one grim truth. This individual had likely taken many lives. Driver, this doesn't seem to be the route to Nanjiao Villa Bay, does it? To validate his suspicion, Xiao Chen tentatively inquired. Stop your nonsense. I will take you where I intend to. With just those few words, Xiao Chen was certain of his assumptions. Coupled with the recent disappearance of Han Qingmo in the bar, he could not help but chuckle softly to himself. It seems there is indeed a peculiar connection between me and this Han family girl. Now that he grasped the situation, Xiao Chen relaxed, reclining in the back seat to rest his eyes, curious to see where this fugitive would take him. Maintaining a speed above 100, the taxi weaved through narrow paths, and after approximately half an hour, it arrived at an abandoned factory. Due to the absence of lighting, visibility was limited to the glow of the car's headlights. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen's vision was unaffected. He quickly discerned at least a dozen figures within the factory, each seemingly armed with weapons. Interesting, it appears that those involved in the kidnapping of the Han family girl are no ordinary criminals. Xiao Chen mused with a hint of intrigue. After another 5 minutes, the taxi halted in an empty garage and the door swung open. Lone Wolf, what are you doing with this vehicle? What if the cameras caught us? A displeased voice echoed. Rest assured, I removed the license plate and avoided areas with cameras on my way here. The taxi driver replied coldly. Keep it under wraps. Our target this time is not trivial. There are numerous patrols outside, and we should refrain from showing our faces for the next few days. We must wait for Lord Yu and Lord Song to arrive for the handover. Having an ordinary person on hand will facilitate our operations significantly. How do you ensure he listens to you? What if this fellow informs on us? Very well, it is preferable that no mistakes occur. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Listening to the voices outside, Xiao Chen smirked. Ordinary people? I wonder if the girl from the Han family is here. Furthermore, who exactly are the adults these two are referring to? As these thoughts raced through Xiao Chen's mind, the rear car door swung open, and a dark, menacing gun barrel was abruptly thrust against his head. Who are you? What do you want? Feeling the cold metal pressing against his forehead, Xiao Chen feigned a state of panic. Do not ask what you should not. Just comply with my orders, and do as I say. Otherwise, face your demise. Stepping out of the vehicle, he finally beheld the imposing figure of the cab driver, known as Gu Lang, who stood around 7 meters tall with a pronounced hooked nose and slanted eyes, a typical countenance of a rogue. Please do not kill me. I will comply with all your demands. To dispel any suspicion, Xiao Chen immediately adopted a frightened demeanor. It is best this way. Shui Dao, confine this young man and put him with that girl. The man, codenamed Gu Lang, smirked lewdly. This fellow is rather fair-skinned. In a few days, we shall hand him over to Lord Yu, and that girl to Lord Song. Heh! Perhaps the two lords will generously reward us with a few blood condensation pills when they are pleased. Indeed, young man, you are fortunate. Lord Yu's skills in harmony are unparalleled. Upon hearing this, the man named Shui Dao cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Chen, then chuckled, producing a black cloth to blindfold him before escorting him deeper into the factory. Xiao Chen's mind was abuzz with thoughts within just a few minutes. He had heard the names of the so-called Lord Yu and Lord Song mentioned thrice. He could not ascertain their true identities, shrouded in mystery. However, from their conversation, it seemed that Lord Yu was a woman, and that he might be delivered to her for the purpose of practicing harmony. A grin appeared on his face. Was there such a fortunate event in store for him? Chapter 42. The young police officer get inside. In the darkness, Xiao Chen was thrust into a room by the man named Shui Dao. The door was then locked behind him. Once the footsteps outside faded, Xiao Chen removed the blindfold and discovered a figure curled up in the corner of the room. Although the individual was facing away from him, the outline suggested it was a girl. Recalling the day's events, Xiao Chen instinctively assumed this figure to be Han Qingmo. Han girl, are you alright? Do you need me to help you out? If it truly was Han Qingmo, it would make things simpler. Although Xiao Chen had not initially planned to inquire about her, encountering her now provided the perfect opportunity to rescue her. With this thought, he approached and gently tapped her shoulder. However, just as his hand made contact, the figure in the corner suddenly spun around, preparing to execute a capture technique to restrain Xiao Chen's arm and pin him to the ground. Oh, a capture technique might work on ordinary individuals, but unfortunately for her, she faced Xiao Chen. A sudden exclamation pierced the darkness. Then the woman, flustered and angry, declared, I shall fight back. I didn't mean to. Didn't he mean to? Ha! I'll kill you. The woman clearly lost her temper, pulling out a gleaming object from her waist and swiftly cuffing it around Xiao Chen's wrist. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. It was unmistakably a handcuff. Upon seeing this, he realized the identity of his captor. Officer, I'm a good person, Xiao Chen hurriedly exclaimed. A good person? The young police officer was evidently not inclined to let him off easily. Indeed, I was also captured by those villains. Now that he recognized her identity, Xiao Chen chose not to retaliate. Given her skills, she posed no real threat to him. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Xiao Chen claim he had been captured by the outsiders, the young police officer paused, ultimately releasing the handcuff and sitting back down, huffing, those bastards. Why find a chance to escape? I shall ensure they all end up behind bars. Should I assist you in making a call? Xiao Chen pulled out his phone. The mobile signal has long been blocked here. Otherwise, do you think those criminals would be foolish enough to leave a phone with you? The young police officer replied disdainfully. Indeed. Xiao Chen glanced at his phone and confirmed the signal bar was blank, muttering, then is it alright if I turn on the light? Although Xiao Chen could compensate for his lack of vision in the dark due to his training, he considered that she was a girl and might be afraid of the dark, so he switched on the flashlight on his phone. Do not turn it on. The young police officer suddenly panicked, urgently trying to stop him, but it was too late. Oh no! With the flashlight illuminating the room, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. He rubbed his nose, awkwardly turning his head away. I fell off my motorcycle while chasing the kidnappers. I didn't see the road. TSK. Those kidnappers certainly have remarkable patience. Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. However, he also noticed that the young police officer bore several fresh bruises. Go to hell. After I escape, I shall charge you with assaulting a police officer. Zhang Xiaoyu wished nothing more than to slap Xiao Chen into submission. She genuinely questioned whether this carefree youth had truly been captured, as typically, an ordinary person would be in a state of sheer terror. Yet this fellow seemed preoccupied with trivial matters. Recalling Xiao Chen's earlier display of skill, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression hardened as she scrutinized him again. Speak, who exactly are you? Xiao Chen shrugged. I am merely an ordinary citizen. I was unaware while hailing a taxi and ended up in a vehicle stolen by the kidnappers. Observing Xiao Chen's innocent expression, Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. However, she quickly resumed her serious demeanor, coldly retorting, I don't believe you. An ordinary citizen would not possess such skills. I learned a bit of martial arts while training with my master in the mountains when I was young. Young police officer, I assure you, I'm not a bad person. Xiao Chen grinned and then asked, by the way, do you know where they're holding that girl, Han Qingmo? Han Qingmo, the young lady of the Han family? Zhang Xiaoyu initially froze, then quickly reacted, shaking her head in frustration. I do not know. When our precinct received the report, Miss Han had already been taken. However, she is likely in this abandoned factory. Otherwise, the kidnappers would not gather here. Xiao Chen pursed his lips, aware that Han Qingma was indeed being held in this factory. The issue was that the entire area spanned over 1,000 acres. How would he find her? Zhang Xiaoyu intended to say more, but at that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly raised his eyelids, whispering, "Shh, someone is coming." Chapter 43. The Valley of Elysium. Elder Song, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. Enough with the pleasantries. Where are they? They are right in this room. I thought we would have to wait a few days for your arrival. Take us in, and do not let anything happen to that girl from the Han family. The leader has great use for her. Rest assured, she is confined in the cold storage. There will be no issues. Soon footsteps and voices echoed from outside. One of the voices was familiar to Xiao Chen. It belonged to the man codenamed Xue Dao. Before Xiao Chen could ponder further, the door was suddenly kicked open. 3 figures strode in, comprising Xue Dao and a man and woman. A strong beam from a flashlight suddenly illuminated the figures of Shi Ochn and Zh Ing Shioi. Not bad. A glimmer of eager delight flashed across the lean face of S. Ing H. Ing, a man in his 40s, upon catching sight of H. Ing Shioi. The woman beside S. Ing H. Ing, Wai Shu Ing, the elder mentioned by Su D.O., giggled and exclaimed, "Brother, how could you forget about me?" S. Ing H. Ing replied with a sinister smile, Of course not. My dear sister." Wai Shu Ing swayed her hips as she approached Shi Ochn, lifting his chin with her middle finger. "Well, handsome, you have quite the look, but your attire is rather unfortunate. Allow me to give you a makeover later. Vile woman. Disgusting. Zsoi, incense, spatin I su fei." Wai Shu Ing's expression darkened as she seized Ing Shioi's neck, coldly saying, "Brother H. Ing will ensure you will wish for death, yet find no escape. Let us have you take this medicine first, or you may not last much longer." With a sudden, deranged smile, Wai Shu Ing produced a pill, attempting to force it into Zh Ing Shioi's mouth. "What is this? I refuse to take it." Zh Ing Shioi panicked, her mind racing with the knowledge that the pill was undoubtedly malevolent, and she prepared to resist. "Refuse? You're simply asking for punishment." Wai Shu Ing's demeanor turned icy, and she slapped Zh Ing Shioi hard enough to draw blood from her mouth. "I will make you pay dearly when I escape." Zh Ing Shioi's fierce temperament was evident, having chosen a career as a detective for a reason. Do you think you can escape? Once in the hands of JLG, you'll be a slave for life. Dreaming of freedom is laughable." Wai Shu Ing laughed mockingly and flicked her fingers, sending the pill into Zh Ing Shioi's mouth. At this moment, S. Ing H. Ing, with his sinister visage, stepped forward, grinning as he pressed 2 fingers onto Zh Ing Shioi's shoulder. Her expression shifted dramatically as she realized she was immobile. "What have you done to me?" Zh Ing Shioi's face turned pale. "Fear not, my dear beauty. I have merely sealed your meridians. Handsome lad, why not take one for yourself?" Wai Shu Ing approached, covering her lips with a delicate hand, presenting a pill to Shi Ochn. "Will you take it yourself? Or shall I feed it to you?" "No, I shall do it myself. This face of mine cannot withstand any blows. Sister, I wish to have several." Shi Ochn replied, "You are quite amusing. I shall give you a few more." Wai Shu Ing produced a colorful porcelain bottle for your wit. "I promise to leave you a breath of life." Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Ochn snatched the bottle from her grasp. "Oh, no need to be hasty. Too much for an ordinary person could indeed be fatal." Isuingi, surprisingly fast. Watched as Shi Ochn curiously sniffed the pills within the bottle. "This is the most despicable elixir from JLG. Should one consume it within 20 minutes, they would lose control and become your eternal slave." "How do you know this?" Both Wai Shu Ing and S. Ing H. Ing's expressions shifted. "Who are you?" Wai Shu Ing's gaze turned dark. "What does it matter to you?" Shi Ochn chuckled lightly, then swiftly struck Wai Shu Ing in the abdomen. In pain, she uttered a muffled groan, and seizing the opportunity, Shi Ochn's right hand, like lightning, grasped her chin, forcefully stuffing the pills into her mouth as she gazed at him in terror. "You dare!" Wai Shu Ing, regaining her composure, frantically clawed at her throat in an attempt to expel the pills, but the concoction was designed to prevent such an outcome. "This individual is formidable. Su D.O. Eliminate him." S. Ing H. Eng's expression darkened. With that, Su De-o coldly snorted and drew 2 daggers from his waist, declaring, "Boy, regardless of who you are, having angered Lord S-ing and Lady Y, you shall die." He lunged at Xiao Chen with his blades. Decent speed, sufficient for an ordinary person. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, then slowly raised his hand, effortlessly pinching the blades between his fingers and breaking them into 2 with a forceful grip. "What? You?" Su De-o's expression turned grave, but before he could utter another word, Xiao Chen flung the shattered blade fragments into Su De-o's throat, pinning him to the wall behind. "Brother A-ching, let us join forces to eliminate him. This boy is no ordinary foe." Wai Shu-ing, with a pallid face, rose from the ground, her palms glowing faintly with genuine energy. Boy, even at death's door, you remain so arrogant. Regardless of your origins, our innate 7th grade powers will ensure your demise tonight." S-ing's patience with Xiao began to dwindle. Innate 7th grade? Is that impressive? Xiao scoffed, his expression unchanged. Arrogant, prépare tout dit. S-ing's hands formed claws, with genuine energy concentrating at his fingertips as he lunged toward Xiao. As his hands neared Xiao-Ch's chest, S-ing felt a surge of pride. Being an innate 7th grade, he believed he could dominate in this insignificant place. It was expected that a 20-year-old youth would be unable to react to his assault. However, in the next moment, the pride on his face froze in disbelief. Just as he was about to strike Xiao, his wrists were unexpectedly seized. "What?" S-ing gasped, realizing that no matter how hard he struggled, Xiao-Ch's grip was like a vice, unyielding. Merely an innate 7th grade. Do not be so arrogant in your next life. It could lead to an early demise. Xiao sneered. Then with a forceful motion, a bone-cracking sound echoed as he struck S-ing's crown, silencing him. With a dull thud, S-ing collapsed to the ground, a large dent in his forehead resembling a deflated ball. In the blink of an eye, he was lifeless. Meanwhile, Shi-oi, pale and with a complex expression, watched Xiao, astonished by his brutality and audacity to kill before her eyes. "Please spare me." As Wai Shu-ing witnessed S-ing's demise, fear overwhelmed her, realizing that if this youth could slay S-ing, her life was equally forfeit. "Dear brother, spare me. I will do anything you ask." In her panic, Wai Shu-ing swiftly decided to barter for her life, preparing to remove her gauzy dress. Seduction? Regrettably, I have no interest in such trash. Xiao raised his hand and struck Wai Shu-ing's lower abdomen, rendering her powers null. "Rest assured, I do not intend to end your life so swiftly. Over the years, you have harmed many with that HHSN. Let's see how it feels to be on the receiving end." With that, Xiao pressed a finger onto a specific acupoint under Wai Shu-ing's ribs, known as the mute point, ensuring she would be unable to utter a sound for 3 hours. "Little officer, may I borrow your handcuffs?" Xiao turned to Zh-ing, requesting. After saying this, regardless of the other party's agreement, he directly took the handcuffs from her waist, fastening one to Yu Shuang's wrist and the other to the steel rebar behind the door. Having completed this, Xiao Chen turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Zhang Xiaoyu asked in a fluster as she saw him preparing to depart. "To rescue Han Xiaoyao. Didn't you just say she was locked in the cold storage?" "Wait here for a moment," Xiao Chen replied, raising his hands. "I want to go with you." Zhang Xiaoyu bit her lip. "What? You want to come with me? Aren't you afraid that the effects of the drug will kick in and you won't be able to control yourself, doing something outrageous?" Xiao Chen questioned. "Then what should I do? Is there any way to resolve this?" Zhang Xiaoyu insisted. "Resolving it isn't difficult, but I don't have any silver needles on me right now. If I had silver needles, just a few pricks would be enough to neutralize the effects of the drug in your system." Xiao Chen nodded. "Huh? Is there no other way?" Zhang Xiaoyu's face fell at this revelation. "Well, without silver needles, I could help you, but it depends on your consent." Xiao Chen awkwardly swallowed. "What method? As long as it works, I can endure any pain." Zhang Xiaoyu, though puzzled, spoke up. "The pain isn't that severe, but if it's your first time, it might sting a little. However, once you get through it, you'll feel quite comfortable, or at least that's how it should be," Xiao Chen said, looking somewhat troubled. "Once I get through that, I'll feel comfortable?" Zhang Xiaoyu was thoroughly perplexed and suddenly realized what Xiao Chen was implying. Her face flushed crimson, and she glared at him fiercely. "You wish? Ahem, I was merely discussing options with you. Since you disagree, then never mind." Xiao Chen coughed awkwardly. Is there really no other way? Although Zhang Xiaoyu was angry, she couldn't find a reason to lash out. None. Unless you can hold on for at least half an hour while I search for Han Qingma. And then I'll buy a set of silver needles nearby. Xiao Chen proposed after some thought. Are you sure half an hour will solve the problem? Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated. About that, Xiao Chen estimated. All right, I'll trust you this once. If you dare deceive me, I will ensure you regret it for life. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, trying to reassure herself. Okay, let's go find the cold storage, Xiao Chen said, helping Zhang Xiaoyu up before they exited. Just as he was closing the door, he noticed Yu Shuang, who was handcuffed to the steel rebar, looking at him with a pleading expression. He couldn't help but smirk, glancing around before picking up a wooden stick the thickness of his wrist and tossing it at Yu Shuang's feet. Don't say I'm not good to you. You might find this useful later. At that moment, due to the excessive intake of pills, Yu Shuang's face was flushed with an unusual redness. Upon seeing the wooden stick, she immediately realized what it meant, and a surge of anger welled up within her. She glared at Xiao Chen, continuously attempting to curse him. But due to the pressure point, no words escaped her lips. However, judging by her lip movements, it was likely something along the lines of, I will haunt you even in death. Evil begets evil. Those you have harmed. What kind of suffering did they endure before they died? Today, you shall taste a bit of that. Xiao Chen's smile gradually faded, and after casting a cold glance at Yu Shuang, he locked the door. Little policewoman, if you can't hold on, don't force it. This thing can truly lead to fatalities. He then turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. You need not worry, but I warn you, if you try anything while I'm under the influence, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Zhang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and replied bitterly. Xiao Chen merely scoffed, ignoring her as he turned toward the factory workshop. With a taxi driver known as Lone Wolf awaited him. Having taken action, he intended to clean up all those involved, primarily aiming to extract the location of Han Qingma's cold storage from them. Chapter 45. Rules depend on people. Who exactly are you? After exiting the room, Zhang Xiaoyu followed closely behind Xiao Chen, her emotions a tangled web as she observed his somewhat carefree demeanor. As a detective, Zhang Xiaoyu was not entirely ignorant of martial arts. It was said that the heads of the Su and Zhao families, prominent martial families in Han City, had only reached the 9th level of innate martial arts, yet they were among the top-ranked families in the city. However, this seemingly carefree individual had just effortlessly dispatched Song Hong, who was at the 7th level of innate martial arts. What did that signify? Little policewoman, I told you. I'm just an ordinary citizen, merely someone who has learned a bit of medicine and martial arts. Xiao Chen dismissed her curiosity, continuing to feign indifference. You. Zhang Xiaoyu felt her frustration rising, yet she was at a loss for how to express her anger. Ultimately, she could only huff in annoyance. I saw you kill someone with my own eyes. Xiao Chen chuckled, then raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, someone's coming. Let me deal with them. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression tightened as she followed his gaze, spotting several patrolling figures moving about. Be careful, they all have guns. Despite her disapproval of Xiao Chen's demeanor, she felt compelled to offer a warning. Oh, you're worried about me? Xiao Chen laughed. Drop dead. Zhang Xiaoyu's face flushed, uncertain if it was due to the effects of the pills, as she sensed something was off within herself. Hey, I won't die. Xiao Chen chuckled as he approached the patrolling figures. At that moment, the individuals noticed the commotion and saw Xiao Chen emerging from the shadows, their expressions shifting. Who goes there? One burly man with a scar on his face tightened as he reached for his waist. Lord Yu and Lord Song are hungry. I was sent to fetch some food. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of anxiety. You're one of Lord Yu and Lord Song's men? The scarred man was taken aback, his expression shifting from doubt to a hint of respect. Indeed, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, then like a specter, swiftly struck the scarred man's throat with his fingers. With a dull thud, the man collapsed to the ground. Before the others could react, Xiao Chen had already lunged at them. Hearing the muffled sounds from the shadows, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a mix of worry and panic. She realized her body was beginning to heat uncontrollably. Damn it, the drug is kicking in. What should I do? If I can't control myself, won't that benefit this guy? The thought crossed her mind, and she could no longer restrain herself. The most terrifying part was that when this notion surfaced, she felt no aversion whatsoever. Little policewoman, is this a signal jammer? Xiao Chen inquired. It should be. Zhang Xiaoyu stuttered, her unusual sensations making her words falter. Xiao Chen exerted a bit of force, crushing the signal jammer in his hand. It's just a night, but seeing your reaction, I thought you were scared, he mused, not considering her perspective. After all, this girl had always acted quite tough. Oh, let me see. Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks were burning as she awkwardly fidgeted, retrieving her phone from her pocket. We have signal. Upon noticing that the previously blank signal bars on her phone had finally displayed a single signal, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression brightened. The presence of a signal instilled a sense of relief within her, even if the effects of her medication were to take hold. As long as her colleagues from the bureau arrived, the man before her would undoubtedly refrain from causing her any harm. All right, go outside and send message. I will inquire about the location of the cold storage. After reading the message, Xiao Chen rubbed his nose in bewilderment. Although he and Lu Ling XN were merely feigning a romantic relationship, her tone incited an unshakable sense of guilt within him. Little wealthy lady, I can't get a cab. Who told you to abandon me? Meanwhile, in a dilapidated office within the factory, a man with a hooked nose and triangular eyes was reclining on a tattered sofa, closing his eyes to rest. He was a taxi driver who had previously brought Xiao Chen to this place. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his lap. The man abruptly opened his eyes, and upon seeing the news notification on his phone, his expression shifted dramatically. Something had gone awry. The ability to receive messages meant that the signal jammer had been disabled. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a figure unexpectedly pushed the door open. What is happening? The lone wolf mistakenly assumed it was one of his own and casually inquired. Guess. The voice was somewhat familiar, yet laced with a hint of mockery. However, before he could respond, accompanied by a sickening crack, a sharp pain surged through his shoulder. Don't scream. If you do, I will snap your neck. Xiao Chen pressed one hand firmly on the lone wolf's shoulder and the other at the nape of his neck, speaking coldly. Are you from the Han family? Cold sweat broke out on the lone wolf's forehead. The presence of this young man before him, coupled with the absence of Bloodblade and the two masters, could only mean one thing. Bloodblade and the two masters were already dead. Han family? Xiao Chen was taken aback, then burst into laughter. I had no intention of getting involved in this matter. It was you who dragged me into it. If you had simply dropped me off at the Liu family villa, none of this would have happened. In an instant, the lone wolf felt a surge of anger, but he quickly composed himself and spoke in a low voice. If you let me go, I have 5 million in my card. It's all yours. As he spoke, the lone wolf retrieved a bank card from his person and placed it on the table. What is the password? Xiao Chen unceremoniously accepted it. 6 sevens. The lone wolf felt a wave of relief, secretly smirking. As long as he survived, he had countless ways to extract tenfold or 100-fold from this young man. All right, thanks. However, killing you means the money in the card will still belong to me. Xiao Chen chuckled. You don't follow the rules. At these words, the lone wolf trembled, his expression changing drastically, and he glared at Xiao Chen in fury. Yet before he could voice his protest, the sound of bones cracking echoed from his nape, and then his head tilted, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, lifeless. I've always been quite principled, but it depends on the individual. Xiao Chen coldly remarked as he discarded the lone wolf's lifeless body. Initially, he had hoped to extract the location of the cold storage from the lone wolf. But upon seeing the factory's layout map on the office wall, he decided to forego that inquiry. However, when he approached the factory's area distribution map, he was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are there 7 cold storages? Chapter 46. The frenzied Zhang Xiaoyu, after dealing with the lone wolf, Zhang Xiaoyu, who had been waiting outside, had already dialed the bureau's number. I've located the hideout of the kidnappers. Miss Han should be here as well. I have sent you the location. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she succinctly conveyed the current situation. Yes, Captain, are you safe? A concerned voice came through the phone. I'm fine for now. Hurry over, the sooner the better. Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she spoke, her breath becoming increasingly labored. After urging them to come quickly, she hung up the phone and happened to see Xiao Chen emerging from the abandoned office. How'd it go? Zhang Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. It's manageable. There are 7 abandoned cold storages here. We can search them one by one. All right, let us move quickly. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was eager to find Han Qing Mo, fearful that if they delayed any longer, she would truly be unable to endure. Agreed, but it won't be difficult to locate the cold storage where Han Qing Mo is held. There must be guards present. We just need to see which cold storage has someone on watch. Xiao Chen contemplated before speaking. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded immediately. The two of them swiftly made their way to the location of the cold storages, searching through 3 of them only to find them empty and unguarded. 10 minutes later, At the cold storage near the factory side entrance, Xiao Chen noticed that the entrance to one cold storage was not only dimly lit, but also had two men with fierce expressions smoking and playing dice. This is it, little policewoman. I will deal with the guards outside, and you come in with me to search. The cold storage is quite large, so it would be difficult for me to search alone. Xiao Chen instructed. Ah, okay. Zhang Xiaoyu replied absently. Who goes there? The two men playing dice suddenly looked up, drawing their guns and aiming in the direction of the intruders. Oh no, we've been discovered. Why are you making such a loud noise? Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. I didn't mean to. Zhang Xiaoyu, realizing her blunder, responded. Her mind muddled due to her physical discomfort, causing her to instinctively raise her voice when Xiao Chen called her. What do we do now? Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. She recognized her lapse in composure. What else can we do? Just kill them. Xiao Chen replied somewhat helplessly, yet his actions were swift. He quickly picked up two small stones from the ground and flicked them with speed. With two piercing sounds, the guards at the door suddenly had blood holes appear in their throats, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It seems clear. Let us hurry in and find a Han family girl. Xiao Chen clapped his hands and, after tossing that remark, stepped towards the cold storage. Zhang Xiaoyu, seeing this, could only follow behind, taking deep breaths. As Xiao Chen had anticipated, the cold storage was indeed vast. Due to its abandonment, the air conditioning was not running, and it was cluttered with debris. Strangely, after searching the entire cold storage, they found no sign of Han Qing, Mo, little policewoman. Let us split up to search. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was continuously tugging at her clothing. Oh no, the medication is taking effect. Observing Zhang Xiaoyu, who was fidgeting like a restless kitten, Xiao Chen's heart sank. Hold on. Once I find Han Qing, Mo, I will take you out. However, his words seemed to have no effect as Zhang Xiaoyu's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Chen, I feel so uncomfortable, Zhang Xiaoyu murmured in pain, finally unbuttoning her shirt. Who can endure this? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen felt as if he might bleed from his eyes, his gaze turning crimson. On the other side, hidden in a corner, Han Qing and Mo had already heard Xiao Chen's calls. Initially, upon hearing footsteps, she feared it was her kidnappers returning and sought refuge in a corner. However, Xiao Chen's voice sounded somewhat familiar. She recalled the man from the bar, but could not be certain, so she decided to wait for him to call again before emerging. What puzzled her was that the calls never resumed. Instead, strange sounds began to resonate within the empty cold storage. Having grown up, Han Qing and Mo had not had much exposure to intimate contact between men and women, so she did not immediately react to the unfolding events. After a few minutes, the peculiar sounds grew increasingly distinct. Out of curiosity, Han Qingma stealthily emerged from her hiding place and followed the sound's origin. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as if it could drip with water. Han girl, you finally come out. Hurry and help. Xiao Chen exclaimed upon spotting Han Qingma, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as if he had been granted a reprieve. I still want to get married. You are so crude. Han Qingma's mind went blank. Could she truly be of assistance in such a matter? Xiao Chen chuckled, realizing he had been misunderstood. Yet, he had no time to explain and urged Han Qingma, hurry over, or someone's life will be at stake. Observing Zhang Xiaoyu on the ground, writhing and gasping, Xiao Chen was on the brink of madness. Had he not restrained her, her clothing would have been nearly torn off. Just one grain of Yihuan San had led to this chaos. He dared not imagine what Yu Shuang's condition must be like at that moment. Oh, fine. Despite her reluctance, Han Qingma sensed the gravity of the situation upon hearing that lives were endangered, and she clumsily approached, standing awkwardly. What should I do? Take off her pants. Xiao Chen turned his head away. Huh? Han Qingma's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean, hurry up? Otherwise, it will truly be a matter of life and death. Xiao Chen was frantic. Han Qingma's delicate face turned scarlet, tears welling in her eyes, but after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly reached for the ties of her skirt. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback before helplessly pointing at Zhang Xiaoyu on the ground. What are you doing? I meant for you to remove hers. Then follow my instructions for acupressure. This is the only way to expel the toxins from her body, or it will be troublesome. 2 hours later, in a hospital room nearby, Zhang Xiaoyu slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Gazing at the white ceiling and the four drip beside her, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Captain, you're awake? At that moment, a young uniformed officer rushed into the room. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyu awake, he hurried over with concern. Xiao Zhao, why am I here? What happened to Miss Han and the kidnappers? Zhang Xiaoyu recalled the mission she was undertaking and asked anxiously. Captain, you should focus on recuperating. You made a significant contribution. All the kidnappers are dead, and Miss Han has been found. The officer, referred to as Xiao Zhao, spoke with admiration. Miss Han has been found? That's good. Zhang Xiaoyu sighed in relief, but then felt a sudden discomfort in her inner thighs. Her expression changed, and her voice trembled as she asked, Xiao Zhao, when you found me, was there anything strange about me? Strange? Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, but a sense of unease lingered. What is wrong, Captain? Xiao Zhao inquired. It's nothing. I did fall during the encounter with the kidnappers, and my clothes were torn then. By the way, what about that guy Xiao Chen? Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly realized the issue and said with caution, notify the Bureau immediately. That Xiao Chen is not simple. He single-handedly eliminated nearly all the kidnappers. Hey, Captain, we already investigated. Xiao Chen's background is indeed remarkable. He is a formidable martial artist and recently defeated Chen Yuhu, known as the Tiger of Han City. Even the young lady from the Su family is vouching for him. Xiao Zhao said with admiration. What? He defeated Chen Yuhu? Zhang Xiaoyu was taken aback. The Tiger of Han City had some influence. However, recalling how Xiao Chen had effortlessly dispatched Song Hong, a 7th grade innate master, she felt less surprised. Naturally, her curiosity about Xiao Chen intensified at that moment. Where's Xiao Chen now? She asked again. After completing his statement at the Bureau, he was taken away by the Special Administration because Ms. Han's kidnapping case involves martial artist forces and the Special Administration specifically manages such matters, Xiao Zhao explained. You have no say in this, Zhang Xiaoyu retorted, pulling out the 4 needle from her hand. Captain, what are you doing? Xiao Zhao was bewildered. I'm just going to the restroom. Although Xiao Zhao's words indicated that nothing unusual had occurred, she remained uneasy. The only way to ease her worries was to personally check if her most treasured possession was still intact. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaoyu slipped into a stall and slowly removed her hospital gown. That scoundrel. At least he didn't take advantage of the situation. After a thorough inspection and confirming that her most precious belongings were still there, Zhang Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her appreciation for Xiao Chen grew significantly. When I see him next, I must properly thank him, Zhang Xiaoyu murmured to herself. However, as she prepared to put her clothes back on, her expression suddenly turned pale. No way. Zhang Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes again, ensuring she wasn't mistaken. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. No way. Why is it reversed? With tears welling up in her eyes, an unprecedented sense of panic enveloped her heart. She distinctly remembered that she had not worn her clothes this way that morning. Yet now, upon regaining consciousness, they were inexplicably inside out. The only explanation was that someone had redressed her while she was unconscious. Aside from Xiao Chen, she couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. Bastard, despicable. A profound sense of humiliation made Zhang Xiaoyu tremble, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Han City Bureau, Mr. Xiao, thank you for your cooperation. My name is Gao Feng, the director of the Special Administration in Han City. Gao Feng shook Xiao Chen's hand and handed him a business card. No need for thanks. By the way, how is that woman from Jiao Valley, Yu Shuang? Xiao Chen inquired with sudden curiosity. Well, it's rather tragic. For such a malicious martial artist organization, they deserve their fate. I've reported it to the higher-ups, and a purge order will soon be issued against Jiao Valley. Gao Feng shuddered as he recalled the condition in which they found the woman from Jiao Valley. All right, I have no further questions, Xiao Chen said, already imagining the scene. However, one thing I must remind you, Mr. Xiao, at such a young age, you are already an innate 8th-grade martial artist with a bright future ahead. Please refrain from using your martial artist status to harm ordinary people. Otherwise, regardless of your strength, the Special Administration will issue a purge order against you. Gao Feng paused before continuing. Of course, if it involved a conflict between martial artists, the Special Administration seldom intervenes. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. With that, without waiting for Gao Feng to respond, Xiao Chen turned and departed. After Xiao Chen left, Gao Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to his secretary, saying, make a note in the file. Xiao Chen, 20 years old, innate 8th grade, level of danger. Hi, Director. He saved Miss Han and eliminated only those who deserved it. Why should he be rated as high danger? The secretary was puzzled. Gao Feng smiled slightly. He said, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Is there no issue with that statement? The secretary's confusion deepened. Of course there is. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them implies that if an ordinary person provokes him, he would kill them just the same. Gao Feng's expression turned solemn as he let out a sigh to calm the tumult within him. A 20-year-old, innate 8th-tier practitioner? This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon in Han City. Moreover, the 8th-tier designation was merely what Xiao Chen claimed. Who knew if this fellow's true prowess was even greater? While Gao Feng pondered, he was oblivious to the fact that his secretary had silently forwarded Xiao Chen's dossier to someone else, with a conspicuous note indicating young Master Chu. Chapter 48. Chu Qingyun's plan innate 8th tier? How is that possible? How old is he? In the only 5-star hotel in Han City, Li Qi, upon receiving the dossier of Xiao Chen from Chu Qingyun, could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "Damn it, I also find it implausible. But where did this kid come from?" Chu Qingyun's demeanor darkened, his jaw slightly swollen, and his eyes glinted with resentment at the mention of Xiao Chen. "Young master, rest assured, I'm a consummate 9th-tier practitioner. Killing an 8th-tier practitioner is a trivial matter. Though this kid has decent talent, he has yet to fully mature. It is the perfect time to eliminate him." Li Qi's eyes flickered with jealousy. Why should others possess such exceptional gifts while he was merely blessed with slightly better talent than an average martial artist? Over the years, he had relied on the cultivation resources of the Chu family to reach the consummate 9th tier. Yet that Xiao Chen, around the age of 20, was already an innate 8th tier. It was simply incomparable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an unprecedented fire of jealousy ignited within him. However, the anticipation of personally extinguishing this talented youth brought him an unusual thrill. This trip to Han City would be worthwhile. Do not act rashly. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Chu Qingyun's expression shifted, and he spoke with concern. "Young master?" Li Qi, sensing the urgency, replied, "Young master with such talent, we must not allow this boy any time to grow. If he breaks through to the 9th tier, it will be far more troublesome to deal with him." The difference between the consummate 9th tier and the 9th tier was significant. To achieve a one-hit kill would be nearly impossible. Conversely, facing an 8th tier opponent, he felt confident he could deliver a fatal blow. Thus, Li Qi could not comprehend why Chu Qingyun would hinder him. Why the haste? You understand this principle well. Does the young master not comprehend it? Chu Qingyun's gaze darkened further as he admonished, then turned to Li Qi. "Li Lao, what if this boy is concealing his true strength from the Special Management Bureau?" Concealing his strength? Li Qi's face paled, and he gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible! This boy cannot possibly be at the 9th tier." Though he too found it hard to believe, he could not dismiss the possibility. Chu Qingyun snorted coldly and continued, "Li Lao, as a practitioner, you should understand how crucial it is for a martial artist to hide their true strength when traversing the world, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expression changed, a chill creeping down his spine. "Li Lao, have you considered that if this boy were merely an innate 8th tier, how could he be so unrestrained when facing us in the bar? That leaves only one possibility. He possesses absolute confidence in his ability to survive against you." As Chu Qingyun spoke, his face turned ashen. He then lifted his gaze to Li Qi. "Moreover, knowing he has offended our Chu family, how could he possibly disclose his true strength to the Special Management Bureau?" Young master makes a valid point. Good heavens, if this boy truly is at the 9th tier, he would be an extraordinary anomaly. Thus, we cannot allow him to grow any further. Li Qi said, a hint of trepidation creeping into his voice. "That is why I do not want you to act impulsively. Once we strike, we must ensure absolute certainty in eliminating this boy to eradicate future troubles." Chu Qingyun clenched his fists and declared, "But young master, if this boy truly ascends to the 9th tier, killing him will become exceedingly difficult unless you seek assistance from the patriarch in the capital, requesting a master-level practitioner to come." Li Qi's expression darkened, and he spoke with a tinge of shame towards Chu Qingyun. "Seek assistance? Huh. I, as the young master, will never seek help from those old geezers in the capital. While they could send a master-level practitioner to aid me, it would inevitably involve their meddling." Chu Qingyun's demeanor turned frigid as he rose, gazing out at the nightscape of Han City with burgeoning ambition. "The power in Han City shall be wholly under my control, with absolute authority in my hands. Not a soul from the capital shall interfere, not even the patriarch. Young master, such aspirations are commendable. However, how then shall we kill this boy? I find myself capable of eliminating him now, yet I dread that if he indeed conceals his strength, a single attempt may not suffice, and if he retreats to seclusion, it would become troublesome. Li Qi expressed his dilemma. Who says we must kill him now? Chu Qingyun narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Li Qi. Li Qi felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering if his young master had suddenly developed a penchant for something sinister. Li Lao, if you were to break through to the master level, would you be able to ensure a one-hit kill on this boy? Chu Qingyun asked suddenly. If I were to reach the master level, I could crush this boy with a mere finger. Not only him, but I would also have confidence in facing all the martial artists in Han City combined. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Li Qi responded without hesitation. However, after speaking, he looked at Chu Qingyun with a wry smile. But, young master, there exists an insurmountable chasm between the master level and the innate tier. Though I claim to be half a foot into the master level, it is uncertain when I will truly break through. With good fortune, perhaps within 3 years. But without it, I might remain stuck at the consummate 9th tier for a lifetime. Li Lao, if you think that way, you underestimate this young master far too much. Chu Qingyun declared with pride. Young master, do you have a plan? Li Qi, not foolish, comprehended the underlying implication of his young master's words. Upon realizing this, his entire face flushed with excitement, and he knelt before Chu Qingyun, proclaiming, as long as young master can assist me in reaching the master level, I shall serve you faithfully, no matter the circumstances. That would be best. Observing Li Qi's demeanor, Chu Qingyun nodded with satisfaction. However, things were different now. Although Li Qi had once been close to him, his loyalty lay with the Chu family, not with Chu Qingyun. But now, that was no longer the case. Young master, what plan do you have? Li Qi inquired, a hint of hesitation in his curiosity. Do you doubt me? Chu Qingyun smirked slightly, then revealed without further pretense. Before I arrived, I received word that the Xiao family in Han City possesses a low-grade Pujing Dan, acquired by their patriarch Zhao Nangong during his travels decades ago. Is it rumored to enhance the probability of breaking through by 50%? Li Qi's face lit up with joy, and he clenched his fists in excitement. If young master can procure the Pujing Dan for me, I would have a 70% chance of breaking through to the master level within a month of consumption. Excellent. I await your good news. Chu Qingyun nodded, understanding that a 70% chance was already quite favorable. As he pondered, a sinister glint crossed his eyes as he said, however, there is something else we must do first. Chapter 49. The Han family's gratitude. What is it, young master? Li Qi asked, slightly taken aback. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Xiao family. If they remain uncooperative, Li Lao, you know what must be done, right? Chu Qingyun sneered. Understood. Young master, I have long since infused a portion of my true energy into Xiao Zhenhai's body. Upon your command, he shall undoubtedly meet his demise. Li Qi responded promptly, eager to affirm his loyalty. Tomorrow, I shall observe whether Xiao Zhenhai desires his own life or that of his daughter. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Chu Qingyun gazed at Li Qi and remarked, however, if Li Lao can transcend to the master realm, it would be an entirely different matter. Do you grasp my meaning? Indeed, young master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Li Qi responded, his expression shifting as he patted his chest affirmatively. Very well, fetch me 2 clean ones. I wish to indulge tonight. Chu Qingyun exclaimed with exhilaration, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Upon hearing this, Li Qi understood his young master's intent and promptly agreed before departing to make arrangements. Meanwhile, on another front, after bidding farewell to Xiao Chen and Gao Feng from the Special Administration, a slowly approaching black Bentley halted beside them. Xiao, you please wait. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, the occupants of the black Bentley were seeking him. As he prepared to continue walking, the car window suddenly rolled down, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit. His head crowned with white hair and glasses perched on his nose. Elder, may I inquire who you are? Xiao Chen asked, a hint of perplexity in his tone. In response to Xiao Chen's inquiry, the elderly gentleman offered a warm smile, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man stepped out, nodding amiably at Xiao Chen before opening the door to assist the elder alight. As they approached, the middle-aged man spoke. Xiao Chen, am Han Shuicheng, the father of Qing Ma, and this is her grandfather, my father, Han Huan. Oh, from the Han family? Xiao Chen expressed mild surprise, though he subtly inferred their purpose. Indeed, Xiao Chen, my son, and I have come specifically to extend our gratitude to you. Han Shuicheng articulated with a grateful countenance. Indeed, had it not been for you, Mr. Xiao, Qing Ma might have faced dire consequences at the hands of those ruffians. Han Huan sighed deeply, grasping Xiao Chen's hand. It was merely a trivial act. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The hour grows late. Acknowledging their visit was indeed in relation to the events of the previous night. Xiao Chen exchanged a few pleasantries before preparing to depart, having made several fruitless calls to the young heiress who had been unresponsive. Han Huayan and Han Shuicheng were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chen's reaction. In the entirety of Han City, no one had maintained such composure when confronted by the two of them, yet this young man seemed somewhat impatient. However, it was not entirely his fault, as he remained unaware of the significance of the Han family in Han City. Indeed, even if he were aware, it is likely he would still exhibit the same demeanor. Qingma, why are you not coming out to thank Mr. Xiao? What kind of behavior is this before your savior? Have you no sense of decorum? Han Shuicheng admonished, calling into the vehicle. Oh, it was then that Xiao Chen noticed Han Qingma seated in the back seat. Upon hearing her father's call, she reluctantly opened the door and stepped out. Seeing Han Qingma, Xiao Chen could not suppress a grin. Recalling the scene from the cold storage where she had been massaging Zhang Xiaoyu, it was simply too tempting. Sensing Xiao Chen's teasing gaze, Han Qingma felt her cheeks flush with warmth, her heart racing like a rabbit. This sensation was entirely new to her. Although Han Huayan and Han Shuicheng were aware that Xiao Chen had saved Han Qingma, they were oblivious to the events that had transpired, thus they did not ponder further. Thank you, Han King Mustamarid. How unbecoming. This is your savior, and you cannot even articulate a complete thank you? Han Shuicheng reproached, then turned to Xiao Chen, saying, Xiao Chen, I am profoundly grateful for saving my daughter. Is there anything you desire as recompense? We, the Han family, shall certainly oblige. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen pointed toward the roadside black Bentley. Just this? What? Is that not acceptable? If not, then forget it. Xiao Chen presumed they were hesitant and did not wish to impose. No, I merely find your request exceedingly modest. While he had no particular affection for vehicles, the prospect of having access to a car whenever he wished was appealing, especially after the taxing experience of hailing a taxi earlier. Mr. Xiao need not worry. We have plenty of cars. Han Huayan chuckled, gazing at Xiao Chen. Very well, I shall not be difficult. With that, Xiao Chen entered the vehicle, only to discover that the driver, named Qiu Yu, was a woman with a ponytail, exuding an aura of military prowess, likely a retired female special forces operative. After providing the address, the car set off toward the Liu family villa. As the vehicle drove away, Han Huayan pondered and remarked to Han Shuicheng, let's find an opportunity to invite Mr. Xiao for a meal. Han Shuicheng frowned in confusion. Father, is that truly necessary? Although this young man saved Qingma, it would suffice to offer some monetary compensation. Given our status in the Han family, he does not warrant an invitation for a meal from both of us, does he? Status? Oof. Do you truly believe the Han family holds any significance? Han Huayan adjusted his spectacles and scolded. He then sighed, his expression turning grave. In a mundane world, we, the Han family, may possess a modicum of face, yet the forces that seek to obliterate us are not of ordinary ilk. They are a hidden martial power far mightier than both the Zhao and Su families combined. You witnessed tonight's events. In the eyes of these cultivators, what are we? The Han family? But what does this have to do with this young man? Father, surely you do not expect him to assist us in overcoming our plight? After all, even the patriarchs of the Su and Zhao families have declined our pleas for help. Han Shuicheng queried in bewilderment. In present-day Han City, many await the downfall of the Han family. Once we collapse, they will swarm like vultures to feast upon us. While the Su family maintains a semblance of integrity, they dare not take risks at this juncture. As for the Zhao family, they will be the first to strike us down. I fear Zhao Nangong will be our greatest adversary. Han Huayan sighed again, then turned his attention back to Xiao Chen, a look of admiration in his eyes. Tonight, Xiao Xiaoyu not only saved Qingma, but also struck Xiao Qian, and intriguingly, he publicly slapped the face of Chu Qingyun from the Chu family in Kyoto. Shuicheng, do you comprehend the implications of this? Father, do you mean? Han Shuicheng's expression shifted with concern. Moreover, this young man possesses extraordinary talent as a martial artist. Having already defeated Qin Yuhu at such a young age, once he matures, he will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Even if he cannot aid us in fending off the wrath of those hidden powers, it would be advantageous for him to protect Qingma once our family faces annihilation. Father, has our situation escalated to this point of urgency? Han Shuicheng sensed an unprecedented intensity in his father's tone. Indeed, matters may be far more critical than I have indicated. Han Huayan replied, his expression laden with worry. I understand. I shall make arrangements tomorrow. By the way, Su Yinlan from the Su family has a good rapport with Qingma. She invested considerable effort in rescuing her tonight. And Qingma mentioned that Xiao Chen was summoned by Su Yinlan. Let us extend an invitation to her as well. Han Shuicheng's demeanor shifted with realization. Indeed, I cannot believe I overlooked that detail. It provides an opportunity to gauge the Su family's stance. Should Lianlan attend, it would imply that, in times of crisis, they may still lend us support, or at the very least, refrain from adding to our woes. If she does not come, Han Huayan's expression soured. Then we can truly place no hope in the Su family. As soon as Han Huayan's words fell, Han Shuicheng's phone suddenly received a message. Upon reading it, Han Shuicheng's countenance brightened with joy. What could have caused such an unrestrained display of emotion? How could you manage the affairs of our Han family in the future with such behavior? Han Huayan remarked with dissatisfaction. Father, it is indeed good news. Did you not ask me to arrange a banquet to entertain Xiao Chen? Our informant from the Special Bureau has just sent over Xiao Chen's dossier. In the face of his father's admonition, Han Shuicheng paid no heed. Instead, he excitedly presented the dossier displayed on his phone to Han Huayan. What? He killed an elder of the Jile Valley with a single strike? Upon glimpsing the details in Xiao Chen's dossier, a flush of excitement spread across Han Huayan's face as he exclaimed to Han Shuicheng, make sure to befriend this young man. To be able to defeat a warrior of the innate 7th rank with one blow indicates that he possesses at least the strength of the innate 8th rank. Shuicheng, this is a golden opportunity for our Han family. Father, I understand. I will ensure that this matter is handled properly. Han Shuicheng also recognized the significance of this banquet. We cannot afford any mistakes. Good heavens, a 20-year-old with innate 8th rank talent? Do you realize that the heads of the Su family and the Zhao family have only recently entered the innate 9th rank at this age? If we can befriend Xiao Chen now, our Han family might soon have a master-level expert to assist us. Han Huayan trembled with excitement, and then suddenly had a thought, exclaiming, let the banquet be held at our home tomorrow, and publicly declare that it is a special family feast to express our gratitude to Xiao Chen for saving our Han family's daughter. Absolutely. This time, Han Shuicheng agreed without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Han Qingma adjusted her black-framed glasses, unable to suppress a hint of dismay on her cheeks. Her father and grandfather were actually inviting that insufferable man to their home for dinner. How could this be? Xiao Chen, unaware of the Han family's thoughts, arrived at the entrance of the Liu family's villa in a black Bentley half an hour later. Mr. Xiao, we've arrived. The Han family's driver, Qiuyue, parked the car and stepped out to open the door for Xiao Chen. Thank you, Xiao Chen said, then suddenly glanced at Qiuyue's left chest. Mr. Xiao, please maintain your decorum. Qiuyue's handsome face turned slightly cold as she sensed Xiao Chen's gaze. Ah, my apologies, do not misunderstand. I merely noticed an injury on your left chest and was curious. Well, it's getting late. Please convey my thanks to the Han family. Xiao Chen awkwardly smiled, leaving those words behind as he turned to leave. Watching him enter the Liu family's villa, Qiuyue was taken aback. She had no knowledge of Xiao Chen's identity and strength, but was astonished that he could discern her internal injury. After hesitating for a moment, Qiuyue returned to the car and drove away. This scene was clearly witnessed by the elder Liu, who was enjoying tea on the balcony on the second floor. Is this Han family's vehicle? The elder Liu, momentarily forgetting his tea, gazed in astonishment at the departing black Bentley, his heart racing with shock. How could this young man, Xiao Chen, be associated with the Han family? However, he recalled that the Han family had been in a precarious situation lately. With this thought, the elder Liu fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen stealthily made his way to the 3rd floor, took out his key, and pushed open the door. It was likely that the young heiress was already asleep at this hour. Being cautious not to disturb Lu Lingxin, he moved quietly, and upon entering, he found the room unlit. She must truly be asleep, Xiao Chen thought, not bothering to scrutinize the bed, and prepare to take a shower and then sleep. Chapter 51. The call from Wu Dihao at that moment. Lu Lingxin, having just awakened, was still in a daze and completely oblivious to Xiao Chen's entrance. Xiao Chen, caught off guard by the unexpected situation, found himself unable to move, pressed against the wall, holding his breath. Soon, Lu Lingxin slowly rose from the toilet, her eyes still hazy, and dressed without casting a glance in his direction. Once she settled back onto the bed, she muttered something incoherently. Xiao Chen, pressed against the wall, felt his heart racing, especially when he heard her mention his name. However, upon hearing her soon fall into a gentle snore, he finally exhaled in relief. She is still cursing me in her sleep, Xiao Chen thought, amused yet exasperated. After all, it was Lu Lingxin who had initially abandoned him. If she had not done so, the events of the night would not have transpired. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed inscrutable. Yet, recalling the scene in the bathroom, Xiao Chen sighed. It was all too torturous. Shaking his head, he refrained from taking a shower to avoid waking Lu Lingxin and instead quietly approached the window, gently pushing it open before sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. However, due to the inherent deficiencies in his meridians, the sparse spiritual energy from the environment barely remained after being absorbed into his body. It seemed he needed to find time to refine the Ling Xue Mu and the century-old fire ginseng. After circulating his internal technique a couple of times, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, sighed lightly, and murmured to himself. He then closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the night passed. Yet, recalling the several calls he made to her the previous night, which went unanswered, Lu Lingxin felt a surge of irritation. Xiao Chen spoke hesitantly, as he dared not mention the events of the bathroom. Lu Lingxin glared at him with gritted teeth. Little heiress, you cannot blame me for this. Besides, you were the one who left me behind. Fearing Lu Lingxin would continue her inquiries, Xiao Chen hastily diverted the topic, pulling out his phone and handing it to her. What is it? Lu Lingxin's heart clenched, fearing he was returning her phone to sever ties with her. Well, there are some things on your phone that you might want to deal with. After all, they belong to you, and I wouldn't want to take liberties. Xiao Chen awkwardly opened the photo album on the phone and handed it back. My things? Lu Lingxin took the phone with a puzzled expression. When she saw the encrypted album, her face instantly darkened, glaring at Xiao Chen like an angry kitten and demanding, Did you access it? Well, I was curious and tried to unlock your phone using the password. It was not intentional, I assure you. Who would set such a simple password for a private album? I will kill you, you scoundrel. How dare you call me brainless? Observing Xiao Chen's innocent expression, Lu Lingxin clenched her small fists, feeling a mixture of humiliation and anger. It is indeed true. What normal person would set the same password for everything? By the way, you don't happen to have the same password for your payment methods, do you? Xiao Chen retorted defiantly, determined not to appear at fault at that moment. Lu Lingxin gritted her teeth, yet found herself at a loss against Xiao Chen, who had indeed hit the nail on the head. Due to her forgetfulness, she had set all her passwords to be the same, including her payment passwords, but when she had given Xiao Chen her phone, she had never considered that aspect. I will change it now. Lu Lingxin, fuming, picked up her phone to change the password, when suddenly, it rang. Someone was calling. Hello, who is this? Seeing an unfamiliar number, Lu Lingxin answered without hesitation. Brother Xiao, it's Lon Lon. Are you still mad? I was wrong last night. Can't you just forgive me? The cheerful voice of Su Lon Lon resonated from the phone. You were with her last night? Lu Lingxin, recalling who Su Lon Lon was, felt a wave of grievance wash over her as she heard her voice. No, it's not what you think. Xiao Chen quickly began to explain, but before he could finish, Lu Lingxin hurled the phone at him in a fit of rage. You need not explain anything to me, nor do I possess the right to demand an explanation. The truth stands as it is. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Setting aside the events of last night, even if something had indeed transpired, given the superficial nature of their relationship, there was no reason for anger. How did it end up making him feel guilty instead? Xiao Chen Gij, you two are actually living together. On the other end of the phone, Su Lon Lon, clad in loose sleepwear, lay on her bed, a pang of envy bubbling within her. Enough of this nonsense. We will discuss last night later. Goodbye. Xiao Chen hung up irritably. Why so fierce? On the other end, after Xiao Chen disconnected, he hesitated whether to clarify the events of the previous night to Lu Lingxin. In the end, his stubbornness prevailed. Whatever will be, will be. After washing up, Xiao Chen descended from upstairs to find Lu Lingxin and Old Master Lu seated at the dining table. Xiao Chen, you're awake? You must be hungry, come eat. Old Master Lu greeted him with a warm smile. I've already eaten. Grandpa, I'm heading to the shop. Lu Lingxin did not spare Xiao Chen a glance throughout. Observing Lu Lingxin's retreating figure, Old Master Lu paid no heed, instead offering comforting words to Xiao Chen. Old sir, where are your thoughts wandering? Xiao Chen chuckled helplessly. I understand. Come, let us eat. Old Master Lu needed no further prompting, merely setting the tableware before Xiao Chen. Such a considerate gesture made Xiao Chen feel somewhat guilty. While they were dining, old Master Lu's phone suddenly rang. After answering, he promptly handed the phone to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, Dean Wu is looking for you. Dean Wu. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to realize it was Wu Dihao seeking him. Simultaneously, he understood that it was highly likely that Xiao Zhenhai had encountered trouble. Chapter 52. Xiao Zhenhai in critical condition at the Central City Hospital. In the dean's office, Wu Dihao held his phone. Little Shi Xiao, here's the situation. This morning, as soon as I sat at my desk, I received a call from a woman. She specifically requested to speak with Xiao Chen and sounded quite urgent, saying her father was in trouble. Wu Dihao was unaware that the caller was Xiao Xuanning, yet knowing she wanted Xiao Chen, he dared not delay and promptly contacted old Master Lu. All right, understood. Tell her I will be there shortly, came Xiao Chen's voice from the other end before the call ended. Heading over immediately, Wu Dihao was taken back, realizing that little Shi Xiang shared a significant relationship with this woman. After a moment of contemplation, he noted the phone number, recognizing that this woman, who held such importance to his Shi Xiang, might very well become his second Shermu in the future. Hello, miss, I am Wu Dihao. Yes, my Shi Xiang said he is on his way. If you need any assistance from the Central City Hospital, please do not hesitate to ask. Wu Dihao spoke cautiously, his tone laced with respect. Not at the moment, thank you, Dean Wu. On the other end, Xiao Xuanning hesitantly ended the call, puzzled by Dean Wu's sudden courtesy. Could it be due to Xiao Chen? A hint of confusion crossed Xiao Xuanning's cold visage, but she had no time to waste pondering, as her father's condition was dire. Xuanning, how is it? Oh no, your father cannot suffer any harm. Bai Liping, her eyes red-rimmed, cried out as she looked at Xiao Zhenhai, who lay on the bed, his complexion ashen. This morning, while having breakfast, Xiao Zhenhai suddenly screamed and collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing violently. Mom, Xiao Chen said he would come right away. Xiao Xuanning reassured Bai Liping. But will your father last until he arrives? Bai Liping was already in a state of panic. What nonsense! Since Xiao Chen said he could extend Zhenhai's life for 10 hours, he would certainly not deceive us. Though Xiao Wenxing felt concerned, years of facing storms had taught him to remain calm. At that moment, Xiao Xuanning's emotions were conflicted. Just a day prior, she had doubted whether Xiao Chen was a fraud. Yet today, events had proven him correct. Amidst her worry for her father, a sense of curiosity about Xiao Chen stirred within her. Perhaps this fiancé, whom she had initially dismissed, was indeed not so simple. However, regarding the Chu family, Xiao Xuanning felt a bitter pang. No matter how skilled Xiao Chen might be, in the presence of the Chu family, he would likely remain but a mere pawn. Subsequently, Xiao Xuanning chuckled softly, realizing how naive she had suddenly become. It was already a tremendous favor for Xiao Chen to save her father's life. How could she foolishly expect him to resolve her issues with the Chu family? Such thoughts were truly childish. The Chu family in Kyoto, while not one of the top-ranked families in the capital, held overwhelming power over the families in Han City. Before such a prominent family, even if Xiao Chen's medical skills were unparalleled, he would merely be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With this thought, Xiao Xuanning sighed softly. Meanwhile, at the Lu family villa, old sir, I've finished eating. I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Chen hastily consumed a few mouthfuls of porridge, then grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling toward Lu Bingyan. In such a hurry? How much have you eaten? Have a bit more. Seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Lu Bingyan grew curious about what had transpired. Xiao Chen casually explained, I see. Very well. Do you know how to drive? We have a Buick for transportation. You can take it. Sure. Thank you. I want to be polite. Although Xiao Chen had spent years cultivating in the mountains with his master, there were still villages within, and he had obtained his driver's license. Concerned about the lack of available transportation, he accepted the car keys from Lu Bingyan without hesitation and departed. After more than half an hour, Xiao Chen drove the Buick Regal to the entrance of the Qiao family villa. Xiao Chen, you've arrived. My father suddenly fainted this morning. Upon hearing the sound of the car, Xiao Xuanning, Xiao Wenxing, and Bai Liping hurriedly emerged from their rooms, finding Xiao Chen standing there, as if they had grasped the lifeline. Xiao Xuanning spoke first, detailing Xiao Zhenhai's condition. Indeed, just as I feared, even having met her once. Xiao Chen still felt a sense of unreality upon seeing Xiao Xuanning again. Xiao Chen, it's all my uncle's fault. Please save him. Bai Liping pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Andy, what are you saying? I'm not so petty. Where's uncle? Take me to see him. Indeed, How do you perceive Xiao Chen? If he were unwilling to help, would he even come? Xiao Wenxing huffed, though despite his words, he still expressed concern. Xiao Chen, your uncle. Rest assured, Grandpa. Xiao Chen reassured him, then turned to Xiao Xuanning. Wife, did you give the pills I prepared to Uncle? I did. Very well. Xiao Chen felt somewhat deflated. While the two women bore a striking resemblance, their personalities were starkly different. Lu Lingxin displayed anger and embarrassment more openly, whereas Xiao Xuanning was as cold as ice. How ridiculous. You and Xiao Chen have long been engaged. What is wrong with calling him husband? Xiao Wenxing snapped in disapproval. Grandpa, please respect my wishes. Facing Xiao Wenxing's reprimand, Xiao Xuanning sighed, her tone resolute. Let us discuss this matter later. I need to assess Uncle S' condition. Xiao Chen interjected to ease the tension. Mention of Xiao Zhenhai shifted their focus away from the engagement, leading them to guide Xiao Chen into the room. Upon observing Xiao Zhenhai lying on the bed, Xiao Chen approached to assess his pulse. He felt a slight relief upon discovering that a trace of vitality still resided within Xiao Zhenhai. Had the medicinal pill been administered any later, and the life force within him had completely dissipated, even he would have been powerless to intervene. Is there still hope for Uncle Xiao? Xiao Wenxing inquired. Rest assured, a couple of needles will suffice, Xiao Chen replied with a light chuckle. By releasing the obstructive true energy from Xiao Zhenhai's meridians, he believed that, given Xiao Zhenhai's constitution, recovery should be relatively swift. Xiao Chen, are you truly serious? Xiao Wenxing and Bai Liping expressed disbelief at how simple Xiao Chen made it seem. However, Xiao Xuanning regarded Xiao Chen with a probing gaze. Xiao Chen did not elaborate further. He simply turned Xiao Zhenhai over and produced a golden needle, targeting the precise location beneath his neck, delivering 2 swift acupuncture punctures. In that moment, 2 visible energy spheres shot forth from the side of the needle's entry, producing a sound akin to air being sliced, ultimately striking the chandelier above. The chandelier shattered with a resounding crash, scattering fragments across the floor. Almost instantaneously, the dark bruises on Xiao Zhenhai's face began to fade. All right, Uncle Xiao should awaken within half an hour, Xiao Chen declared. Is that true? Splendid. But Xiao Chen, what was that just now? The sight left Xiao Wenxing and the others in astonishment. True energy. The true energy of a 9th grade innate martial artist. Xiao Chen stated nonchalantly. 9th grade innate? Xiao Wenxing, having risen from humble beginnings and navigated the complexities of Han City for years, was acutely aware of what a 9th grade innate martial artist signified. For a modest family like the Qiao family in Han City, attracting the ire of such a figure would spell disaster. Xiao Xuanning, though somewhat unclear about martial realms and largely unacquainted with the Su and Zhao families, sensed the gravity of the situation through her grandfather's reaction. Grandfather, is the 9th grade innate truly formidable? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. If Zhenhai has truly offended a 9th grade innate, we should each flee for our lives. Escaping as far as possible, Xiao Wenxing lamented. Is it really that severe? Grandfather, are you exaggerating? Xiao Xuanning gasped in surprise. Exaggerating? Xiao Wenxing sighed, his worry palpable. Are you familiar with the Zhao family, ranked 2nd, and the Su family, ranked 4th in Han City? These families are deeply entrenched martial lineages, existing at a level we Qiao family can only aspire to. Yet, Xuanning, do you know the strength of their heads? Zhao Nangong and Su and Tian are merely 9th grade innate martial artists. Could it be that Zhenhai has wronged one of them? The Su family is unlikely to act so maliciously. It must be Zhao Nangong. Xiao Wenxing's expression darkened. Grandfather, things are not as you think. My father and I have no dealings with the Zhao family. Xiao Xuanning sighed. Initially, she had concealed the matters concerning the Chu family from Xiao Wenxing, but the situation had escalated beyond concealment. Thus, she reluctantly recounted the pressure exerted by Chu Qinyan. This is outrageous. Xiao Wenxing erupted in fury, but soon his countenance fell, and with a grave expression, he advised Xuanning, quickly liquidate the company and flee abroad with Xiao Chen. We cannot afford to provoke the Chu family. Why hide? What is one Chu Qinyan to fear? Xiao Chen interjected, bemused by the Qiao family's dire demeanor. However, Xiao Xuanning, Xiao Wenxing, and Bai Liping did not take his words to heart. After all, with the Su and Zhao family heads as their backdrop, the weight of a 9th grade innate was particularly daunting. They regarded Xiao Chen's remarks as mere platitudes meant to comfort them. Indeed, how could a mere Chu Qingyun presumed to defy the heavens. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Wenxing chimed in, though he quickly added, I refuse to believe that the world lacks justice. This statement revealed his inner trepidation. For safety's sake, Xuanning, you should heed my advice, sell the company. And, with that money, you and Xiao Chen should have enough for a comfortable life. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wenxing reiterated his plan. No need for that. Moreover, if we leave, what can you do against the Chu family? They seek Xuanning, and what will you have to counter them? You may even provoke that fool. Chu Qingyun, Xiao Chen replied, exasperated. Hearing Xiao Chen's audacious words, Xiao Xuanning frowned, displeased. You need not concern yourself. The Chu family is beyond your capacity to provoke. Do you wish to gamble with your life? Very well. I shall refrain from questioning further. Xiao Chen acquiesced. In light of his strong-willed fiancée, he found himself in an impasse. Although her intentions were clearly for his benefit, he could not shake off his irritation. Just then, a black business vehicle approached the Qiao family's villa. The door swung open, and Li Qi stepped out first, followed by a visibly bruised Chu Qingyun. Li Qi approached the entrance of the Qiao household, channeling his true energy, and bellowed, Old Qiao, you have failed to welcome young Master Chu today. Chu Qingyun, with his hands clasped behind his back, raised his chin with an air of arrogance, attempting to downplay the swelling at the corner of his mouth. This is bad. The Chu family has arrived. You all stay inside. I shall handle them. Xiao Wenxing's face paled, urgently advising everyone. Grandfather, I will accompany you. Xiao Xuanning determinedly declared, disregarding Xiao Wenxing's approval as she resolved to follow. Seeing this, Xiao Chen chuckled and prepared to join them. What do you intend to do? Stay here quietly. If Chu Qingyun learns of our engagement, he will surely kill you. Xiao Xuanning coldly admonished. Kill me? Xiao Chen scoffed. What are you boasting about? Xiao Chen, I know you want to prove yourself, but this is not the time for bravado. Stay put. My grandfather and I will handle Chu Qingyun. Xiao Xuanning's expression was stern, her tone leaving no room for debate. Very well. Xiao Chen, seeing no way to reason with her, chose to remain behind. Curious to observe how Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuanning planned to confront Chu Qingyun. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuanning reached the entrance. I am Xiao Wenxing. Unaware of young Master Chu's visit today, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Xiao Wenxing forced a smile and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Xuanning, what have you decided? In response to Xiao Wenxing's enthusiasm, Chu Qingyun merely snorted dismissively, turning his gaze toward Xiao Xuanning, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Miss Xiao, it is impossible for us. I would never barter my virtue for the future of the Qiao family. Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline. Xiao Xuanning replied with unwavering politeness. Hearing Xiao Xuanning's words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Is this your strategy for dealing with Chu Qingyun? Are you not merely courting trouble? At that moment, Qiao Zhanhai, who had been lying on the bed, began to rouse from his stupor. Though he had been unconscious, his awareness had not entirely faded. He had heard everything from his fainting spell to Xiao Chen's arrival and the subsequent acupuncture. Now awake, he observed by Li Ping's tear-streaked face and turned to Xiao Chen with a complex expression, forcing a smile as he uttered, Xiao Chen is here. Indeed, uncle. I arrived a tad early and missed the opportunity to pay my respects. Xiao Chen jested. Chapter 54. The Hidden Depths of Xiao Wenxing. Ahem, you rascal. Xiao Zhanhai's face flushed with embarrassment. Just then, upon hearing Xiao Xuanning's outright rejection, Chu Qingyun's expression darkened, and he sneered, Xiao Xuanning, you insolent wretch. Do not dare to refuse my invitation. Chu Xiao, I implore you to temper your words. Xiao Wenxing interjected, unable to contain himself. Despite the formidable might of the Chu family, he could not stand idly by while his granddaughter was subjected to such indignity. Old fool, are you threatening me? Huh. If I am not mistaken, your son should be nearing his end today, correct? Chu Qingyun's demeanor turned frosty. Indeed, it was you who orchestrated this. Xiao Wenxing's aged visage twisted with fury. And so what? Let me be frank. If Xiao Xuanning, that wretched girl, does not acquiesce to my demands, your son will perish today, and you shall follow him tomorrow. Do you believe me? Chu Qingyun's expression dripped with disdain, followed by a sinister chuckle. Once your family is gone, your precious granddaughter will merely be a plaything in my bed. Chu Qingyun's words rendered both Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Xuanning utterly pale. Before either could respond, Xiao Zhanhai, who had been eavesdropping, was incensed his face turning crimson as he leapt from the bed, rushing to the door to unleash a torrent of curses. Damn you, Chu Qingyun, I shall not stand idly by. As a father, how could Xiao Zhenhai tolerate such treatment of his daughter? His rage surged, nearly clouding his judgment. Today, he would risk everything to avenge her. You still live? Upon seeing Xiao Zhenhai emerge, both Chu Qingyun and Li Qi were taken aback, gazing at the lively Xiao Zhenhai with astonishment. Even if your entire family perishes, I will remain unscathed. Xiao Zhenhai's brashness shone through. Now aware of Chu Qingyun's intention to covertly harm him and insult his daughter, he was consumed by fury. Chu Qingyun's countenance shifted, contemplating Li Qi beside him, who was equally perplexed. Could it be that someone has neutralized this energy? Impossible, young master. The innate energy of the 9th grade, at its peak, cannot be dispelled by anyone in Han City, Li Qi reasoned, dismissing the notion after careful consideration. The angle at which he infused Xiao Zhenhai with this energy was particularly intricate. To completely dispel, it would require not only exceptional medical skill, but also a minimum strength of innate 9th grade, which was beyond the capabilities of most. It matters not. Since he yet lives, Li Lao, you may as well send him to his demise now. Chu Qingyun jeered. But young master, are you not concerned that a blatant murder will cast a shadow over Han City? The families here may grow wary of you, Li Qi questioned, recalling Chu Qingyun's earlier words. Li Lao, should you attain the realm of a master, the thoughts of the families in Han City will be of no concern to me, Chu Qingyun replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Thank you, young master, I understand now. Li Qi's heart raced with excitement, for the prospect of becoming a master was unprecedented. Given his current limitations, he could not fathom how long it would take to reach that level. Yet now, following Chu Qingyun to Han City had unexpectedly presented him with such an opportunity. Good to know. Now, let us proceed, but remember not to harm that little wretch, Xiao Xuanning. Yes, young master. Li Qi nudda. Wait. Suddenly, a devious glint appeared in Chu Qingyun's eyes as he turned to Li Qi. With Xiao Xuanning's appearance, her mother must have been equally striking. I desire them both. You truly know how to indulge, young master. I can hardly keep up. Li Qi grinned in understanding. Beasts! Who would have thought that the esteemed heir of the Chu family would be such a base creature? The exchange between Chu Qingyun and Li Qi did not attempt to shield the Xiao family, leaving Xiao Wenxing's face flushed with indignation. Father, I shall confront them. Xiao Zhenhai, now utterly enraged, shouted and charged at Li Qi. Overestimating yourself. Li Qi scufa. As Xiao Zhenhai approached, he merely flicked his wrist, sending Xiao Zhenhai crashing to the ground like a severed kite, his pallor drained as he spat blood. Father! Witnessing this, Xiao Xuanning rushed over in alarm, supporting her father while her eyes glistened with anger. You Chu family must not go too far. And what if we do? Miss Xiao, had you consented to the young master's wishes earlier, your family would not be facing such a fate today. Instead, you could have ascended to the pinnacle of Han City's elite. Alas, you were given a chance, but chose to squander it. Li Qi sneered. I would rather die than grant you your desires. Xiao Xuanning gritted her teeth, her expression sorrowful as she glared at Chu Qingyun. A young lady from a family devoid of warriors truly believes herself to be a paragon of virtue. Chu Qingyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chuckling disdainfully. You are but a mere plaything. Who says that Xiao family lacks warriors? At that moment, Xiao Wenxing's face displayed a flicker of hesitation, as if he had made a momentous decision. With a deep sigh, he began to speak. Upon hearing Xiao Wenxing's words, everyone's attention was drawn to him, and a formidable aura suddenly emanated from him. Grandfather, you! Xiao Xuanning gasped in surprise. Father! The bloodied Xiao Zhenhai turned to his father in astonishment. You are a warrior? How could I have not known all these years? Inside the room, Xiao Chen also appeared taken aback. Well, the old man has been concealing his talents. Xiao Chen observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, noting how Xiao Wenxing had played the role of the innocent so convincingly while treating Xiao Zhenhai's ailment. It turned out he was a warrior of no small caliber. Yet, what a pity. Xiao Chen sensed Xiao Wenxing's aura and discerned that while he barely managed to reach the innate 9th grade, his energy was unstable, clearly indicating that his dantian had suffered severe damage, leading to a decline in strength. At that moment, Xiao Wenxing was forcing his energy to the 9th grade, likely to intimidate Li Qi and Chu Qingyun, to deter them from employing lethal force. Based on Xiao Chen's assessment, Xiao Wenqing's true strength was likely closer to the 7th grade. In a confrontation with an ordinary innate 9th grade warrior, this might have been enough to instill fear. For battles among warriors of the same realm are often fraught with unpredictability, where a single misstep could lead to mutual destruction. However, they were now faced with Li Qi, who had attained the pinnacle of the innate 9th grade. Chapter 55, Killing Li Qi. The innate 9th grade? Indeed, upon sensing Xiao Wenqing's aura, Li Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Chu Qingyun's countenance also darkened, his eyes stormy with rage. Another innate 9th grade? Damn it! Chu Qingyun felt as if he had swallowed something foul. He had anticipated that by bringing an innate 9th grade warrior to Han City, he would easily dominate the local fighters. Yet, here he was beset by complications. Had he known, he would have swallowed his pride and sought the aid of his family elders, bringing a master to Han City to avoid all these troubles. As for a grandmaster, that was simply out of the question, as the entire Chu family could boast only 2 grandmasters. Young master need not worry. This old fellow's breath is unstable, and his dantian must have suffered injuries, likely severe ones, resulting in his diminished strength. The so-called innate 9th rank is merely a facade, and it will not hinder this old man from killing him. After keenly sensing Xiao Wenqing's aura, Li Qi suddenly smirked. Injured? So that's it. Chu Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. Old man, you almost gave me a fright. What if you're injured? Even if it costs me my life, I shall take half of yours with me. Witnessing Li Qi and Chu Qingyun openly reveal their true strength, Xiao Wenqing's expression shifted to one of unease. Take half of my life. We shall see if you possess such capability. Old man, once I have slain you, let us see who in the Qiao family can obstruct the young master. Li Qi scoffed. Damn it, cough cough, I still have a son-in-law. He has declared that your little brat is nothing but a fool. On the ground, the pale-faced Xiao Zhenhai, unable to contain his anger, coughed a few times and pointed at Chu Qingyun, shouting loudly. Inside the room, Xiao Chen bewildered thought, what? Is he really taking on the role of a father-in-law? Father, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhenhai, cease your ramblings. Both Xiao Wenqing and Xiao Ning spoke simultaneously, clearly trying to avoid dragging Xiao Chen into this. What is it? That rascal wishes to marry my daughter. Merely being able to heal is insufficient. If he allows my wife to be bullied, he cannot simply hide away. I cannot look up to such a coward. If he wishes to be my son-in-law, he must become a true man. Xiao Zhenhai spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting with righteous indignation. What? You little bastard, you are married? At this, Chu Qingyun's fury ignited, his gaze filled with resentment directed at Xiao Ning. As a man, while he did not reject a married woman, in his mind, Xiao Ning had always been an unmarried and unblemished woman, naturally causing a psychological disparity. Xiao Chen and I are merely engaged. My family's affairs have nothing to do with him. Chu Qingyun, debts have their owners, do not involve the innocent. Xiao Ning spoke with a frosty gaze. Engaged? Huh, that took me by surprise. But do you think I, Chu Qingyun, would let him take my woman? Chu Qingyun chuckled heartily. Engaged. Then it means they have yet to share a bed. If that is the case, it would be best to eliminate this so-called fiancé. When Chu Qingyun was in high spirits, Li Qi suddenly froze, thinking he must have misheard. He whipped his head around, fixing his gaze on Xiao Ning, and asked sharply, what did you say your fiancé's name was? What does that have to do with you? Xiao Ning furrowed her brow slightly, realizing she had misspoken, feeling a twinge of guilt for mentioning Xiao Chen's name. Was she not putting him in jeopardy? Did you just say his name is Xiao Chen? Which Xiao Chen? Li Qi's question made Chu Qingyun finally realize he had overlooked something, his smile abruptly vanishing. His eyes widening in shock as he stared at Xiao Ning as though he had seen a ghost. This unexpected scene left both Xiao Wenqing and the fallen Xiao Zhenhai dumbfounded. Even Xiao Ning struggled to comprehend it. Why did mentioning Xiao Chen provoke such intense reactions from these two? Did they know him? Just as Xiao Ning hesitated about whether to clarify, a gentle voice suddenly rang out behind her. Young Master Chu, calling you a fool is quite an understatement. What? Did the 2 slaps I gave you last night heal so quickly? The ever-watchful Xiao Chen stepped forward with a grin. Wife, I told you. You need not fear this fool from the Chu family. See, you still did not believe me. As he spoke, Xiao Chen approached Xiao Ning. grinning as he pointed at the still swollen bruise on Chu Qingyun's cheek, saying, "Do you see? I already taught this fool a lesson last night." Chu Qingyun's face was marked by your hand. Xiao Xuanning felt her mind whirl in confusion. She had noticed the bruise on Chu Qingyun's face earlier. Initially curious about who dared to strike the esteemed young master of the Chu family. But now, Xiao Chen was claiming responsibility for it. How could this be possible? Do you not believe it? Uncle Xiao, I avenge you. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, his figure suddenly darting forward, then with a resounding slap. Chu Qingyun was sent spinning through the air, crashing to the ground. How dare you strike me? Li Lao, kill him. Chu Qingyun, with his back teeth splintered, screamed like a rabid dog. Hey, you can still speak. It seems I did not hit you hard enough. Xiao Chen, with a playful grin, leaned in closer to Chu Qingyun and seized his collar, delivering another slap. Guh! This time, Chu Qingyun lay on the ground, blood gurgling from his mouth. His expression filled with malice as he glared at Xiao Chen. He could still speak, but he was too frightened to do so. He feared this young man would continue to pummel him. You insolent wretch, seeking death. Witnessing this scene, Li Qi finally came to his senses. Channeling all his innate ninth-rank peak energy, his palms claw-like, slicing through the air directly towards Xiao Chen's throat. Fool! If it weren't for the police yesterday, I would have dealt with you both. Xiao Chen sneered, then lightly struck out with his palm. For daring to strike my uncle Xiao, I shall return the favor. As his words fell, Xiao Chen's palm landed softly on Li Qi's chest. Bang! A sound resonated, shaking the eardrums. Li Qi's expression changed, his chest visibly caving in, and his body shot back like a marble, crashing into the concrete wall of the villa, the wall plaster crumbling down. Li Qi remained pressed against the wall for a good 5 or 6 seconds before slowly sliding down to the ground, leaving behind a bloody imprint. Li Qi lay there like a dead dog, his fingers weakly pointing at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with terror. You are a... Blood mixed with bone fragments and dark internal organs erupted from Li Qi's mouth as he gazed at Xiao Chen in horror, mumbling incoherently. But before he could finish, his fingers fell limp to the ground as he breathed his last. Chapter 56. The Origins of the Qiao Family Silence. Before the Qiao family villa, an unprecedented stillness enveloped the scene. Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Zhenhai stared dumbfounded. Xiao Chen just killed an innate 9th-rank peak martial artist with a single slap? Gazing at the bloodied corpse of Li Qi, whose chest bore a gruesome indentation, Xiao Wenxing suddenly felt a disorienting sense of unreality. An innate 9th-rank peak? What strength must Xiao Chen possess? With this thought, Xiao Wenxing's heart raced. Ha ha ha, good lad. You truly are my excellent son-in-law. From this day forth, even if the king of heaven himself comes, I shall still marry my daughter to you. Cough cough. Xiao Zhenhai laughed heartily, while Xiao Xuanning sharply pinched his chest, causing him to cough again. Father, what nonsense are you saying? I have not yet agreed. Xiao Xuanning expressed her displeasure. You have not agreed? What do you intend to do? Huh? Xiao Chen is such a fine young man, not only skilled in medicine, but also powerful. If you do not agree to this marriage, are you intending to accompany that Chu Qingyun instead? If you do not agree, do not call me grandfather. I shall not recognize you as my granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenxing's anger flared. Indeed, dare to disagree, and I shall not recognize you as my daughter. Xiao Zhenhai echoed. Observing the abrupt change in attitude of her grandfather and father, Xiao Xuanning's mouth fell open in shock, and she sighed, saying, I need to adapt to this, after all. Yes, this is too sudden. Uncle Xiao, are you all right? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, noticing Xiao Xuanning's expression, felt a twinge of schadenfreude, but still sought to shift the topic. How can you still show your face? Where have you been all this time? Lousy. Are you enjoying the monkey show while I endure this beating? Do you find joy in seeing me hurt like this? Xiao Zhenhai scolded with dissatisfaction, emphasizing once again, I am your father-in-law. Xiao Chen was left speechless. After all, it was clearly you who ran away so swiftly that I couldn't even stop you. Uncle Xiao, what should we do with this fool? Shall we just kill him and bury him in the garden? Xiao Chen pointed at the pale-faced Chu Qingyun on the ground. No. Chu Qingyun was almost terrified to the point of wetting himself. Damn, this person is even more ruthless than I am. Burying someone is just like burying a dog. What dog? Oh, so you can talk? Were you deceiving me just now? Upon hearing Chu Qingyun suddenly speak, Xiao Chen became displeased. This left Chu Qingyun at a loss, looking around nervously. Finally, he picked up a stone from the artificial hill in the garden and, gritting his teeth, slammed it into his mouth. Instantly, his teeth scattered everywhere. Oh, don't talk nonsense. I'm not here to joke. Chu Qingyun was truly frightened. The Li Qi he relied on was just slapped to death by this guy. What am I compared to that? Not killing you? You should understand the principle of eradicating the roots, right? Xiao Chen chuckled sinisterly. Xiao Chen, stop. At that moment, Xiao Wenqing suddenly spoke up. What is wrong, old man? This fool should just be killed to prevent him from constantly thinking about my wife. Xiao Chen replied matter-of-factly. Beside him, Xiao Xuanning wanted to say something but fell silent upon seeing Xiao Zhenhai's fierce glare. Xiao Chen, you have already killed a guest of the Chu family. If you also kill Chu Qingyun, it will certainly enrage the Chu family, and we will inevitably be in a deadly conflict. Xiao Wenqing sighed. If it were just me, I wouldn't be afraid, but your uncle Xiao and Xuanning are merely ordinary people. Xiao Wenqing expressed his concerns, ultimately fearing to completely offend the Chu family. Understood. Old man. Xiao Chen nodded, walked over, picked up Li Qi's lifeless body like a dead dog, and tossed it in front of Chu Qingyun, saying, I know you want to let this go easily. I won't be running away in Han City, but next time, bring someone tougher. Or there won't be enough to kill. With that, Xiao Chen leaned closer to Chu Qingyun and coldly whispered, remember this, if you provoke me again. I will annihilate your entire Chu family. Go. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chu Qingyun felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He hurriedly signaled the driver of the black business car to come down and lift Li Qi's body. The driver was so frightened that he trembled as he tossed Li Qi's body into the car. Once Chu Qingyun got in, the driver sped away. After Chu Qingyun left, Xiao Chen turned around, took out a golden needle, and pricked Xiao Zhenhai a few times. Then, he raised his hand to channel a bit of true energy, stabilizing the turbulent breath in Xiao Zhenhai's chest, before saying, Uncle, you've suffered some internal injuries. But it's not serious. I've given you a few needles. After 2 weeks of rest, you'll be completely fine. Really? Xiao Chen, you are truly amazing. Alas, I should have listened to you a couple of days ago. Xiao Zhenhai exclaimed with joy, then spoke with a hint of regret. Forget it. That is all in the past. Uncle Xiao, hurry and go lie down. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter. Once they entered the house, Bai Liping continuously poured tea for Xiao Chen, her attitude more affectionate than that of a biological son. Seeing this, Xiao Xuanning sighed helplessly. By the way, old man, in a few days, I will find some medicinal herbs to restore your dantian. If it's repaired, perhaps you will regain your former strength. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered something and looked at Xiao Wenqing. What? Xiao Chen, are you saying you can heal my damaged dantian? Xiao Wenqing initially did not react, but then was overwhelmed with joy as happiness came too suddenly. It should not be a significant issue. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Wonderful. You are truly a great benefactor to our Xiao family. Xiao Wenqing's face flushed with excitement, nearly bursting into laughter. Old man, why are you being so formal? Xiao Chen chuckled. Yes, no need for formality. Xiao Wenqing slapped his thigh and then turned to Xiao Zhenhai, saying, Zhenhai, go to the ranger room. Tonight, Xiao Chen will be staying. Arrange what? He is my son-in-law. Of course, he should stay with my daughter. Xiao Zhenhai stated matter-of-factly. Yes, I was being foolish. Xiao Wenqing quickly clarified. I'll go prepare toiletries for Xiao Chen. Bai Liping nodded in agreement. Xiao Xuanning was bewildered. Xiao Chen was also taken aback, thinking, is society really this open now? Simultaneously, he felt a strange sensation. What on earth is happening? 2 women who looked almost identical want to share a room with me? Grandfather, instead of worrying about these matters, it would be better for you to explain yourself. Why are you a martial artist, and moreover, a top-tier innate master? With such strength, why didn't my father and I know, and why have you hidden it for so many years? Xiao Xuanning coldly looked at Xiao Wenqing. Yes, Dad, I didn't even know you were a martial artist. Why hide such an impressive thing from us? Xiao Zhenhai suddenly reacted. Xiao Chen naturally looked on with curiosity. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wenqing froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and sighed, addressing the group. Do you know the Xiao family in Jingdu? The Xiao family in Jingdu? The one ranked first in power in the capital? Xiao Zhenhai appeared puzzled upon hearing this. Indeed, Xiao Wenqing nodded, a hint of melancholy crossing his face as he spoke. The current head of the Jingdu Xiao family, Xiao Wenhai, is my half-brother. Chapter 57. Xiao Wenqing's past what? Upon hearing Xiao Wenqing's words, the expressions of everyone present changed. Dad, did I hear you correctly? Xiao Zhenhai was taken aback. seemingly unable to comprehend what Xiao Wenxing had just said. Alas, you heard correctly. Initially, I did not intend for you to know about this, but at this point, I can no longer keep it from you. Xiao Wenxing sighed. Why? Grandpa, since we come from the Jingdu Xiao family and have this background, can't we develop better in Han City? Xiao Xuanning asked, confused. I suspect the old man must have some deep-seated grudge with the current head of the Xiao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled such a long distance to ultimately hide in this small place of Han City. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and guessed the reason. Grandpa, is that so? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Xuanning furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of unease. Xiao Zhenhai also began to look grim. Xiao Chen is correct. Xiao Wenxing sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. I am the legitimate eldest son of the Xiao family, while Xiao Wenhai is merely a bastard child. Moreover, he is ruthless and merciless. Back then, in the struggle for the position of family head, I had overwhelming advantages in both connections and strength over Xiao Wenhai. Then why did Xiao Wenhai become the family head, and you ended up in this small place like Han City? Xiao Xuanning was even more puzzled. Xiao Wenhai, that man, somehow received assistance from a mysterious force, and, within just 2 months, broke through from an innate 5th tier to the master realm. Old man, you mentioned before that my master saved your life. Could this be related? Xiao Chen recalled what Xiao Wenxing had said about his master saving him and quickly connected the dots. Indeed, Xiao Chen, had it not been for your master saving me while I was on the brink of death, I likely wouldn't be here today, and the Xiao family in Han City wouldn't exist either. Dad, Grandpa, alas, these past events, I had initially resolved not to bring them up again. As long as our family could live peacefully in Hanshang, that would suffice. Yet, today's occurrence has forced my hand. Xiao Wenxing sighed. A look of concern etched on his face as he spoke. The reason I have concealed my identity as a martial artist is due to the fear that the Xiao family from the capital might trace our lineage to Hanshang, ultimately seeking to eradicate us for revenge. Xiao Chen interjected. By letting Chu Qingyan go, have we not inadvertently revealed your identity as a martial artist? Indeed, grandfather. Xiao Xuanning expressed her confusion. Huh, do you think that killing Chu Qingyan would conceal this matter? Once he is dead, the Chu family will undoubtedly send someone to Hanshang to investigate the cause of his demise. We cannot hide from that. Xiao Wenxing gave a bitter smile and proceeded to articulate his thoughts. At present, we have only eliminated a guest elder of the Chu family. Although Chu Qingyun harbors resentment towards us, it does not necessarily mean he will connect us to the Xiao family from the capital. Furthermore, among the prominent families in the capital, internal strife is indeed fierce. I believe that Chu Qingyun came to Hanshang primarily to bolster his own credentials. After suffering such a significant loss at the hands of Xiao Chen, he may not immediately seek assistance from his family, for that would only portray him as incompetent. The old man certainly has the bearing of someone from a prominent family. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiao Wenxing's analysis as quite reasonable. Indeed, otherwise, I would not have started from scratch to build this considerable family estate. Xiao Wenxing chuckled lightly at the response, but then he grew serious and added, nevertheless, we must prepare ourselves. While it may be fortunate that the Chu family remains unaware, should they take notice, our Xiao family will always be on the brink of annihilation. It is, after all, a sword hanging over our heads. Then, grandfather, what shall we do? Xiao Xuanning asked, her expression riddled with concern. Xiao Wenxing responded, what shall I do? Seeing that he had not mentioned his own position throughout the discussion, Xiao Xuanning became anxious. I have lived many years and consider my life a gift. If the Chu family truly intends to act against us, I cannot evade it. If I remain, perhaps Xiao Wenhai will not pursue the total annihilation of your family. Xiao Wenxing sighed and continued. However, Xiao Xuanning attempted to speak again, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Wenxing. Xuanning, there is no however. The greater good must prevail. As he spoke, Xiao Wenxing turned to Xiao Chen, a glimmer of astonishment and confusion crossing his features. Xiao Chen, how is it that you managed to defeat a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 9th rank with a single strike? What is your true power? As he spoke, a flicker of anticipation emerged in Xiao Wenxing's heart. Upon hearing Xiao Wenxing's words, Xiao Xuanning and Xiao Zhenhai instinctively turned their gazes toward Xiao Chen. How to put it? This inquiry left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless, hesitating as to whether he should disclose the condition of his meridians. Could it be that he is at the Grandmaster level? Xiao Wenxing cautiously ventured. Something like that. Excellent. Indeed, you're worthy of being my brother's disciple. With you here, I need not worry about the safety of your uncle Xiao and Xuanning. Xiao Wenxing's expression brightened. His gaze towards Xiao Chen filled with fervor. A 20-year-old Grandmaster. Grandfather, what level is a Grandmaster? Xiao Xuanning inquired, perplexed. Huh, Xuanning, let me tell you the truth. A 20-year-old Grandmaster, even in the capital, is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Xiao Wenxing smiled slightly, then turned serious. You shall wed Xiao Chen tomorrow. With his presence. Even if the Chu family from the capital seeks to harm you, you will possess the means to escape. Moreover, since Xiao Chen is only 20 with his current talent, in another 10 or 8 years, he may very well achieve the status of a Grandmaster. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Xiao Xuanning fell silent. Her gaze complex as she looked at Xiao Chen. Must I truly marry this individual? Although he appears commendable, the notion of hastily determining my lifelong commitment unsettles me. Chapter 58. The license plate seems familiar. Old man, let us not rush into the wedding with Xuanning just yet. If I may, I would like to inquire about the martial prowess of the Qiao family in the capital. Xiao Chen asked. Prowess? Xiao Wenxing fell into contemplation, finally hesitating to respond. When I left the Qiao family, there were already 7 Grandmasters. Given the passage of so many years, the number should have increased. Are there no martial artists above the Grandmaster level? Xiao Chen questioned, as those above Grandmaster surpassed the refining stage. Huh, that is impossible. Over all these years, to my knowledge, Grandmaster is the pinnacle of martial prowess in the secular world. During my years with the Chu family, I have never heard of anyone breaking through the Grandmaster realm. It seems to be a threshold established by the heavens for secular martial artists. To this day, I have yet to hear of anyone crossing it. Xiao Wenxing shook his head in denial upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Is that so? Xiao Chen reflected deeply, realizing that he had spent years training in seclusion and had never thoroughly investigated the martial arts conditions in the secular world. Now, hearing Xiao Wenxing state that no martial artist has yet crossed the Grandmaster threshold, he pondered whether his own inability to break through the refining stage was not solely due to his flawed meridians. Might it be that I am also constrained by this threshold set by the heavens? Never mind. I shall focus on restoring my meridians first before considering whether I can surpass the refining stage. Unable to untangle his thoughts, Xiao Chen opted to set them aside. Xiao Chen, you mentioned the wedding is not urgent. Is there a problem? Are you perhaps afraid of the Qiao family from the capital? Xiao Wenxing recalled Xiao Chen's words, feeling a surge of unease, and forced a smile. If that is the case, there is no shame in admitting it. After all, the Qiao family from the capital is not an ordinary power. If you have difficulties, we can call off the marriage. I will not hold it against you. Beside them, Xiao Xuanning also cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Chen, echoing Xiao Wenxing's sentiments. At this juncture, even if Xiao Chen were to openly admit he fears the Qiao family from the capital, it would be entirely understandable. Even Xiao Xuanning felt that it would be unreasonable for Xiao Chen to be unafraid. It's fine. It's not because of the Qiao family from the capital. If they dare come to Hancheng, I would deal with them accordingly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Good lad, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a man. Xiao Zhenhai, upon hearing this, was delighted and clapped Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Today, uncle will accompany you for a few drinks. Oh dear, Dad, must you meddle? Let Xiao Chen clarify his stance. Xiao Xuanning sighed helplessly. Indeed, Xiao Chen, since it is not due to the Qiao family from the capital, then what is the reason? Do you feel that Xuanning is unworthy of you? Xiao Wenxing also expressed his confusion, unable to conceive of any other reason. How could that be? Old man, do not overthink it. The reason I said the marriage is not urgent is that I still have some personal matters to resolve in Hancheng. Once those are taken care of, we can discuss the wedding. Xiao Chen thought of Lu Lingxin, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and added, of course, the decision regarding the marriage is not solely mine. If Xuanning disagrees, I will not force the issue. Xuanning, what do you say? Xiao Wenxing turned to Xiao Xuanning. All right, then it is settled. By the way, Xiao Chen, where are you staying now? I shall have my aunt prepare a room for you. Since the matter is settled, you should stay here from now on, Xiao Wenxing declared. Old man, I currently have a place to stay. If it's all right, I will move in after I finish my affairs. Rest assured, I shall not be polite with you. Xiao Chen spoke with a hint of unease. That is acceptable. By the way, do you currently have a job at Hancheng? Xiao Wenqing inquired. Dad, why do you ask? With this kid's medical skills and strength, does he even need to work? Xiao Zhenhai responded, puzzled. Be quiet. Xiao Wenqing snapped, and Xiao Zhenhai fell silent. Currently, I do not. Xiao Chen pondered. Considering that if one were to classify it as work, the elder of the Liu family merely asked him to assist at Liu Lingxin's store, which hardly counted as formal employment, prompting him to shake his head. All right, then prepare yourself to work at Xuenning's company, Xiao Wenqing decisively stated. Huh? Two voices of confusion echoed, the first from Xiao Xuenning and the second from Xiao Chen. What is it? Xiao Wenqing expressed his dissatisfaction. No, Grandpa. The company is still in operation, and if I unilaterally arrange for Xiao Chen to join, the shareholders may object. Xiao Xuenning contemplated before speaking. Indeed, old man. I won't be able to accomplish anything in the workplace. What can I do? Xiao Chen was equally bewildered. I didn't say you would actually be doing anything in the workplace. Xiao Wenqing chuckled before explaining. Given that we have offended the Chu family, and the threat from the Qiao family in Kyoto looms over us, I fear for Xuenning's safety. Xiao Chen, your presence at the company will provide an opportunity to discreetly ensure her safety. Moreover, don't you two wish to spend time together to understand each other better? This is also a splendid opportunity. Xiao Xuenning hesitated at once, for Xiao Wenqing's reasoning was not without merit. Very well. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, did not decline further and readily agreed, adding, in that case, please assign me a low-profile, idle position. A low-profile, idle position? Xiao Xuenning considered this and soon nodded. That can be arranged. Tomorrow morning at 8, wait for me at my doorstep, and I will take you to the company. What? Are you saying my Dantian can still recover? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenqing's face flushed. It is hard to say, old man. Do not hold too high hopes. If there are no suitable medicinal materials, I cannot help. Xiao Chen reflected before responding. All right. Xiao Chen, good boy. I shall not be polite with you any longer. From now on, we are family. Despite Xiao Chen's lack of guarantees, Xiao Wenqing was still so excited that he could hardly speak. He had never imagined that there might still be hope for his Dantian's recovery. How could he not be thrilled? Xiao Xuenning shot a somewhat speechless glance at Xiao Wenqing, as her grandfather was already referring to them as family before she and Xiao Chen had even begun to bond. By the way, Xiao Chen killed a guest elder of the Chu family. Will there be any repercussions? What about the police? Xiao Zhenhai suddenly recalled something and spoke up. It should be fine. Let's not forget that it was Chu Qingyun who initiated the violence. If he makes this matter public, he will only become a laughingstock among those in the Chu family who do not favor him. Xiao Wenqing chuckled before continuing. Moreover, with Xiao Chen's current strength, there are likely very few in Hancheng who would dare confront him. Let's hope so. Xiao Zhenhai nodded, sighed, and ceased further conversation. Well then, I shall take my leave. Here's my phone number. Call me if anything arises. As he spoke, Xiao Chen left his phone number with them. Fortunately, the phone card given to him by Liu Lingxin was seldom used. Otherwise, Xiao Xuenning would undoubtedly find something amiss upon receiving it. Nevertheless, after seeing Xiao Chen drive away, Xiao Wenqing still felt a twinge of curiosity. He gazed at the license plate of the Buick that Xiao Chen was driving and could not shake the feeling that it seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 59. Master Liu Yuna. Upon Xiao Chen's entrance, Liu Bingyin, who was engrossed in arranging a chessboard in the courtyard, immediately became animated. That should be about right. Old man, here are your car keys back. Xiao Chen smiled as he handed the keys to Liu Bingyin. Shall we play a couple of games? Liu Bingyin eagerly suggested, pointing to the chessboard. Sure, old man, but I cannot stay for too many rounds. Xiao Chen, unwilling to dampen Liu Bingyin's enthusiasm, readily agreed. What? Do you have other matters to attend to later? Liu Bingyin asked, somewhat surprised, as he adjusted the chessboard. It is nothing too pressing. I merely purchased some medicinal materials at the market and will prepare some concoctions for you. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Oh dear, I cannot delay you then. Kulme, let's play a few rounds, and you can go about your business. Liu Bingyin nodded appreciatively upon hearing this, smiling broadly. All right. Xiao Chen was not shy. He found a stool and sat down beside the table. Soon, after playing several games, Xiao Chen chuckled. Old man, I concede. I must go prepare your medicine. You young lad, at such a tender age, I truly wonder where you learned your chess skills. Liu Bingyin exclaimed, shaking his head with a wry smile. For he considered his own chess skills decent, but was consistently defeated by Xiao Chen. Haha, a natural talent. What can I say? Xiao Chen laughed heartily before heading to the kitchen. Liu Bingyin, observing this, chuckled softly admiring the young man. He genuinely appreciated him. He could not help but wonder if his granddaughter would bring him pride. Just then, Lu Bingyin's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he smiled and answered, "Old Xiao, what brings you to call? If you're truly bored, come over to play some chess." "Haha, spare me, old Lu. Playing chess with you would be akin to seeking punishment. I might as well tend to my flowers." Came the laughter from Xiao, winching on the other end. "What? Old chap, do you need something from me?" Lu Bingyin chuckled and inquired. "Nothing major. I heard you were discharged from the hospital, and having encountered some matters, I did not get a chance to visit you, so I called to check on your condition." Xiao Wenqing asked with concern. Lu Bingyin raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his voice. The competitive spirit within Xiao Wenqing flared up. "Haha, that is uncertain." Lu Bingyin laughed heartily before adding, "If that's the case, good fortune comes in pairs. Xuan Ning and Ling Hexen, though merely cousins, are indeed fated, for they not only resemble each other, but also share the same timing in choosing their partners." "Indeed. By the way, old Lu, is your car at home?" Xiao Wenqing suddenly asked. "Yes, it is parked at home every day. I do not care much for going out." "Why do you need to use it?" "My old car cannot compare to yours." Lu Bingyin, hearing this, thought little of it and glanced at the car keys on the table. "Haha, no need. I just saw a car on the road with a plate quite similar to yours and thought you might be out enjoying yourself." Xiao, winching on the other end of the line, let out a sigh of relief, jokingly. "I have no such leisure." Lu Bingyin chuckled, finding it quite a coincidence that Xiao Chen, merely taking his car out for a drive, had caught old Xiao's attention. "Hey, when the time comes, I should bring Xiao Chen along and let this old fellow see what a true young talent looks like." After a few more pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Xiao Chen was placing medicinal materials into the pot while monitoring the heat. Simultaneously, thoughts were swirling in his mind. The Lingxua wood and century-old fire ginseng in his possession could not be absorbed directly. If made into a medicinal soup, he could absorb at most 30% of their efficacy. In contrast, if these two precious materials were utilized in alchemy, their medicinal properties could reach at least 60%, or even be fully realized. Due to Xiao Chen's cultivation reaching a bottleneck in previous years, he found himself unable to make further progress. Consequently, he devoted the majority of his energy to alchemy. His natural talent for alchemy was no less remarkable than his martial arts prowess. While cultivation was constrained, his insights and understanding in alchemy were entirely reliant on his innate giftedness. As a result, crafting pills came easily to him. However, to refine pills, he required an alchemical furnace. If he could break through to the qi refinement stage, he might not even need a furnace to concoct pills. Presently, if he were to attempt refining without a furnace, he would have a 70% chance of success, albeit with significantly inferior quality. Therefore, it was prudent to seek a suitable furnace. But where could he find such a thing? A common one would not suffice. It needed to have history and be nourished by the essence of the heavens. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he slapped his thigh in realization. He would go to the Taoist temple. With this decision made, a weight lifted from his heart. Simultaneously, in the only 5-star hotel in Han City, Chu Qingyun was smashing objects in his room. "The young master doctor has arrived." At that moment, a beautifully dressed woman entered, trembling with fear. Her name was Su Ting, a highly regarded finance student brought from the capital's Chu family. She had been recruited by the Chu family and subsequently included in Chu Qingyun's company. This trip to Han City served both to manage the family's interests and to fulfill some of Chu Qingyun's unpredictable demands. However, witnessing Chu Qingyun's furious demeanor made Su Ting hesitant to approach him. "Let him wait," Chu Qingyun muttered indistinctly, pulling out his phone and staring at a particular number with growing resentment. This number belonged to Li Qi's senior brother, a man named Lu Yunhe. According to Li Qi, Lu Yunhe had secluded himself for 3 years and finally succeeded in entering the Master Realm 2 years ago. Before coming to Han City, Li Qi had introduced Lu Yunhe to Chu Qingyun, and the three had dined together. However, Lu Yunhe had declined Chu Qingyun's invitation, preferring not to be bound by the influence of large families. Nevertheless, Li Qi had mentioned that while Lu Yunhe was not driven by wealth, he had a notorious reputation for his amorous pursuits. Contemplating this, Chu Qingyun snapped a photo of Su Ting nearby and sent it to Lu Yunhe, accompanied by a message. "Come to Han City, I have someone to introduce to you." 2 hours later, at the entrance of the Zhao family in Han City, Chu Qingyun emerged from his vehicle his face thickly coated in concealer. Please inform your family head that young Master Chu from the capital has come to visit. Although Su Ting appeared subservient before Chu Qingyun, she held a commanding presence in front of others. With an air of haughtiness, she addressed the guard at the Xiao family entrance before turning her head away in silence. Observing her demeanor, the guard dared not be negligent and promptly went to announce their arrival. Unlike the villas of the Qiao and Lu families, the Zhao family comprised a vast courtyard reminiscent of ancient gardens. After the guard reported inside, the family head, Zhao Nangong, quickly emerged. The elderly Zhao Nangong, with a bald head and draped in a long robe, eagerly approached Chu Qingyun, exclaiming, "Ah, young Master Chu, your visit is an honor. Forgive my lack of proper reception." However, upon noticing the thick layer of makeup on Chu Qingyun's face, Zhao Nangong felt a wave of discomfort, pondering how a grown man could present himself in such a manner. Yet, as he drew closer, he realized something was amiss. Chu Qingyun's face appeared somewhat swollen. Nevertheless, despite his unease, Zhao Nangong refrained from voicing his thoughts and cautiously inquired, "Young Master Chu, what brings you to the Zhao family?" Indeed, there was a significant matter to discuss, one that pertained to the future development of the Zhao family. Chu Qingyun forced a stiff smile as he spoke. Meanwhile, Zhao Nangong, who had been secretly observing Su Ting, immediately changed his expression upon hearing the words. Though he was uncertain of Chu Qingyun's intentions, he understood the gravity of the situation concerning the Zhao family's future. Thus, he promptly straightened his posture and replied, "Young Master Chu, please, let us discuss this in detail at my residence." With that, Zhao Nangong respectfully invited Chu Qingyun inside and summoned all prominent figures of the Zhao family to join them in the hall. After all, the reputation of the Chu family from the capital carried substantial weight in Han City. Once the esteemed members of the Zhao family gathered, Zhao Nangong personally prepared a cup of tea for Chu Qingyun and handed it over, his face filled with curiosity. "Earlier, you mentioned having a matter of importance to discuss, one that relates to the future of my Zhao family. Might you enlighten me on the specifics?" Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's inquiry, the prominent figures in the Zhao family's parlor exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. This was no trivial matter, especially since the other party was the young master of the esteemed Chu family from the capital. They instinctively turned their attention to Chu Qingyun. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun took a sip of tea, then chuckled lightly as he gazed at Zhao Nangong. "Family head Zhao, if I may be so bold, when do you anticipate breaking through to the Master Realm?" This question was exceedingly sensitive, and Zhao Nangong found himself in a dilemma. Chu Qingyun understood Zhao Nangong's apprehensions. After all, the timing of Zhao Nangong's breakthrough to the Master Realm directly impacted the Zhao families standing in Han City. For instance, if Zhao Nangong claimed he could achieve this within 10 years, word would spread, and the head of the Su family, Su Wentian, might declare he could accomplish it in 5 years. Consequently, the various subordinate forces in Han City would naturally lean towards the Su family. Having grasped this, Chu Qingyun continued with a smile, "Family head Zhao need not worry. I have no ulterior motives. I kindly request you to answer truthfully. My Chu family boasts countless grandmasters. If I had other intentions, I would not go to such lengths to subtly extract information from you." Zhao Nangong pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, "To be honest, based on my current feelings, I am confident I will break through to the Master Realm within 7 years. "What? 7 years? Family head, is that true?" Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's words, the influential figures of the Zhao family erupted with joy. 7 years may seem lengthy. Yet Han City had not produced a master-level individual in many years. Even past heads of the Zhao family had only reached innate 9th grade. No one had ever breached the Master Realm. The same held true for the Su family, which was equally renowned. Over the years, they had subconsciously accepted that innate 9th grade represented the pinnacle of strength for both families. Now, suddenly hearing their family head assert that he could break through to the Master Realm within 7 years was cause for immense excitement. The Zhao and Su families had long been in opposition, their strengths closely matched, leading to continuous minor skirmishes without ever fully breaking apart. Yet, should either family produce a master-level powerhouse, the entire dynamic would shift. Both families understood that whoever emerged first with a master would spell disaster for the other. 7 years. If their family head Zhao Nangong could achieve this breakthrough, the Su family would surely face relentless retribution. The mere thought ignited fervor among the influential members of the Zhao family. setting aside the Su family's considerable wealth. Even the allure of their beautiful women was enough to keep them entertained for ages. As they envisioned this future, they looked upon Zhao Nangong with admiration. Feeling the adoration from his kin, Zhao Nangong was filled with pride. As the head of the Zhao family, he was on the verge of surpassing the highest achievements of his ancestors, entering the Master Realm, and ensuring his name would be forever etched in the annals of the Zhao family history. Master Zhao, I initially intended to offer the Zhao family a significant opportunity, but it appears that your sincerity is somewhat lacking. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Zhao family were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in confusion as they turned their attention towards Chu Qingyan. What does this mean? Is it possible that our family head's claim of breaking through to the Master Realm within 7 years is a deception? Just as doubts clouded their minds, Zhao Nangong seemed to grasp something, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Young Master Chu, why do you say this?" "I am certain of breaking through to the Master Realm within 7 years." His words alleviated the tension among the Zhao family, reigniting their hope. Such unwavering confidence. Surely, the family head would not deceive them. Observing their reactions, Chu Qingyun chuckled lightly. 7 years seems rather excessive, does it not? With your strength, Master Zhao, achieving the Master Realm will surely take far less time. After all, I am aware that your family possesses a Pujing Dan. With its assistance, I suspect you could break through in less than 2 years, could you not? What? Breaking through to the Master Realm within 2 years? Is what young Master Chu said true? The members of the Zhao family stood in disbelief, excitement coursing through them as they gazed eagerly at Zhao Nangong. However, Zhao Nangong's expression shifted slightly, his demeanor darkening as he turned to Chu Qingyun, asking with a grave tone, "Did you come here for the Pujing Dan?" It was understandable for Zhao Nangong to harbor reservations. The Pujing Dan was the most precious treasure within the Zhao family. Without it, he estimated it would take him at least a decade to break through to the Master Realm. Moreover, the head of the Su family, Su Wentian, possessed slightly greater innate talent than him, which allowed him to enter the innate 9th grade before Zhao Nangong. While the innate 9th grade was merely a minor realm, the Zhao family's accumulation over the years also included warriors at the innate 9th grade, so the impact was not overly significant. However, the Master Realm was a different matter entirely. If that old man from the Su family were to break through 2 years earlier than Zhao Nangong, it would spell disaster for the Zhao family. Conversely, if Zhao Nangong could surpass Su Wentian's progress by a few years, it would be the Su family facing annihilation. Therefore, the Pujing Dan was of utmost importance. With the Pujing Dan in hand, Zhao Nangong had confidence that he could break through in 2 years and utterly destroy the Su family. He even believed he could trample upon the Han family, the most powerful in Han City. Yet now, as Chu Qingyan approached and inquired about the Pujing Dan, how could he not feel anxious? Given the strength of the Chu family, if they coveted the Pujing Dan, he would have no choice but to surrender it, unable to resist. Of course, if he could exchange the Pujing Dan for the Chu family's protection, it would not be a loss. Even if Su Wentian broke through to the Master Realm, he would not dare to act against the Zhao family. Nonetheless, there was a lingering fear that Chu Qingyun might take everything and turn his back, as he was not a person of real authority within the Chu family, and his attitude did not fully represent the family stance. Thus, strength remained firmly in his own hands, providing a sense of security. Contemplating these matters, Zhao Nangong's expression fluctuated between hope and anxiety. Master Zhao, you worry too much. Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in the Pujing Dan. Observing the myriad expressions on Zhao Nangong's aging face, Chu Qingyun silently mocked. Had Li Qi not perished, he would have indeed planned to leverage his status as a young master of the Chu family to compel Zhao Nangong to yield the Pujing Dan. However, plans had changed, and with Li Qi's demise, he had no further use for the Pujing Dan. But what then brings you here, young Master Chu? Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's declaration, Zhao Nangong exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his expression remained puzzled. If he was not interested in the Pujing Dan, what could his purpose be? Zhao Nangong racked his brain, unable to fathom what could possibly pique Chu Qingyun's interest in the Zhao family. Could it be a woman? He contemplated, wondering if Chu Qingyun had taken a liking to one of the Zhao family's women. If that were the case, Zhao Nangong would wholeheartedly agree, as it would be an excellent opportunity to cultivate relations with the Chu family. Master Zhao, If I were to say that I have come to assist you in breaking through to the master realm within half a year, would you believe me? As he spoke, Chu Qingyun narrowed his eyes, adopting a lofty demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Nangong and the other influential figures within the Zhao family were momentarily stunned, believing they had misheard. After a brief silence, the hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What? Half a year? Did I hear that correctly? They murmured among themselves. Zhao Nangong, however, was breathing heavily, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, but he quickly regained his composure, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Young Master Chu, to be honest, even with the Pajingdan, the possibility of breaking through to the master realm within half a year is quite slim." Zhao Nangong understood his own strength and recognized that within half a year, it was impossible. He could not comprehend how Chu Qingyun could assist him in achieving a breakthrough in such a short time. Furthermore, breakthroughs in such realms were profoundly contingent upon one's understanding and comprehension of martial arts. Without adequate insight, one might never reach that pivotal moment of breakthrough. Those like him who had lingered at the innate ninth grade for over a decade were, in essence, merely accumulating resonance with that elusive opportunity for breakthrough. The Pajing Dan, while valuable, did not directly enhance a warrior's strength. Rather, it significantly heightened one's perception after consumption, thereby increasing the probability of breaking through a short-term enhancement of comprehension. Although Zhao Nangong had remained at the innate ninth grade for many years, he was acutely aware that his perception of that critical moment was still insufficient. Thus, even with the Pajing Dan, it would be challenging to break through within half a year. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such a precious resource. Master Zhao, do not underestimate yourself. My assertion that I can help you break through to the master realm within half a year is well-founded. Chu Qingyun smiled lightly, gazing at Zhao Nangong. Is young Master Chu not jesting? Zhao Nangong's expression tightened as he hurriedly inquired. Do you think I'm joking, Master Zhao? Chu Qingyun replied, playfully regarding Zhao Nangong. How do you intend to assist me? Realizing that Chu Qingyun was earnest, Zhao Nangong's face flushed, breath quickening as he stood abruptly, questioning the young man. What if I were to bring in a master realm expert to guide you in seclusion to understand the heavenly principles, coupled with the Pajing Dan? Do you not think you would have confidence in breaking through to the master realm within half a year? Chu Qingyun's Guin, regarding Zhao Nangong intently as he articulated each word. Is this true, young Master Chu? You can truly invite a master realm expert to assist me in breaking through? In his excitement, Zhao Nangong's speech became stammered. If he had the guidance of a master realm expert, along with the aid of the Pajing Dan, breaking through within half a year was not beyond the realm of possibility. In fact, there would be at least a 70% chance. Half a year. How could Zhao Nangong not feel exhilarated? Whether it is true or false, Master Zhao will know tonight. Chu Qingyun responded nonchalantly, before recalling something and adding, however, the master realm expert I can invite is rather charming. While I can bring him here, retaining his presence within your Zhao family may require some preparation. As he spoke, a mischievous smile graced Chu Qingyun's lips. Zhao Nangong quickly grasped the implication of Chu Qingyun's words, and he understandingly thumped his chest, declaring, Daughters are merely a trifle. My Zhao family is not lacking in that regard. Should young Master Chu truly assist me in breaking through to the master realm within half a year, such a tremendous favor will ensure that my Zhao family will go to great lengths for you in the future. Thus, Zhao Nangong openly expressed his intentions before all present. Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhao family had no objections, having a master within their ranks in just 6 months, especially one from their own lineage, was indeed a monumental favor. As for the rather flirtatious master, what nonsense! Wasn't it merely a case of being lecherous? The Zhao family had expanded over the years and was certainly not lacking in women. Most importantly, if even one person from the Zhao family were to break through to the master realm, they could guide those old fellows who had been stuck at the innate ninth grade for a lifetime, potentially giving rise to a second or even a third master within the Zhao family. With this thought, the Zhao family members were nearly overwhelmed with joy, and they eagerly echoed, Yes, young Master Chu, as long as it helps the family head break into the master realm, our Zhao family will spare no effort. Indeed, in the future, our Zhao family will surely repay this kindness. Seeing Zhao Nangong and the others so perceptive, Chu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. I do not seek any form of repayment from you. All I require is for you to eliminate a few individuals for me when the time comes. Of course, the thorn in your side, the Su family, is among them, Chu Qingyun declared, while he bore no deep-seated hatred towards the Su family. The thought of that little wretch from the Su family being so close to Xiao Chen made her demise acceptable. Moreover, involving the Su family would also earn him the Zhao family's approval. The Su family? Ha ha! Even if young Master Chu did not mention it, we would still flatten the Su family. Indeed, how blind of the Su family to provoke young Master Chu. They truly deserve their fate. After hearing Chu Qingyun's words, the Zhao family members felt a newfound closeness to him, expressing their united animosity. By the way, I wonder who the other individuals you seek are? Zhao Nangong suddenly recalled something and asked curiously. He was intrigued about who could have drawn such intense resentment from Chu Qingyun. Just some insignificant characters. Chu Qingyun replied through gritted teeth, subsequently naming Xiao Wenxing and Xiao Chen. What? Young Master Chu, are you saying that Xiao Wenxing from the Qiao family is a hidden martial artist? And at the innate 9th grade level? That is impossible. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Zhao Nangong and the Zhao family members could hardly believe their ears. After having dominated Han City for so many years, how could they be unaware that a martial artist at the innate 9th grade was concealed within? How could the Zhao family, which prided itself on its martial heritage, accept such a revelation? How could it be impossible? Chu Qingyun coldly snorted, his expression filled with resentment. Otherwise, how do you think I got these injuries on my face? Observing Chu Qingyun's demeanor, the Zhao family members fell silent, lost in thought. Noting their reaction, Chu Qingyun continued in a cold voice. To be honest, the guest elder I brought from the Chu family, old Li, who was at the innate 9th grade, has already perished. Do you still doubt my words? But that Xiao Chen is so young. How can he also be at the innate 9th grade? The Zhao family members appeared hesitant. Oh, you do not believe me? Chu Qingyun was incensed, almost ready to curse. If he were not concerned about being disbelieved, he would even suspect that the wretch Xiao Chen was at the master realm. However, that notion was utterly absurd. A master at around 20 years of age, who would believe it? He himself could hardly accept it, let alone expect the Zhao family to. No, young Master Chu, this matter is simply too fantastical to reach innate 9th grade at around 20 years of age. Is he a demon? Zhao Nangong's expression was one of bitterness. Family head, young Master Chu speaks the truth. At that moment, a middle-aged man from the Zhao family suddenly recalled something and spoke up. What do you mean? Zhao Nangong quickly turned to inquire. Just now, when young Master Chu mentioned Xiao Chen, it reminded me that earlier today, the daughter of one of my clan brothers, Xiao Chen, came to report that she was bullied last night at Chen Yuhu's bar, and the perpetrator was indeed Xiao Chen, the middle-aged man stated, then continued, moreover, he even broke the arms of our disciple Wang Hui, and most importantly, he defeated Chen Yuhu, who was at innate 2nd grade, with a single move. This child's talent is truly terrifying. Zhao Nangong's expression darkened immediately as he quickly grasped the implications of this information. He coldly declared, since this child has become an enemy of our Zhao family, we must eliminate him sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he will surely become a hidden danger. Indeed, family head Zhao is truly perceptive. Allow me to share another piece of news. Upon hearing Zhao Nangong's words, Chu Qingyun finally revealed a satisfied smile. Oh, what news could that be, young Master Chu? Zhao Nangong asked, intrigued. This wretch named Xiao Chen seems to be quite close to Su Lianlian from the Su family. Chu Qingyun replied nonchalantly. What? Zhao Nangong was taken aback, and his already dark expression deepened further. Yes, family head, according to my niece Xiao Qian, this child was indeed invited by Su Lianlian of the Su family. The middle-aged man chimed in again, confirming the accuracy of Chu Qingyun's information. Then it seems this child must be eliminated sooner. Zhao Nangong's gaze darkened to its utmost, realizing that the Su family's growing strength posed an increasing threat to the Zhao family, a situation he could not allow to unfold. Thus, family head Zhao in a sense, our goals are aligned. After hearing Zhao Nangong's words, Chu Qingyun knew that he had achieved his objective. Moreover, with Li Qi dead, and Lu Yunhe, being Li Qi Sr., was bound to react upon learning of Li Qi's demise. When that time came, with Lu Yunhe and Zhao Nangong, both masters joining forces, there would be no doubt that Xiao Chen, this wretched child, would meet his end. Chapter 63. Lu Yunhe's arrival. All right, young Master Chu. Our Xiao family will heed your words, as long as you can assist me in achieving the Master Realm in 6 months. I will join forces with you to eliminate this child and flatten the Su family. After contemplating Chu Qingyun's words, Zhao Nangong resolutely declared, "That would be best. Family head Zhao, I eagerly await your good news." Although Chu Qingyun was already aware that he had accomplished his goal, the explicit declaration of Zhao Nangong's stance still caused a slight smile to grace his lips. Young Master Chu, Zhao Nangong suddenly recalled something, his expression somewhat troubled. But he ultimately asked, "When might we have the pleasure of meeting the Master Realm expert you mentioned?" It was understandable that Zhao Nangong was anxious. After all, he had yet to lay eyes on this master. And what if Chu Qingyun was merely deceiving him? Without the presence of the Master Realm expert, he could not obtain guidance. And how could he hope to reach the Master Realm within 6 months? No later than tonight. Chu Qingyun confidently replied. For since Lu Yunhe was quite the libertine, upon seeing Su Ting's photograph, he would undoubtedly rush over without delay to indulge in beauty. However, even as he said this, Chu Qingyun hesitated for a moment before pulling out his phone to call Lu Yunhe. The call connected swiftly. "Master Lu, may I inquire where you are at this moment?" Chu Qingyun promptly asked as soon as the call was answered. "Young Master Chu, I shall arrive in Han City in 1 hour. I hope the woman in the photograph does not disappoint me." Lu Yunhe's voice came through the phone. "Rest assured, when Master Lu arrives, you shall not be left wanting." Hearing that Lu Yunhe would arrive in an hour, Chu Qingyun felt immense joy, standing a little taller. After hanging up, he turned to Zhao Nangong and said with a triumphant air, "Well, family head Zhao, you must be reassured now." Zhao is truly grateful to young Master Chu. With Zhao Nangong's keen ears, he had naturally heard Lu Yunhe's words over the phone, and at that moment, a weight lifted from his heart, leaving him exceedingly elated. However, the choice of the person to entertain Master Lu should be carefully considered by you, family head Zhao. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if Master Lu's interest were to wane. Chu Qingyun chuckled as he spoke. Understood. Zhao and Nangong understood the situation in his heart. Then his expression shifted as he looked towards the middle-aged man from the Zhao family, his gaze sharp as he commanded, "Tonight, summon your niece, Xiao Chen." The head of the family appeared somewhat troubled. What? This young girl is accompanied by outsiders, yet she is unwilling to entertain a master? Zhao Nangong's displeasure was evident. No, I will definitely bring her here tonight. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Zhao Nangong snorted coldly, then cast his gaze towards the other influential figures of the Zhao family, stating, "You all should convey the message. Any Zhao family relatives willing to serve the master after we eliminate the Su family will receive 3/1000 of the Su family's assets." Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhao family nodded in agreement. After all, the Zhao family was now prosperous and large, and with its numerous affiliated relatives. Not every branch of the Zhao family was affluent. Those without power and average qualifications among the Zhao relatives lived only somewhat better than ordinary people. Coupled with their extravagant spending habits, many were in need of money. The Su family's assets were estimated to be at least 10 billion, and 3/1000 of that would yield millions annually in dividends. Not only the Zhao relatives, but even the core members of the Zhao family with real power felt tempted by this offer. Thus, calculations ensued. As anticipated, within less than half an hour, 5 or 6 Zhao family clans had offered their female members for companionship. Some even shamelessly offered their wives to obtain shares. An hour later, at the Zhao family's entrance, an elderly man in a black martial arts robe, appearing to be in his 50s, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Lu Yunhe. Assessing the courtyard before him, Lu Yunhe took a slight breath and called out, "Is Master Chu here?" "I have arrived." Though Lu Yunhe did not raise his voice much, his words resonated powerfully, reaching even Zhao Nangong and Chu Qingyun in the Zhao family's reception room. "He has come," Chu Qingyun exclaimed with delight, standing up first. The reputation of a master was indeed well-deserved. Who would have thought that the Zhao family would one day host a master? Zhao Nangong was almost beside himself with excitement. He glanced at the members of the Zhao family and waved his hand enthusiastically. "Why are you all still dawdling? Quickly, follow me out to welcome the master." Only then did the crowd come to their senses and hurriedly followed Zhao Nangong towards the entrance. Soon, led by Zhao Nangong and Chu Qingyun, they arrived at the door, where they saw Lu Yunhe standing with his hands clasped. "Master Lu, it has been a long time," Zhao and Nangong greeted, leading the Zhao family in welcoming Lu Yunhe. The previous line was spoken by Chu Qingyun, who, being from the Chu family, naturally held his own pride and would not lower himself even before master. However, Zhao Nangong was different. The Zhao family had never produced a master, nor had they ever had deep interactions with one. Thus, their first encounter was marked by utmost respect. Thank you for your concern, Master Chu. Similarly, although Lu Yunhe was a master, he did not dare to act aloof with Chu Qingyun, speaking with a hint of respect. As for the Zhao family members, he merely cast a cursory glance, showing little reaction. This demeanor shifted the perception of Chu Qingyun among the Zhao family members, significantly elevating his status in their eyes. Indeed, a prominent family would treat even a master with courtesy. The Zhao family members marveled at this. Just then, Lu Yunhe suddenly noticed Su Ting beside Chu Qingyun, his expression brightening as he fixated on Su Ting's alluring figure, unable to look away. Chu. Su Ting felt somewhat flustered under Lu Yunhe's unabashed gaze and could not help but seek help from Chu Qingyun. Be quiet, serve Master Lu well. From today on, you belong to Master Lu. If you fail to satisfy him, I will make your life miserable. Chu Qingyun glared fiercely at Su Ting, then gave her a shove towards Lu Yunhe. In an instant, Su Ting's face turned pale. Chu Qingyun was actually sending her to accompany such an unappealing old man. However, with no other choice, she resigned herself to her fate. After adjusting her mindset, Su Ting's complexion returned to normal as she raised her delicate hand to gently touch Lu Yunhe's chest, sweetly saying, Master Lu, please be gentle with me. Lu Yunhe, upon seeing Su Ting's demeanor, felt his throat dry and his eyes sparkled with greedy anticipation. Quickly, prepare a room for Master Lu. Zhao Nangong, an astute man, immediately spoke upon noticing the situation. Haha, thank you, Master Chu, and thank you all. I appreciate this favor. Lu Yunhe, in a great mood, lifted Su Ting into his arms, laughing heartily as he entered the Zhao family courtyard. At the same time, the Zhao family was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity that night. To entertain Chu Qingyun and Lu Yunhe, the Zhao family had laid out an extravagant banquet, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the dining table, Zhao Nangong raised his glass, addressing Lu Yunhe, and upon finishing, downed the drink in one go. I appreciate the head of the Zhao family's kindness, but Lu Yunhe looked at Zhao Nangong, who had drained his cup, a smile plastered on his face, yet hesitating in his words. Master Lu, I understand. Zhao Nangong chuckled, placing down his glass, and then clapped his hands towards the door. Soon, under the guidance of one of the Zhao family's managers, 8 or 9 young and attractive women dressed provocatively entered in succession, approaching Lu Yunhe and sweetly exclaiming, We pay our respects to Master Lu. Among these women was Xiao Chen, who immediately caught Lu Yunhe off guard. What man could possibly resist such temptation? Lu Yunhe thought, Head of the Zhao family, what is the meaning of this? He pretended to be puzzled, pointing at the young women. Haha, since Master Lu rarely visits my Zhao family, we must serve you well. These Zhao family ladies will warm your bed and wash your feet tonight. I hope you won't find it displeasing. Zhao Nangong stated, his demeanor steady and unflappable. Indeed, Master Lu, we may be clumsy, but we hope you won't mind. Seeing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood and moved to sit on Lu Yunhe's lap, playfully teasing him. At that moment, Xiao Chen was clad in a black short skirt and a white shirt, her somewhat voluptuous figure radiating youthful exuberance. Lu Yunhe felt a rush of blood and heat surge from his lower abdomen to his forehead. Observing this, Zhao Nangong felt a smirk of satisfaction emerge within him. Particularly pleased with Xiao Qian's display, though he pretended to scold her, saying, Qian, what kind of behavior is this in public? If you delay Master Lu's meal, I will hold you accountable. Grandpa, I understand. Xiao Qian feigned innocence as she slid off Lu Yunhe's lap, feeling quite disgusted. That old man had dared to touch her inappropriately. Yet, thinking of the 3,000 of the Su family's shares and how she needed this old man to eliminate Xiao Chen, all her discontent dissipated. Regardless of whether it was a young handsome man or an old man, once the lights were out, it was all the same. As long as this old coot was not all show and no substance, it would suffice. Su Lanlan, you wretched girl, once the Zhao family destroys the Su family, I will make you kneel at my feet and endure humiliation. With such thoughts, Xiao Qian began to feel an inexplicable anticipation. There will be no delay. The head of the Zhao family is truly considerate. Lu Yunhe, feeling a twinge of reluctance as Xiao Qian stepped out of his embrace, gritted his teeth and said, Since the head of the Xiao family is so gracious, I shall take up residence in the Xiao manor. Should there be any questions regarding cultivation, do not hesitate to ask me. Really? Oh my, I'm exceedingly grateful to Master Lu. Zhao Nangong exclaimed, his heart soaring as he quickly expressed his thanks. Lu Yunhe, however, was not in the mood for food or drink, and thus found an excuse to decline. Zhao Nangong, with a beaming smile, inwardly cursed Lu Yunhe, thinking him an old lecher. After all, he had just engaged with a woman named Su Ting not long ago, and was already unable to resist. Indeed, the master's vitality was formidable. Rest assured, esteemed head of the family, I shall attend to Master Lu with utmost care. The faint scent of perfume lingered in the air, stirring Lu Yunhe's desires, prompting him to respond quickly while feigning a headache, saying, Alas, I'm poor with alcohol. I must trouble you, young lady. Soon, with Xiao Chen's assistance, Lu Yunhe made his way to the room prepared for him by Zhao Nangong. The thought of the mature woman named Su Ting still asleep in the bed, having been thoroughly exhausted by him, ignited a fire in Lu Yunhe's heart. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Zhao Nangong could easily discern the dissatisfaction hidden in Chu Qingyun's words, and with a chuckle, he leaned in and pointed at the remaining young women by the dining table, saying, That simply will not do. It is a rare occasion for young Master Chu to visit. You must stay at my Zhao family for at least one night to experience our family's hospitality. Indeed, the head of the Zhao family is a person of great potential. I did not misjudge you. Chu Qingyun laughed heartily in response, rising from the table to exchange glances with the remaining young women. They immediately understood and followed him toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit Zhao residence, the Su family in the northern outskirts of Han City was gathered in their conference hall. Leading the assembly was an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Clad in simple attire, Su Wentian, the head of the Su family. News of Chu Qingyun's visit to the Zhao family and his day-long stay could not be kept from the Su family. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease began to brew within Su Wentian. Grandfather, I have gathered information. At that moment, Su Lianlian rushed in, disregarding the presence of the numerous elders in the hall, her forehead glistening with sweat. Speak quickly. What did Chu Qingyun do at the Zhao family today? Su Wentian inquired, rising to his feet. Grandfather, I heard from a friend at the airport that the elderly man in a black robe who appeared at the Zhao family's entrance registered as Lu Yunhe when boarding the flight to Han City. Su Yinlian replied after a moment of thought. Lu Yunhe? Father, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Su Wentian's son, Su Dingshan, remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, it rings a bell. Su Dingshan's elder brother, Su Dingguang, hesitated before echoing his sentiment. It is he, the martial artist who broke through to the master realm 2 years ago, Lu Yunhe. It cannot be mistaken. What brings him to the Zhao family? Su Wentian's expression darkened, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over him. What could a master like him possibly want in this small place of Han City? And why would he go to the Zhao family? The assembled members of the Su family could not help but voice their concerns upon hearing Su Wentian's remarks. Silence, everyone, Su Wentian admonished before letting out a sigh. Although Zhao Nangong has only recently entered the innate 9th tier, he had fortuitously acquired a breaking mirror pill many years ago, giving him greater hope of reaching the master realm than I. Now, with someone like Lu Yunhe, a master-level powerhouse in Han City and staying at the Zhao family, this clearly signifies a strengthening of their ties, which is not favorable for our Su family. Father, do not speak such disheartening words. A master-level powerhouse should have their own pride and would not be easily swayed by the Zhao family, would they? After all, while both the Zhao and Su families are formidable in Han City, we still pale in comparison to those great clans. Indeed, elder brother, I have heard that Lu Yunhe was once courted by powerful families in Kyoto, but he declined all offers citing his dislike for constraints. It makes little sense for him to now ally with the Zhao family. Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang share their thoughts. Upon hearing the analyses of these two brothers, the members of the Su family could not help but nod in agreement, for their reasoning was indeed sound. You are right, Dingshan and Dingguang. Your assessments are astute. However, Su Wentian nodded in agreement, yet his worries remained unabated as he furrowed his brow and sighed. But if the Zhao family were to offer conditions, and with Chu Qingyun mediating, what if they persuaded Lu Yunhe to instruct Zhao Nangong on breaking the mirror? The room fell silent, and the expressions of the gathered individuals turned grim at this notion. What is impossible? You are unaware that the innate ninth-tier perfection guest of the Chu family, Li Qi, brought by Chu Qingyun, is a fellow disciple of Lu Yunha. With this connection and a few flattering words from Chu Qingyun, it is not outside the realm of possibility. Su Wentian voiced his deepest fears. What shall we do, father? If that is the case, Zhao Nangong may soon step into the master realm, and our Su family's doom may be upon us. Indeed, what can we do? Upon hearing Su Wentian's conjecture, the assembly fell into a state of panic. The current situation between the Su and Zhao families was clear to all. Either both families would lack a master, or both would possess one. Otherwise, this delicate balance would inevitably be disrupted, leading to one family facing annihilation. Head of the family, do you know when you will enter the master realm? A member of the Su family could not contain their curiosity, for if Su Wentian could attain the master realm, their predicament would be easily resolved. I fear it will be at least 5 years. Su Wentian sighed, admitting that even 5 years was overly optimistic. Based on his current training, he felt he would need at least 8 years to even approach the threshold of the master realm. In that instant, silence enveloped the Su family living room. They all understood what 5 years meant to them. The Zhao family, bolstered by a master-level powerhouse and the breaking mirror pill, would undoubtedly not allow them to wait 5 years. By the way, I did not see Li Qi by Chu Qingyun's side today. What could be the reason? Jing Cheng quickly sent someone to investigate. As the Su family fell into silence, Su Wentian suddenly recalled something and turned to a young man in his 30s wearing glasses. This man was Su Dingguang's son and Su Lianlian's cousin, who, despite his youth, wielded significant power within the Su family and held an important position in Han City, marking him as a rare talent. Understood, grandfather. I happen to have friends at the Special Administration Bureau. They should have information on these external cultivators that 1T escaped their notice. I will inquire right away. Su Jingcheng immediately nodded and without hesitation departed. Go then. Yes. The gathered individuals felt a slight sense of relief and nodded in agreement. However, Su Lianlian, with a glint of mischief in her eye, noticed that Su Wentian and her father were still deep in thought. She quickly turned and stealthily slipped into Su Wentian's study, rummaging through it until she tucked a palm-sized wooden box into her clothing. Emerging from the study, she greeted the three with a hint of trepidation. Off you go. But do not roam about aimlessly. You are a young lady, after all. Su Dingshan chided her with irritation. What is wrong with a young person being active? When you were young, I did not see you so obedient and rule-abiding. Su Wentian shot an annoyed glance at Su Dingshan, causing him to fall silent, somewhat disgruntled. Hee. Go ahead. My father, your grandfather, and I have matters to discuss. Su Dingguang chuckled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Lanlan stuck out her tongue and quickly dashed out the door. This girl, you just indulge her. Hearing the roar of the car, Su Dingshan sighed wryly and remarked to Su Wentian, running is fine. As long as the family appears normal, the rest of the clan will not panic. Su Wentian sighed deeply, feeling at a loss regarding the hidden crisis looming over the Su family. On the spacious highway at night, Su Lanlan sped along in her crimson sports car. That scoundrel, what a rogue. He actually does not answer my calls. With one hand on the wheel, Su Lanlan incessantly dialed Xiao Chen's number, but each time it went unanswered. Eventually, the phone rang for a few seconds before the message stated that the call could not be connected. What do you mean, cannot connect? Clearly, the phone rang a few times before being hung up. After cursing Xiao Chen fiercely, Su Lanlan pulled over to the side of the road and sent him a message. You rogue, daring not to answer my call. You must not be planning to forego the 300-year-old Xuelian, right? If you want it, where is it? Just a few short words nearly made Su Lanlan jump in frustration. Indeed, this brat was deliberately ignoring her calls. Chapter 66, A Favor Ode to the Su Family. That night, at the Lu family villa, Xiao Chen did not pick up the phone. It wasn't he that he feared Lu Lingxin would be upset. Rather, he harbored no fondness for Su Lanlan and did not wish to have excessive interactions with her. Thus, when Su Lanlan called for the last time, he simply hung up and switched his phone to vibrate. However, upon seeing the message from Su Lanlan, Xiao Chen swiftly changed his mind. There was no escaping the allure of a 300-year-old ice mountain Xuelian. I've left home. Xiao Chen Gij, send me the address, and I will deliver it to you. Su Lanlan texted again. No need. Just name a place, and I'll go pick it up. Xiao Chen immediately rejected Su Lanlan's notion without a second thought. What a joke. It was the dead of night. And if Su Lanlan truly showed up at his door, how would he explain it to her, an old man Lu? All right, there's a bar called Hong Yinqing in Sanwan Chang'an Road. You can come here to get it. On the other end of the line, Sulanlan chose to compromise. Okay, wait for me. However, it seemed that Lu Lingxin, who was taking a shower, did not hear. Xiao Chen shrugged. At least he had made the call. As he descended the stairs, he happened to see Lu Bingyin sitting on the sofa watching the news. Old man, I'll borrow the car, keys again. Xiao Chen was not shy about it. Ha, sure, going out this late? Lu Bingyin, having no intention of meddling, readily tossed the keys to Xiao Chen. Just going out to grab something. By the way, how is your health feeling? Xiao Chen inquired. Very good. Your medicine is indeed effective. Don't you see how full of energy I am that I can't even sleep? Lu Bingyin replied with satisfaction. Then you should hire a more attractive nanny. Otherwise, you'll be wasting all this energy. Xiao Chen chuckled teasingly. You rascal, always talking nonsense. Go on, hurry and get your things. Lu Bingyin shook his head, bemused. Only this brat would dare to joke like that. Ha! I want to be polite then, old man. Grabbing the car keys, Xiao Chen laughed and stepped outside. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Chen parked in front of the Hong Yinqing bar. I've arrived. Where are you? Should I go in? After parking, he texted Su Lanlan. No need. I'm in the car, the one with the hazard lights on. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also got out of the car and soon spotted Su Lanlan's red sports car with its hazard lights flashing not far away. Come on up. Su Lanlan rolled down the window and gestured to the passenger seat. No, just hand it over to me. Xiao Chen shook his head without hesitation. He feared that if he got in the car, she would drag him around. Hee, Xiao Chen Gidge, don't be so distant. It's as if I could eat you. Sulanlan Potev, grinning cheerfully. You? Eat me? Even if you had 3 times the courage, you wouldn't dare? Enough chit-chat. Where's the Xuelian? Don't make me wait. Xiao Chen cut to the chase. All right. Su Lanlan was not offended. She got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out a tote bag, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Upon receiving it, Xiao Chen opened the wooden box inside, his eyes lighting up. Girl, you really gave it to me? What else? Su Lanlan huffed lightly, feeling delighted, as she could clearly sense that Xiao Chen's tone had softened considerably. Well, I must inform you that this Xuelian is not merely 300 years old. It may very well be 500. Xiao Chen contemplated before speaking. That long? Su Lanlan was taken aback. So if you want to back out now, it's still not too late. Xiao Chen placed the tote bag before Su Lanlan. Su Lanlan stuck out her tongue, playfully saying, stolen? Oh no, then I absolutely cannot take it. Seeing this, Su Lanlan suddenly felt a bit disheartened. She returned the tote bag to Xiao Chen, saying gloomily, forget it. After all, if my grandfather's suspicions are correct, these items will only benefit the Zhao family. So it's better to give them to you. Moreover, my grandfather isn't currently worried about whether I stole his things, so don't worry. Xiao Chen was taken aback, reaching out to feel Su Lanlan's forehead, puzzled. No fever? Of course not. You rogue, what are you saying? Su Lanlan laughed at being teased. So tell me, what exactly happened? Xiao Chen looked at Su Lanlan in exasperation, thinking how this woman was so changeable. One moment she was calling him brother, and the next she was calling him a rogue. Then tell me, you're not angry anymore, right? Su Lanlan relentlessly pressed. Fine. Fine. Given that you brought me the Xuelian at this late hour, I'm not angry anymore. Now can you tell me what happened? Xiao Chen said with resignation. Hee, I knew Xiao Chen Gidge would be mad at me. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Su Lanlan beamed with joy, hugging his arm and snuggling close. Her long legs brushing against Xiao Chen's calf unintentionally. Little enchantress. Xiao Chen chuckled, feeling a ticklish sensation. Subsequently, Su Lanlan recounted how Lu Yunhe and Chu Qingyun had stayed overnight at the Zhao family and the impending crisis the Su family was facing. You mean that fool Chu Qingyun went to the Zhao family and even brought a master back for them? Lu Yunhe? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes. Su Lanlan nodded, then glumly remarked. Xiao Chen Gidge, perhaps we should avoid meeting in the future. If that old fellow from the Zhao family truly breaks through to the master realm, our Su family may very well be their first target for retribution. At that time, you must not let yourself be implicated. Hey, I stirred up the Zhao family to such an extent last night. Do you think they will really let me off? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. Su Lanlan, hearing this, stuck out her tongue in guilt. After all, if she hadn't brought Xiao Chen over last night, he would have provoked the Zhao family. Then you should quickly leave Han City and lay low for a while. Su Lanlan advised. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, then checked the time on his phone. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed he remembered something. holding the ice mountain Shiwilian in hand. He signaled, "I will accept this Shiwilian. Consider it a favor owed to the Su family. When you need help, just give me a call." Okay. Chapter 67. The mysterious Master Realm expert. Upon parking the car, Su Lanlan had just disembarked when she noticed a sleek black Audi A8 approaching, which came to a halt beside her. Recognizing it as her cousin Su Jingqing's vehicle, she greeted him. No sooner had she spoken than Su Jingqing hurriedly alighted from the Audi. A grimace etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Lanlan, where are you off to at this late hour?" Sensing the urgency and anxiety in his tone, Su Lanlan felt a tightening in her chest and instinctively inquired further. "There's been an incident. Let us go inside and talk. Grandpa and the others are waiting for me." Su Lanlan frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she quickly followed Su Jingqing into the house. Inside the discussion hall, Su Wentian, Su Dingshan, and Su Dingguang sat silently on their chairs, the cigarettes clenched in their hands betraying their underlying worry. Just moments prior, they had received a call from Su Jingshan revealing that something grave had transpired. It appears that the innate ninth-grade expert from the Chu family, Chu Qingyun's guest, has seemingly perished, Su Jingqing announced as he entered the room. The three men, who had been smoking in silence, instinctively stood up upon his arrival. "What? Li Qi is dead?" Su Lanlan, who had just stepped over the threshold, was taken aback by Su Wentian's words, left momentarily speechless. Seeing his daughter enter, Su Dingshan immediately admonished, "Be quiet. Lanlan is also a member of our Su family. She shares our bloodline. Why can't she come and listen?" Su Wentian shot a glare at Su Dingshan, then gestured towards an empty chair beside him, kindly beckoning, "Come, Lanlan, sit here with Grandpa." "Thank you, Grandpa." Su Lanlan responded, casting a displeased glance at her father before proudly taking a seat beside Su Wentian. Once everyone was settled, Su Wentian resumed the conversation, directing another inquiry at Su Jingqing. "Yes, Grandpa." Su Jingqing nodded, then retrieved his phone, displaying a document that bore a cremation certificate, the name Li Qi prominently inscribed. Alongside it, a photograph of Li Qi was also evident. "I contacted a friend in the Special Management Bureau today who works under a high-ranking official. I asked him to investigate Li Qi's whereabouts, and he provided me with this." Su Jingqing's expression was grave. The trio of Su Wentian examined the photograph on the cremation certificate, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. The specific reasons remain unknown, as the Special Management Bureau is also conducting an inquiry. According to their investigation, it seems Li Qi's body was delivered to the crematorium by a woman named Su Ting, who appears to be the same woman that Chu Qingyun brought to the Xiao family today. As Su Jingqing spoke, he hesitated briefly before adding, "Moreover, it is quite peculiar that when the Special Management Bureau contacted Chu Qingyun regarding this matter, he adamantly insisted that Li Qi died of illness." Died of illness? Nonsense. How could a prestigious, innate, ninth-grade expert suddenly succumb to illness? There is something amiss here. Su Dingshan snorted, expressing his skepticism. Indeed, the fact that Chu Qingyun dared not speak further indicates that this matter is extraordinary. Who in Han City could have caused Chu Qingyun such a significant setback and yet remain silent? Su Dingguang remarked, "You both seem to overlook a crucial point. What kind of realm possesses the capability to kill an innate ninth-grade expert?" Su Wentian inquired, his expression grave. "Master?" Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang's faces turned ashen. Even Su Jingsheng, who had been standing nearby, was taken aback, glancing at Su Wentian and questioning, "But Grandpa, our Su family and the Zhao family are the two largest martial arts clans in Han City. Until now, no master-level experts have emerged. Where could this master who killed Li Qi have come from? How could such a monumental event occur without any of us being aware? Alas, Han City is indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. If the one who killed Li Qi is truly a master-level expert, then everything begins to make sense." Su Wentian sighed, expressing his contemplative thoughts. Indeed, if that is the case, it would explain why Chu Qingyun sought the assistance of Lu Yunhe. It is likely a move for revenge against this mysterious master-level expert. Su Dingshan concurred. However, that doesn't add up. If it is indeed revenge, why involve the Zhao family? What connection does this have with them? Su Qingqing guided perplexed. In response, Su Wentian chuckled, asserting, "What if Chu Qingyun believes that he cannot achieve revenge solely with Lu Yunhe's strength? Hence, he sought the Zhao family's help to assist Zhao Nangong in breaking through to the Master Realm, allowing both masters to join forces against this enigmatic master-level expert. That's quite a stretch. Upon hearing Su Wentian's speculation, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. The emergence of such a figure in Han City was truly remarkable. They were eager to witness the prowess of this elder. Su Wentian, catching Su Jingqing's murmured admiration, suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration. "Grandpa, what is it?" Su Jingqing, sensing he might have misspoken, looked nervously at Su Wentian. Simultaneously, Su Dingshan, Su Dingguang, and even Su Lanlan turned their gazes toward him. Indeed, what Jingchang said is quite insightful. Su Wentian, his excitement palpable, scanned the group and declared, "Since this mysterious master-level expert is in opposition to Chu Qingyun, and Chu Qingyun has allied with the Zhao family, it follows that the Zhao family is also in opposition to this mysterious master-level figure. Father, are you suggesting we seek out this mysterious master-level expert and forge an alliance with him?" Su Dingshan and Su Dingguang, both quick-witted, grasped the implication immediately. Precisely. If we can locate this enigmatic master-level expert and establish a rapport, given our shared adversary, he may not refuse to join forces with us. In that case, the current predicament will be effortlessly resolved. Su Jingsheng, flushed with excitement, articulated his thoughts eagerly. Chapter 68. Is it really him? Indeed. The immediate priority is to ascertain the identity of this mysterious master-level expert. Su Wentian's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his palms together, confidently asserting, "If this master-level expert is willing to assist our Su family or offer guidance on my cultivation bottleneck, I am confident that within 2 years, I will break through to the master realm. At that point, I shall have no fear of Zhao Nangong. All right, Father, I will arrange for people to investigate immediately, sparing no effort to uncover the information about this mysterious master-level expert." Su Dingshan stated emphatically, "No, this matter should be entrusted to Jingsheng. Such a powerful individual cannot be investigated without the Special Management Bureau's involvement. To swiftly uncover the details of this elusive master-level expert, we must leverage the resources of the Special Management Bureau." Su Wentian interjected, halting Su Dingshan's plans before turning his serious gaze upon Su Jingsheng. "Jingsheng, I am entrusting this task to you. Are you confident?" "Yes, Grandpa, I will complete the mission." Feeling the weight of the responsibility, Su Jingsheng realized the significance of the task at hand. "Very well, my son. You are truly a worthy descendant of his Su family." Su Wentian, with a proud expression, patted Su Jingsheng on the shoulder, but then added with concern, "This is a matter concerning the survival of our Su family. Jingsheng, the sooner, the better. If you require any resources or connections, do not hesitate to inform me. Remember, spare no effort to succeed." "I understand, Grandpa." Su Jingsheng nodded earnestly. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. Upon seeing the message on his screen, Su Jingqing's expression shifted. "It's from my friend at the Special Management Bureau. Quick, let us open it. It should pertain to the matter of Li Qi's murder." The others urged him swiftly. Su Jingsheng, not daring to delay, promptly opened the message. After glancing at it a few times, he was elated, exclaiming, "There's news. Speak quickly." The 3 individuals around him appeared anxious. "A friend from the Special Management Bureau informed me that they have retrieved all travel information for Chu Qingyun and Li Qi from today to investigate the cause of Li Qi's death." Upon hearing this, Su Jingsheng opened a photograph on his phone, revealing a black commercial vehicle. Pointing at the image, he continued, "This is Chu Qingyun's car. According to surveillance footage, early this morning, Chu Qingyun and Li Qi took this vehicle to the Behuan Villa area, where they stayed for less than half an hour before departing. Moreover, the footage indicates there were bloodstains on the vehicle. Is that true?" The others felt their breaths quicken. "Yes, Grandpa, look here. This is a photo of Chu Qingyun's black commercial vehicle as it exited the Behuan Villa community." Su Jingqing opened another image, revealing indeed some bloodstains on the black vehicle. If that is the case, it is highly probable that Li Qi was murdered within this villa area. Su Wentian's expression grew fervent. If Li Qi was killed here, it would imply that the mysterious master-level expert likely resides within this villa community. Even if not residing within, there must be significant connections between that person and the inhabitants of this area. As long as we pursue this lead to uncover the identity of the enigmatic master-level expert, it is merely a matter of time. Is it possible to access the surveillance footage within the Behuan community? Su Wentian suddenly thought of something and inquired. Su Jingqing replied, "You are correct. But if the Special Management Bureau wanted to retrieve the footage, they should be able to do so, right?" Su Dingshan hesitated before speaking. "Let me ask." Xiao Chen responded, making an inquiry on his phone. His friend informed him that it was indeed possible, but the Special Management Bureau would not dare to proceed with it. Why not? Su Dingshan and Su Dingwang were puzzled. How can you all be so confused? Can't you understand this? Su Wentian chuckled and elaborated. The matter involves a conflict with a master-level expert, and judging by Chu Qingyun's reaction, it is evident that neither party wishes to bring this issue to light. No matter how bold the Han City Special Management Bureau is, they would not risk provoking a master by forcibly retrieving surveillance footage. Isn't that right, Jingsheng? Grandfather is indeed wise. That is the reason. Upon hearing Su Wentian's analysis, Su Jingsheng nodded appreciatively. They fear provoking the master, which is why the Special Management Bureau only dares to access external surveillance. How unfortunate, though. I wish to witness the prowess of a master-level expert. Su Dingshan and Su Dingwang exchanged glances, sighing in regret. Jingsheng, does your friend from the Special Management Bureau have any other information to share? Su Wentian pondered for a moment, asking with anticipation. Grandpa, there is indeed more. Upon hearing Su Wentian's inquiry, Su Jingsheng adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but smile. You rascal, what are you teasing us about at this time? Seeing Su Jingsheng's demeanor, the others quickly deduced he must have good news, chiding him playfully. Su Dingwang, in a fit of irritation, kicked him lightly. Hey, don't get physical. I'll tell you. Su Jingsheng, slightly exasperated from nudge, opened the last photo on his phone. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, according to my friend, there's an 80% chance that this master-level expert is in this vehicle. As he explained, this Buick with the license plate number Han departed for Behuan Villa early this morning, shortly before Chu Qingyun and Li Qi's vehicle arrived. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyun's black commercial vehicle left, and this Buick departed 10 minutes afterward. The timing is too coincidental. Excellent. With this, if we locate this vehicle, we will find the mysterious master-level expert. Su Wentian was overjoyed and then inquired, was the master captured on camera? As his words fell, Su Dingshan and Su Dingwang also looked on eagerly. If they could capture the appearance of a master, it would make their search considerably easier. No, only the driver was photographed. The master in the back seat was not captured. Su Jingsheng shook his head, enlarging the image to point out a young man sitting in the driver's seat of the Buick. Alas, what a pity. However, at this stage, we are already in a far better position than we initially anticipated. Su Wentian sighed, then laughed heartily. Su Dingshan and Su Dingwang nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Lanlan, who had been silent, curiously gazed at the image. Upon seeing the vehicle, she was momentarily taken aback, a thought crossing her mind. This car, I feel like I saw it tonight. Soon, a voice echoed her mind. In her confusion, Su Lanlan looked again at the young man in the driver's seat, and in an instant, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her breath becoming heavy. Could it really be him? Lanlan, what is wrong? The others noticed Su Lanlan's unusual expression and turned to her with concern. Nothing, Grandpa. Is there a possibility that the young man driving is the mysterious master-level expert? Su Lanlan, realizing her reaction was somewhat inappropriate, quickly regained her composure and asked curiously. After posing the question, she noticed her palms were sweaty and her heart raced. Could that troublesome fellow truly be a master-level expert? Lanlan, what are you thinking? That young man looks to be around 20. How could he possibly be a master-level expert? Su Dingshan chuckled, clearly in a better mood with the turn of events. Oh, all right. Su Lanlan nodded in response. But deep inside, she felt a strange unease that she couldn't quite articulate. Dingshan, Lanlan does have a point. We should investigate this young man's identity. If we locate him, we can uncover the whereabouts of the mysterious master-level expert. Su Wentian said seriously, then turned to Su Jingsheng. Su Jingsheng immediately understood and nodded understood. Grandpa, I will personally go to the Special Management Bureau tomorrow to look into the young driver. Excellent. The sooner, the better. We must not delay. Understood, Grandpa. The others nodded, while Su Lanlan hesitated, pondering whether to reveal her connection to Xiao Chen. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. She felt it was better to call Xiao Chen later to clarify things. After all, she had previously taken it upon herself to bring him to the bar for a challenge, which nearly caused that scoundrel to distance himself from her. Now, if she recklessly mentioned these matters, who knew if he would become angry again? Once back, Su Lanlan hesitated momentarily before sending Xiao Chen a message. Li Qi is dead. Is there any connection to you? Su Lanlan, is it truly unrelated to you? Xiao Chen, I could take care of Chen Yuhu, but killing a consummate innate expert? You think too highly of me. Su Lanlan. Fine, many are investigating who killed Li Qi, and surveillance caught a photo of you driving. Xiao Chen, you're overthinking it. I was just driving for a ride-hailing service, but realized it wasn't for me after a few trips. Su Lanlan, I don't believe you. Good night. Xiao Chen, good night. After putting down her phone, Su Lanlan lay in bed, unable to sleep. Although Xiao Chen had clearly denied any relation to Li Qi's death, her intuition told her that the situation was far from simple. On the other side, at the Liu family villa, he never anticipated that Li Qi's demise would so swiftly cast suspicion upon him. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, he and Chu Qingyun had exited the Bai Huan villa in quick succession, and any discerning mind would naturally harbor doubts about him. However, suspicions aside, he resolutely refused to acknowledge any involvement, even if everyone knew he was the one who had killed Li Qi, as long as Chu Qingyun remained silent. Neither the Special Administration Bureau nor the authorities possessed any direct evidence. With this thought settled in his mind, Xiao Chen chose to cast the matter aside and peacefully close his eyes to meditate. The night passed without incident. The following morning, when Xiao Chen awoke, the young heiress Lu Lingxin had already vacated the room. Glancing at the time, it was barely past 6. Descending the stairs, he found Liu Bingyin setting the table with bowls and chopsticks. Noticing only 2 sets, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Old man, has Lingxin gone out? Indeed, Liu Bingyin replied. Lingxin has gone to oversee the arrival of new stock at her cosmetics store, so she left rather early. No need to concern yourself with her. We can dine together. With a cheerful demeanor, he served Xiao Chen a bowl of millet porridge. All right. By the way, old man, I need to head out today. Is there something you haven't completed? Do you need a car? I can get the keys for you. If not, just take the keys with you. My old bones hardly drive, even once every 6 months. Liu Bingyin stood, preparing to fetch the keys. Forget it, old man. I need the car. I'll take a taxi. There's nothing pressing. I just found a new job and want to check it out today. If everything goes well, I'll start working normally afterward. Xiao Chen briefly explained, as Liu Bingyin's Buick had drawn attention, and driving it would attract too many eyes. Thus, he decided to take a taxi to meet Xiao Xuanning. Xiao Chen mused that if necessary, he could always purchase a new car, as he had sufficient funds at present. You found a job? That's wonderful. We should celebrate tonight with a drink, just the 2 of us. Liu Bingyin expressed genuine joy for Xiao Chen's new opportunity. Certainly, Xiao Chen readily agreed. After enjoying 2 bowls of porridge for eggs and 3 buns, he bid farewell to Liu Bingyin and stepped outside. Perhaps due to it being a weekday, catching a taxi was quite easy. By the time he arrived at the entrance of the Qiao family villa in Baihuan, it was barely 7:30. Upon spotting Xiao Chen, Xiao Wenqing, who was exercising in the yard, brightened up. Xiao Chen, you've arrived. Come in, have you eaten? Join us. I've already eaten, you all go ahead. Xiao Chen casually walked into the yard, noticing fruits on a table beneath the eaves. He picked up an apple and took a bite. You young man, it's not good to eat these cold things early in the morning. Xiao Wenqing chided playfully, feeling warmth in his heart, understanding that Xiao Chen's gesture was meant to convey his comfort in their company. Ah, Xiao Chen is here. Don't worry, Xuanning will be down shortly. I'll have Bai call her for you. Xiao Zhenhai greeted him warmly, making Xiao Chen feel somewhat out of place. 20 minutes later, Xiao Xuanning finally emerged from the house. Due to work obligations, she was dressed quite formally in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt, embodying the image of a professional woman. Soon, she drove out in her BMW 5 Series and called Xiao Chen into the car. Once inside, Xiao Chen curiously glanced at Xiao Xuanning and cheerfully inquired, Darling, what kind of job have you arranged for me? Can you give me a hint? Chapter 70. Can I not quit? Upon hearing Xiao Chen refer to her as darling, Xiao Xuanning's expression immediately turned frosty. Yet, recalling how Xiao Chen had saved her father and helped her temporarily evade Chu Qingyun's entanglements, she felt a wave of guilt wash over her. After a moment of internal conflict, she sighed and looked seriously at Xiao Chen, saying, Xiao Chen, you have assisted the Qiao family significantly, and I should be more gracious towards you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Xiao Xuanning, sensing that she had more to say. Indeed, after a brief pause, she continued, However, marriage is a lifelong commitment, and I will not compromise merely because you have aided my family. I stand by my words. If we are truly suited, that is wonderful. If not, I hope you can understand my choice. Very well. I am not the kind to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Xiao Chen replied, nodding in understanding. As a strong woman, Xiao Ning had her life plans and boundaries, which were not easily swayed by external influences. In other words, such women are often challenging to conquer. However, the advantage is that once they have committed, they are unlikely to waver. Thank you. Seeing Xiao Chen was not upset, Xiao Ning felt relieved and sincerely expressed her gratitude. She then added, "So once we arrive at the company, please be mindful of how you address me. All right? What should I call you then?" Xiao Chen teased, gazing intently at her composed face. "You can call me whatever you like, just don't use those two words." Xiao Ning replied, feeling flustered under his penetrating gaze. "All right." Xiao Chen nodded, falling silent. The atmosphere grew awkward. Xiao Ning, deciding to focus, started driving. After half an hour, they arrived at the underground parking lot of Xiao Chen Group. Xiao Ning parked the car and got out from the driver's seat. "Xiao Chen, I'll head in first. You can report to the HR department shortly." Once Xiao Chen exited the vehicle, Xiao Ning tidied her hair and added, "But you can't give me a hint about the job? You'll find out when you get there. It's quite relaxed." A hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes as she left him with those words, strutting away in her high heels. Relaxed is good. Hearing that the job was easy, Xiao Chen felt satisfied, as he feared encountering a demanding position. However, once Xiao Ning left, he suddenly realized he had no idea where the HR department was. After wandering around the underground parking lot, he finally located the exit and arrived at the grand entrance of Xiao Chen Group. "Quite impressive," he remarked, taking the 9-story office building. "What are you doing here?" A security guard in his 30s, stationed at the entrance, eyed Xiao Chen suspiciously. Although Xiao Chen appeared clean and neatly dressed, his overall attire exuded a sense of cheapness. "Big guy, I'm here to work. Can you tell me where the HR department is?" Xiao Chen smiled and approached. "Hi, you. Here to work? Do you even know where you are? I've seen plenty of people like you trying to sneak into Xiao Shi Group. Don't think just because there are beautiful women here, you can just waltz in. Those women are not for someone like you. Just leave." The guard sneered, having encountered many who sought to infiltrate the Xiao Group, often motivated by the allure of its numerous attractive employees. "Are there really that many beautiful women here?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "Do you think so? Enough. Stop pretending to be foolish. With your attire, it's evident you hail from the countryside. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite." The security guard sneered. "What would I gain from deceiving you? I am genuinely here to work." Xiao Chen replied, somewhat helpless. He thought to himself that he needed to find an opportunity to purchase proper clothing, as navigating a society rife with disdain would invariably lead to complications. Dismissing the guard's provocations, Xiao Chen boldly entered the premises. "How dare you barge in?" The guard in the duty room, upon witnessing this, grew furious. "You are disrespecting me." With that, the guard grabbed his baton and charged out of the duty room, intent on subduing Xiao Chen. Reacting instinctively, Xiao Chen sidestepped and seized the guard by his collar, giving him a gentle push, causing the guard to fall unceremoniously to the ground. "Captain Li, someone has intruded and assaulted us." The guard, feeling humiliated after being taken down by a seemingly unremarkable individual, quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie to summon reinforcements. Soon, a dark-skinned security guard with prominent temples arrived, accompanied by a dozen others surrounding Xiao Chen. "So, you are a fighter?" Xiao Chen mused, noting the captain's distinct features, a hallmark of martial prowess. "Is this the person who struck you?" Captain Li glared at Xiao Chen. "What's wrong? Are you going to defend him?" Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, "Seeking death." Captain Li, who had always despised being called dark-skinned, could hardly tolerate Xiao Chen's taunts. After cursing under his breath, he tightened his fists, prepared to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. "Stop! What is this chaos?" At that moment, a tall, striking woman in a black business suit, exuding an icy demeanor, strode over and reprimanded the group. "Director Wu, this rascal barged into our company and assaulted our staff." Upon seeing her, Captain Li's expression changed, and he pointed at Xiao Chen to explain. "Barge in? I am here for work, miss. You should clarify the situation before wrongly accusing an innocent." Xiao Chen spread his arms wide. "Huh, you? What position could you possibly hold here?" The guard who had been pushed down sneered. "Position?" Xiao Chen faltered, feeling embarrassed. "I'm not entirely sure at the moment." "Ah, running out of excuses?" The guard exclaimed triumphantly. "I do not know." Director of the Human Resources Department, Wu Yaru, immediately regarded Xiao Chen with disdain. Young men impersonating employees to pursue women in the company were not uncommon, and such individuals repulsed her deeply. With that thought, Wu Yar's expression turned cold. "Sir, please conduct yourself properly." Company policy prohibits non-employees from entering. If you continue to cause trouble, we will call the police. Fine, fine. So I cannot enter? Then I shall not work here. Xiao Chen chuckled, amused at the absurdity of the situation. What was Xiao Chen thinking, orchestrating this charade? Did she truly believe he was eager to work here? Without further ado, Xiao Chen turned and walked away. Stop right there. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to leave, Captain Li's voice rang out beside him. What? Are you looking for trouble? Xiao Chen retorted, his frustration boiling over. You assaulted my comrade and think you can just walk away? Captain Li's expression darkened. What do you want? A fight? Fine. Let us see how many of you can take me on. Xiao Chen grew impatient, challenging the group, then glanced at Wu Yaru. How about you, beauty? Care to join? I am ready for all of you. Ruffian. Captain Li, teach him a lesson and hand him over to the police. Wu Yaru, incensed by Xiao Chen's words, immediately dialed the authorities. All right, prepare to face the consequences. Captain Li sneered, his fists ready to strike Xiao Chen. However, before he could reach Xiao Chen, he was sent flying by a single kick, collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in agony, shock evident in his eyes. I warned you. I can take on all of you. Xiao Chen scoffed. The remaining guards exchanged glances, hesitant to advance, especially given that their captain, a former Special Forces soldier, had been effortlessly subdued by this man. What's wrong? No one is stepping up? If not, I shall take my leave. Xiao Chen provocatively challenged Wu Yaru. What about you? Will you take action? Huh, I've already called the police. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. Wu Yaru's expression darkened, taken aback by Captain Li's ineffectiveness. Just as Wu Yaru finished her words, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Surround him. Do not let him escape. Upon hearing the sirens, the guards perked up, and Wu Yaru breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at the swift response. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu leaped from the police vehicle. Typically, incidents of brawling were below her level, but having coincidentally passed by and feeling irritable, she decided to intervene. Who was causing the commotion? Officer Zhang Xiaoyu, dressed in her police uniform, entered and surveyed the scene, her gaze landing on Xiao Chen's back. This figure seemed familiar, but since their previous encounter had been at night, she did not immediately recognize him. Officer, please do not misunderstand. I did not, It's you. Indeed, it is I, little officer. Long time no see. You have yet to express your gratitude for my assistance last time. Xiao Chen greeted with a grin, thinking that since they were acquaintances, negotiations would be easier, given that he had saved her life. Wu Yaru and Captain Li, along with the other guards, were taken aback by the exchange. This boy actually knew a police officer. That complicates matters. After all, this society was built on connections. However, Zhang Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth, charged at Xiao Chen like a whirlwind. Thank you? You perverted scoundrel. I will arrest you today. Are you mad? Where does this rage come from? Xiao Chen grasped Zhang Xiaoyu's delicate fist, scolding her. I am not mad, you perverted scoundrel. Zhang Xiaoyu shot a fierce glare at Xiao Chen, wishing she could devour him whole. Who are you calling a scoundrel? I saved your life. You saved my life. I'll kill you. Zhang Xiaoyu seemed to have lost her mind, struggling to free her fist, but Xiao Chen's grip was ironclad. In frustration, she resorted to flailing her limbs like a wildcat. Although Zhang Xiaoyu's strikes did not inflict pain on Xiao Chen, they were certainly irritating. Enough, you ridiculous woman. Will you ever stop? In exasperation, Xiao Chen cursed and swiftly executed a hold, twisting Zhang Xiaoyu's arm behind her back and pinning her to the ground, delivering 3 sharp slaps across her face. The crisp sound of the slaps echoed throughout the lobby, plunging the entire space into an eerie silence. Wu Yaru stood agape, unable to believe her eyes, while Captain Li and the other guards stared at Xiao Chen in shock, their earlier concerns forgotten. In fact, they began to admire Xiao Chen for his audacity. How impressive to slap a female officer in public. Would this not count as assaulting an officer? Zhang Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered by the 3 slaps she had received. Due to the summer heat, her uniform was rather thin, and the stinging sensation left her in a daze. You bully me? What will you bad guy? Zhang Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon Xiao Chen, her lips pouting as tears streamed down her cheeks like a waterfall. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the office building, Xiao Chen, who was engrossed in her work, heard the distant blare of police sirens and the commotion below. She furrowed her brows and turned to her secretary, Sun Lily, inquiring, what is happening down there? Secretary Sun quickly made a call to investigate and soon reported, President Xiao, the front desk says there's a disturbance, and someone assaulted Captain Lee from the security department. Director Wu has called the police. A disturbance? Xiao Xueqing's frown deepened as her expression darkened. Just as Sun Lily continued speaking, Xiao Xueqing's demeanor shifted. President Xiao, what is it? Sun Lily asked, curious. It's nothing, Secretary Sunday. Let's go down and take a look. A sudden realization struck Xiao Xueqing. The troublemaker must be Xiao Chen. Regret washed over her for not having clarified matters with him beforehand. Since she had assigned Xiao Chen to a trivial position, she hadn't deemed it necessary to inform Director Wu, merely notifying a junior staff member in HR instead. Little did she anticipate that the situation would escalate to this extent. No longer able to remain seated, Xiao Xueqing set aside her work and hurriedly joined Secretary Sun in the elevator. In the lobby below, Zhang Xiaoyu was sobbing uncontrollably, her words laced with grievance. Whoa, you bad guy, bullying people, she repeatedly lamented, her small fists pounding against Xiao Chen's shoulder. Upon exiting the elevator with Secretary Sun, Xiao Xueqing was taken aback by the scene before her. The atmosphere felt so peculiar. What was the relationship between Xiao Chen and this female officer? In an instant, the thought crossed her mind. Chapter 72. A grave misunderstanding. Xiao Chen was entirely oblivious to Xiao Xueqing's arrival. In this moment, he was utterly confused. What was this young officer doing, acting as if he had committed some heinous act? The truth was, he had done nothing at all. In his bewilderment, Xiao Chen raised his voice. What on earth have I done to you? You're still yelling at me? Woo-woo. Zhang Xiaoyu trembled with rage, her tears flowing even more profusely. Ignoring the location, she gazed at Xiao Chen with tear-stained eyes, questioning him hoarsely. You cowardly scoundrel. I'm going to kill you. Damn it. Just tell me clearly what I did. Xiao Chen was now exasperated. Zhang Xiaoyu pouted, looking at him with a mix of indignation and sorrow. Did you wear it wrong? Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation. In Zhang Xiaoyu's perspective, his expression indicated that he had been exposed and could not refute her claims. The same sentiment was echoed among the security personnel and Wu Yaru. Naturally, Xiao Xueqing harbored the same thoughts. President Xiao, do you know this troublemaker? Secretary Sun Lily, sensing something amiss with Xiao Xueqing, inquired curiously. I do not know him. Xiao Xueqing felt a pang in her heart, coldly uttering a single sentence before turning to enter the elevator without another word. Secretary Sun, bewildered, followed her inside. What's wrong? Lost for words? No one noticed Xiao Xueqing's arrival or departure. Zhang Xiaoyu, with a choked voice, continued to look at Xiao Chen with sorrowful eyes. I have nothing to say. I haven't done anything. Xiao Chen finally realized that this foolish woman had misunderstood him. Scoundrel, pervert, coward. Are you even a man? You dare to act, but not to admit it. Xiao Chen, you truly make me despise you. Zhang Xiaoyu declared, her words laced with despair. She had expected that after reaching this point, Xiao Chen would admit his wrongdoing, yet he remained obstinate in his denial. Are you stupid? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Chen, equally furious, retorted, staring at Zhang Xiaoyu, as if she were a fool. If you want to blame someone, go find that girl from the Han family. She's the one who dressed you, not me. What kind of nonsense is this? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You can't blame me. You can't blame anyone else. Zhang Xiaoyu was about to retort when she suddenly realized. Her words caught in her throat, and her expression transformed dramatically. Rubbing her swollen eyes, she hesitantly looked at Xiao Chen with a quivering voice. You mean to say that the Miss Han dressed me and put this on me? What else could it be? Xiao Chen replied, exasperated. You're not tricking me, are you? Zhang Xiaoyu still harbored doubts, yet her tone had softened considerably. Do I have nothing better to do than to trick you? That day, when the effects of the drug hit you, I had that girl from Han family help you with acupressure to alleviate the effects. Otherwise, your health would have been in jeopardy. At this point, Xiao Chen suddenly realized he had overstepped, quickly changing the subject. After clearing his throat, he awkwardly added, Ahem, anyway, I did save your life. You don't have to be grateful, but you can't turn this around on me. With her head bowed, Zhang Xiaoyu dashed away, leaping into her police car and speeding off. Is that it? Xiao Chen was left in a state of amusement. Simultaneously, in the lobby, Li Jin and the other security personnel, along with Wu Yaru, were equally stunned by the unfolding drama. They too wanted to ask, is that it? What about the police report we just made? Everyone was left puzzled, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Not only were they bewildered, but Xiao Chen himself was equally confused, feeling the atmosphere had become unbearably awkward due to the young officer's commotion. Fortunately, at this moment, a young woman with a bun, appearing to be in her 20s, hurriedly approached Xiao Chen and hesitantly inquired, "Excuse me, sir, are you Xiao Chen?" "Yes, what is the matter?" Xiao Chen responded, taken aback and instinctively nodding. "Xiao Zhang, do you know him?" Wu Yaro asked, somewhat surprised. "Director Wu, I'm sorry. Yesterday, President Xiao informed me that her childhood friend from the countryside, named Xiao Chen, would be coming to the company as a security guard. Since it was a relatively unimportant position, she didn't inform you and just told me," the girl named Xiao Zhang explained, sticking out her tongue apologetically. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Wu Yaro asked, her expression turning grim as she looked at Xiao Zhang. "This morning, I was busy taking interns to complete their paperwork, so I got delayed," Xiao Zhang responded, her fingers nervously twisting together, feeling the awkwardness in the air. All right. It's not your fault. I'll discuss this with President Xiao, and we must ensure this doesn't happen again. Consider this a lesson." Wu Yaru waved her hand, feeling a headache coming on. She then turned to Li Jin, who was still lying on the ground, and said helplessly, "Captain Li, since Xiao Chen is a new recruit in your security department, please assist him with his onboarding procedures." Li Jin, still on the ground, was utterly speechless, his expression a mix of incredulity and amusement as he looked at Xiao Chen. "So this kid is one of ours? What kind of situation is this?" Meanwhile, having pieced together the situation from the conversation, Xiao Chen found himself equally baffled. He had yet to officially start his job and had already ended up in a confrontation with his superior. Chapter 73. Collecting Debts. President Xiao, what is wrong? Are you unhappy? Should we deduct the salaries of those guards from the security department? Secretary Sun Lily tentatively poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chen, believing her frustration stemmed from the ineptitude of the guards below, which had reflected poorly on the company. "No need. Li Jin was injured. It is considered a work-related injury. Please inform the finance department to compensate him for medical expenses." Xiao Chen, fully aware of Sun Lily's thinking, chose not to elaborate further. "All right, I'll take care of it right away, President Xiao." Sun Lily left in a state of confusion, while Xiao Xuenning's mood plummeted to an extreme low. "Xiao Chen, I never imagined you to be such a person." Staring blankly at her seat for quite some time, Xiao Xuenning finally sighed in disappointment. Initially, because Xiao Chen had done quite a bit for the Qiao family, she had consistently reminded herself to be more amiable towards him. Even if they were incompatible, they could still be friends. However, she was taken aback to discover that Xiao Chen was, in fact, a repugnant scoundrel who bullied a female police officer and did not even acknowledge it. Scoundrel. Downstairs, in the security department's training room, Xiao Chen, clad in his newly received uniform, suddenly sneezed. "Are you all cursing me?" Rubbing his nose, he looked towards a group of security personnel, led by Li Jin, and inquired. Everyone gazed at Xiao Chen with bewilderment. Feeling the weight of his gaze, the security officer who had been on duty earlier became flustered. Don't wrongfully accuse anyone. One must speak with evidence. This officer, named Chen Lu, was now keeping his distance from Xiao Chen, unlike before when he had boasted. Even the retired Special Forces Captain Li Jin could not withstand a single move from this young man, let alone him. Although he had indeed cursed Xiao Chen countless times in his heart, he dared not admit it now. "Xiao Chen, do not speak nonsense." At this moment, Li Jin's expression darkened, yet he found himself powerless against Xiao Chen, as he was unable to defeat him. "What is the matter? Feeling guilty?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, the others exchanged glances in silence, their faces reflecting their discomfort. "I will be straightforward. You may take revenge on me. Matters between men are not shameful, but must be fair. If I discover anyone attempting to sabotage me from behind, do not blame me for being impolite." Noticing the silence among the group, Xiao Chen continued. Upon hearing this, their expressions grew even more grim. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. We are all men here. Who would dare attack you from behind?" Chen Lu's composure began to falter. "All right, I will give you all an opportunity. As I said before, shall we go at it together?" Xiao Chen gestured towards the group. "Are you serious?" Li Jin raised his head, looking at Xiao Chen with gritted teeth. He well understood the difficulty of facing multiple opponents unarmed. "Indeed, I will not hold it against you for ganging up on me," Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "Fine, whether you hold it against us or not. We are indeed outnumbering you," Li Jin declared. "After we finish, regardless of who wins or loses, let this matter end here, shall we?" Though Xiao Chen had no objections, Li Jin felt it was somewhat dishonorable. Nonetheless, without a fight, the issue could not be resolved, or else the morale of the brothers would undoubtedly suffer. Very well. Come at me. Xiao Chen nodded. All right, brothers, let us take him down. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the group of security personnel surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, rolling up their sleeves to charge at him. In their minds, they thought that sheer numbers could overwhelm this young man. However, the outcome was not as they had envisioned. 2 minutes later, the security personnel were either clutching their arms or their waists, sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. How about it? Are you convinced now? Xiao Chen chuckled. You are truly a freak. One of the fallen security officers groaned, though they were all injured to varying extents. They understood that Xiao Chen had definitely gone easy on them. Otherwise, they would not have merely sustained these surface wounds. I will teach you a few moves in the future. Observing their reactions, Xiao Chen sensed that today's events had been settled. You said it, kid. You must keep your word. It seems we have become acquainted through this conflict. Li Jin's eyes sparkled. Having come from a special forces background, he was not naive. Xiao Chen's capabilities indicated he was likely a martial artist. If he could receive some guidance from Xiao Chen, their strength would undoubtedly improve significantly, at least in comparison to ordinary individuals. I will seal the deal with a spit. Xiao Chen nodded. Excellent. Just as Li Jin intended to say more, the training room door was suddenly pushed open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened, realizing that this place indeed had its fair share of beautiful women. A woman clad in a purple, form-fitting dress entered, appearing to be in her mid-20s, not inferior to Xiao Xuanning. Unlike Xiao, this woman exuded an aura of maturity and charm. Director Qin, what brings you here? Li Jin quickly struggled to stand, but due to his injuries, he involuntarily grimaced as he did so. What is going on here? Qin Jiyu, holding a bag in one hand, pointed at the fallen security personnel with a puzzled expression. Ahem, we just finished training and are too exhausted, taking a moment to rest on the ground. Li Jin awkwardly explained, his dark complexion revealing an unnatural hue. Oh, is that so? Qin Jiyu, not suspecting anything amiss, smiled warmly and said to Li Jin, I am about to visit Tianli Pharmaceutical to collect a debt. Could you please choose someone to accompany me? Tianli? Upon hearing Qin Jiyu's words, Xiao Chen noticed the faces of Li Jin and the other security personnel change. Is there a problem, Team Leader Li? Qin Jiyu gently nodded, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. No, Director Qin, please wait for me outside. I will personally accompany you shortly. Li Jin gritted his teeth and replied, That would be perfect. I will wait for you in the parking lot. Qin Jiyu smiled, nodded, and then turned to leave, swaying her hips as she walked away. After Qin Jiyu departed, Chen Lu suddenly looked at Li Jin and advised, Captain, are you really going? That Tianli Pharmaceutical is no good. Have you forgotten about Deputy Captain Yo from last time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen became curious. You don't know, Xiao Chen, that Tianli Pharmaceutical is quite unscrupulous. Our company specializes in cosmetics, and we require certain medicinal materials for formulas. Earlier this year, President Xiao ordered 30 million worth of dry medicinal materials from Tianli. Yet the owner, Zhu Tianli, not only refused to supply the goods, but also refuses to return the payment. A security officer named Lin, who explained, Indeed, once our financial director, the aforementioned Director Qin, went with our deputy captain Neo to demand payment, they were met with violence, resulting in Neo suffering a broken leg. He is still recuperating. Another, older security officer sighed sympathetically. There was no choice. It is said that Zhu Tianli is a martial artist of the acquired stage. Among us, only I can fight a bit. Old Neo is my comrade, and while he is capable, he ultimately is not a martial artist. So once we get there, he can only endure the humiliation. Li Jin explained helplessly. Then why would you go? Isn't that inviting trouble? You can barely stand. I have no choice. It is our duty in the security department, and besides, currently, I am the only one capable of fighting. Li Jin smiled wryly. Although Xiao Chen could fight as well, he felt embarrassed to send a newcomer like Xiao Chen to seek trouble. Li Jin had indeed considered the possibility of Xiao Chen being a martial artist. Yet he believed that even if Xiao Chen was one, at most he would only be in the entry-level or condensation stage, making it impossible for him to be a match for Zhu Tianli. Furthermore, if he were to pass this task to Xiao Chen right after reconciling with him, and Xiao Chen were to suffer, it would likely lead Xiao Chen to feel he was being deliberately targeted. Ultimately, Li Jin adhered to his principles. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen subtly understood Li Jin's intentions, a flicker of admiration passing through his eyes. This Li Jin is indeed a man of responsibility. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen jested, What is the matter, old Li? Do you see me as an outsider? To claim superiority in strength, who in this room can rival me? Before Li Jin could utter another word, Xiao Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Enough of this foolishness. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. It's merely the day after tomorrow. I will confront them then and await good news. With that, Xiao Chen patted Li Jin's shoulder and turned to exit the training room. Huh, he thinks he can handle it the day after tomorrow? Captain, what a boastful little brat, muttered a security guard named Chen Lu, watching Xiao Chen's departing figure. However, before he could finish his thought, Li Jin delivered a resounding slap to his face. Captain, why did you hit me? Chen Lu asked, holding his cheek, bewildered. Why did I hit you? Li Jin hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Hu, standing nearby, let out a derisive laugh and contemptuously spat. Even if Brother Chen is boasting, at least he dares to go. Were you dissatisfied? If you're not content, why not go yourself? I won't go. I'm afraid of getting beaten. Chen Lu stammered. You're afraid of getting beaten, but Brother Chen isn't? Lin Hu shot him an incredulous glare and then shouted, You ignorant fool. Brother Chen is going to Tianli Pharmaceutical to collect a debt on our behalf. And who does the captain represent? Us. Damn it. Brother Chen is taking the hit for you. And you're here gloating? What kind of heartless creature are you? Even if the captain doesn't hit you, I will. Hearing this, Chen Lu hung his head in shame, his face flushed, rendered speechless. Lu Zi, I hope this is the last time. If it happens again, you can leave voluntarily. I have no desire to embarrass you. Under my command, I will not tolerate ungrateful wretches. Li Jin's tone was frigid. He then scanned the others and continued. From this day forth, Xiao Chen is one of us. If anyone has an issue with him, feel free to approach me. Count me in. Li Jin nodded in response, hoping that even if Xiao Chen couldn't win, he wouldn't be too severely harmed. Otherwise, the debt of gratitude would be immense. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the parking lot, Xiao Chen immediately spotted Qin Jiyu waiting in a car. Wasn't Li Jin supposed to come himself? Why did he send you, a little brother? Qin Jiyu remarked, surprised to see Xiao Chen. How would you know if you haven't tried? Perhaps I am not so little, Xiao Chen replied with a grin. Taken aback, Qin Jiyu felt a flush creep into her cheeks. She hadn't anticipated this unfamiliar security guard would dare to jest with her. Gazing at Xiao Chen's handsome face, her heart fluttered. It is a natural inclination for men to admire beauty and for women to be drawn to handsome men. After 3 years of divorce, while Qin Jiyu adeptly concealed her feelings from others, she alone understood the profound loneliness she endured during the late hours of the night. Therefore, she was not truly angered by Xiao Chen's teasing, though she maintained a serious facade and replied, Little brother, refrain from engaging in wordplay with your elder sister. Did Li Jin inform you about the details of Tianli Pharmaceutical? He did. Xiao Chen nodded, then paused before adding, but it was not Captain Li who sent me. I came on my own accord. You came on your own? How audacious. Qin Jiyu was somewhat taken aback, and she scrutinized Xiao Chen more closely before chuckling softly. Very well. I hope you do not regret it later. Now drive. Xiao Chen smiled, but said nothing, proceeding to the driver's seat to start the car. On the road, as Qin Jiyu sat in the passenger seat, she hesitated for a moment before advising, When we arrive, try not to speak much. I will call for our security personnel. It is not merely to engage in a fight. Then what do you need me for? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. With a wry smile, Qin Jiyu explained. He claims it is for a meal, but after working in this industry for so long, I am well aware of Zhu Tianli's intentions. Chapter 75. Zhu Tianli Schemes. Tianli Pharmaceutical is located on the outskirts of Hanxing. After driving for over 40 minutes, Xiao Chen parked in an open area at the entrance of the factory and entered alongside Qin Jiyu. Xiao Chen, remember what I told you on the way here. Just stay quietly behind me. If Zhu Tianli overindulges in alcohol during the meal, find a reason to take me away, Qin Jiyu advised, appearing somewhat anxious as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. All right, but I must confess, I'm perplexed. You know full well this man harbors ill intentions. Yet you still come? Xiao Chen found her reasoning baffling. What do you know? Zhu Tianli has stated that as long as I accompany him for a meal, he will return the payment for the goods. For Xiao's group, 30 million is no small sum. Regardless, I have already dined with him. Even if he fails to achieve his objective, he has no reason to withhold the payment thereafter. As a divorced woman, maintaining her job was of utmost importance to her. Very well, Xiao Chen conceded, sensing her determination, though he found her perspective somewhat naive. If Zhu Tianli could resort to not repaying debts, could he be counted upon to keep his word? Xiao Chen even suspected that even if Qin Jiyu acquiesced to Zhu Tianli's unsavory demands, he might still refuse to repay Xiao's group. In Xiao Chen's view, individuals like Zhu Tianli deserved a beating. A thorough thrashing would instill fear and resolve the matter. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, as he and Qin Jiu were not particularly close. Let us go. Noticing Xiao Chen's silence, Qin Jiu assumed he had absorbed her warnings, feeling a slight sense of relief as she turned towards the office building of Tianli Pharmaceutical. The factory was quite sizable, with an impressive office building, and behind it lay the processing workshops. Entering the office building with Qin Jiu, they were promptly greeted by the receptionist at the front desk. Hello, do you have an appointment? Yes, I have an appointment with General Zhu. Please notify him. Qin Jiu politely offered her business card. Certainly, please hold on. The receptionist replied, and, without haste, Qin Jiu led Xiao Chen to a waiting area in the lobby, where they sat quietly. However, half an hour passed, and Xiao Chen was on the verge of dozing off, yet there was still no sign of Zhu Tianli. Director Qin, it's evident they do not wish to see us. Why are we still waiting? Xiao Chen yawned and inquired. Let us wait a little longer, Qin Jiu replied, her expression souring as she said this. Acknowledging her response with a nod, Xiao Chen fell silent. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Zhu Tianli lounged back, enjoying a massage from his female assistant while sipping tea. Opposite him sat a bald man wearing glasses, accompanied by another female assistant. General Zhu, Director Qin from Xiao's group has been waiting for you downstairs. Do you not intend to go down and meet her? The bald man, Du Rusen, who held significant power as the head of the Hanshang Drug Administration, inquired with a smirk. Is it not too early for lunch? Zhu Tianli replied, sipping his tea while glancing at his watch, then coldly remarked, I heard from the receptionist that this woman brought a helper, likely a security guard from Xiao's group. She is quite astute. Huh, what of it? The last time, that Deputy Captain Yo nearly faced dire consequences at your hands. General Zhu, Du Rusen scoffed. Zhu Tianli's face twisted into a mocking smile. Could that woman ever be willing? Du Rusen was not surprised, but he inquired with curiosity. Directeur du. I never said I would offer nothing. I'll give her 10 million up front. The remaining 20 million can be negotiated after a few more encounters. Zhu Tianli chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Du Rusen spoke with unabashed envy in his voice. Zhu Tianli cast a deep glance at Du Rusen, fully aware of the underlying meaning in his words. He leaned closer, patting Du Rusen on the shoulder, and said with a grin, Rest assured, I would never indulge alone. Director, Du shall not be at a loss. Well, since you're a person of significant ambition, as long as you keep your word, I shall certainly speak favorably of you in front of Director Yang regarding the herbal project order for exports from Hansheng in the latter half of this year. Du Rusen exclaimed with delight. Cunning and shrewd, Zhu Tianli sneered inwardly. Today, he had arranged to meet Du Rusen to secure this order, knowing that such export contracts could yield profits exceeding 100 million. However, Du Rusen had yet to provide a definitive response, indicating that the benefits he had received thus far were insufficient. Realizing this, Zhu Tianli smiled, feigning gratitude as he said to Du Rusen, Then allow me to express my gratitude. Director, Du, once the matter is accomplished, I can allocate a 5% profit share as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Indeed, President Zhu is quite generous. I shall await good news. Du Rusen replied, his eyes gleaming with pleasure. But, President Zhu, it might be premature to discuss this. What if that woman manages to escape by noon? Zhu Tianli chuckled. Fear not, she won't get away. He produced a small pill, exclaiming, This is an extraordinary elixir I acquired from some influential individuals. If I can get Qin Jiu to unknowingly consume it today, she will soon be the one to initiate an embrace. A smug expression crossed Zhu Tianli's face as he held the pill. It had taken him days to procure it from those two influential figures, and it was rumored that even martial artists at the innate level could not resist its potency. Originally, Zhu Tianli had intended to acquire a few more, but communication with those two had suddenly ceased, leaving him in the dark about their whereabouts. Chapter 76. Unreasonable before long. It was already 11 o'clock. Director Qin, are we still waiting? Clearly, they have stood us up. Xiao Chen stretched lazily, displaying his dissatisfaction. I will go inquire. At this moment, Qin Jiu felt uncertain, hesitating before she stood up and walked towards the reception desk. Miss Qin, President Zhu has asked you to wait a moment. Please be a bit more patient. The receptionist's tone carried a hint of annoyance. But it has already been over an hour. Qin Jiu retorted, somewhat irked. The receptionist responded with a blank expression. Qin Jiu's face flushed with anger. yet she refrained from displaying it, as she was in need of their cooperation today. Observing this, Xiao Chen chuckled, glancing around before asking, "Is there a restroom here?" "Upstairs." Not on the first floor, the receptionist sneered at Xiao Chen, dismissing him, despite his attractive appearance. "All right, Director Qin, I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom," Xiao Chen said to Qin Jiyu. Then, disregarding her possible objections, he ascended the stairs. Soon, following the signs, he arrived at the second floor, near the chairman's office. He listened attentively for a moment, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, and silently descended the stairs. "Director Qin, are you not going to the restroom? Who knows how long we will be waiting here?" Xiao Chen remarked upon his return. Although unsure of Xiao Chen's intentions, Qin Jiyu felt a sudden urge to relieve herself. After a brief hesitation, she nodded. "You wait for me below. I'll take you. The restroom here is quite difficult to find," Xiao Chen offered with a smile. "All right, thank you." At that moment, Qin Jiyu was in a foul mood, forcing a smile. Although she had visited Tianli Pharmaceutical Factory before, she had never used their restroom. "TSK, can't even find a restroom. Such a backward place." The receptionist, upon hearing this, looked down upon them even more, but did not stop them, returning to her phone. Before long, Xiao Chen led Qin Jiyu to the second floor. Arriving near Zhu Tianli's office, "Xiao Chen, where's the restroom?" Qin Jiyu asked, puzzled. "Right here." Xiao Chen pointed to the room labeled Chairman's office. "This? Is this not?" Qin Jiyu's first reaction was to think Xiao Chen was mocking her. Just as she was about to express her anger, Xiao Chen suddenly chuckled coldly and kicked the office door open with force. With a resounding crash, the entire door shattered. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Qin Jiyu was taken aback by the scene. However, Xiao Chen merely laughed softly, pulling Qin Jiyu to the doorway and pointing at Zhu Tianli and Du Rusin, who were both in a daze, and mocked. "Now, do you understand? Director Qin, they're not here to tour any herbal processing workshops. They're enjoying the comforts of their company." Seeing Zhu Tianli and Du Rusin being massaged by a female assistant, Qin Jiyu froze for a couple of seconds before her anger surged. She had waited nearly 2 hours outside with Xiao Chen, only to find Zhu Tianli lounging with a beauty in his office, a blatant disregard for her presence. Suppressing her fury, she glared at Zhu Tianli in the boss's chair, demanding an explanation. As a director, Qin Jiyu had cultivated a commanding presence over her years in the workplace, capable of intimidating others when she was incensed. Yet, Zhu Tianli was no ordinary man. For a fleeting moment, he felt a twinge of guilt under her fierce questioning, but he quickly composed himself, returning her glare with a cold smile. "Explain? Qin Jiyu, why should I explain myself? You barged into my office without permission. Moreover, you dared to violently breach the door? In my view, it is you who owes an explanation." As he concluded, Zhu Tianli slammed his hand on the table. In an instant, the force of his demeanor diminished Qin Jiyu's own, for the chairman's office was the sanctuary of a company's most sensitive secrets. She realized she was at fault for intruding, especially since she had come seeking his assistance. Thus, under Zhu Tianli's pointed rebuttal, Qin Jiyu felt her confidence wane, and she began to blame Xiao Chen for his reckless behavior. However, she could not allow her vulnerability to show, so she quickly regained her composure and continued to question Zhu Tianli. "President Zhu, you invited me to dinner, yet you deceived me, claiming to accompany the leaders from the drug administration on a tour, leaving me waiting below for nearly 2 hours. Surely, you must clarify this matter." With each inquiry from Zhu Tianli, Qin Jiyu's complexion darkened. Noticing the change in her expression, Zhu Tianli concealed a smirk and taunted her. "Indeed, I didn't invite you to dinner, but tell me, is it mealtime yet? Has the Qiao group fallen so low that Director Qin cannot afford breakfast? Or are you simply a starving ghost, unable to wait for this meal?" His words dripped with humiliation, and Qin Jiyu's face suddenly turned pale, her body swaying slightly. "Zhu Tianli, do not go too far." She trembled. Is it I who goes too far, or is it you, Director Qin?" Zhu Tianli retorted with a sneer. "Indeed, is the chief financial officer of the Qiao group truly possessed of such limited qualities? Merely waiting outside for a short while, and he could not contain his impatience, rudely breaking in. Do you people from the Qiao group consider yourselves more important than the drug administration?" Du Rusin similarly wore a mocking smile. After this exchange, Qin Jiyu found herself at a loss for retort, standing in place, her lips bitten until they turned pale. Moreover, the matter had escalated to a corporate level, which brought immense psychological pressure upon Qin Jiyu. This responsibility was one she could not bear. In an instant, panic surged within her. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen coldly remarked, "Director Qin, why bother reasoning with such trash? For scum like this, they must be beaten severely. Only then will they comprehend their errors." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zhu Tianli and Du Rusen in the office were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter as if they had heard a grand joke. "What did you just say, you little brat? You want to beat me to submission?" Zhu Tianli laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, regarding Xiao Chen as one would clown. "Hey, Boss Zhu, it seems you have admitted you are indeed scum yourself?" Xiao Chen could not help but chuckle, saying, "I have seen those who pick up money, but never those who seek to collect insults." Qin Jiu, overhearing Xiao Chen, found herself stifling a laugh. Her mood considerably lightened, and she unexpectedly assessed Xiao Chen with newfound admiration. Unlike the security personnel she had previously brought, Xiao Chen exhibited an impressive capacity for improvisation. For a moment, she couldn't help but appreciate him. Regardless of the circumstances, this little security guard possessed a certain masculine charm and bravado. "You seem intent on courting death, don't you?" Zhu Tianli's expression darkened instantly, as Xiao Chen had indeed referred to him as scum, and by engaging, he effectively acknowledged that he was referring to himself. "Want to test that theory? We shall see." Xiao Chen loosened the collar of his security uniform to avoid popping any buttons. Observing this, Du Rusen adjusted his glasses with a derisive chuckle, showing no sign of concern. He held great confidence in Zhu Tianli's capabilities. "Damn, not even a dog would pick that up?" Xiao Chen was taken aback, subconsciously glancing at his security uniform, feeling its insignificance. "What, are you afraid?" Upon seeing Xiao Chen's dazed expression, Du Rusen burst into laughter. "Is it truly amusing?" Yet before the laughter could fade, Xiao Chen had already approached, picked up a solid glass ashtray from the table, weighed it in his hand, and then decisively smashed it against Du Rusen's forehead. With a shattering sound, the ashtray broke, and Du Rusen cried out in pain, blood streaming down his face, while the two female assistants screamed in terror and fled to the corner of the office, trembling. "You scum, how dare you strike me?" Du Rusen touched the blood on his face, momentarily disregarding the dizziness, incredulously pointing at Xiao Chen and shouting. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. "Is it really that fragile?" Xiao Chen expressed his dissatisfaction, muttering that he had not managed to knock the old man out, then surveyed the room until his gaze landed on a solid metal feng shui toad ornament on the desk. Seeing this, Du Rusen's heart raced in fear. What is this fool thinking? That metal toad weighs at least 10 kilograms. If he uses that on me, will I even survive? As Du Rusen pondered, Xiao Chen had already grasped the metallic ornament in his hand, causing Du Rusen to nearly lose control of his bladder. "Boss Zhu, save me. Xiao Chen, stand down." The simultaneous cries echoed, one a terrified plea from Du Rusen, the other an urgent command from Qin Jiu. "No, Director Qin, at this point. Do you truly believe these two scoundrels will return the funds to us?" Xiao Chen turned his head, looking at Qin Jiu as if she were foolish. "I said to stand down." Qin Jiu gritted her teeth, her mind in turmoil. From a woman's perspective, Xiao Chen's actions were indeed gratifying, yet they could lead to severe consequences. Having struck Du Rusen from the Drug Administration, she was at a loss for how to proceed. If Xiao Chen truly caused a fatality, not only could she not bear the ramifications, but the Xiao group would also suffer significant repercussions. "Fine, I shall give you face." Xiao Chen nodded and casually tossed the solid metal ornament to the ground. "It is too late, Qin Jiu. You are causing a ruckus in my office and have assaulted my guest. This matter will not be easily settled." Zhu Tianli's gaze darkened. The reason he had refrained from acting was that he still hoped to proceed with the plans for the afternoon. If he were to severely injure this reckless little security guard, the luncheon would undoubtedly be ruined. It would then be difficult to find another opportunity to lure Qin Jiu into his trap. "Boss Zhu, I apologize for today's events." Qin Jiu spoke with a complex expression. "Is an apology sufficient?" Zhu Tianli retorted mockingly. "Then what does Boss Zhu propose to resolve this matter?" "I will do my utmost within my capabilities." Qin Jiu sighed. "Good." Zhu Tianli leered as he scrutinized Qin Jiu from head to toe, then turned to the bloodied Du Rusen, grinning as he said, "Director Du, you are the one injured. Why not propose a solution that allows Director Qin to make amends, and we can consider this incident resolved?" Initially, Du Rusen harbored some resentment for not receiving assistance from Zhu Tianli after being attacked. However, upon hearing Zhu Tianli's proposal, he realized it was an opportunity created for him. Suppressing his excitement, he put on a cold smile and said, "Humph, I can overlook today's incident, but only on the condition that Director Chen accompanies me for one night this evening. Otherwise, you can forget about your products appearing in Han City ever again." At this, Qin Jiyu's complexion turned pale. Director Chen, Xiao Chen could no longer contain himself, intending to assure Qin Jiyu that he would handle the matter. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Qin Jiyu. Her eyes reddened. "Enough. Xiao Chen, what are you trying to prove? Do you think yourself impressive? I have already warned you not to act impulsively. Why did you not listen? Are you aware of the consequences your actions may bring?" Qin Jiyu clenched her fists, gazing at Xiao Chen with tear-filled eyes, reproaching him. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. It was evident that these two scoundrels were the ones causing trouble, yet he was being blamed. Silence. Qin Jiyu was done speaking with Xiao Chen. Taking a deep breath, she appeared to make a significant decision. Turning her ashen face toward Du Rusin, her expression blank as she said, "Director Du, if I can comply, will today's incident truly be considered resolved? Can you guarantee that you will not make things difficult for the Qiao group and Xiao Chen in the future? Xiao Chen was brought in by me, and today's incident stems from my failure to communicate clearly with him. The primary responsibility lies with me." Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect this woman to still be considering his well-being. That sounds agreeable. Du Rusin trembled with excitement. If he could win over this mature woman before him, what was a mere beating? Besides, for someone of Xiao Chen's caliber, he had 100 ways to make the little security guard's life a living hell. The pressing matter at hand was to secure this woman. "I understand your request. Here is the revised and improved version of your text translated into English." Agreed. Initially, the 30 million yuan in goods was transacted through her by Zhu Tianli. She could not bear the burden of either the 30 million or the wrath of the Drug Regulatory Authority. "Director Qin, are you dreaming?" Zhu Tianli, with a teasing glint in his eyes, looked at Qin Jiyu mockingly. "Your companionship with Director Du is intended to prevent him from pursuing the incident of the beating today. What does that have to do with the 30 million? Chapter 78. A master as a security guard? Mr. Zhu, what do you mean?" Upon hearing Zhu Tianli's words, Qin Jiyu trembled, her chest rising and falling with each breath. "What do you mean?" Zhu Tianli chuckled. "Is it possible that Mr. Zhu shares the same thoughts as Director Du?" Qin Jiyu's expression turned desolate, her heart swelling with humiliation. She had encountered such thoughts from men in the workplace numerous times, yet she never anticipated being driven to such a point herself. "Ha ha! Qin Jiyu, are you genuinely naive or merely pretending to be oblivious?" Zhu Tianli laughed heartily, then scrutinized Qin Jiyu as if appraising an object, exclaiming, "Although your physique indeed captivates men, you are but a divorced second-hand item. Do you believe what lies beneath you is made of gold and worth 30 million? Previously, Zhu Tianli had maintained a semblance of politeness toward Qin Jiyu, but as events unfolded, he grew weary of the facade. "Mr. Zhu, I implore you to speak with more respect." Qin Jiyu's voice trembled as she fought to retain her last shred of composure. "You shameless wretch, are you daring to overstep?" As Zhu Tianli leisurely continued speaking, the color drained from Qin Jiyu's face, leaving her pallid and trembling, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, the so-called financial director seemed a mere joke. Qin Jiyu appeared as a helpless woman ensnared in dire straits. "You are bullying too much." Finally, unable to maintain her composure, Qin Jiyu's voice quivered as she stood firm. Yet not a single tear fell, representing the last vestige of her stubbornness as a woman. Observing her demeanor, Zhu Tianli's expression morphed into a wicked grin, and he blurted out without thought, "Don't go too far." Qin Jiyu could no longer contain herself and began to sob. Unbeknownst to them, as Zhu Tianli finished his request for Qiao Xuanning to accompany him for the night, Xiao Chen, who had been nonchalantly spectating, suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Mr. Zhu, I beseech you, please." Qin Jiyu shed her fa-ade of a strong woman, her gaze reflecting a hint of desperation. Just as she began to speak, a hand suddenly patted her back. Turning around, she discovered Xiao Chen gazing at her with a calm demeanor. "Step outside and wait for me," Xiao Chen merely stated. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Qin Jiyu could no longer suppress her fury. Had it not been for him, matters would not have escalated to this extent. Just as she prepared to vent her frustrations, Xiao Chen interjected again. "I said to wait outside for me. Do not make me repeat it a third time." His words, devoid of any agitation, left her own fiery retorts lodged in her throat. For reasons unknown at that moment, Qin Jiu found herself devoid of the courage to rebut Xiao Chen. To her astonishment, she subconsciously nodded in agreement. Gazing into Xiao Chen's profound and tranquil eyes, she felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Why does this man evoke such an impression? No longer pondering, she resolved. If imprisonment awaits, so be it. Should Xiao Chen truly be harmed, she would use half her savings to compensate him. With her mind made up, Qin Jiu sniffled and turned to leave. Inside the office, only 3 remained. Xiao Chen clapped his hands and turned to Du Rusin. As for you, old baldy, tomorrow, go to the Qiao Group's finance department, kneel before Director Qin, bow 3 times in apology, and then resign as the director of the Drug Regulatory Authority. Zhu Tianli and Du Rusin exchanged glances, both recognizing the absurdity reflected in each other's eyes, before bursting into laughter. Director Du, did I hear correctly? This brat just said what? That I should pay 100 million in interest? And cut off my own tongue? Damn, I can't believe my ears. Zhu Tianli chuckled exaggeratedly, rubbing his chin. Indeed, Mr. Zhu, this brat also demanded I kneel before that shameless woman an apology? Even more ludicrously, he wants me to voluntarily resign from my position as director of the Drug Regulatory Authority? Du Rusin laughed heartily, revealing a mouthful of stained teeth, his appearance exaggeratedly comical. After their exchange, they laughed until breathless. Finally, Zhu Tianli, holding his belly, turned to Xiao Chen and inquired, Young man, what if we refuse? Indeed, what if we decline? Du Rusin asked mockingly. Well, since you are unwilling to apologize tomorrow, let your director come and bow an apology. Xiao Chen first glanced at Du Rusin, squinting his eyes. Then, picking up the solid metal ornament from the ground, he turned to Zhu Tianli. As for you, your days are surely numbered. Ha ha ha, old Zhu. He says you're done for and wants our director Yang to personally apologize. This is the funniest thing I've heard. Du Rusin laughed even harder. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since anyone has been so audacious in my presence. Young man, come, let me experience what it feels like to be on the brink of demise. Zhu Tianli laughed boisterously, completely dismissing the notion that this young security guard could pose a threat to him, for he was a practitioner at the postnatal stage, just a step away from reaching the innate realm. However, the moment Zhu Tianli finished speaking, his expression shifted drastically as Xiao Chen approached him. Had it merely been that, he might not have lost his composure. What truly astonished Zhu Tianli was the unmasked aura radiating from Xiao Chen. Just moments ago, this young security guard had unleashed an overwhelming pressure he had never before experienced, instilling within him a profound sense of suffocating fear. You're also a martial artist? Zhu Tianli exclaimed, recognizing the aura of a martial artist. But how could this young security guard's presence be so formidable? How could a practitioner at the postnatal realm tremble in fear? What level of martial artist is this young man? Zhu Tianli had mingled in Han City for many years and had encountered innate martial artists. However, none possessed such overwhelming strength. At this moment, facing this young man, he found it difficult to even catch his breath. Is it possible that this boy surpasses innate martial artists? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would a master-level expert stoop to being a mere security guard? Chapter 79. Zhu Tianli's regret. Zhu Tianli's mind was in turmoil, yet no one could provide him with answers. Under the immense pressure of that aura, he could not muster a single thought of resistance. Until Xiao Chen struck his knee with a solid metallic ornament. The intense pain finally forced Zhu Tianli to let out a blood-curdling scream. Witnessing this scene, Du Rusin was nearly paralyzed with shock. Despite the barrier of Xiao Chen's body, he could still see Zhu Tianli's deformed leg beneath his knee. Mr. Zhu, fight back. Fight back. Once Du Rusin regained his senses, he shouted in exasperation, unable to comprehend how the typically domineering Zhu Tianli seemed like a grasshopper, easily manipulated by this young security guard. Zhu Tianli heard Du Rusin, yet at that moment, he lacked the courage to resist and clumsily scrambled up from his office chair. Yes, Mr. Zhu, eliminate him. Seeing Zhu Tianli rise, Du Rusin shouted in exuberance. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback as he witnessed Zhu Tianli, who had just risen from his office chair, suddenly kneel on the ground, dragging his shattered leg behind him. Please spare me, senior. Zhu Tianli's face was ashen, beads of cold sweat rolling down his cheeks and splattering onto the floor. Spare you? Zhu, it's too late. Xiao Chen squinted at the terrified Zhu Tianli on the ground, a smirk playing on his lips. I offered you a chance earlier, but you proved to be useless. I was wrong. I failed to recognize greatness. I underestimated you. I am willing to pay double the price I just mentioned. I beg you to let me go. Zhu Tianli struggled to articulate his words. Fine. Then you must first cut out your own tongue, and then provide the double payment. Only then will I consider sparing your life. Xiao Chen mused, nodding thoughtfully. Zhu Tianli's expression soured instantly. The very reason he proposed to pay double was to dissuade Xiao Chen from mentioning the severing of his tongue again. As he hesitated, a wave of confusion washed over him. What kind of enchantment had the Qiao Corporation cast upon Xiao Chen that compelled him to act so vigorously? Senior, what benefits has the Qiao Corporation bestowed upon you? I bear no grudge against you. Why do you insist on making my life difficult? I would pay any amount if you would simply let me go this time. Zhu Tianli gritted his teeth and spoke, realizing that if he could use wealth to befriend a master-level powerhouse, it would be an incredible bargain. Benefits? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen grasped Zhu Tianli's intentions and regarded him with intrigue. Xiao Xuanning is my unwed wife. What? Zhu Tianli felt a sudden void in his mind, his lips twitching as he forced a grimace. Senior, please do not jest with me. Yes. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, glancing around before tossing a fruit knife from the platter before Zhu Tianli. You have 5 minutes to cut out your tongue and then transfer the payment. Otherwise, you shall die. After discarding the knife, Xiao Chen shifted his focus to do Ru Xin, preparing to speak when unexpectedly, Zhu Tianli, kneeling behind him, suddenly flashed a malicious glint in his eyes, grasped the knife, and with all his might, sprang up from the ground, aiming the blade viciously at the back of Xiao Chen's neck. Seeking death, Xiao Chen appeared to have anticipated this. Swiftly turning to seize Zhu Tianli's arm and with a powerful throw, sent him soaring into the air. Subsequently, Xiao Chen delivered a kick that propelled Zhu Tianli across the room, shattering furniture into splinters. Please don't kill me. You will regret this. Blood gushed from Zhu Tianli's mouth as he gazed at Xiao Chen, a mix of fear and fury in his eyes. Oh! Xiao Chen approached slowly. Upon noticing a pill that had fallen from Zhu Tianli, he exclaimed lightly, pinching it between his fingers, and frowned at Zhu Tianli. What is your connection to the Jiao Valley? Hearing this, Zhu Tianli mistakenly thought Xiao Chen was apprehensive, and a wave of relief washed over him, prompting him to adopt an elevated demeanor. Young man, so you are aware of the Jiao Valley? Huh. To speak frankly, the individuals I am associated with hail from the Jiao Valley. If those two great figures learn that you have killed me, they will undoubtedly not let you off the hook. Although Zhu Tianli was unaware of the true strength of those two individuals, he believed that their mysterious methods suggested they were formidable enough to handle this young man with ease. It was well known that his rapid ascent to the postnatal realm was thanks to resources exchanged from those two. Those figures? Xiao Chen pondered, suddenly recalling something. He smacked his forehead and asked, Are the two individuals you speak of a man and a woman, one surnamed Song and the other you? How do you know? Zhu Tianli's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Chen chuckled, observing Zhu Tianli with amusement. Have you not seen them for several days? Shall I arrange for you to meet them? What do you mean? Zhu Tianli was left utterly bewildered. You shall find out soon. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen decided against killing Zhu Tianli and instead pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, Lao Gao. Do you remember the two elders from the Jiao Valley that I had disposed of last time? Yes, this time I've captured one alive for you. All right, come to Tianli Pharmaceutical. After hanging up, Zhu Tianli felt a sudden warmth in his trousers as the realization struck him. Those two great figures were dead, killed by this person before him. He could hardly believe his ears, yet the implications in Xiao Chen's words suggested it was likely true. This is disastrous. I have struck a steel plate. Zhu Tianli's mind was consumed by this singular thought as he gazed at Xiao Chen with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Who would have imagined that a mere security guard from the Qiao Corporation could wield such power? Had he known this, he would not have hesitated to offer 3 billion instead of 30 million. Overwhelmed by anger and regret, Zhu Tianli coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing on the ground in silence. Observing this, Xiao Chen quickly checked Zhu Tianli's breath, relieved to find a faint pulse. He had promised Gao Feng to deliver him alive. However, even if Zhu Tianli survived, his future would likely be marred, as that kick had shattered his dantian. Watching this unfold, Du Rusin, though dim-witted, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This young security guard was certainly extraordinary, and Zhu Tianli was no match for him. Otherwise, he would not have been so thoroughly defeated. Your turn, Director Du. What shall we do now? With Zhu Tianli's matter resolved, Xiao Chen turned his cheerful gaze toward Du Rusen. You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant. Do you believe I won't call Director Yang right now to inform him of her disrespectful words? Director Yang belongs to the Yang family. Do not think that your fighting prowess makes you untouchable. These prominent families are not to be trifled with. Du Rusen threatened as he retrieved his phone. Go ahead, make the call. Xiao Chen retorted nonchalantly. Hearing this, Du Rusen dared not delay, promptly dialing the number of the chief of the Drug Administration, Yang Tianfeng. Soon, the call connected. Director, I need help. It's Xiao Du. Early this morning, I was invited by President Zhu Tianli of Tianli Group to inspect their pharmaceutical factory. But I encountered trouble with people from the Xiao Corporation. They not only assaulted President Zhu, but also demanded that you, Director, apologize to the Xiao Corporation. It's outrageous. I merely spoke a few words in your favor, and they attacked me. Du Rusen wept as he spoke, activating the speakerphone. Is that so? I will be there immediately. Yang Tianfeng's voice came through the line before the call ended. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Jiu, still concerned, approached the door. Upon witnessing the scene inside the office, she froze momentarily, her heart filled with bitterness. As for the 30 million, if the Xiao Corporation decided to sue her, she would have to accept the consequences. Having come to this realization, Qin Jiu felt a strange sense of relief as she observed Xiao Chen leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, an inexplicable feeling surfacing within her. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Were you hurt? Setting aside the corporate matters, her feelings for Xiao Chen at this moment were complex. On one hand, she was astonished by his capabilities. On the other, she felt he was too immature and reckless, acting without considering the consequences. Yet, amidst these emotions, there lingered a hint of gratitude. I'm fine, Jiu Jia. No need to worry about me. Just sit for a while. In half an hour at most, today's matters will be resolved. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and spoke. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Jiu let out a soft sigh. Not to that extent. Xiao Chen was aware of Qin Jiu's concerns and offered her a reassuring glance, before settling onto the sofa to engage with his phone. 20 minutes later, Gao Feng arrived first, driving a car filled with people. Where is he? Xiao Chen. The commotion caused by Gao Feng and his entourage was anything but subtle, instantly drawing the attention of the remaining staff at Tianli Pharmaceutical. Upon seeing Zhu Tianli lying on the ground, spitting blood, the mid-level management and employees of Tianli Pharmaceutical were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Well, he should still be alive. He just admitted to having ties with Jiao Valley. And this is the Hahuan Sen we found on him. Xiao Chen tossed the pill to Gao Feng. Gao Feng hurriedly caught it and asked Xiao Chen, who are they? Qin Jiu felt a twinge of anxiety. Although it was her first encounter with Gao Feng's uniform, she could tell from their demeanor that these individuals were certainly not ordinary. They're from the Special Management Bureau. Don't worry, Jiu. That old rascal Zhu Tianli shouldn't have a chance to come back. Gao Feng smirked. What? Are they going to deduct your salary? Gao Feng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Xiao Chen's security uniform with a look of disbelief. What's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Xiao Chen shrugged. Fine, fine. Gao Feng chuckled wryly, then turned to the people outside. Where is the finance department? I am a leader here. At that moment, a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man hurried over, visibly anxious. Settle the accounts immediately, at once. Gao Feng commanded decisively. The middle-aged man appeared conflicted. Zhuzong, he stammered. Rest assured, your Zhuzong won't see the sun again in this lifetime. As for Tianli Group, it's about to be confiscated. If you wish to retain your position, you better transfer the funds now. Gao Feng sneered, expressing his impatience. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then realized the gravity of the situation, rapidly nodding. Yes, yes, I will transfer it right now, in less than 5 minutes. Qin Jiu received a notification from the finance system indicating that 30 million had been credited to the company's account. Staring at the notification, Qin Jiu was momentarily stunned, feeling as if she were in a dream. Was it really resolved just like that? She was dumbfounded, and when she looked back at Xiao Chen, her heart was filled with astonishment. Who exactly was this young security guard? Not only had he dealt with the arrogant Zhu Tianli, but he also associated with such formidable figures. Aside from Qin Jiu, Du Rusen was already panicking internally, realizing that the situation had far exceeded his expectations. Zhu Tianli seemed to have committed a grave offense. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Director Yang from the Drug Administration is here. Everyone, make way for Director Yang. Someone shouted at the entrance. Director Yang has arrived? Du Rusen's face changed as he felt a surge of joy, jumping up from the ground with red-rimmed eyes. Director Yang, I'm right here. Yang Tianfeng, frowning and with a serious expression, entered the room, immediately hearing Du Rusen's call. Upon recognizing Yang Tianfeng, Qin Ji Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. This Director Yang wielded significant authority over the beauty industry in Hancheng. After all, Xiao Chen had assaulted someone from the Drug Administration, and she hoped that Director Yang's wrath would not extend to the Xiao Group's products. As Yang Tianfeng stepped inside, his instinctive gaze fell upon Du Ru Senator, since Xiao Chen was mostly obscured by Gao Feng and the others while sitting on the sofa. Yang Tianfeng did not immediately recognize him. Director, it was this kid who not only struck me, but also boldly declared that he would make you kneel and apologize to the Xiao Group. Du Ru-sun exaggerated. Director Yang, it's not as you think. Qin Jiyu hastily interjected. However, Yang Tianfeng merely shot a cold glance at Qin Jiyu. His voice laced with discontent. Is the Xiao Group so audacious? I shall see who possesses such audacity. He then turned his attention towards the sofa. Chapter 81. Qin Jiyu surprised Director Gao. What brings you here? Yang Tianfeng turned his head and, while he noticed Xiao Chen seated in the corner of the sofa, he did not immediately recognize him due to Xiao Chen's lowered head as he fiddled with his phone. Instead, he was surprised to see Gao Feng beside him. Although Gao Feng's position as the director of the Special Management Bureau was not particularly high, the unique nature of this department made Yang Tianfeng cautious. After all, he was well aware of the power wielded by martial artists. While it was acceptable not to maintain cordial relations with individuals from the Special Management Bureau, it was imperative not to provoke them. Thus, Yang Tianfeng spoke to Gao Feng with utmost courtesy. Do handle your affairs, Director Yang. Please, carry on with your duties. All right. I look forward to treating Director Gao to a meal sometime. Yang Tianfeng nodded, smiling gleefully. Then I thank you, Director Yang. Gao Feng responded with a smile. Though the two exchanged pleasantries, both understood that the offer of a meal was merely a formality, not to be taken seriously. After a few more exchanges, Yang Tianfeng finally looked toward Xiao Chen, who was still absorbed at his phone. Noticing Xiao Chen's security uniform, Yang Tianfeng hesitated for a moment. You are the one who dared to say I should kneel and apologize to the Xiao Group? Only then did Xiao Chen lift his head, offering a light chuckle as he met Yang Tianfeng's gaze. What is wrong, Director Yang? Are you unwilling? Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Yang Tianfeng's expression shifted dramatically. You insolent scoundrel, do not show disrespect to Director Yang. Du Ru-sun, witnessing Xiao Chen's flippant remarks, quickly positioned himself beside Yang Tianfeng, pointing at Xiao Chen and berating him. Who do you think you are, speaking to Director Yang in such a manner? Yang Tianfeng's expression darkened immediately. Realizing the change in Yang Tianfeng's demeanor, Du Ru-sun felt a surge of delight. You insolent fool, you've angered Director Yang. Let us see how you handle this. Similarly, Qin Jiyu sensed the shift in Yang Tianfeng's expression, her heart sinking as she contemplated how to defuse his anger. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the room. Qin Jiyu was startled, instinctively thinking that Xiao Chen had been struck. If Xiao Chen were to become enraged and retaliate against Director Yang, the situation would spiral out of control. Xiao Chen, don't act impulsively. Qin Jiyu quickly raised her head, intending to dissuade Xiao Chen. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before her. The one who had just received a slap was not Xiao Chen. Why was it Du Ru's son who had been struck? Qin Jiyu suddenly realized her mind was struggling to process the situation. Director, why did you hit me? Du Ru's son, equally bewildered, had anticipated that Yang Tianfeng would strike that young man instead. How dare you speak to Mr. Xiao in such a manner? Yang Tianfeng's face was grim, his gaze fixed on Du Ru's son as he rebuked him furiously. Mr. Xiao? The mere mention of those two words left everyone present in shock, and Qin Jiyu thought she must be hallucinating. After all, aside from Xiao Chen, was there anyone else named Xiao in this room? Du Ru's mind went blank, stammering as he pointed at Xiao Chen. Director, this kid is just a worthless security guard. With that, before he could finish, Yang Tianfeng delivered another slap to Du Ru's face, his eyes icy as he declared, Dare to insult Mr. Xiao? Du Ru's-son, you must be seeking death. Aye. Even Du Ru's-son, dim-witted as he was, recognized that something was amiss. He now understood that this seemingly insignificant security guard was far from ordinary. A wave of unprecedented trepidation suddenly surged within him. Oh heavens! Whom has he offended today? Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize. I did not realize it was you just now. I hope you do not hold it against me. After delivering a slap to Du Rusin, Yang Tianfeng cast an uneasy glance at Xiao Chen. His feelings toward Xiao Chen were not merely gratitude. Aside from the fact that the latter had rescued his daughter, his medical skills had left even Lu Yangming in awe. Such an individual was worthy of cultivating a relationship, both emotionally and rationally. However, the Grandmaster, there were only a handful of such figures among the billions in Huaxia. To them, they were akin to deities. Yet, it was Xiao Chen, with remarkable ease, who had cured ailments that only a Grandmaster could remedy. What level of medical expertise must he possess? Such a person would be a rarity throughout all of Huaxia. Thus, after hearing about these matters from his father, Xiao Chen's significance in Yang Tianfeng's eyes had escalated further. Even the elder had been clamoring recently to meet Xiao Chen in person to express his gratitude. And Yang Tianfeng had not dared to assure the elder that he could indeed invite Xiao Chen. Yet now, one of his subordinates had inadvertently offended Xiao Chen, which elicited his ire. As for Du Rusin's claim that Xiao Chen demanded an apology on his knees, Yang Tianfeng was no fool. Having navigated the political landscape for years, he could easily discern Du Rusin's underhanded tactics. Moreover, though his encounters with Xiao Chen had been few, he was already familiar with the latter's style of conduct. For Xiao Chen to utter such words, it was evident that Du Rusin had overstepped gravely. Mr. Xiao, I truly did not recognize you just now. As Xiao Chen remained silent, his expression ambiguous, Yang Tianfeng suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Witnessing this, Du Rusin's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, realizing that his fate was likely sealed today. Meanwhile, Qin Jiyu was even more astonished after her surprise subsided. Her beautiful eyes shimmered as they repeatedly cast glances at Xiao Chen. This individual had brought her an abundance of surprises. How could someone who could instill such nervousness in Yang Tianfeng be merely a security guard at the company? Curiosity about Xiao Chen's background enveloped Qin Jiyu, along with an inexplicable sentiment. This time, she refrained from speaking, quietly standing to the side, eager to observe how Xiao Chen would respond to Yang Tianfeng's apprehension. Are you implying, Director Yang, that if I were truly just an ordinary security guard, you would feel free to suppress and dispose of me at will? If that is indeed the case, you need not bother. Simply treat me as a security guard of the Qiao Group and handle me as you see fit. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his seemingly casual words laden with scorn. I did not mean it that way. Yang Tianfeng found Xiao Chen's calm tone particularly grating, his face flushing crimson as he struggled to articulate an explanation. Then what do you mean? Leaning back on the sofa, Xiao Chen gazed playfully at Yang Tianfeng. Director, I was just saying. At that moment, Du Rusin, no longer daring to play tricks, revealed the invitation extended by Zhu Tianli, explaining the intent to obtain herb export orders through him, along with the plan to drug Qin Jiyu during a dinner to exploit the situation. As Du Rusin recounted the events, Qin Jiyu's complexion gradually drained of color. How could such trash exist in our drug administration? Upon hearing the full account from Du Rusin, Yang Tianfeng found himself on the brink of fury, realizing that this scoundrel not only withheld the truth from him, but had also tarnished his reputation before Mr. Xiao. How could he not be enraged? Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. I will kowtow to you. Du Rusin, now thoroughly terrified, crawled to Xiao Chen and began banging his head on the ground. Kowtow to me? Director Du, I believe you have mistaken the person. Xiao Chen chuckled. Huh? Yes. Du Rusin initially froze, then hurriedly scrambled to Qin Jiyu's feet, kowtowing fervently. Director Qin, I apologize for my ignorance and for offending you. I beg for your forgiveness. Witnessing Du Rusin's forehead bleed from his repeated bowing, Qin Jiyu felt an indescribable complexity of emotions. She found it hard to fathom that this man, now groveling like a wild dog, had just an hour ago been wielding his power to coerce her. Remembering how she had been cornered into submission, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Scoundrel! A wave of panic washed over Qin Jiyu, having been forced into concession under Du Rusin's pressure. She wondered how Xiao Chen would perceive her. Surely, he would think she was a self-degrading woman. The bitterness in her heart was palpable. Director Yang, with such trash in your drug administration, it will inevitably bring you trouble, as evidenced by today's events. Hearing Qin Jiyu's words, Xiao Chen understood that she had no intention of forgiving Du Rusen. Considering how the woman had defended him moments ago, Xiao Chen decided to lend her some support. Of course, if Director Yang were also of such ilk, or if he wished to protect such rubbish, then he could consider this matter unspoken. But their relationship would end here. As a mere commoner, Xiao Chen felt he could not aspire to associate with those high and mighty. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen spoke again, his tone dripping with derision. No, Mr. Xiao, you misunderstand. I, Yang Tianfeng, would never stoop to such despicable actions. If you ever discover that I, Yang, have committed such acts, feel free to eliminate me. Yang Tianfeng hastily clarified, then, in a fit of rage, kicked Du Rusen, roaring, "You scoundrel! If it weren't for Mr. Xiao today, I would have never known how you conduct your affairs. Effective immediately, you are dismissed, and I will escalate this matter to ensure a thorough investigation of your actions over the years." Hearing Yang Tianfeng's words, Du Rusen's mind spun. An investigation? He was acutely aware of the misdeeds he had committed over the years, and should they come to light, he would likely spend his life behind bars. Realizing this, Du Rusen's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied with this resolution? If you still insist that I apologize to the Qiao group, I..." Noticing Du Rusen had passed out, Yang Tianfeng cautiously turned to Xiao Chen, feeling uncertain. What more can be said? Director Yang has done well to reach this point. I do not expect you to bear the blame for your subordinates' misdeeds. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, for he was not ungrateful. Yang Tianfeng's actions had already shown him considerable respect. It was unrealistic to expect a prominent figure like the director of the Drug Administration to actually kowtow in apology. Even if Yang Tianfeng were to do so, it would likely leave him feeling uncomfortable, and their relationship would probably reach its limits. Thus, Xiao Chen naturally chose to let the matter rest. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Yang Tianfeng let out a sigh of relief and quickly checked his phone. "It is nearly noon. I presume you have yet to eat. I know of a fine restaurant nearby with excellent cuisine. Might I have the honor of your company for a meal? Dining is indeed agreeable, for I am quite hungry. However, Director Yang, please do not mistake my identity. I am currently accompanying my superior on official business, and unless my superior permits, I cannot privately dine with you." Xiao Chen smiled playfully at Qin Jiu. "Oh dear, look at my mind. Director Qin, I wonder if you are free for lunch. One of my subordinates has offended you, and I, Yang Tianfeng, would like to take this opportunity to apologize." Yang Tianfeng is a clever man. As soon as Xiao Chen spoke, he understood and turned to Qin Jiu with a cheerful smile. "Ah, I have time. I appreciate the trouble, Director Yang." Qin Jiu was utterly bewildered. When did someone of Yang Tianfeng's stature begin to invite her to a meal? This was something she had never dared to imagine. Even a Du Rusen could hold such sway over her, let alone someone of Yang Tianfeng's position. This was a splendid opportunity to expand her connections. While she was flattered, a warm current surged through her heart. She was acutely aware that Yang Tianfeng's actions were prompted by Xiao Chen. At that moment, Qin Jiu cast a grateful glance at Xiao Chen, who merely smiled back. In an instant, looking at Xiao Chen's sun-kissed, handsome face, Qin Jiu felt a stir of emotions. "Director Gao, I just mentioned wanting to treat you to a meal. Since you know Mr. Xiao, why not take this opportunity? I will be delighted to host you for lunch." Upon hearing Qin Jiu's agreement, Yang Tianfeng felt a weight lift off his chest and cheerfully turned to Gao Feng. "Great. I shall not be polite then. I happen to have some matters to discuss with Xiao Chen." Gao Feng nodded in agreement after a moment's thought, his gaze inadvertently flickering toward Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing the conversation might be linked to the incident involving Li Qi. "Of course, Director Gao. If you have inquiries for me, I shall answer candidly." Xiao Chen maintained his composure, smiling subtly, taking this opportunity to gauge Gao Feng's intentions. Chapter 83. Did you kill Li Qi? Around noon, at Yang Tianfeng's suggestion, the four of them arrived at a quaint establishment named Zui Xianju. According to Yang Tianfeng, all the ingredients were sourced from their own cultivation and breeding. Although the dishes could not rival those of a five-star restaurant in elegance, they were undoubtedly healthy and flavorful. Coupled with the pleasant scenery, the four were quite delighted, especially Qin Jiu, who previously felt she had no right to dine with someone like Yang Tianfeng. With Xiao Chen present, both Yang Tianfeng and Gao Feng displayed no airs, making the atmosphere at the table exceptionally harmonious. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Yang Tianfeng finally set down his glass and turned to Xiao Chen. "Mr. Xiao, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention regarding my daughter's illness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Such a favor as one I, Yang, can never repay. Director Yang is too kind. After all, I did utilize your precious medicinal herbs. So it's hardly a one-sided affair. Moreover, I have yet to express my thanks for today's events. So please do not mention it. It would only feel distant. Xiao Chen replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, I shall refrain from such formalities then. In that case, I have a small request. Yang Tianfeng nodded eagerly, casting a somewhat sheepish look at Xiao Chen. Please, go ahead. Xiao Chen, intrigued, observed Yang Tianfeng, wondering what he would request now that Yang Jingyi's condition had been resolved. Yang Tianfeng spoke while gauging Xiao Chen's expression. Hearing his words, Qin Jiyu was once again astonished. A family gathering? What kind of stature must one possess to secure a personal invitation from Yang Tianfeng? Moreover, their conversation hinted that Xiao Chen's medical skills were exceptionally impressive. Just how many secrets did Xiao Chen harbor? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, Director Yang, I thought it was something significant. Very well, I am at your service. Just let me know the date, and I will be ready. Xiao Chen readily agreed without much thought. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I raise my glass to you. Yang Tianfeng exclaimed joyfully, downing his drink. The group continued to exchange pleasantries until the meal was nearing its conclusion. Gao Feng, slightly tipsy, could no longer contain himself and turned to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, have you heard about something recently? What matter does Director Gao refer to? Xiao Chen feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. Li Qi is dead. Gao Feng scrutinized Xiao Chen with a penetrating gaze. Li Qi? Who? Xiao Chen frowned, feigning ignorance. You can't be serious. Li Qi was the guest elder beside Chu Qingyun, a consummate innate ninth-grade martial artist, practically a half-step master. You met him at Qin Yuhu's bar. Gao Feng chuckled lightly, then scrutinized Xiao Chen with a knowing glance. Yesterday morning, Li Qi visited the Baihuan villa with Chu Qingyun, and by afternoon, the Special Bureau received news that his body had been cremated. Upon hearing Gao Feng's words, Qin Jiyu, slightly intoxicated, suddenly felt a twinge of recognition. Baihuan. That name sounded familiar. What? He died just like that? An innate ninth-grade martial artist? Xiao Chen's glass froze mid-air as he gazed at Gao Feng in shock. You truly did not kill him? Noticing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Gao Feng furrowed his brow, beginning to doubt his assumptions. Director Gao, you overestimate me. You know my capabilities. I am merely an innate 8th-grade martial artist. Killing an innate 9th-grade martial artist would be utterly absurd. Xiao Chen looked at Gao Feng as if he were a fool. But why was the surveillance footage of you leaving the Baihuan villa? Gao Feng pressed, frowning. To be fair, he found it hard to believe that someone Xiao Chen's age could possess the strength to defeat an innate 9th-grade martial artist. However, throughout the entire incident, Xiao Chen had emerged as the prime suspect. Meanwhile, Yang Tianfeng was taken aback by their conversation. He was astonished to learn that Xiao Chen was indeed an innate 8th-grade martial artist. How old was he? Around 20? What heights could such an innate 8th-grade martial artist reach in the future? After his initial shock, joy replaced it. Yang Tianfeng understood that while the Yang family had deep roots in politics, they lacked connections within the martial arts community. Otherwise, his elder would not have needed to travel to the capital to seek treatment for his daughter. Given Xiao Chen's current strength and talent, breaking through to the master level in the future was a foregone conclusion. In that case, Yang Tianfeng would be able to befriend a master-level powerhouse. With this thought, Yang Tianfeng's heart soared with delight, further solidifying his determination to cultivate a bond with Xiao Chen. As for the notion that Xiao Chen could eliminate an innate 9th-grade martial artist, Yang Tianfeng dismissed it. After all, even the heads of the Su and Zhao families barely reached that level, which to Yang Tianfeng represented the pinnacle of martial artists in Hanxing. With that in mind, Yang Tianfeng turned his gaze to Xiao Chen, curious how he would respond to Gao Feng's inquiries. Oh, you mean my trip to Baihuan yesterday morning? Xiao Chen slowly set down his glass. He had long since prepared his explanation. With a light chuckle, he gestured to his security uniform. Director Gao, you must know that I went to Baihuan for a job interview. An interview? Gao Feng was taken aback. Xiao Chen nodded, pointing at Qin Jiyu. Indeed, Director Gao, I can attest that Xiao Chen only started working at the company today, since Mr. Qiao arranged the position discreetly. Xiao Chen had a misunderstanding with the security guard at the entrance upon arrival, resulting in a brawl. Although Qin Jiyu was unaware of the intricacies, her perspective as an observer perfectly supported Xiao Chen's narrative. At this moment, Qin Jiu finally came to a realization. It was no wonder that the name Behuan Villa sounded familiar. It was the residential community where General Xiao resided. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was actually childhood friends with General Xiao. However, was it truly just a childhood friendship? As a woman, Qin Jiu felt that something was amiss. Chapter 84. The intellect of Qin Jiu, was it merely an interview? After hearing Qin Jiu's words, Gao Feng was also uncertain. What else could it be? Did you genuinely believe I killed Li Qi? What joke? To eliminate someone at the peak of the innate 9th rank, one would at least have to be a master. If I were a master, would I choose to develop in Han City? I could effortlessly align myself with a prominent family in the capital, enjoying a life of luxury without needing to remain here in such a relaxed manner. Xiao Chen spread his hands and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng nodded in agreement. How could that be? In a confrontation among martial artists, isn't it permissible? Gao Feng, is it really necessary for you to make such a fuss over Li Qi's death? Xiao Chen casually remarked, picking up on the thread of conversation. This was precisely the question he had always wanted to ask. After all, it was just Li Qi's death, and as long as martial artists did not harm ordinary people, the Special Management Bureau would not interfere. The individuals from Jiao Valley were pursued only because they had kidnapped Han Qingma. However, Li Qi was also a martial artist. Logically, the Special Management Bureau should not have reacted so intensely. While allowing martial artists to engage in combat is acceptable, the core issue lies elsewhere. Gao Feng sighed bitterly and took a swig of his drink. Where does the problem lie? Xiao Chen queried, bewildered. You just stated that anyone capable of killing someone at the peak of the innate 9th rank must be at least a master. But where is this? This is Han City. I see. Xiao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been thinking along different lines. I actually hope that this master-level expert is indeed you, as it would simplify matters for me. Gao Feng wore a pained expression, ultimately drunkenly pleading, Xiao Chen, please do not keep secrets from me. Did you or did you not kill Li Qi? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen instinctively considered admitting to it. But upon noticing the clarity in Gao Feng's eyes, his heart raced. Goodness, Gao Feng was employing a strategy of emotional manipulation. It was truly not me, Director Gao. If I had accomplished such a remarkable feat, I would gladly admit it. Xiao Chen sighed and shook his head. Really not? Gao Feng squinted and scrutinized Xiao Chen again. Truly not. Xiao Chen forced a smile. Well, it seems I have indeed made a mistake. Sigh. Gao Feng expressed some disappointment and then glanced at his watch. It was getting late. I appreciate Director Yang's hospitality today, but I have official matters to attend to this afternoon, so I will take my leave first. In the future, we should arrange a meal together with Director Yang. After saying this, Gao Feng appeared to have lost his interest in drinking. After a brief farewell, he exited the private room. As Gao Feng departed, Xiao Chen couldn't help but squint slightly. It was certain that Gao Feng's relentless pursuit of the truth behind Li Qi's death was driven by deeper motives. But what could those motives possibly be? Logically speaking, not only should the death of an innate martial artist be commonplace, but even the death of a master would not elicit such an unusual response from the Special Management Bureau. After pondering, Xiao Chen racked his brain, but failed to comprehend the underlying reasons. Since he could not figure it out, he shook his head and decided to let it go. He would eventually uncover the truth when the opportunity arose. With Gao Feng's departure, the lunch gathering was nearing its conclusion. Mr. Xiao, I also have official matters this afternoon, so I will take my leave. Yang Tianfeng stood up and stated, Very well. I will not see you off, Director Yang. I have matters to attend to as well. Xiao Chen chuckled, gesturing to his security uniform. Haha, indeed, Mr. Xiao, you embody the essence of a hidden master in the city. You truly possess the demeanor of a distinguished individual. I shall take my leave now. Yang Tianfeng Laogid Heartily. Qin Jiu stood up, intending to see Yang Tianfeng off. But he stopped her. Director Qin, no need to see me off. There will be ample opportunities in the future. You and Mr. Xiao take your time dining. If you need anything, simply mention it, and I will cover the bill. Thank you, Director Yang. Qin Jiu expressed her gratitude. At that moment, excessive politeness would seem distant. After Yang Tianfeng left, the door to the private room closed. Xiao Chen, thank you. When only Xiao Chen and Qin Jiu remained in the room, the atmosphere became awkward. After a moment of silence, Qin Jiu looked at Xiao Chen and spoke. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, as her cheeks flushed a slight crimson. Beneath her mature demeanor, the influence of the alcohol only intensified her air of intellect. Simply expressing gratitude is not sufficient. Xiao Chen noticed the awkwardness in Qin Jiu's tone and, attempting to lighten the mood, jokingly remarked, "Then tell me, how would you like to thank me, Sister Jiu?" Qin Jiu seemed to have thought of something, and her face grew even warmer. "How about you, Sister Jiu?" Xiao Chen was about to suggest that Qin Jiu take him out for a meal, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Qin Jiu spring to her feet and leap directly into his embrace. "Director Qin, you..." Xiao Chen was taken aback, instinctively opening his mouth. However, before he could utter another word, he was silenced by a pair of cool lips. Goodness! In that instant, Xiao Chen's mind went completely blank. Moreover, Qin Jiu's subsequent actions plunged Xiao Chen into a frenzy. This woman had even locked the door of the private room. With such an obvious hint, how could Xiao Chen not understand? In the midst of such stimulation, the last vestiges of his rationality were swept away. Chapter 85. Come to my house tonight. Inside the private room, the 30-something proprietress of the restaurant made her way to the door, but abruptly halted, her hand poised to knock, before hurriedly retreating in a panic. Xiao Chen supported Qin Jiu as they exited the private room. "Sister Jiu, I told you not to drink so much, yet you wouldn't listen." Once outside, and sensing the peculiar gaze of the proprietress, Xiao Chen cleared his throat, and, with a nonchalant demeanor, said, "The after effects of this alcohol are too strong. Indeed, I can hardly walk straight. Let's drink less next time." Xiao Chen chuckled. Qin Jiu, feeling both shy and indignant, gave Xiao Chen a sharp twist at his lower back. Thanks to Yang Tianfeng settling the bill, the two left the establishment. It wasn't until they stepped outside that the proprietress behind the counter, her cheeks flushed, muttered, "This young man is quite remarkable." "Dear, what are you murmuring about?" the restaurant owner inquired curiously. "Why do you care, useless thing?" the proprietress scolded, her expression stern, frustrated by his lack of ambition. Outside the restaurant, Xiao Chen escorted Qin Jiu to the parking lot. After helping her into the back seat, he was ready to drive off when he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had consumed alcohol. Although this amount of alcohol was trivial for him, he had indeed been drinking. He then turned to Qin Jiu and said, "Sister Jiu, what should we do? We both had drinks. Let's call a designated driver, Xiao Chen. Since you sat in the back, I'm feeling a bit dizzy," Qin Jiu suggested, her cheeks reddening again at the end of her sentence. "All right," Xiao Chen smiled, promptly sitting beside Qin Jiu without further ado. After arranging for the designated driver, the two settled in the back seat and headed toward Xiao Shi Group. Following the events in the private room, the bond between Qin Jiu and Xiao Chen had noticeably deepened. Soon, the car parked in a secluded corner of the underground parking lot of Xiao Shi Group. Due to the working hours, the parking area was almost deserted. After the designated driver left, Xiao Chen playfully slapped Qin Jiu's shoulder and said, "Director Qin, do not provoke me, or you shall face the consequences. Oh, young brother, if you have the ability, then come at me." Qin Jiu, having been married once before, naturally possesses a certain openness that distinguishes her from many other women. "Ahem, let's not cause a fuss. I still have work this afternoon." Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she gazed with a melancholic expression. "Well, what will you do?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Jiu responded. Xiao Chen smacked his forehead and declared, "Wait for me after work." Inside the car, Qin Jiu adjusted her attire, watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure with a dreamy smile. A wave of long-lost happiness enveloping her heart. This man is truly wonderful. Qin Jiu understood well that she would not be the only woman in his life. However, she felt no resentment whatsoever. The fact that he had never looked down on her was enough to satisfy her. Meanwhile, in the training room, Li Jin, Lin Hu, and the other security personnel were preoccupied with their thoughts, neglecting their training. "It's hard to say. Let us prepare for the worst," Li Jin sighed. Just then, Xiao Chen unexpectedly pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, Lin Hu could hardly believe his eyes, while another security guard, Chen Lu, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of disappointment and resentment. "Injured? Why would you be injured?" Lin Hu exclaimed, giving Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Li Jin Shuklat. "As long as you're not hurt, that's good." Upon hearing Chen Lu's words, both Li Jin and Lin Hu's expressions darkened, realizing they had warned this kid earlier in the morning. Yet he showed no remorse, with a pettiness that grated on their nerves. Publicly insulting Xiao Chen in such a sarcastic manner made them both feel utterly humiliated. Chapter 86. Chen Lu's isolation. As the soft voice of a female staff member from the finance department echoed, the training room fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment, the atmosphere ignited with excitement, with Lin Hu looking at Xiao Chen in admiration, unable to suppress his exclamations. You can't possibly be fooling us. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. You are Xiao Chen, right? Here, I brought your bonus. Director Chen specifically instructed me to deliver it to you personally. I've completed my task. The finance staff member, with a look of envy, handed over a leather bag filled with cash, stealing a few glances at Xiao Chen. This young security guard is rather handsome. Xiao Chen opened the bag, and though he had over 10 million in his bank account, cash and card balances are two different matters. He felt considerably uplifted seeing the thick wad of cash. Qin Jiu truly has a thoughtful side. It was impossible to believe that the finance department staff would be so efficient without her influence. With a smile, Xiao Chen generously took a bundle of cash from the bag and tossed it to the finance staff member. Huh, what is this? She exclaimed, bewildered. The other security personnel in the training room were equally astonished. 10,000 yuan was equivalent to 2 months' salary for a guard. Please thank Director Chen for me. Use this money to treat your finance department to some milk tea or dinner as a little activity fund. Xiao Chen waved his hand, stating, this ISNT quite appropriate, is it? The finance staff member was at a loss for how to respond. There's nothing inappropriate about it, don't worry. Director Chen, 1T mind. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my colleagues in the finance department. Handsome. The finance staff member's fondness for Xiao Chen surged as she playfully stuck out her tongue at him, her admiration growing exponentially. A handsome and generous man. What woman could resist? Afterward, with the money in hand, the finance staff member left in high spirits. Wow, Brother Chen, you're quite generous. Lin Hu teased, genuinely growing fond of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, impressive. Li Jin also gave him a thumbs up. Ha, Captain, it's nothing remarkable. Lin Hu curiously inquired. Xiao Chen, not wishing to elaborate, spun a half-truth to deflect the question. I thought this kid was something special, but it turns out to be mere luck. If you had gone, Captain, that 90,000 yuan would have been yours, Chen Lu sneered, filled with resentment. Chen Lu, don't overstep your bounds. Lin Hu shot a glare at him. What, did I say something wrong? Captain, shouldn't that money have been yours from start? If it weren't for this kid retrieving it for you, how could such bonuses fall into his hands? Chen Lu challenged Li Jin. Hearing this, the training room fell silent again, the atmosphere growing tense. Xiao Chen took a seat, lighting a cigarette, intrigued to observe how Li Jin would respond. 90,000 yuan is no small sum. It is enough to reveal a person's true nature. Indeed, Captain, you heard correctly. It's just as Chen Lu said. Lin Hu scoffed in agreement. Chen Lu, will you leave on your own, or do you want me to make you? Li Jin narrowed his eyes at Chen Lu, who was now loathed more than ever for his petty behavior. As Chen Lu realized his scheme to sow discord had backfired and incited a united front against him from Li Jin and Lin Hu, his face fell, revealing his embarrassment. Just a worthless security guard. I'm done here. Li Jin, Lin Hu, you two wait. And you, Xiao, don't let me catch you again, or you'll regret it. Chen Lu spat venomously, clenching his teeth. What's this? Who do you think you are, trying to intimidate me? I, Lin Hu, will see what you're capable of. Lin Hu felt his temper flare at Chen Lu's insolence, rolling up his sleeves, ready to act, but was restrained by Li Jin. Why are you stopping me, Captain? This scoundrel is nothing but a petty person. I want to teach him a lesson. Lin Hu protested, puzzled. Let go. I've heard this guy's cousin has some connections in Han City. It's best to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since Chen Lu has already left. Li Jin reasurat Elena Umbria. What is the matter? We all have two shoulders. Who is afraid of whom? Lin Hu retorted defiantly. I've heard they're members of the Heilong Society. Best not to provoke them. Li Jin advised, contemplating the situation. The Heilong Society? Feng Tianlong? Lin Hu was not afraid for himself, but he had a sister attending university in Han City. Sensing Lin Hu's concern, Li Jin quickly shifted the topic, turning to Xiao Chen with a grin. Xiao Chen, being so generous to the beauties in the finance department. Surely you owe some compensation to us brothers whom you've beaten up, right? Upon hearing Li Jin's words, the security personnel erupted in playful banter. Exactly. We can't have endured that beating for nothing. Yes, Brother Chen, you must compensate us handsomely. Seeing the ruckus unfold, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile, slamming the leather bag filled with bonuses onto the table, pointing at everyone with a grin. All right, today I'll give you all a chance to treat me. If I don't spend this money, I'll never look up to you again. Chapter 87. The Tragedy of a Xiao Family. Haha. Sounds good. How about tonight? Let's go out and have a feast to Shi Ochn's expense. Li Jin laughed heartily, addressing the crowd. No objections from anyone. Naturally, they all agreed. Shi Ocn pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, Fine, let us make it tonight. I want to see your drinking skills. As for QNZHY, he would send her a message later. After the crowd's excitement settled, they were filled with anticipation. Most of them were in their 20s, with Li Jin being the eldest at just 30, and none of them were married. Young, single men were eager to indulge in revelry, so they could hardly wait for their post-work lives. Moreover, they held immense respect for Xiao Chen, as not everyone could afford to spend 80,000 yuan on a treat, although they joked about spending Xiao Chen's bonus. The fact that he was willing to express such an attitude was more than enough to earn their admiration. After making plans, they lingered in the training room for a while before heading off to their respective duties. Since it was Xiao Chen's first day at work, he had not yet been assigned shifts, leaving him to pass the time idly with his phone while informing QNZHY about the evening's gathering with the security department. Just then, a call came in from Xiao Su in the finance department, relaying Xiao Chen's intention to treat them to dinner with 10,000 yuan. QNZHY naturally did not object. Instead, her heart swelled with joy, as this demonstrated Xiao Chen's noble character. If he were stingy over such a sum, it would indicate he was not someone destined for greatness. After sending one last message to Xiao Chen, she closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. Soon, the clock struck 6:30 in the evening, marking the end of the workday. As everyone gathered to set off, Xiao Chen received a message from Xiao Su Ening. On his first day, he was invited to a dinner with his colleagues from the security department. Xiao Chen briefly explained the situation. Xiao Chen ran his fingers through his hair, uncertain of the woman's intentions. But he did not dwell on it and turned to his companions. You all know the area well. Pick a place for dinner. There's a great northeast barbecue nearby. Let us go there, Li Jin suggested after some thought. Sound good. Xiao Chen agreed without hesitation, as Xiao Chen and his companions set off. On the other side, in the office of the Special Administration Bureau, a young member entered and reported to Director Gao. This Zhu Tianli is merely a pawn of JLG, responsible for amassing wealth for them. He cannot divulge any substantial information. Director Gao, however, was more interested in Xiao Chen. What did Zhu Tianli say about Xiao Chen? He inquired. He mentioned that Xiao Chen possesses a remarkably strong martial aura. The young member replied, Strong? How strong? Director Gao's interest piqued. I asked him, and he suspects Xiao Chen might be a master-level expert. The young member scoffed. What's your take on this? Director Gao remained serious, feeling that Xiao Chen was somewhat inscrutable. Impossible. Director Zhu Tianli is merely a postnatal martial artist. He likely has never encountered a master-level aura. It's not inconceivable he mistook Xiao Chen, who is an innate 8th grade, for a master. The young member shook his head. I doubt the possibility of him being a master. A 20-year-old master is unheard of. Director Gao suddenly recalled something and added, Do you think it's possible that Li Qi was killed by Xiao Chen's master? Upon hearing this, the young member paused, hesitating. It's not impossible. When the incident at BHWN Villa occurred, if someone was in the back seat, it may not have been captured on camera. Oh, by the way, I have news regarding Xiao Chen's car. It belongs to someone named LB Ingyen. LB Ingyen? I've never heard of that name. Have someone investigate. And also look into Xiao Chen's whereabouts over the years, as well as his master's identity. A 20-year-old innate 8th grade cannot possibly be of unknown lineage. Director Gao's spirits lifted at this revelation. Understood. The young member nodded in agreement before leaving the office. After stepping out, he hesitated briefly and decided to send a message to SJNGCHing. The young man captured by the surveillance may be the disciple of that master-level expert. Meanwhile, back in the office, Director Gao merely frowned slightly at the young member's action of texting, but did not comment further. The Special Administration Bureau was situated in HNCHing, and it was impossible not to have spies from several prominent families. For this matter, Director Gao was indifferent. His aim was to ascend to greater heights. As long as they could serve his interests, he could not care less about which family's spies they were. Soon after the young member left, Director Gao dialed a number. A heavy voice came through. So, Xiao Gao, have you confirmed Xiao Chen's identity? Director Gao pondered for a moment before hesitating. The voice on the other end was icy cold. Yes, I will ensure this matter is handled properly. A chill coursed through Director Gao, raising questions in his mind. What earth-shattering secret lies behind the Xiao family tragedy, and this so-called lonks NYPI that warrants such attention from a boss. It is said that the boss has already transcended the mundane constraints of cultivation and stepped into the legendary realm. Simultaneously, 1,000 miles away, within a concealed courtyard in Xiao, the surname Xiao, 20 years old, an elderly man with a youthful appearance, hung up the phone, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly murmured, Xiao Chen, I wonder if you were the remnant of the Xiao family that survived 20 years ago. Back then, the entire Xiao family was annihilated, leaving only a newborn with the Longshan jade missing, becoming a thorn in my heart for all these years. Chapter 88. The surprise of SWNTI in the S family's living room. SWNTI in SD in Guing. And SD in sat on the sofa, frequently glancing towards the door. After a moment of contemplation, SWNTI in spoke. Currently, the ZHO family has a master in residence, with Li YNH's assistance. ZHO in Inging is likely to break through to the master level in a short time, and at that point, it will spell the end for the S family. One could say that time is running short for the S family. Just as SWNTI in finished speaking, SJNGCH Ing suddenly entered through the door. Upon seeing SWNTI in and the others on the sofa, he hurriedly greeted them. How is the investigation progressing? SD and Go Ing quickly chimed in, and SWNTI in and SDNGCH and also turned their attention to SJNGCH Ing. Let me have a sip of water first. SJNGCH Ing smiled, but did not immediately speak. Instead, he jogged to the table, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it all. Seeing SJNGCH Ing's demeanor, the three felt a rush of joy. Judging by his reaction, it seemed the investigation had yielded results. Enough with the suspense. It's already late. As the NGSCO did. I've been busy all day. What's wrong with having a drink of water? SJNGCH Ing retorted, somewhat displeased. You little rascal, dare you talk back? SD and Go Ing, as a father, was suddenly angered. All right. JNGCH Ing has had a long day. Let us not rush him. SWNTI in chuckled. Exactly, it's still Grandpa who is reasonable. SJNGCH Ing huffed softly, took another sip of water, and then cheerfully said, Grandpa, I've located that young man. Oh, do tell. Upon hearing SJNGCH Ing's words, SWNTI in and the others eagerly urged him to continue. The kid's name is Xiao. According to what my friend from the Special Administration Bureau told me today, this Xiao is currently a security guard in the Xiao Corporation Security Department. As SJNGCH spoke, he observed the reactions of the others. A security guard? The three furrowed their brows. And then SDNGCH queried, what does a security guard have to do with the mysterious master-level expert we are searching for? Jingcheng, although you have gathered information about this individual, it does little to aid our quest for that enigmatic master-level powerhouse. Indeed, after a whole day of searching, is this all you have uncovered? Su Dingguang expressed his dissatisfaction, his face betraying his frustration. Uncle, father, could you please allow me to finish my explanation? Su Jingcheng felt exasperated. If you keep dragging this out, do you believe I want to break your legs? Su Dingguang retorted angrily. All right, I will speak. Su Jingcheng rubbed his forehead, unwilling to prolong the suspense, and continued, this fellow named Xiao Chen is not merely a security guard. From what I have gathered, he not only defeated Chen Yuhu, but also rescued Han Qimo, the daughter of the Han family. Furthermore, according to a friend of mine in the Special Administration Bureau, this individual is merely 20 years old, yet possesses the prowess of a congenital 8th grade practitioner. What? A congenital 8th grade practitioner at 20 years of age? The three individuals on the sofa stood up in astonishment upon hearing Su Jingcheng's words. Jingcheng, are you certain you haven't made a mistake in your investigation? Su Wentian asked, unable to believe his ears. It is absolutely true, grandfather. If you doubt my word, just call my sister over to confirm. Su Jingcheng replied with a smile. Lan, what does she have to do with this? As Su Jingcheng's words fell, not only was Su Wentian bewildered, but even Su Dingshan was taken aback. The reason Xiao Chen engaged in combat with Chen Yuhu is that my sister brought him to Chen Yuhu's bar. Su Jingcheng explained with a smile, revealing his surprise upon learning this information. This troublesome girl. No wonder she looked somewhat off yesterday when I saw that photograph. I'll call her over right now. Su Dingshan scolded in frustration before dialing Su Lanlan's number. 5 minutes later, Su Lanlan entered, humming a tune. But upon seeing the nearly ferocious gaze of Su Dingshan, she instinctively recoiled. Dad, what do you need me for? What do you think? It's all because of your mischief. Su Dinsan snubbed. Huh, you all know. Su Lanlan assumed her secret of stealing her grandfather's century-old snow lotus had been exposed, and felt a pang of guilt. Lanlan, please explain your relationship with this Xiao Chen. Su Wentian inquired with a gentle smile. Xiao Chen. Su Lanlan glanced at Su Jingxing and quickly realized that her cousin must have discovered the incident where she took Xiao Chen to the bar. Relieved that it was not about the theft, she decided to divulge her encounter with Xiao Chen in the medicinal market and how he healed Yang Tianfeng's daughter, recounting the entire story. What? This lad's medical skills are even more impressive than your grandfather's? Su Dingshan was astounded. If you don't believe me, just ask my grandfather. Su Lanlan replied with a slight huff. To think a 20-year-old congenital 8th grade practitioner possesses such remarkable medical prowess. Why has he come to Han City? Is he truly just a security guard for the Qiao group? Su Wentian could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Indeed, grandfather. Initially, I too found it hard to believe. But the facts are as such. Today, Xiao Chen went to Tianli Pharmaceutical to collect a debt and even dealt with Zhu Tianli, the owner of Tianli Pharmaceutical. My friend from the Special Administration Bureau witnessed it firsthand. Su Jingchang said with a wry smile. Interesting. The Qiao Group in Han City barely qualifies as a company of some strength. Why would such a prodigy choose to work as a security guard in an obscure establishment? Su Wentian chuckled lightly, for in his eyes, the Qiao Group was not noteworthy, especially when compared to the Su family. Father, this is not the time for speculation. The pressing matter is to ascertain the relationship between this young man and the mysterious master-level powerhouse. Su Dingguang interjected. Indeed, Jingcheng, what are your thoughts on this? Su Wentian nodded and turned his attention to Su Jingxing. Grandfather, there is a possibility, but remains unconfirmed for now. Su Jingcheng contemplated for a moment before retrieving his phone and showing the message sent by his friend from the Special Administration Bureau to the others. This young man is the disciple of that mysterious master-level powerhouse. Upon reading the message, the three individuals' expressions changed, soon followed by confusion. But why would this young man have a conflict with Chu Qinyan? Grandfather, I know. Su Lanlan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly sought to contribute. Quickly explain. The three turned to her with excitement. Su Lanlan promptly recounted the incident at the bar, where Chu Qinyan attempted to recruit Xiao Chen, only be slapped twice by him. So that is how it is. Now it all makes sense. Su Wentian laughed heartily, his joy evident, due to their enmity. And considering the incident involving the daughter of the Han family, Chu Qinyan could not afford to kill someone in broad daylight with numerous police vehicles present. So he swallowed his anger. Thus, he trailed Xiao Chen in secret, intending to eliminate him, only to encounter Xiao Chen's master, the mysterious master-level powerhouse. Hence, not only did Li Qifei fail to kill Xiao Chen, but he also lost his own life. As he spoke, Su Wentian's expression turned resolute. This indicates that the mysterious master-level powerhouse must reside in the Bihu Bay Villa area. Moreover, considering that his disciple, Xiao Chen, has already attained congenital 9th grade status, this master-level powerhouse must possess at least 3rd grade master-level strength. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhe has only recently entered the master-level realm, which explains why Chu Qinyan lacked confidence and instead sought to ally with the Zhao family, intending to assist Zhao Nangong in breaking through to master level, thus allowing both masters to jointly eliminate Xiao Chen's mentor. With this analysis, everything becomes coherent. Chapter 89. The blushing Su Lanlan upon hearing Su Wentian's deduction. The group's eyes brightened, and they regarded him with admiration. His reasoning was sound, leaving no room for criticism. Grandfather, you are brilliant. Su Jingxing nodded in agreement. Heaven is aiding the Su family. According to what Lanlan has said, Xiao Chen not only has enmity with Chu Qinyan, but he is also at odds with the Zhao family, which effectively pushes him toward our Su family. Su Wentian felt a surge of elation. Father, should we not meet Xiao Chen, and through him seek out his master, the mysterious master-level powerhouse? Su Dingshan pondered aloud. There is no need for such a deliberate approach. We simply need to befriend this young man. Su Wentian waved his hand, dismissing the notion. This Su Dingshan appeared perplexed. However, Su Jingcheng chuckled and interjected, Uncle. Since Xiao Chen's master was able to eliminate Li Qifei, it shows that this master-level powerhouse is quite invested in his disciple. given that Xiao Chen has already fallen out with the Zhao family. If they were to trouble him, his master would undoubtedly intervene. The crucial task now is to find a way to draw Xiao Chen to our side. By befriending him, we essentially gain the protection of this enigmatic master-level powerhouse. Indeed, Jing Cheng is astute. Su Wentian nodded in approval. If we approach the master-level powerhouse too overtly, it may backfire and breed resentment, leading to losses. This is indeed true. Sigh, Jingqing has thought this through far more comprehensively than I have. To uncover all this in just one day is a remarkable achievement. Su Dingshan nodded in agreement, sighing in contemplation. It was somewhat embarrassing that what his nephew could deduce, he had overlooked. Uncle, don't be so hard on yourself. Whether we can befriend Xiao Chen will ultimately depend on my sister. Su Jingqing smiled, glancing at Su Lanlan. In any case, it is indeed a significant accomplishment that my sister knows Xiao Chen. Haha, indeed, Lanlan, you must cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Chen. The fate of the Su family in overcoming this crisis rests entirely upon you. Su Wentian cast a teasing glance at Su Lanlan, confident in the beauty of his granddaughter. From prior events, it was evident that she harbored a deep affection for Xiao Chen. This scenario could yield a mutually beneficial outcome. If Xiao Chen were to become the son-in-law of the Su family, it would be a delightful dream come true. A 20-year-old with innate talent at the 8th rank, coupled with medical skills surpassing even the 4 great healers of Han City. Such a potential dragon would undoubtedly elevate the Su family to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing Su Jingqing and Su Wentian's remarks, Su Dingshan's eyes gleamed with renewed hope, dispelling his earlier despondency. Although he felt inadequate, his daughter was indeed remarkable, having stealthily become entangled with a disciple of a mysterious master. What a source of pride! With this thought, Su Dingshan grinned at Su Lanlan and remarked, "Good girl. You truly bring honor to your father. You must heed your grandfather's advice and maintain a good relationship with Xiao Chen. Moreover, considering your age, you're not so young anymore." Su Lanlan's cheeks flushed crimson at her father's insinuation. However, thoughts of Lu Lingxin suddenly instilled a sense of insecurity within her. After all, that woman was undeniably stunning, and what irked her even more was the mystery of how Lu Lingxin had grown so voluptuous. Glancing down at herself, Su Lanlan felt a pang of self-doubt. It seemed she needed to purchase more papayas. By the way, Lanlan, did you mention that you had a disagreement with Xiao Chen? Su Wentian's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled something. Rest assured, grandfather, I gifted Xiao Chen the treasured 300-year-old snow lotus you cherished. He is no longer angry. Su Lanlan replied, prompting everyone in the living room to turn and stare at her with expressions of disbelief. Ah, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave, Su Lanlan said, her face covered as she hastily exited with her long, fair legs moving like the wind. Watching her retreating figure, Su Jingcheng suddenly wore a bittersweet smile. Well, it seems we need not worry about Xiao Chen anymore. Uncle, soon I might have to address Xiao Chen as brother-in-law. Upon hearing Su Jingcheng's words, Su Wentian and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions transforming into a spectacle. 300 years of snow lotus, which I have treasured for 20 years. That girl better not fail to deliver results, or I shall have to teach her a lesson. Su Wentian gasped in pain at the thought. Indeed, father, we shall deal with her together. Su Dingshan gritted his teeth in agreement. Meanwhile, after exiting the door, Su Lanlan dashed to her car, covering her burning face, utterly flustered. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. She felt like crying, then slammed her hands on the steering wheel, cursing Xiao Chen. Tonight, she couldn't possibly face her grandfather and the others again. Thinking of Xiao Chen, Su Lanlan clenched her teeth and dialed his number. Xiao Chen Gij, have you missed me? As the call connected, her previously flushed cheeks transformed into a bright smile. What are you doing? On the other end, Xiao Chen, just stepping out with Li Jin and Lin, who was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. For some reason, when this girl acted coy, he felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Su Lanlan's voice, filled with grievance, left Xiao Chen speechless. Are you coming to me? What is your intention? Don't tell me you're looking for an excuse to spend the night. Xiao Chen replied cautiously, causing the security personnel around him to exchange knowing glances. Ah, you scoundrel. Just give me a straight answer. Am I allowed to come to you or not? Su Lanlan was on the verge of losing her temper. Sister-in-law, come to Wunming Road for Northeast Barbecue. We're waiting for you here with Chenji. Lin Hu and the other security personnel chimed in eagerly before Xiao Chen could respond. Okay, brothers, I'll be there shortly. Su Lanlin's cheerful laughter echoed through the phone before she hung up. Xiao Chen's expression turned pale. What sister-in-law? Su Lanlan was barely 18 or 19. If Qiao Xuanning found out, would she not skin him alive? Chenji, you're amazing. It seems that being handsome truly attracts women. Lin Hu admired, while the other security personnel nodded in agreement. Witnessing their admiration, Xiao Chen's vanity surged, and amidst their praises, he began to boast, of course. Just wait until your sister-in-law arrives. I'll introduce her to all of you. At 7 in the evening, 2 kilometers away from Xiao's group, the barbecue restaurant on Wunming Road was bustling with preparations for dinner. It was evident that Li Jin and the others were familiar with the owner of the barbecue joint. However, when Xiao Chen and his companions settled outside, they noticed a multitude of police cars and ambulances congregated at the entrance of the neighboring community. Boss, what happened? Lin Hu, after taking a puff from his cigarette, tossed one to the barbecue shop owner. Oh, I heard there was a homicide in the neighboring community. A man in the medicinal materials business stabbed his wife, but I'm not sure if she survived, the owner replied, peering out with curiosity. Stabbed? What could possibly cause such strife between a married couple? Lin Hu mused. I heard he was cheated on. The owner shook his head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu fell silent, while Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling someone. What are we having? Let us place our orders. I'll handle the grilling. Despite the unfolding drama, the barbecue shop owner remained focused on his business as he passed around the menu. After selecting their dishes, they ordered 3 crates of chilled beer, ready to toast when suddenly a commotion erupted at the community entrance. Hey, Chunji, ISNT that the little police officer you spanked this morning? Lin Hu exclaimed. His face lit up with mischief. Indeed, the group exchanged curious glances, for only Xiao Chen had dared to spank a police flower. As Xiao Chen instinctively turned his head, he spotted Zhang Xiaoyu, striking and spirited, escorting someone out. It wasn't Zhang Xiaoyu who caught Xiao Chen's attention, but rather the criminal she was apprehending, none other than Du Yuanji, the owner of the medicinal shop he had encountered a few days prior at the market. At this moment, both Zhang Xiaoyu and Du Yuanji noticed Xiao Chen as well. You seem quite at ease. Zhang Xiaoyu coldly huffed at the sight of Xiao Chen, her frustration still palpable despite having resolved her earlier misunderstanding. Shall we share a drink? Xiao Chen raised his glass in greeting. Get lost. Who would drink your filthy liquor? You scoundrel. Zhang Xiaoyu spat, shaking her short hair in irritation. Little police officer, who are you referring to as self-important? Don't be so presumptuous. Xiao Chen retorted dismissively. Who are you calling presumptuous? Zhang Xiaoyu's face flushed with embarrassment, though she was puzzled. If he wasn't inviting her for a drink, then who was he referring to? Not only Zhang Xiaoyu, but even Li Jin and Lin, who exchanged confused glances, waiting for clarity on the situation. Soon, they would receive their answer. As I gazed upon Du Yuanji, his hands bound by handcuffs, a complex expression crossed his features as he turned to Xiao Chen. Kid, I can't get through this. You come feed me. All right. Xiao Chen responded with a light-hearted chuckle, lifting his cup and walking straight over. Observing Du Yuanji's deeply sunken eyes and weary, haggard demeanor, Xiao Chen sighed. Why put yourself through this? Huh, are you mocking me? I've come this far, because of you. Du Yuanji looked bitterly, his tone laced with resentment as he addressed Xiao Chen. The fact that your wife cheated on you is undeniable. I merely offered you a warning. With your business acumen and current assets, finding a good woman should be effortless. Yet you insist on being obstinate. How is that my fault? Besides, she was a fickle woman. Recognizing that sooner rather than later would have been beneficial. No? How is it fair to blame me? Xiao Chen scoffed, looking at Du Yuanji as if he were a fool. Du Yuanji opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he suddenly sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Damn it, that wretched woman. How could she be so cruel? However, he soon regained his composure, taking a deep breath and eyeing the wine in Xiao Chen's hand. Understanding the unspoken request, Xiao Chen handed him the drink, which Du Yuanji downed in one gulp. After finishing, Du Yuanji looked at Xiao Chen, his gaze complex. Today's events were a result of my own folly. Kid, you possess talent. I failed to recognize your true worth back at the herbal market. I bid you farewell. With that, Du Yuanji shook his head, sighed, and made his way toward the police car. Zhang Xiaoyu stood momentarily stunned, utterly speechless regarding Xiao Chen's presence in every case. Chingu, do you know that criminal as well? She asked as Xiao Chen took his seat again, prompting a flurry of curiosity from the security personnel. Not so much as knowing him, merely acquaintances. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, finding the day's events rather theatrical. He recounted his encounter with Zhao Ligui at the herbal market and his subsequent feud with Du Yuanji. Wow, Chingu, how did you know that Du Yuanji was cuckolded? You don't have an affair with his wife, do you? Lin Hu inquired with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. Xiao Chen shot him a dark look. If you can't keep your mouth shut, just drink your beer. Do you want me to beat you later? Hey, I was just joking. Lin Hu laughed awkwardly. Before rallying the others, come on, Chun Ji's treating today. Let's have a good time. Cheers erupted, and soon the atmosphere grew lively. The barbecues were promptly served, and within 20 minutes, half of the 2 cases of chilled beer had been consumed. As the sky gradually darkened, the revelry continued, until suddenly, a loud roar echoed from the street. TSK, these rich second-generation kids only know how to disturb the peace at night, flaunting their wealth. Lin Hu grumbled. But at that moment, he noticed everyone's gaze had turned fixedly towards something. What are you all staring at? Lin Hu asked, perplexed, before spotting a fiery red Ferrari roaring towards them, stopping at the curb. A tall, ponytailed beauty clad in a short skirt and exuding youthful exuberance jumped out. Oh, will I get to marry a lady like that? I wake up smiling in my dreams. An earnest security guard couldn't help but exclaim. What's so good about that? They can be quite troublesome. Xiao Chen remarked, feeling a headache coming on as he glanced at the girl who had just exited the Ferrari. Hey, Chingu, you make it sound like you've actually interacted with such rich girls. If we weren't wearing the same uniforms, I might have believed you. Lin Hu teased, followed by laughter from the others. Indeed, Chingu, a rich young lady, is not someone from our realm. The group continued to jest, reflecting on the stark contrasts in their lives, where some were born on an elevated starting line, unreachable for others. Xiao Chen remained silent, gazing towards the Ferrari with a subtle smile. Chingu, stop staring. Be careful not to make your girlfriend jealous when she arrives. Lin Hu quipped, observing Xiao Chen's demeanor. Has it been half an hour? When will your girlfriend arrive? He asked, checking the time. Just then, Su Lanlan emerged from the parked car, swaying her slender waist, her long legs striding toward them. She cheerfully pulled up a chair and sat beside Xiao Chen. Wow, ice-cold beer with barbecue, my favorite. Su Lanlan rubbed her hands together, unabashedly grabbing Xiao Chen's draft beer and downing it in one go. After finishing, she let out a satisfied sigh and affectionately linked her arm with Xiao Chen's, playfully nudging him. Thank you, brother Xiao Chen, for taking me in. Witnessing this scene, Li Jin and the other security personnel felt their minds momentarily freeze, their gazes towards Xiao Chen shifting to something more peculiar. Chingu, is this your girlfriend? Lin Hu asked hesitantly, looking at Su Lanlan. Hee, brother Xiao Chen, is this how you introduce me to others? Su Lanlan teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Get out of here, stop fooling around. Xiao Chen chuckled, exasperated, before turning to Lin Hu and the intrigued security staff. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. This girl is Su Lanlan, the daughter of the Su family, a friend of mine. Not what you think. Pointing at Lin Hu, he added, this guy just criticized your parking, saying it disturbed the peace. As Xiao Chen's words hung in the air, Lin Hu went pale, realizing the weight of Su's family name in Han City. Brother, please spare me. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously, sister. He pleaded, panic-stricken. Xiao Chen frowned, questioning if Lin Hu was incapable of understanding context. However, Su Lanlan was unbothered, instead smiling mischievously. It was indeed a bit loud. I'll switch to a different car next time. Hearing her words, the expressions of the security personnel turned complex, realizing that for a wealthy heiress, changing cars was as casual as changing phones. With Su Lanlan's arrival, the atmosphere at the table shifted, becoming somewhat awkward as both Li Jin and Lin Hu found it hard to relax. These two had seen a bit of the world, and if they felt this way, one could only imagine how the others felt. Noticing the shift in mood, Su Lanlan swiftly opened a bottle of beer for herself and cheerfully proclaimed, Brothers, let me toast to you all. If I manage to outdrink you today, don't hold it against me. Dang it, sister. That sounded a bit condescending. Boss, bring 2 more cases of beer. Exactly, don't look down on us. We're not afraid of you when it comes to drinking. With Su Lanlan's words, the atmosphere revived once more. Lin Hu and the others were invigorated, encouraged by the presence of a beautiful girl and dismissing any embarrassment. Xiao Chen observed with amusement, recognizing that aside from her occasional stubbornness, she was quite an admirable person, an heiress without a trace of arrogance. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became thoroughly lively. As Su Lanlan displayed no airs, the crowd readily set aside her background, Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had slipped by, and it was now 11 o'clock at night, with scarcely a soul in sight on the streets. Although Su Lanlan was a woman, her martial training from a young age, coupled with her prowess as a practitioner in the Ningjin stage, afforded her a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Even after initiating the drinking rounds, she merely exhibited a rosy hue in her cheeks, devoid of any overt signs of intoxication. Just as the revelers were still enjoying the moment, a sudden wailing emerged from an alley across the street, piquing their curiosity. They soon beheld a somewhat attractive young girl running out of the alley in tears. "Woo-woo beast! Pervert!" she sobbed as she fled. Upon seeing the girl's face, Lin, who was taken aback, furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "Isn't that Liu Xiaomei? Liu Xiaomei?" Upon hearing Lin Hu's words, Li Jin and the others turned their heads in curiosity, and upon recognizing the girl, Li Jin questioned, "What is she doing here? Do you know her?" Xiao Chen inquired with interest. "She's from our company." "Xiao Chen, it's understandable you don't recognize her on your first day. She works in logistics." Li Jin clarified. "I see. It appears you are quite familiar with this young lady." Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "A bit more familiar than with other logistics staff?" Li Jin replied, his demeanor slightly awkward. "You see, Brother Chun, Liu Xiaomei is a distant cousin of Chun Lu. She hails from the mountainous regions of Bashu. After struggling to find work, she came to seek refuge with Chun Lu. Out of respect for Chun Lu, the team leader helped Liu Xiaomei secure a cleaning position in the logistics department." Lin Hu explained, then chuckled. "This young lady is quite decent and has been very grateful for the team leader's assistance. Furthermore, since her cousin Chun Lu also worked in the security department, she would often visit during her free time to pour tea and serve us. She is quite diligent." As he spoke, Lin Hu subtly glanced at Li Jin, signaling to Xiao Chen. Upon noticing Lin Hu's look, Xiao Chen immediately understood. It seemed Li Jin and Liu Xiaomei had developed a mutual attraction. Isn't that inappropriate? While Li Jin felt a stir of emotions, he also felt somewhat bashful. What is inappropriate? Since you already know her, why not invite Liu Xiaomei over to join us? This young lady has certainly helped us with our work. Lin Hu chimed in. "All right, wait for me a moment. I'll go check on the situation." Upon hearing Lin Hu's suggestion, Li Jin set down his glass, stood up, and tidied his hair before striding across the street. Observing Li Jin's demeanor, everyone exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet amusement. The team leader is a great guy overall, but when it comes to matters of the heart, he could be somewhat reserved. Lin Hu chuckled as he savored a skewer of grilled lamb. "What? Are you quite experienced?" Su Lanlan perked up, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Hu, causing him to blush slightly. "I am a perfectly respectable person," he stammered. "Respectable my foot." The group burst into laughter, teasing Lin Hu, who merely chuckled and fell silent. While they continued to jest at Lin Hu's expense, an unexpected commotion erupted across the street as they heard Li Jin's furious shouts. "Heartless scoundrel. I'll make you pay for this. Get lost." "Team leader, what happened? Who bullied Xiaomei like this? We must teach him a lesson," Lin Hu inquired. Li Jin, however, wore a grim expression, remaining silent for a long moment before slamming his fist down on the table. "I never anticipated that Chun Lu could be such a despicable scoundrel." Chun Lu. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their expressions turning grave. "Yes." Li Jin nodded and recounted the events. It turned out that after falling out with the others in the security department, Chun Lu realized he could no longer stay there. Therefore, he planned to seek refuge with his cousin, who had ties to the Hai Longwei. This cousin had offered to help Chun Lu join the organization, but the price was that Liu Xiaomei would have to accompany him for a few days. Chun Lu, leveraging the favor of helping Liu Xiaomei find work, lured her under the pretense of support, coercing her and promising that he would help her earn a fortune once he joined the Hai Longwei. A simple girl like Liu Xiaomei, emerging from the mountains, could never accept such a proposition. Overwhelmed by shame and anger, she fled in tears. "Damn it! How did I not notice before that this scoundrel is so full of malice?" Lin Hu seethed before asking, "Where is that wretch?" "I just gave him a beating. He left with a sullen face," Li Jin coldly replied. Lin Hu pondered for a moment and then spoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen regarded Lin Hu with admiration. Despite his imposing stature, he had proven to be quite measured in his actions during their brief acquaintance. Li Jin nudda, preparing to rise when suddenly a group of over 10 men approached with menacing strides. The leader, with a bruised face, glared at them with a venomous expression, shouting, "Thinking of leaving? Not today. Li Jin, Lin Hu, you two trash. I've tolerated you for long enough. If you don't suffer a bit today, I won't bear the surname Chun." Chapter 92. true brothers and drinking companions, the leader was none other than Chun Lu, clearly recently on the receiving end of Li Jin's fist. Hearing Chun Lu's words, both Li Jin and Lin Hu's expressions darkened, and Lin Hu's temples throbbed with barely contained fury. Cousin, it's these two brats who conspired against me over a newcomer. Oh, and that kid is here too? Perhaps emboldened by having support, Chun Lu appeared particularly arrogant. Upon spotting Xiao Chen, he paused momentarily before sneering, "Perfect. Today we'll settle the score with all three of you." Chun Lu, this has nothing to do with Lin Hu or Xiao Chen. If there is an issue, come to me alone. Li Jin, with a grim countenance, stood up to block Chun Lu. What are you even worth? Li Jin, don't think I don't know that you and Lu Xiaomei have been eyeing each other. Chun Lu spat venomously, then turned to a burly man behind him, who was shirtless and sporting a buzz cut, saying, "Cousin, I was able to lure Lu Xiaomei out, but this bastard Li Jin ruined your plans." Hey, Li Jin, right? Lu Xiaomei is the woman I've set my sights on. If you want to be with her, you can, but first let me have a taste. Then you can kneel and apologize to my brother. In that case, I might let this slide. What do you say? The shirtless man squinted, his gaze menacing as it settled on Li Jin. At that moment, the barbecue shop owner, sensing trouble, stepped out. Upon seeing the shirtless man, his expression immediately shifted. You must be joking. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Li Jin, a veteran, naturally possessed his own courage and temper. Captain Li, stay calm. Chun Kai is one of the four golden hands of the High Lingui. We can't afford to provoke him. The barbecue shop owner quickly intervened, then approached the burly man with a forced smile, saying, "Master Chun, business is tough for us small establishments. Let me treat you to a meal and drinks today, and we can discuss any issues later, all right? Get lost. This is about avenging my brother. What does it have to do with you?" Scram. Chun Kai, however, showed no signs of gratitude, slapping the barbecue shop owner's face. The owner, clutching his face, cried out in distress, not daring to speak further. Li Jin and Lin, whose expressions shifted, they had not anticipated that Chun Lu's cousin held a position of considerable influence within the High Lingui, being a hallmaster. To attain such a rank, one would undoubtedly possess a ruthless nature, possibly even stained with blood. Provoking someone of this caliber was certainly no trivial matter. Meanwhile, the other security personnel seated nearby fell silent, their expressions betraying their fear as they sat in trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. Brothers, I, Chun Lu, today shall settle accounts only with Li Jin, Lin Hu, and that brat Xiao Chen. Since we have shared the same workplace, I do not wish to involve you all. Of course, if you insist on siding with Li Jin, do not blame me for being ungracious later. Chun Lu surveyed the crowd, speaking with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing Chun Lu's words, Li Jin and Lin, whose expressions darkened further. This young man's intention was clear, to sow discord among them. After all, the number of security personnel was not insignificant, and if they united, they would not suffer too greatly if a confrontation were to occur tonight. However, if Chun Lu succeeded in dividing them, even if Xiao Chen was formidable in combat, he would find himself at a disadvantage. From Li Jin and Lin Hu's perspective, while Xiao Chen was indeed powerful, the world of gangsters was an entirely different realm from their own as security guards. He might be able to contend with them, but facing the ruthless members of the Hei Long Hui would be a different matter altogether. "Captain, I have matters to attend to." A voice interrupted as several security personnel began to stand up, looking ashamed as they bid farewell to Li Jin. Clearly, they had chosen to prioritize their own safety. "Damn it, you cowards. How has the captain treated you all this time? Are you not men? Well, have you not relied on the captain when bullied? And now that he is in trouble, you choose to hide like turtles?" Lin Hu's face flushed with anger as he berated the crowd. "How, you cannot say that. The captain has indeed treated us well, but we usually only get into minor fights. Chun Lu's cousin is a member of the Hei Long Hui, and these people are genuinely capable of taking our lives. We are here to earn a living, with families and loved ones. Do not make it difficult for us." The departing security personnel expressed their dissatisfaction. This scene was a stark contrast to their earlier bravado during the drinking session. Good. A bunch of spineless fools. Get out of my sight immediately. Do not ever dare to claim you are my brothers again. I, Lin Hu, cannot afford to lose face. Lin Hu was infuriated, cursing vehemently. Hearing Lin Hu's outburst, no one dared to refute him. Heads bowed, they left one by one, tails between their legs. Soon, the once lively table was left with only Li Jin, Lu Xiaomei, Lin Hu, Xiao Chen, Su Lanlan, and a small, slender security guard. Noticing the small security guard, Lin Hu snapped, "Guzzi, why aren't you leaving? Are you so frightened that you cannot move? However, upon hearing this, the skinny guard stood up with a thud, smashing the beer bottle onto the table, stammering, Huga, don't look down on me. Guzi, grew up in an orphanage without parents. If it weren't for the captain, I wouldn't even have food to eat. Now that the captain is in trouble, those cowards are afraid, but I am not. Life or death, I fear nothing. Isn't it just a fight? I'll go at them. The bottle shattered, yet from a small figure of Guzi emerged an unprecedented bravado. Xiao Chen looked on in surprise at this guard named Guzi, recalling that he was a natural stutterer. Well done, Guzi. Lin Hu, have always looked down on you, but I was mistaken. After this matter is over, I will personally bring you a drink to apologize. Not only Xiao Chen, but even Lin Hu was moved, his gaze towards Guzi shimmering with newfound respect. Previously, he had seen Guzi as weak, often bullied, yet always smiling, which led him to dismiss the stuttering lad. Today, he realized that one's worth as a brother cannot solely be judged by appearances or past behavior. Perhaps having been accustomed to being looked down upon for so many years, Guzi's eyes turned red at Lin Hu's words. He thumped his chest, declaring, just for Hu Ji's words, tonight I will fight Chun Lu to the bitter end. If it comes to it, I'll die. Chapter 93. The members of the Hei Long Hui I'll die. The 5 words resonated deeply with Xiao Chen and the others present. At this moment, both Lin Hu and Xiao Chen shared a singular thought. This young man could be a true brother. What a fine lad. Li Jin have not misjudged you, Li Jin remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he looked at Guzi. Have you finished your chatter? Meanwhile, Chen Kai was growing impatient, casting a cold smile at Li Jin. What is the matter? It seems you have no intention of kneeling and apologizing. Do you truly consider yourselves so important? Must everyone bow and kneel before you? If you enjoy kneeling so much, then start with yourselves. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally spoke up. He had not been silent out of disdain, but rather to discern who among the security personnel could be trusted and who could not. After all, so much had transpired since arriving in Hancheng, and it was uncertain what lay ahead. Though Xiao Chen was unafraid, he would inevitably face situations where he needed reliable allies, making it prudent to identify a few trustworthy individuals in advance. Who do you think you are to speak? Chen Kai turned to Xiao Chen, but upon noticing Su Lan beside him, he froze momentarily. Indeed, Xiao Chen, do you even realize your own position? I know you can fight, but let me tell you, my cousin has been in the Hei Long Hui for many years and is now a formidable warrior. Hand over that pretty girl beside you, and I may plead for your sake. Chun Lu sneered. Slap. Before he could finish, Chun Lu received a resounding slap across his face. Brother, why did you hit me? Chun Lu was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chen Kai with confusion. Then, realizing what had happened, he muttered, I was wrong. I should have let that pretty girl play with my brother first. Shut your mouth, you fool. Chen Kai's expression had turned grim, and he slapped Chun Lu again, forcing a strained smile as he turned to Su Lan. Miss Su, how fortunate to see you here. Chen Kai, did not recognize you earlier, so please do not hold it against me. Having spent years in the Hei Long Hui, Chen Kai was well aware of the prominent families in Hancheng. He knew he could not afford to offend the Su family. Not even their leader, Feng Tianlong, would dare to cross them. Well, if you don't mind, then kneel and apologize to my brother Xiao Chen. Su Lan said playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Witnessing the scene before him, Chun Lu was left speechless. Miss Su, please do not make it difficult for me. I am merely handling some personal matters today. The Hei Long Hui has no grievances with the Su family, so please do not meddle. At this moment, Chen Kai was filled with confusion and a sense of unease. Why would the esteemed daughter of the Su family be mingling with mere security guards? No grievances, no enmity? Su Lan remarked, glancing at Chen Kai. Indeed, the Hei Long Hui and the Su family have always kept to themselves. Chen Kai assumed Su Lan was granting him leniency and began to speak more politely. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his knee and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chen Kai screamed as he looked down to find chopsticks embedded in both of his knees, blood flowing freely, soaking his pants. You shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Xiao Chen, too, regarded Su Lan with astonishment. Realizing she had unexpectedly broken through to a new level of prowess, something he had previously overlooked. Damn, Brother Chen, your sister-in-law is truly impressive. Lin, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, soon filled with envy, while the dog beside him mirrored the same expression of respect and admiration. His frail physique had long been the source of his insecurities, and witnessing Su Lanlan, a mere girl, exhibiting such prowess left him utterly astounded. In contrast, Li Jin's pupils constricted sharply as his thoughts delved deeper. It was a woman's inherent instinct to admire the strong, especially those who were exceptional. He had never encountered a remarkable woman who idolized the weak. If Chun Kai was at the Ningjing stage, then Su Lanlan, capable of piercing his knee with chopsticks, must be at least an acquired martial artist. Moreover, her obedience to Xiao Chen portrayed her as a clingy little sprite in his presence. This prompted Li Jin to ponder Xiao Chen's true strength. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had not expressed discontent over Xiao Chen's acquisition of the prize. Suddenly, a sense of calm washed over him. His previous fears that Xiao Chen might not contend with these desperate individuals now seemed unfounded. Seeing Chun Kai, who was kneeling on the ground in agony, Chen Lu's mind faltered. Had his cousin not boasted of his prowess, claiming he could defeat several opponents at once? Now, he resembled a mere lump of clay, unable to best a woman. What on earth are they still doing, standing idly by? The intense pain ignited Chun Kai's fury as he angrily commanded his subordinates behind him. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone and sent out a distress message. Get moving. Upon hearing Chun Kai's orders, the dozen or so lackeys from the Black Dragon Society brandished their telescopic batons and charged forward en masse. However, without Chun Kai, these men stood no chance against their few opponents. In less than 5 minutes, they lay incapacitated on the ground, their cries of anguish echoing. This unexpected scene left Chen Lu in a state of shock, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Lin Hu let out a cold laugh, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Chen Lu's face. You arrogant fool, weren't you quite boastful just now? Chen Lu's head spun from blows. Who dare to lay a hand on my subordinate? Are they tired of living? Just as Chen Lu and his men were left dazed from the assault, a black Mercedes suddenly pulled up. As the vehicle came to a halt, a massive figure resembling a small mountain emerged from it. Pang Li, you finally arrived? I've been so terribly bullied. Upon seeing Pang Li, Chun Kai clung to his leg like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, sobbing and wailing. Chen Lu and the others also brightened at the sight. Yet, Li Jin and Lin Hu instinctively stepped back 2 paces upon encountering Pang Li. This was a natural reaction when ordinary people faced innate martial artists, a testament to the oppressive aura emanating from the warriors. You worthless fool. You dare to tarnish Pang Li's name. Pang Li lowered his gaze to Chun Kai's pierced knee, his expression darkening. It's not that I'm useless. This girl is from the Su family and an acquired martial artist. Chun Kai protested, feeling aggrieved. The Su family? Pang Li's expression shifted slightly, and upon noticing Xiao Chen beside Su Lanlan, he exclaimed, Ah, it's you. I've been looking for you. Was he this the same boy that Zhou Heng had hired the Black Dragon Society to eliminate just days ago? He had been perplexed about where to find him, only to stumble upon him here. Seeing Pang Li's reaction, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Did Pang Li know Xiao Chen? Was there some connection between them? Meanwhile, the excited Chen Lu felt a surge of revulsion akin to swallowing a fly. Who exactly was Xiao Chen? How could he be acquainted with one of the 4 great kings of the Black Dragon Society? Similarly, Li Jin, Lin Hu, and the dog exchanged glances, all filled with admiration for Xiao Chen. Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Xiao Chen asked, utterly perplexed by Pang Li's demeanor. Good grief. Li Jin and Lin Hu's eyelids twitched. Who in Han City hadn't he heard of the 4 great kings of the Black Dragon Society? Yet, Xiao Chen referred to Pang Li as a fat fool. The trio felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they had undoubtedly offended the Black Dragon Society today. Meanwhile, Chen Lu and the down Chun Kai could hardly contain their glee, exchanging glances filled with schadenfreude at Xiao Chen's apparent death wish for calling Pang Li a fat fool. Are you talking to me, boy? Pang Li's face twitched menacingly, eyes narrowed in a fierce glare at Xiao Chen. What else? Is there anyone fatter than you? You're like a pig. Xiao Chen retorted with a scoff. Li Jin, Lin Hu, and the dog exchanged worried glances, acutely aware that someone of Pang Li's stature was beyond their reach. Thus, they felt no need to intervene, knowing the worst-case scenario meant they would be dragged down with Xiao Chen. At that moment, they could only hope Xiao Chen was not merely boasting. Huh, you got guts, kid. Soon, I'll make you pay dearly. Pang Li's eyes briefly flared with anger, but then he regained his composure, a smirk replacing the fury. After all, according to the information he had received days prior, Xiao Chen was merely an ordinary individual with some skills. If even a waste like Zhou Hong believed he could contend with Xiao Chen, Pang Li felt no pressure whatsoever. Could an ant provoke an elephant? It was impossible. The elephant would simply toy with the ant before ultimately crushing it. At this moment, Pang Li embodied that very mindset. Oh, fat fool, how do you know me? Speak honestly, and I might spare your life. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, detecting a nuance in Pang Li's tone that suggested the latter had been searching for him. How peculiar, as he had no dealings with the Black Dragon Society. I will inform you before you draw your last breath. Pang Li sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen before addressing Su Lanlan. Miss Su, it seems rather unreasonable for you to injure one of my subordinates without cause. Would you agree? In Pang Li's view, the only person among them who warranted his respect was the esteemed young lady of the Su family, Su Lanlan. What do you wish to propose? Su Lanlan asked playfully, tucking her hair behind her ear. What is your relationship with this person? Pang Li pointed at Xiao Chen. Guess. Su Lanlan replied with a mischievous smile, wrapping her arms around Xiao Chen's. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hu and Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief. With Su Lanlan as a formidable ally, Xiao Chen was unlikely to face any peril today. However, Pang Li's expression darkened as he perplexedly remarked, Miss Su, as a distinguished heiress, why would you be interested in a waste? At Pang Li's words, Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration, while Su Lanlan appeared utterly taken aback. She contemplated for a moment, unable to comprehend how Xiao Chen could be associated with the term waste. However, she quickly realized that this fat fool might genuinely harbor misconceptions about Xiao Chen. A sly smile crept across her face as she declared, because I like him. Like him? Pang Li's expression turned incredulous, before he clenched his teeth and suggested, Miss Su, there are many handsome men in this world. How about this? If you refrain from obstructing my attempt to eliminate this boy today, we can overlook the incident involving my subordinate. Chun Kai, upon hearing Pang Li's words, felt a surge of distress. For many years, the Black Dragon Society and the Su family had coexisted peacefully. Miss Su, if you disrupt this balance, it will yield no benefits for either of us. Please consider carefully. Pang Lixing, fearing that Su Lanlan might disagree, pointed to Xiao Chen once more, adding, It is not worth provoking enmity between the Highlang Association and the Su family over such a feckless playboy. He believed that Miss Su must grasp the gravity of the situation. All right, although he is indeed quite handsome, your reasoning holds merit. To Pang Lixing's surprise, Su Lanlan cast a lamenting glance at Xiao Chen, then resolutely released her grip and acquiesced to Pang Lixing's demands. Wow, you treacherous girl. How can you be so unprincipled? Xiao Chen found himself amused. Oh, brother Xiao Chen, please understand my predicament. Pang Lixing is one of the 4 great kings of the Highlang Association. A seasoned, innate-level martial artist. I have only just broken through to the acquired realm. My intentions to protect you are sincere, but my strength is insufficient. Su Lanlan said with a pitiful expression, before obediently stepping aside to join Li Jinlin and Lin Hu. Sister-in-law, you cannot abandon Brother Chun. Lin Hu exclaimed in alarm. I can't help it. I cannot defeat Pang Lixing. Let someone who can handle him do it. Su Lanlan replied cheerfully, though there was not a trace of panic in her eyes. Observing Su Lanlan's demeanor, Li Jin's eyelids twitched once more, further solidifying his suspicion that Xiao Chen was undoubtedly an innate martial artist. A flicker of anticipation ignited within Li Jin's heart. Could it be that Xiao Chen, at such a tender age, was also an innate-level martial artist? With this question lingering in his mind, he turned to the tense standoff between Xiao Chen and Pang Lixing. Kid, now that Miss Su has abandoned you, let us see how long you can keep up this charade. Pang Lixing sneered coldly, glancing at Chun Kai on the ground. Remember to record a video for young Master Zhou. Today, I intend to personally dismember this brat limb by limb and then slowly torment him to death. Pang Yi, this is the kid that young Master Zhou has paid to eliminate? I remember now, Chun Kai exclaimed, suddenly electrified by the revelation. Indeed, Pang Lixing nodded. All right, Pang Yi, just go ahead. I will ensure to record it without missing a moment. Chun Kai seemed to forget his pain, grinning with excitement. Beside him, Chen Lu perked up, inwardly exclaiming in astonishment, wondering if he was about to witness something so exhilarating today. The Zhou family? Zhou Hong? Xiao Chen suddenly grasped the situation, feeling an odd sensation within. Indeed, Lu Lingxin had not misled him. Zhou Hong was truly intent on not letting him off the hook. It is too late to realize now. Kid, I will personally ensure your demise, and then send the video to young Master Zhou. Pang Lixing huffed, striding toward Xiao Chen, his massive frame looming over him, and reached out with a hand to seize him. However, to his astonishment, his grasp met only empty air. Still daring to evade? Pang Lixing was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Evade? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, locking eyes with Pang Lixing in a mocking manner. Taunting. What is the Highlang Association even doing? Are you unaware that your sworn enemy, Chen Yuhu, nearly met his end by my foot? Chapter 95. Confrontation. Chen Yuhu nearly met his demise at the hands of this brat. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Pang Lixing's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Yuhu had entered the innate realm years before him. If Chen Yuhu could not withstand a single blow from this kid, what fate awaited him? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of unease surged within Pang Lixing, but in the next instant, that unease dissipated entirely. Heck, kid, do you really think Pang Lixing was raised in fear? Pang Lixing quickly regained his composure. First, he considered that throughout Hancheng, he had never heard of anyone below the age of 20 managing to reach innate-level martial prowess. Second, as one of the 4 great kings of the Highlang Association, they would have certainly received news of such an incident if it had occurred to Chen Yuhu. Thus, Pang Lixing concluded that this brat was merely trying to intimidate him, attempting to buy himself some time. What Pang Lixing did not realize was that Chen Yuhu had long since issued a death order to seal the information. And given the recency of the incident, it had not yet reached the ears of the Highlang Association. You think I'm trying to scare you? Xiao Chen laughed, casting a derisive glance at Pang Lixing, then seized a leftover skewer from the barbecue stand. In the blink of an eye, the skewer pierced through Pang Lixing's chest, embedding itself deeply. The swiftness of Xiao Chen's action left Pang Lixing no time to react. As the intense pain radiated from his chest, he could not help but let out a pain scream. When he turned his gaze back to Xiao Chen, it was filled with profound terror. This brat was not bluffing. And Zhou Hong, that scoundrel, had claimed this lad was merely an ordinary person with a hint of skill. In an instant, countless thoughts flooded Pang Lixing's mind, and he turned to flee. However, the skewer lodged in his chest seemed to sap all his strength. He stumbled a few steps before toppling over a table at the barbecue stand, crashing to the ground with a thud. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Only Pang Lixing lay on the ground, his hands clasped tightly over his chest, blood seeping through his fingers like a torrential downpour. As the blood flowed, his face turned ashen, and he gasped heavily for air. What was it you said earlier? Dismembering my limbs? Very well. Now you shall experience it. Xiao Chen rose from the small bench at the barbecue stand and walked deliberately toward Pang Lixing, casually stepping down. With a sickening crack, Pang Lixing's knee buckled beneath him. Then it was his shoulder. As the 2 depressions formed in Pang Lixing's shoulder, his eyes widened in horror, the fear still lingering. Yet life was already draining from him. In your next life, perhaps you should strive to be a better person. Gazing down at Pang Lixing, who resembled a lifeless fish, Xiao Chen nonchalantly flicked the cigarette but onto Pang Lixing's face and uttered those words. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, a series of thuds echoed through the air. Looking over, Xiao Chen noticed Chun Lu had collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at him, his pants darkening as a stream of liquid slowly soaked through. A pungent stench wafted through the air. Apart from Chen Lu, Chun Kai and the other henchmen of the Highlang Association gazed at Xiao Chen as if confronting the Grim Reaper, their expressions filled with dread. Xiao Chunyu, you were too impulsive. Li Jin and Lin Hu, astonished, suddenly turned solemnly toward Xiao Chen. It is of no consequence. Conflicts among martial artists inevitably lead to casualties. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, then glanced at Chun Kai on the ground, narrowing his eyes and inquiring, Did you record the video earlier? Yes, I recorded it. Big brother, please don't kill me. Spare my life. Chun Kai nodded vacantly, then suddenly came to his senses, his face paling as he burst into tears. Who is the leader of your Highlang Association? Xiao Chen pressed, unyielding. Feng Tianlong. Chun Kai stuttered, his voice trembling. He must already know about the attempts on my life. Correct? Xiao Chen pondered aloud. Yes, it was Feng Lao who took the job. Chun Kai dared not conceal the truth. Excellent. Since this has escalated beyond a point of no return, send him the video of me eliminating Pang Lixing right now. Big brother, if I send it to him. Will you let me go? Chun Kai pleaded with a desperate look. However, before he could finish speaking, he met Xiao Chen's cold gaze, causing him to shudder and hesitate no longer. He immediately retrieved his phone and sent the recorded video to Feng Tianlong. Within less than a minute of sending it, a video call from Feng Tianlong came through. "Who is it? Who killed my brother? I will have him skinned alive." At Xiao Chen's signal, Chen Kai answered the video call, and Feng Tianlong's furious voice erupted as soon as the call connected. Before Chen Kai could utter a word, Xiao Chen snatched the phone, presenting his handsome visage on Feng Tianlong's screen. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, Feng Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. "Kid, who are you? How is it possible that you, Feng Lauda, do not recognize me? Young Master Zhou has spent money on my life, and, as the employer, you do not even know who you're going to kill?" Xiao Chen said with a smile. On the other end of the line, Feng Tianlong suddenly fell silent. Truth be told, he did not know Xiao Chen at all. Although the job to eliminate Xiao Chen was assigned to him, he had handed the task over to Pang Li and had not inquired further. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, not worthy of his concern. "You are Xiao Chen?" However, Feng Tianlong was not foolish. After a moment's contemplation, he began to realize Xiao Chen's identity. After all, he had recently taken on a contract for a hired assassination. Upon recognizing Xiao Chen's identity, Feng Tianlong felt a mix of shock and anger. "Damn it, Zhou Heng. Are you trying to fool me? How could someone capable of killing Pang Li be merely an ordinary person?" Feng Tianlong, feeling deceived, was enraged. It seems that Feng Lao De still has some memory. Upon seeing that Feng Tianlong recognized him, Xiao Chen exclaimed in admiration, "Young man, do you know what the consequences will be for opposing my He Long Hui?" Feng Tianlong's expression darkened, his voice turning grim. "As for the consequences of opposing He Long Hui, I am unaware, but the outcome of crossing me, Xiao Chen." As he spoke, Xiao Chen directed the camera towards the lifeless body of Pang Li on the ground and continued, "Well, this is the outcome. Haha, splendid. Good, good." Watching Pang Li's lifeless form, Feng Tianlong laughed in fury, his words dripping with malice. "Boy, I, Feng Tianlong, will personally settle today's score with you, and it will not be long." "Very well, that suits me just fine. I dislike complications, and I believe in avenging wrongs without delay. There is no need for Feng Lao De to lower himself to find me. I shall come to you." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Such arrogance. Hey boy, do you truly have no fear of death?" Feng Tianlong glared at Xiao Chen with a fierce gaze, sneering. Xiao Chen grinned. "It is uncertain who will die first." Li Jin and the others swallowed hard, pointing at the deceased Pang Li, their voices tinged with anxiety. "Xiao Chen, will there really be no repercussions?" "I do not know," Xiao Chen replied succinctly. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and snapped a photo of Pang Li, sending it to Gao Feng with a message. "Lao Gao, someone is trying to kill me. It is not excessive to retaliate, is it? Oh, and by the way, those who want me dead are not all gone yet. I will take care of them, and you can handle the aftermath by tomorrow morning." In the office of the Special Administration, Gao Feng wearily rose from his chair, stretching as he prepared to sip the remnants of his tea and wrap up for the day. Just as he brought the cup to his lips, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Seeing it was from Xiao Chen, Gao Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Xiao Chen would message him. However, when he opened the message and scanned it, his expression changed dramatically, causing his cup to clatter to the ground and shatter. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of his office, his face dark as he shouted towards the dormitory of the Special Administration. Gather. Chapter 96. The scapegoat. Zhao Kun, in the heart of Han City, on an old street slated for demolition, lay the headquarters of the He Long Hui, the Tianlong Labor Center. Feng Tianlong lit a cigarette, sitting on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of Han City, Feng Tianlong was certainly not an ordinary person. Following his rage, he forced himself to calm down. At the very least, it was now clear that Xiao Chen was far from an ordinary individual. Anyone capable of killing Pang Li was at least a third-grade martial artist. The thought of the useless Zhou family's young master providing him with false information made Feng Tianlong wish he could crush Zhou Heng with his bare hands. But he quickly realized that Zhou Heng could not have deliberately deceived him. It was likely that even Zhou Heng was unaware of Xiao Chen's true strength. What a damned absurdity! How could a 20-year-old from the countryside possibly be a martial artist of the innate realm? Feng Tianlong muttered to himself in frustration. After venting, Feng Tianlong took a deep drag from his cigarette before dialing a number. The recipient was one of his most trusted aides, nicknamed Haozi. Unlike the four great kings, this individual specialized in gathering intelligence for Feng Tianlong. Typically, Feng Tianlong would provide him with funding, and Halsey would use those resources to engage with various individuals to extract information. For instance, the news about the imminent demolition of this street had come from a powerful figure in Han City through Halsey. Now, he intended for Halsey to thoroughly investigate Xiao Chen's identity. A young man of such caliber could not possibly have escaped notice. Meanwhile, at a barbecue stall on Wenhua Road, "Brother Chun, I want to go with you." Su Lanlan expressed her anxieties. Hearing her plea, Xiao Chun flatly refused. "Xiao Chun, are you really going to confront Feng Tianlong of the Heilong Hui? It is said that he is already a 7th-grade martial artist," Li Jin hesitated to say. Xiao Chun was aware that their identities differed. "Brother Chun, don't worry, he is an 8th-grade innate martial artist. Feng Tianlong would not dare to lay a finger on him." Su Lanlan, noticing the discomfort of Lin Hu and the others, said with a sly glance, "8th grade innate? What?" Li Jin and Lin were stunned, while Guzi, who was less knowledgeable about such matters, sensed from their reactions that Brother Chun must be quite formidable. After all, if Feng Tianlong was only a 7th-grade martial artist, how could Brother Chun, being in 8th grade, not be impressive? Meanwhile, Chun Kai, lying on the ground, shuddered at the mention of this and shot a resentful glance at Chen Lu, who had already turned into a puddle of fear. If it weren't for this useless fool, how could he have ended up in this situation? Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Everyone take care." Upon hearing his words, they nodded in agreement and left. Once they had departed, Xiao Chun lifted the lifeless Pang Li from the ground with one hand, opened the Mercedes-Benz, and tossed him in like a dead dog. He then returned to pick up Chun Kai, throwing him into the passenger seat. Chun Kai, bare-chested and covered in garish tattoos, was nearly paralyzed with fear at that moment. "Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Hearing Chun Kai's tearful pleas for mercy, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. Silence. "Lead the way to Feng Tianlong." After saying this, Xiao Chen pulled out a brown paper bag from his pocket, revealing a thick stack of cash. Without counting, he handed it to the barbecue stall owner, saying, "Here S for the meal. The extra is for the damage to your tables and chairs." The owner, terrified, dared not accept it. "Just leave it here." Seeing the owner refuse, Xiao Chun pressed the money under the barbecue plate, then opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Following Chun Kai's directions toward the Heilong Hui headquarters where Feng Tianlong resided. Simultaneously, at the Heilong Hui headquarters, Feng Tianlong hung up the phone with a grim expression. Not disappointing him, Halsey had gathered information about Xiao Chen's recent activities in Han City in less than 20 minutes after receiving his call. Moreover, Halsey's method of acquiring information was straightforward. He directly posted in various groups of all walks of life, attaching the photo of Xiao Chen taken from Feng Tianlong's video and adding the text, "Reward for information on this individual, 10,000 per piece." In just 20 minutes, many responded to the bounty. Halsey promptly sent screenshots of the chat group back to Feng Tianlong. One strike nearly killed Qin Yuhu, saved Han family's daughter, Han Qingma, publicly slapped Kyoto's young Master Chu twice. After offending Chu Qingyun, the body of his 9th-grade martial artist, Li Qi, appeared at the crematorium. Faced with this barrage of information, Feng Tianlong suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is this the worthless fool that Zhou Hong wants to kill for over $1 million? Zhou Hong, I truly curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Feng Tianlong spat out in a colorful tirade. The earlier pieces of news did not concern him much. Although Qin Yuhu was also a practitioner of innate abilities, his strength paled in comparison to Feng Tianlong's, as he was reputed to be merely at the 2nd tier of innate abilities, while Feng Tianlong had already reached the 7th tier. If Xiao Chen had merely defeated Qin Yuhu, he would not have been afraid of this boy. However, the issue lay in the last 2 pieces of news, where he publicly slapped Chu Qingyan twice. What audacity this boy possesses. Feng Tianlong questioned himself. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would never dare to do such a thing. This indicated a profound disregard for the influential Chu family of Kyoto. If Xiao Chen had no respect for the Chu family, then what was the significance of the Black Dragon Society? Feng Tianlong suddenly realized that during the video call with this boy, his demeanor was not merely arrogance. What chilled him to the bone was the fact that after slapping Chu Qingyun, Xiao Chen was casually enjoying skewers and beer at a barbecue stall. Meanwhile, the innate 9th-tier warrior Li Qi, who stood by Chu Qingyun, had inexplicably met his demise. What did this imply? Panic surged through Feng Tianlong. He had an instinctual feeling that if he continued to linger here, death was certain. Having built his empire from scratch, Feng Tianlong was no longer the impulsive person he once was. Soon, he made a resolute decision. He must flee. Surviving was the prerequisite for any future plans. With this thought, he set down his phone, discreetly dressed, grabbed his car keys, and opened the door. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Xiao Chen, who was leisurely smoking at the entrance. "Boss, where are you off to so late?" Xiao Chen asked, puffing out a ring of smoke upon seeing Feng Tianlong. "Just going for a stroll." He had heard that Xiao Chen was the illegitimate son of Zhao Nangong. If Xiao Chen were to die at the hands of Xiao Chen tonight, how would the Zhao family react? Chapter 97. Feng Tianlong's plan. Feng Tianlong had never regarded Xiao Chen as a confidant. His four key subordinates were Ma Yuan, Wei Hao, Xiao Chen, and Pang Li. Apart from Xiao Chen, the other three were genuine brothers who had fought alongside him to build their empire, while Xiao Chen had only joined them a few years ago. Moreover, Feng Tianlong was acutely aware that despite Xiao Chen's nominal position, he looked down upon him due to his status as Zhao Nangong's illegitimate son. Because of Xiao Chen's innate fifth-tier strength and the backing of the Zhao family, Feng Tianlong had reluctantly included him among the four key figures of the Black Dragon Society. Feng Tianlong understood well that Zhao Nangong had ulterior motives. Once the opportunity arose, he would surely seek to eliminate Feng Tianlong and elevate Xiao Chen to prominence, turning the Black Dragon Society into a force covertly controlled by the Zhao family. Feng Tianlong was fully aware of this, yet he dared not act against Xiao Chen due to the Zhao family's influence. Should Xiao Chen meet his end at the hands of a young man named Xiao Chen tonight, it would have nothing to do with him. Not only would the blame not fall on him, but Zhao Nangong's wrath would also be directed at Xiao Chen. He could then sit back and watch the chaos unfold, reaping the benefits, a perfect plan. A sense of pride swelled within Feng Tianlong as he marveled at his own ingenuity in devising such a brilliant scheme. After making his decision, he turned around and called out to Xiao Chen, who was heading into the bedroom to enjoy the company of a woman. "Kunzi, do you have other plans tonight?" Feng Tianlong inquired. "What is up, boss?" Xiao Chen, caught off guard, displayed some annoyance, though he skillfully concealed it. "I received a message from Chun Kai, one of Lao Peng's men, saying that there's trouble at our venue. It seems to involve a martial artist. Chun Kai has been unable to reach Lao Peng, and we need someone to go over there and handle it." Feng Tianlong contemplated and looked at Xiao Chen, who appeared troubled. "How about you go check it out?" Boss." Xiao Chen was displeased upon hearing this, casting a lingering glance at the naked woman on the bed and grumbling, "Well, I can't finish up in a moment. You know how I am. I'm not satisfied without a couple of hours. Besides, aren't Ti Yuan Gu and Hao Gu around? They're not into this. And since there's nothing going on, why not send them? You brat, I truly don't know what to say about you." Feng Tianlong felt a surge of joy at Xiao Chen's words. He was genuinely worried that Xiao Chen would heed his instructions this time. "Hey boss, don't mock me. This is just my preference. Have some understanding." Xiao Chen noted the shift in Feng Tianlong's attitude, and his irritation dissipated, his tone becoming more amicable. "All right, fine. Lao Wei is at another bar managing the scene. I'll check with Lao Ma to see if he is free. If not, I'll go myself." Feng Tianlong feigned exasperation. "Hey, when the boss steps in, one is worth two." Xiao Chen flattered, eager for Feng Tianlong to leave. "Enough with the banter. Stay here and guard the place properly, or I'll hold you accountable." Feng Tianlong shook his head, playfully scolding him. Xiao Chen chuckled, gesturing toward the woman on the bed. "Go ahead." Feng Tianlong nodded, and Xiao Chen, unable to contain himself, hurriedly closed the door. With that, Feng Tianlong turned away, a glint of mockery and coldness flickering in his eyes, and descended the stairs to find Ma Yuan engrossed in a game of Do Di Zhu on his phone. "A Yuan, there's trouble at our venue. Come with me to check it out," Feng Tianlong said without elaborating. "Trouble? Who is so bold?" Ma Yuan, without hesitation, set aside his phone and stood up, fuming. "No worries, I'm just bored. I'll accompany you." Feng Tianlong felt warmth in his heart. This was the attitude a true brother should have. As long as his core brother survived, he could always establish another Black Dragon Society. "All right." Ma Yuan promptly donned a shirt and followed Feng Tianlong out. Before long, after more than half an hour, they arrived at a bar overseen by Pang Li, directly entering the lavishly decorated office. "Boss, no one is causing trouble." Ma Yuan, having removed his shirt to reveal his muscular frame adorned with scars, asked in confusion. "If no one is causing trouble, then go find some to stir up," Feng Tianlong said with a stern expression. "Huh? Boss, you can't be serious." Ma Yuan was taken aback. When have I ever been confused?" Feng Tianlong snorted coldly. Then, with a sorrowful expression, added, Lao Peng is dead. What? Ali is dead? Who did it? Damn it, boss, tell me, and I'll avenge him. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan froze for a moment and then erupted in fury, grabbing his clothes to rush out. You don't need to worry about it. Just do as I say. Feng Tianlong, with a grim demeanor, halted Ma Yuan's vengeful intentions. Is that person very formidable? Ma Yuan, not foolish, perceived the gravity of the situation from Feng Tianlong's reaction, realizing that otherwise, his boss would never have endured such humiliation. Yes, Feng Tianlong nodded gravely and sighed. If you wish to survive, do as I instruct. Understood, I'll head out now. Ma Yuan wasted no time and swiftly exited. After Ma Yuan departed, Feng Tianlong leaned back in his genuine leather chair, slightly narrowing his eyes, pondering whether the young man, Xiao Chen, truly possessed such formidable prowess. The answer would soon reveal itself. After tonight, the fate of Zhao Kun would provide clarity. If Xiao Chen indeed proved to be as formidable as Feng anticipated, Zhao Kun would undoubtedly meet his demise this evening. In that eventuality, not only would Xiao Chen eliminate the pawn placed by the Zhao family, but he would also have to confront the wrath of Zhao Nangong and the entire Zhao clan. Meanwhile, Feng could seize the opportunity to extricate himself from this tumultuous whirlpool. The essence of strength and cunning lies in navigating adverse circumstances to arrange the most advantageous outcomes for one's future. At this moment, Feng Tianlong was confident that his choices represented the pinnacle of what could be achieved in the current predicament.